Mentality rising through the flames, awaken the power held inside of me, harness resilience through the pain. I'm a warrior.
Self-bio, sleep on checkmate. Are you kidding? Marco to the rescue. The blade comes out and he shuts it all down in one fell swoop. Absolutely stomping. Oh, what is that? Haven't even got to the bridge. Backbone.
Warrior, I'm a hurricane like Gloria. I won't fail my times now. Rise of glory won't back down. I take the pain and I let it out. On the mountaintop, shout it out. Break away, let me demonstrate my mentality. Activate. Oh,
rampage through the side room. Everybody classic for Bernard. Catches everybody else.
I'm a warrior.
Gonna look to make it happen. And there it is. Proper. Cannot be stopped.
On the mountaintop, shout it out. Break away, let me demonstrate my mentality. Activate.
Welcome to the Overwatch League. The qualifiers are done. The wait is over. The Summer Showdown tournament is finally going to begin. And you know what? Puckett isn't the only new face on the Summer Showdown broadcast. We also have the Archbishop of NA Contenders here in Helix as well. Give us your sermon. I've been waiting. Come on.
Yeah, it's been some time since I've seen some APAC matches. Started my career a little bit, getting started in Korea and China and everything. And since then, I've been invested in NA, sure, but Archbishop maybe overselling it. I won't take credit that much.
Yeah, I'll let you move. You can move diagonally. That's good. I mean, that's a lot of different positioning you go. All four directions diagonally. So we'll see how things move on forward today as we have our first round in the double elimination bracket here. Guangzhou Charge, Shanghai Dragons, Seoul Dynasty, Philadelphia Fusion, our top four from the Eastern Division now finally got to battle out for our third title of the year so far.
Yeah, this should be awesome to see because we do seem to have we have some setup already. Shanghai Dragons feels like the top squad, obviously number one seed coming in, but they only dropped a single map. They're going to be taking on the Guangzhou Charge here in our first match, but that second match there I think could be really entertaining. Seoul Dynasty, Fusion, there's a lot of questions with regards to where those teams actually fall right now after Week 18.
And, it's getting competitive out here as well because Shanghai Dragons and Dynasty, they did play each other. There was a 3-0, but you kind of feel that Dynasty had more to show, they had more to give. And both Dragons and Dynasty, they've had kind of that feeling of having more to show since we've seen them in the mid-season Madness tournament where, truth be told, they probably did, underperform a little bit. They didn't quite perform up to expectations that we really set out for them. But also, sort of new to the tournament stage is the Guangzhou Charge. They haven't been in a tournament since the 2020 season. That was season 3. It's 2 years ago. The only surviving member of that squad is Krong, who actually remembers winning the Summer Showdown. So he's actually won the tournament before. Summer Showdown comes back again. Charge didn't do so great last year. They didn't do so great in the first two stages of this year either, Helix, but now I think they're making a bit of a comeback.
Yeah, it is interesting that the Summer Showdown that they participated in back then was actually their best performance that this team has ever had. And now here they are with another opportunity against, realistically the best team. Certainly, I think the favorite. But you look across this team and I start to see some things that I like personally. Coming from contenders, I love these kind of rebound stories. I like these stories of development as well. And one that I really like, especially with regards to rebound, is Xerneas. Seeing Xerneas come back over and I think fly under the radar as a truly productive force for this squad. I think it certainly seems like a standout to me.
Yeah, I think in the previous matchup versus the Chengdu Hunters, right, there was a lot of comparison there because you have a lot of members of the ex-Chengdu Hunters squad of last year, that being Xerneas, Farway, and Jimmy, kind of outperforming the counterparts on the other team. And, of those, we always kind of felt like, at least in my opinion, Xerneas was a stronger player compared to Nisha. He got a lot more game time compared to Nisha last year. But he was kind of cut from the roster for other reasons, right? And now he's had to make a run through contenders. He joined Ultra Prime Academy, which is the academy team of the Guangzhou Charge. He's made it back back in the Overwatch League, and he's starting to look like one of those top main supports again, or at least on the trajectory to becoming, that sort of player that he was regarded for last year. So look at their opponents, though. The Guangzhou Charge have quite the mountain to climb today. Certainly not an easy task to go up against the Shanghai Dragons at the best of times, and reigning champions from 2021, but you already knew that. This team has had all of the wins under their belt that they needed so far in this qualification stage, 6-0. Haven't dropped a single series. They only dropped, by the way, one map, and that was to the Philly Fusion. They actually nearly had a flawless stage.
Yeah, I mean, them and Seoul, and for some reason, Fusion just loves to play spoil to those golden stages. But yeah, this is a team, third place finish in kickoff clash. I mean, in isolation, that feels like a good result, but it's the Shanghai Dragons. And then you look at midseason madness, and they had that exit when they did, and it's like, okay, they did do pretty well, but again, it's the Shanghai Dragons. We are expecting more, and it finally feels like now, again, with that 18-1 map score, not dropping a single set throughout the entirety of the qualifiers, it feels like the Dragons are back to being the Dragons.
Yeah, absolutely. I kind of felt like that was happening in the previous stages as well. Like kickoff clash, they started slowly, but then sort of got into it. By the time we got to the tournament, they looked very strong off the back of, most importantly, Who Are You, which is, again, I think the key player, the spearhead of this entire team currently in this tournament as well. Mid-season Madness looked a little bit shaky, had some good hopes going into the actual tournament, but a lot of that wasn't realized. And I think with the Shanghai Dragons as well, they sort of had that realization. They got the wake-up call from their exit in the mid-season Madness tournament, and I think they wanted to do better. They knew they could do better. It's been a bit of an interesting year for the Dragons, given that they haven't looked as dominant as their 2021 selves, but maybe now in Summer Showdown, like this has been the closest that we've seen to 2021 Dragons.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting to see the kind of scale between both of these two teams, right? Where we know the height of Shanghai Dragons, we know what they're capable of. Obviously, the absolute pinnacle of what we expect to see in this region. But on the other side, and of course, they're kind of going through their growth stages. But on the other side, Charge very much the same. And I think this is a question of ceilings here. And I think we'll probably say that a lot about Charge going through this tournament bracket. Because look, I mean, Charge, they didn't start too hot, as you mentioned earlier on, that it's really about a rebound for them wholesale. And I think while we compare them to a team like Dragons, do they have that kind of height in them? I'm not sure, but potentially down the line, how do they scale against some of these other squads? Obviously, it starts here. If they could do well here and make a statement, then, I mean, all's well will be well, right, for the Charge? Yeah. Because if you could do it against what seems like the best team, then it's certainly smooth sailing and going forward.
And they weren't even, by the way, the lowest seed coming into this tournament. I believe they were seed 3, right? They had a 4-2 record. Fusion came with 2-4. They are the 4th seed. Shanghai being the 1st seed. They had choice, they had opponent selection, which is I guess the prime benefit of being the 1st seed, and they chose the Charge over the Fusion. I think that speaks volumes in terms of what their preference is. They being the Shanghai Dragons here, they would rather play the Charge at 4-2 than the Philly Fusion at 2-4. And I think maybe that's about Fusion kind of having their own upswing towards the end of the qualifier here, and Fusion has been a bit of a bogey team for Shanghai in the past, especially this year. Shanghai probably feels a lot more comfortable going up against the Guangzhou Charge. I mean, you look at their match history, they are currently on a 5-match win history streak versus the Charge, which goes all the way back to the last time that Charge actually beat the Dragons. And here's a fun fact for you, people will remember this one. It was the Summer Showdown Finals in 2020, 4-2. That was when Guangzhou Charge won their first and so far only title, and I'm sure that many Guangzhou players, fans, and everybody attached to Guangzhou fondly remembers that tournament and that time. And ever since then, looking to recreate that magic. And, well, this has been the closest so far in 2 years that they've had to do that. But that was the last time that they actually beat the Dragons, all the way back in 2020 Summer Showdown Finals.
Yeah, and I mean, just to reiterate as well, we have to also bring up the fact, again, that right after that, that was their last actual tournament showing, realistically, that they've had since then. So, I mean, it has been some time for Charge, but they are on an upswing, and a lot of that, I think, can be comprised of the fact that they have had this injection of newer talent. It seems like things are going well, and again, it's just a question of where their ceiling is at. Are they able to build up quickly enough off of some of their successes in previous weeks in the kind of latter half of the qualifier stage to be able to contend with a team that has been profoundly strong? I think surprisingly to a degree, but also unsurprising in the fact that it is, again, the Shanghai Dragons, and we kind of expect this from them. But we haven't seen that, and now they're back in stride. But Charge, I think moving into this series, obviously with the meta as it is, and I think we're going to have a lot of discussions during the map about what this meta looks like and the strengths of both of these teams, their identities as well. I think establishing that early on is going to be key for them, because Dragons have certainly done that, especially when you look at their roster, right? Because back in Midseason Madness, there was a lot of movement with regards to their roster. Now it feels like they're locked in, both at the roster level and at the compositional level and strategy level, and that's going to be hard to contend with.
Yeah, both teams are fairly locked in as far as the rosters goes. We'll be heading to match very shortly, but for now, as we sort of wait for map 1 to begin and also take a look at our map set as well. And we're also into the sort of stage where teams can pick and choose maps after they do lose them. It's been 3-0, 3-0 the last 2 games that Dragons have had against the Guangzhou Charge, not a single map given away. There was a more contentious game at the start of the year that was in Kickoff Clash regular season. That was week 4. Charge got 2 maps off of the Dragons, so there had been at least a little bit more back and forth even this year, even with the prior Charge roster before they're rebuilding coming into this particular tournament. So there may be a little bit of hope there. And you talk about ceilings, right? That's going to be a bit of a topic for us in terms of how far can the Charge go, because we've seen some of these other teams at their peaks. We know how good they have been, how good they are. With the Charge, I feel like there's still a little bit more to show. They did go down, as mentioned, 0-3 versus Dragons this qualifier stage as well, with Jimmy, with Xerneas, but maybe they've improved since then. Maybe there's a little bit more there because they started to get a lot more comfortable towards the end of the qualification stage. That's when they got some of their better wins over their Zhou compatriots in Hangzhou as well, which was a very important game for them. And 4-2, I mean, that's easily been their best record for some time. So, the question will be, what is the ceiling of Charge, and what even is a marker of success here? Obviously, beating Dragons would be nice, but if they even take maps off Dragons, does that mean success?
Yeah, I mean, it certainly feels like that has to be the case, because not many teams have really done it. Again, really only Fusion have done it, because they have some weird knack at just playing spoil. I'm not sure what it is about the Fusion, and I think that's probably a key to why
they like
Dragons
to give their fan base hope.
Yeah, exactly. It's all about the hopium. But look, I mean, Dragons, they certainly they made a decision here. They went for Guangzhou. I think a lot of that comes into the fact that as much as there is an unknown quantity about Guangzhou Charge, there's also the fact that they are somewhat of a known entity. You know what you're getting there. Obviously, the height, the ceiling, that's the major question and concern that I think we're going to be looking at. But throughout, I think certainly Guangzhou makes sense to Shanghai, and I'm looking to see Shanghai really settle in here.
Oasis first up for the map series here, chosen by the Shanghai Dragons as the highest seed, and the following maps will be chosen by the loser. I don't know if there's going to be any particular map preferences. I mean, Paraíso is obviously in the pool, and some teams have preferred that, especially the teams that will enjoy playing the Dorado. But here we go. Finally, we are beginning the game, our first official match. A map starting in the Summer Showdown tournament. Again, the qualifiers are over. The tournament begins. It is going to be city center here. Everyone playing exactly what you would expect. Don't get baited by the Who Are You echo. It's going to be standard jokes.
Yeah, definitely going to be exactly what we're going to see. Probably through and through. There might be a couple of little changes that we do see, probably more at the DPS level than if anything at all, but already out of the gates, look to see where these shout cooldowns get used. That's the primary indicator of who's going to have tempo control in these fights.
And also you have to look at the early damage being done there as well, specifically onto Krong. So Xerneas getting low, Jimmy copying a bit of heat. You talk about early shout usage. One's already come through from the Charge, and immediately a trade. Jimmy for easy Yaki. It's still a 4 versus 4 scenario, but they're healing a little bit better on the Charge. Off the back of that, Choice A1 will execute Who Are You, and that typically will be enough. I mean, Who Are You down is a pretty big deal. Still alive, though, can be a bit of an issue. Saved by the shout there. Choice 1, I believe, went down to something like 1 HP. Really, really close call. Fight is still not yet over. The cap is open. No one really has an advantage.
Looks like Shanghai Dragons looking for that early contest, but Guangzhou Charge not going to let this one go. You can see Krong working that angle, trying to get a flank open for his team while Lip is getting pressed.
Ooh, 4 HP, and it gets the edge on Choi. That should be the start now of Dragons walking forward. Further executions, Who Are You on towards Jimmy, and the fight is all but done. Lip living on 4 HP was everything in there. I mean, if Lip dies and Choi gets a kill instead, that could have been a very different fight. Dragons, first one's capping.
Yeah, I definitely think for the Dragons, it kind of was bookended by Lip's performance there, right? Like, equalizing that opening pick that Lip got initially with the headshot from the railgun, then also just finding that kill in the choice of one, I think completely shut that fight down. So obviously, I respect to Lip for getting the job done for his team, because otherwise that could have gone horribly awry for a team that is looking to dominate, I think, this series.
And they're going to be dominating, at least in terms of ult charge here. Well, you went to Jimmy, but Lip's already popped the overclock. I mean, this fight should all be done in dust. Zernia's not even close enough to pop a sound barrier. Don't think he would have done that anyway, given already losing players on market. There's a bit of a canyon of a damage difference between Lip and Jimmy so far. Also a life difference, given that Lip is one of 3 players on the Dragons that haven't actually died yet. There's Lip, Void, and Legion gone on 0 deaths. Jimmy's died 3 times. He's been a bit of a target, and Lip is exceeding damage above Jimmy by about 1.9k.
Yeah, it's interesting, too, that Jimmy is the target. You don't often see Sojourns being the primary go-to target, but Jimmy's playing a little bit aggressively here, and he might be caught again.
Double sound barriers coming on through, but Choice of One's blade will catch Lip before Legion can save it, so that is going to be the timing that will make a bit of a difference here. 5 versus 4. We talked about Lip. He was deathless for this stage in terms of being alive in this map, and that will finally go down. A later rally from Easy being popped to match Faraway, but another player down. I believe Faraway might have even got the boot kill to Legion. So it's a 5-3. Continuing on always, even with Dragons respawn. I mean, Lip's back in the fight, but Ruo used dead instantly. Krong cleaning up the rest of the members. There should be the flip coming on through very shortly. Dragons might exceed 90, but they will lose the fight.
Shanghai Dragons falling to the wayside, but the good news here for the Dragons is that they made that sustain happen for so long. I mean, obviously a kind of later rally from Izayaki, certainly not enough to keep Lip upright, but Dragons, they certainly feel good about what they got there. They got the score up to 95%. Now it's all about getting into that building stage. Certainly you don't want to have picks like that go out. You're giving away economy to the enemy. Charge, it's very much a different story for them. While they're obviously trying to prevent Dragons from turning things, they also have to make sure that they remain efficient in their economy here more than anything, on top of the timings with the shouts and trying not to overextend, because you know Lip can find ahead.
I don't know if this will be overextension or not, but it will be aggression being shown by the charge. Dragons don't actually really want to fire this. Void being hit by the Rampage isn't going to respond with his own. Obviously, no support ultimates on board for either team here. Is going to be at least one punish out from Izayaki. Now, this is the dangerous part for Charge. We talked about it. Could it be overextension? Now it does start to really look like it. Jimmy wanting to save the raid, but he's not healing. He's on below half HP, and this is going to be a cleanup. It's 2 ultimates used by the Charge, and Dragons walk away with the fight win, and they're at 95%. So once they flip this one, Charge to come back immediately. Krong's on a ball.
I started to wonder here if Choice of One can even touch, and in fact, he goes down, so now they don't even have the Genji, they don't have the touch along with it, and 150 there for the Dragons, getting an early lead. I think partially as expected, but Charge looked good there. There were some great moments, obviously caught overextended just a little bit towards the spawn, trying to get a little bit more value than they really deserve to get at certain stages, and Dragons, they're just not a team that's going to let that fly.
Yeah, I mean, it's not uncommon that we see spawn camps happen. I think maybe it's a little bit rare in Oasis. I don't know if it happens a little bit more often in AK Contenders from what you've seen, but it's very risky on some maps and on some portions to go for that kind of play. Krong diving in with the team, they at least got the 1 kill, but they failed to get anything afterwards. Dragons could just go back into spawn, get their health back in, re-aggress, get a couple of punishes, and just entirely turn that. So for Charge, they were looking for a lot there, and they didn't get too much done.
Loving the aggression still, though, with Charge. I mean, you can see Choice of One really taking some of that forward position away, getting space for his team, allowing them to take up the high ground. That's good for Charge. That means they are still confident in this matchup, which is huge for them.
DJ Gone now going to be the first target, so we had Dragons kind of losing a member early on City Center. That will happen again, but this time Charge do not lose any further members of their own, which likely will end up in a pretty clean sweep of kills. Krong staying alive, very important for the Guangzhou Charge. Struggling to maybe get further than a couple kills here, but they'll at least get the cap. That's the important thing for the Charge. They might not get the full cleanup, but they will start with a percentage.
Yeah, establishing yourself early on after the neutral fight is huge. I think a lot of that really kind of keys into what we were talking about already with Choice of One, getting a lot of forward position taken away from the Dragons. They get stuck into these spots where they can get AoE pressured down. That's where the carnage really comes alive as well for players like Krong.
Well, Void's on a bit of HP deficit at the moment compared to his counterpart, in particular. Zerni's looking for a plentiful number of boots, who are you just flying back on. Shanghai Dragons, for the most part, have been allowed to freely rotate onto high ground. What can they do with that? A little bit of damage the Choice of One has been healed. Look at the ults now. Choi, importantly, has a blade coming online. It might just be a beaten blade engage. DJ God has a sound barrier near the Ajax. Someone has to be very careful, very low HP. Responded to by Xerneas. No further ultimates from the Dragons just because they got nothing to use. Izayaki likely to go down here as well. Choi with 2 in the fight, and the Dragons just have to give it up. The timings were just slightly off. Lip was just slightly off from the overclock. Who are you? 25 away from the blade. Izayaki, I think, just percentage points away from the rally, and the slight ultimate difference from the charge will be enough.
I think at least for the Dragons here, obviously staring down the barrel of 60% for the charge, you start to wonder, okay, was there at least a silver lining there? And I think there was, and the fact that Xerneas did pop the sound barrier just to help bolster the blade. Now, that's one defensive utility that you don't have to worry about moving forward, at least before you have the opportunity to get a flip.
Yeah, it was feeling like a big blade engage for me, as well as just thinking that you're looking at how much it was going to cost the charge to be able to secure that one, but they have 80%. Lip will pop the overclock, but it's who are you that suddenly get the damage done. He's got 2 on his own, call it 3, as Shanghai Dragons could even pull a blade if they want to, but everyone's dead, so no need for it. 3 out of the 5 kills there. The overclock didn't end up being a factor. It doesn't need to be. Allows the Shanghai Dragons to walk on forward, and forward they go. 90% for the charge, though, is a very strong lead.
I think, though, Dragons have the capacity to turn this around, though, right? Because you have the blade, there's a rally there for far away, and you have to try to layer both the rally and the shout, probably just to stay alive. When you talk about considering, okay, what kind of lethality can you get out of a blade? Typically not much in this meta, but it's who are you? I think they're going to need both of those resources to get through this offensive pressure that they're about to see.
And I'm also looking at the tanks here as well, because we're getting towards Rampage territory. And that obviously comes in a little bit late on a control map, and for Void it might not come at all in this fight. Jimmy's just deleted him. Who are you has a difficult choice to make, and he will choose to still go for the blade. He's going to try and make the hero play happen, but it's just shut down. I don't know if that was the correct call from Who Are You. It's like basically 2v5. Jimmy pulls an overclock. It's a lot of damage, and Shanghai Dragons now left wanting. 5% left to go for the touch and charge. In position to equalize here on Oasis map number 1. A touch from the Dragons, rather, will come through in time. And they keep it going, though. Barely. Dragon is being really sneaky about it. There is still a Rampage. Dragon's finally taken down by Jimmy. And is there more? Is there more from the Shanghai Dragons in the extremities of the spikes? Jimmy for Dragon so far. Blade deleting Who Are You. Rampage coming through both sides. Krong and Choi being hit big time. So when we talk about the trade of the Rampage, the Dragons have actually coming through despite losing Who Are You.
One of the big things there, too, was Krong was backed out of the fight, so Shanghai Dragons had their Junker Queen, whereas Charge did not. Looks like this is going to be a flip here for the Dragons. They're going to get back into the swing of things, and they've at least to a degree reset the economy, which is important for them because they have still a mountain to climb in some of the score percentage to be able to find a way through and maybe still get a 2-0. And I think one of the big things here is utilization of these support ults. We see some of that layering already happening in this series between those resources. Shanghai Dragons have to be efficient more than anything.
That looked like it was signed, sealed, and delivered for the Guangzhou Church to take us to a decider university. We might still yet go to university. We'll take a lot more effort now, and despite Guangzhou Charge starting well in that fight, couldn't quite continue and convert on the further members. Once more, choice of one will get Who Are You down. It's the first target of the Shanghai Dragons. Sound barrier comes through regardless. It is the final fight. Both teams equalize in that regard. Izayaki with the extra rally far away doesn't quite have it yet. Can that be enough? Left on the overclock as well. Jimmy's already dead. This is now going to be equalization. Who Are You coming back? Krog with 2. A jagged blade finds both. How is that even happening? Guangzhou Charge. 4 versus 3, low HP on the support line, and Dragons have only got Who Are You left, so we talk about equalizing, going to university, Charge, look like they'll make that happen.
Nice little cherry on top as well for Krog. 3 jagged blade kills there in a single fight, and you can see there another pick onto Lip just at the very end. Obviously doesn't mean much, but a lot of the picks that we're seeing from Charge have meant so much more than that. I mean, Charge consistently finding some of these opening picks against the Dragons, a team that generally seems very composed in some of these pre-fights, some of these rotational plays, even in neutral engagements as well. Charge have found a way to catch Dragons out, which is something that we don't say really often.
My goodness. Really making this one competitive today, as let's take a look at Krong. This could be the double jacket blade kill coming through. It just goes through both. I mean, Collat with the blade, take those. 2 nice low players lined up for you. A third one, as you sort of mentioned. Yeah, I mean, that's the kind of heroics you want to see out of Krong, but also choice of one taking Who Are You down right off the rip. But Who Are You, I think, did twice in a row at the beginning of 2 fights. Really hurts the Dragons' chances of making a deep run in that particular fight. I mean, given that, they've still really made it competitive. Dragons looking pretty hot for a while when Lip pulled the overclock, and now maybe one of these two Genjis, it's going to be Choi on UOU again.
Can't be having that happening there. Obviously, a lot of just kind of latent pressure being applied to both Genjis, but it's Shanghai Dragons firing back now. After losing their Genji, they go ahead and take away the Junker Queen. That's an advantage.
Will certainly be an advantage for now. Ixiaki falling, though, kind of equalized in terms of pure player numbers. Both Vegeta's will fall. Choi has just been, he's been a part of every single one of these kills. It's been him on the kill feed. Final blows coming on in. Still point is open. No one's really taking advantage of that just yet. Charge, first one's on said point. 5v5 to come through, so a lot of early skirmishing in terms of players down. Charge at the cap, but all players have arrived.
Shanghai Dragons really would like to have gotten a little bit more value out of that Krong pick, find the kills onto Jemmy and Choi, extend this a little bit out so that he can get control, but instead Charge somehow find a way back, and you can see the flank coming in from Void, trying to work that off angle.
It's a big hit. That's going to be the Shanghai Dragons, popping the early ultimates. You look at the support line of the Charge, they don't quite have it to match with just yet. It's the extra tempo beat from Lee Jae-gon, Void walking forward with full confidence, major carnage swing. And despite Choi having an advantage on the blade, no opportunity to use that in that last fight.
I think Charge have certainly relied a little bit on Choi getting some of those first picks, deleting Who Are You from the equation entirely, taking him out. And the Blades have also been very consistently lethal in a meta where there's so many defensive utilities to prevent that lethality, but Charge still find a will, still find a way. It's all about baiting some of these cooldowns out. They've already got the sound barrier. He could get through a rally for sure.
Now Choi can come on through. Ixiaki, if he dies here, it will be over. 2 supports down. Dragons, no responses here. Who Are You not even going to pull through the hero blade this time around? A 5-0 wipe for the Charge, and off the blade alone as well. I mean, it was 2 support ultimates shelved away for a rainy day, and they even got the extra rally from Ixiaki.
Yeah, that's probably the most important aspect, is that now they're way ahead in economy, or at least for now, to be able to continue this progression that they have. All they have to worry about at this stage is making sure that they don't get picked out by Who Are You or Lip.
Now this is Charge once again going close to Dragon Spawn. Not quite there though, and even though they're not quite there, Choi, maybe he was a little bit too far forward. Lip gets the punish again here. A lot more ultimates being thrown in as Void. 3-man rampage, I mean, it's looking good, but still waiting to get a couple more picks in here. It's taking a long time. This is where the double support ultimates of the Charge really come into factor. Who Are You, now that the lead and the rally have dissipated, just looking for the flags. They aren't quite getting it done so far. Now we get far way down. Krong somehow falls off the map, and it's still fairly even. You'd like to have seen the opportunity for Krong to use that rampage. Not going to be the case. Shanghai Dragons eventually will come out ahead. You notice that Choi also came back on the Tracer, but it doesn't really help. Shanghai Dragons, they get the initial punish onto Choi, and they continue the fight. It takes a while, but they get the win.
I think the probably most pivotal part of that fight is the fact that Krong just fell off the side of the map. Obviously, yeah, Rampage would be huge, but also just the presence of a Junker Queen when you have that chaotic breakdown in the fight where you are going to be going, 3v3, 4v3, 3v4, whatever it may be. You need the Junker Queen to be that pillar, and they're also going to need Lee Jae-gon on the other side. Both Lucio's already dead.
Okay, well, Lip is going to have to save the day now. They've actually done a ton of damage. Who Are You still getting it done despite losing Lee Jae-gon? Who Are You up for a 5k? The ace available now. Stolen by Lip, but they'll get the fight when that's the important thing for the Shanghai Dragons. What was that coming through? As Charge popped in the extra rampage, they got the opening pick as well. It looked like they have everything going for them. Who Are You just says no.
And look at the timing of this too, both support ults. So the exact position that Charge were in earlier, now Dragons are in, but they're much higher on the score line there, 80%. So they can extend this fight out where Charge have to kind of build, have to be careful here. And I think Dragons, if I was them, I would play this aggressively. As soon as Charge comes in, make that pivot, make that rotation with both of your support ults, and just cancel this one out.
Well, one of them's gone. That's one support ultimate off the table. Ixiaki should be pressured now. Is final fight territory, so Dragons are going to do so much to hold on before the rally must be popped, and there it is. Still some low HP on Charge, so Dragons, they get Choi down. Krong survived through it. Jimmy now with the overclock, looking for targets. He did actually connect to the Void, but Void survives on 1 HP. That is critical for the Dragon's success, because now Lee Jae-gon comes in with the sound barrier. It's looking healthy for the Dragons. Charge fallen by the wayside. So many players, though, so many players down. Who Are You pulls the blade, and that will be the blade that sends the Charge down on the first map. Dragons lock it up. They do lose that Guardians, but they will secure Oasis.
I mean, come on. Easily one of the most dominant teams coming into this tournament, especially in clutch moments. You look back to their last series that they had and really defined by clutch moments, I think, predominantly. And you look now at what we're seeing here, and Guangzhou Charge had some pleasantly surprising moments. I think Choi Siwon had, honestly, some of the best Genji play that I've personally seen. Obviously, you know, coming into this, I had my expectations between Who Are You and Choi, and it feels like Choi is doing a lot for the Charge, really establishing presence, really making sure that they're taking space away from the Dragons, putting them in uncomfortable positions, and I think a lot of that comes from the head of the spear, and I think in a lot of ways, that's Choi.
Yeah, despite Krong being the longest serving member on the Charge, it does feel like Choi Si-hwan has been the franchise player leading the squad for quite some time now over the course of 2 years in Charge. They made Oasis competitive, couldn't quite get the win. It will be their map choice coming up next, but we are going to take a quick break. When we come back, map number 2 of our opening series, the Summer Showdown tournament, will be here. An intense first showing here from Guangzhou Charge and Shanghai Dragons in our opening match of the Summer Showdown tournament, as that was a lot closer than we probably expected here, Herix, given that Oasis went to all 3 rounds and not a single 100-0 found within any of those. I think we had 80+% on both teams for almost every single round, and even on the first one, Charge got 50, so Charge are doing probably a lot better than people gave them credit for.
Yeah, I think I'm just going to say it. They're doing better than I even gave them credit for coming into this. And I think we need to start maybe reevaluating our expectations. I mean, coming into this, we already did know that the only 2 losses this team even really had at 4-2 were, kind of the expected 2 best teams coming into this. They had a great turnaround since injecting some of that newer talent coming in, and maybe this was kind of written on the wall all along, and we're only just seeing kind of the impacts now that we're seeing them up against what is expected to be the best team, or at least what is the expected best team, right?
Yeah, and as far as expected best team goes, they do actually win that first map still, so as far as the scoreline is looked at, all par for the course for the Shanghai Dragons as we head into map number 2. This one is going to be a choice of the Guangzhou Charge. And spoilers, it is going to be hybrid. Midtown has been selected here, so we'll see how things go. Noting that on the Charge side of gameplay, Choi has been the standout. He's been the standout for some time. I would have said that he's been a standout on the team for 2 years running now. But in this meta, it is a Genji meta. This guy was playing the Genji even last year in various situations where Genji wasn't considered that good. And now when we get into Overwatch 2 and Genji is amazing, Choi is showing his value, and especially against some of the top tier Genjis that we have in the world, where again, personally consider who are you to be the number 1 Genji, and some of that value gets shown in how clutch he has been and how strong his performance mechanically in the neutral has been. But Choi getting a number of those first bloods specifically onto who are you has been a tipping point.
Yeah, I think that's been the most interesting thing here, for me at least, is seeing that there's obviously a very high amount of influence that these Genjis have in this region specifically. You look at, my wheelhouse, talking about NA, talking about EU. I mean, there's obviously a lot of focus on Brig, there's obviously a lot of focus on the Junker Queen as well, but it feels like between these 2 teams, it is certainly a battle of the Genjis. Who are you? I don't know how much you buy into the, the whole, hairpin thing, the power-up that Vicky was talking about last week, but who are you? Very solid Genji, obviously one of the best, if not, you can make the argument that he is the best Genji, but right now it feels like Choi is battling that out in a big way, and Shanghai Dragons already working their way through. I'm questioning, can Who Are You stay alive against Choi, or are they going to find him again?
We'll see if they can make the rotation happen first and foremost. A couple of Dragons members are kind of caught out here in the open. And if Who Are You is indeed the best, well, Choi can't be that far behind, especially in this fight now. Xerneas onto Void and Joyce in 1. And Lee J gone. Dragons get cleaned up. There's going to be a 5-0 cleanup though. It looks like Lip might be able to get out with his life. I don't think Charge will chase further for this, but I do like to see that as Dragons try and push on through for the rotation, Charge intercept straight away.
So much of this Charge team seems so centered around the Genji, and I think a lot of the teams in this region certainly feel the same about their player in that role, but Charge are just getting so much value out of getting someone low, like Lip, like Who Are You right now, and then executing so fast that there's no possible way that Shanghai Dragons can actually react to it.
Who Are You is now very critical. 1 HP, taken down by Xerneas.
They swarmed
Boss. And is there going to be any response? Krong is low, but Dragons, here we go. They do get the response on the Krong, so that is going to be a Genji for Junker Queen trade that will favor the attackers, and this is where Void gets an opportunity to pop up as well. Krong is not in his way. Losing Izayaki, it's both Briggs lost in this fight. And the respawners, they're going to go in the favor of Dragons. They have the much closer respawns now. They have the much greater damage and the kills. The rest of the Charge will fall. This might even just be a cap straight away, because as Krong comes back in, the rest of his members are too far off.
Yeah, not a lot of time left for Xerneas to get back into position. They're going to require that speed as well just to get there, so this is given away. And I think a lot of that fight really boils down to the fact that Shanghai Dragons, despite losing a player, the trades that they made after, especially with the Junker Queen going down, Krong falling out early there, Dragons are just going to have that pillar that they can rely on in the shout from the Junker Queen, the damage, everything else that Dragons can do with that still on the field. Now Charge, I'm looking at Krong, I'm looking at Who Are You. Those are certainly the focus targets.
Look at that headshot coming through from Lip. Disgusting stuff. Choi, though, pulls out the blade regardless. Sound Barrier will block up most of the damage. Will save Lip. 4 versus 4 so far. The extra rallies now both popped on both ends. Who Are You not quite on top of the blade, but with Krong going down, Xerneas couldn't save him. Charge only have 3 in this fight. Jimmy have Choi. They're here. One of them is still coming back from spawn. We have Choi going towards the Dragon spawn. This will be a cleanup for sure. And Dragons, they get to walk on forward. Charge have to back out.
And I think ideally for them, they also want to make sure that they're not losing bodies here, because that just extends the progression of this payload that Dragons can actually pull out. Of course, all support off the field now, but Dragons, they win that fight and they come away ahead in economy as well. I mean, come on. That's what makes Dragons just so different, it feels like, because they're able to put themselves in these types of scenarios where they have significant advantages.
Yeah, well, they they deflect out the Choice of One Blade. They match the Sound Barrier and Rally of Xerneas and Farway, and then they won the fight without using any further ultimates in DPS or Void's Rampage, which has come on now. Charge looking for spacing, but will go through first and foremost on the overclock and immediately finds value. Charge at this stage, trying to match with Jimmy, and Jimmy's gone as well. Lip is just doing way too much here. Charge on the back foot, and that foot looks broken to me. Easyaki with a couple more, and the Dragons, it's a 1-for-1 ult trade. You talk about economy, and even when Shanghai Dragons use ults, Charge still match and they still lose.
Yeah, I mean, one ult, one fight win. That's the kind of thing that separates great from the greatest. You can see Charge piling back in. They're investing on this one.
It's a big Rampage. Give Krong credit for that one. Well, you actually put into the dirt with it as well, because Genji can't really afford to heal up when you're anting it out. You're in a little bit of a rough spot, so the blade is not getting high as value. Krong taking a bunch of damage now that the Dragons do have a bit of time to sustain themselves, and with that, Cap comes in, kills come in as well. 2 more ultimates still to play through. They won't need them. They'll save them for C. And Krong, lucky to have his life saved here. The hunt is on. Dragons want him down, and they might just get him too, because Ichigon comes flying around the corner. The Sound Barrier, not the Sound Barrier, the Sound Wave. That's the official name for Boop. We'll push him backwards, and Dragons, easy push coming.
Charge setting back up. You can see, of course, support ults coming back online. That means that this should ideally come down to, some longer extended fights. That's what we're looking to see. However, this kind of hasn't followed that script. We're seeing time and time again, just opening picks happen. You can see who are you pressured. Same thing with Choi here. A lot of focus on trying to find something early, and they get it.
Yep, that's big. Lee Jagon doesn't save his teammate either, so Sound Barrier only going to be good onto 4 members so far. Dragons will actually use that to disengage. They won't push further forward. So he gets to save his Sound Barrier for now. We'll have to use that to block out the Rampage from Void. That's up next for the Shanghai Dragons.
So now Charge kind of taking control of the driver's seat. Thanks to Choi, large part at least. But Dragons, they're building into some things that I think are going to be dangerous, especially with that pick there. You still have to worry about Lip.
That's the thing, right? Dragons with 5, Krong low HP. Lip is still doing plenty of damage, and he'll get that kill to Krong. The rally coming on through. Pretty comfortable for the Shanghai Dragons. At this rate, Charge is looking for any trades. They don't want to have to burn their double support ultimate, so they'll take the fight loss. They'll take the rally from Easyaki, but it is going to be the final defense now.
And I think this is all going to come down to tempo in this potential last fight with over 2 minutes on the clock. Still here, who are you? Hasblade. There's 2 support ults on the side of Charge. They have their shout, of course, that they can utilize as well. But they're playing aggressive, and they're trying to find a pick so they can stabilize early here.
Krong is just so in danger. Lip hit many headshots on him. Double rails, I believe. It's a double support ultimate for the Charge, but it's not enough. Everyone's just dying inside this rail. Everyone's dying inside the Dragon's damage coming through. It's a complete wipe, and in what feels like one attempt from the Shanghai Dragons, they get the C pushed on. I know there was that one fight where they did disengage with the Sound Barrier. That was the only fight they actually lost on C. Otherwise, it's just a completely free push through. 150 in the time bank locked up for the Shanghai Dragons now, looking pretty comfortable. I mean, you talked about the economy the entire way through. Felt like it was in the hands of the Shanghai Dragons.
Yeah, I think there was probably one solid moment there where Charge felt like they were potentially in control of that. And okay,
That's different.
We're showing some of that's like the Brig tech, but like just completely ramped to oblivion.
Did he get booped as well? I'm not too sure there.
I'm not sure. I mean, definitely the scalability, the verticality rather, that comes from the timing there certainly came from his own Rampage. But
okay.
But well, yeah, the Charge, of course.
They say one of the biggest weaknesses of the Jungle Queen is that she has no verticality. Well, I guess if you can just sort of angle yourself on the car the right way during a Rampage, you can fly up. That's the one.
Of course, 150 on the time bank certainly feels good for Dragons, especially coming off of a map win already, but a hotly contested one. This one, I think, feels more in line with at least the Dragons' expectations. certainly for themselves. And one thing that I am noting as well is a little bit of an adaptation. Something that we saw early in the control map that we just got through was Who Are You really positioning forward, getting caught up by Choice of One. We've seen it a couple times here on this map, but they're reserving that a little bit now, pulling Choice of One into them and then allowing Dragons more time to deal with Krong, because certainly I think that's a differentiating factor between these two teams. Who Are You is the focus for Charge, whereas Krong is the focus for Dragons.
We're seeing Krong take a bunch of damage early in fights, and this time it'll be Xerneas caught on the wayside, very far ahead of his team. I mean, we know teams like to push in that direction for a rotation, and with Xerneas just down so early, there's no speed boost, right? You have Krong that can shout your team out, and Krong himself will be taken down. This is going to be a number of kills, 3 I believe so far, and on top of that, a late stag onto Krong that's going to cost them time.
Time is going to be key here, because time means that you're, of course, going to be losing out in some of your economy if you can progress through this map. There's a lot of building that needs to occur here, and if you're losing bodies early like they did with Xerneas, you're going to fall way behind in those really key cooldowns like Sound Barrier that Dragons are going to have massive advantages, and they can start rolling through some of these ultimates. That's going to be very dismal looks for Charge.
In previous occasions as well, we've seen Choice of One kind of at least match or exceed Who Are You in many cases for the play. That's not even happening now. With Krong dying on rotation, it's more of the same here. Dragons can even just play with their food a little bit. They don't have to kill everyone straight away. They will just take their pickings one by one. It's a Guangzhou Charge smorgasbord for the Shanghai Dragons that will allow 3 to get away. They probably could have gotten a little bit more there, but they're being respectful, they're being disciplined, they don't want to overchase, they don't want to spawn camp. Pretty hard to do that as the defending team here, and Charge lose another fight. It's nearly 2 minutes gone.
Yeah, I mean, they literally don't want to do exactly what Charge kind of baited themselves into back on Oasis, right? It's the exact same kind of situation, and they can keep finding these picks
again
through the rotations.
There's some rotations that are not working out. Charge, they just can't get players across. They might have to think about another way to do this, to even slightly stagger out Krong there. Like, time is a factor. We said 2 minutes gone, now it is officially 2 minutes gone. And we talked about Dragons not really going for a spawn camp. They thought about it here. They got real close towards the Charge spawn. Think better of it. Charge, by the way, haven't found a single ultimate. It's been more than 2 minutes. Not one ultimate available for the Charge.
And I think that's why Dragons did kind of toy with the idea of playing more aggressively. They know that they're ahead big time in terms of the ult charge. They can click tab right now and just see it, so it's a little bit easier to visualize those kinds of things with regards to ult tracking now. But Guangzhou Charge, I think now certainly slowing the pace a little bit, and I think that is much better for them because they can build. You can see them kind of coming closer, just a little bit.
Dragons don't mind if Charge slow things down. It's Charge's time that's ticking down at the moment. They're happy about that. I mean, Dragons nearly have the full Christmas tree up. 5 lights as Void is waiting for the Rampage, slightly ahead of Choice, ahead of Krong, and Choice of One's about to get the Blade, but it's taking quite some time. I don't know that Charge will go for a long rotation here. Charge might just want to go for a quick engage, use some ultimates. Limp's already pulled out the overclock. Charge will do well to not get caught by it this time. Rallying to bolster the health, and here we go. Who Are You wants some damage, he wants some frags, he wants Choi first and foremost, because Choi is the target. He has been the carry member for the Charge. 2 members caught by the Rampage, and this Blade is all forfeited as the Guangzhou Charge can't do anything with their 3 ultimates. Shanghai Dragons had 5.
And I love that so much from Dragons too. I think good news for Charge is 30 seconds left. You have at least something. Dragons completely reset their economy all the way down to scratch, but Jimmy still has that overclock, could have potential to turn this around, but they have to touch still. They have to make their way through a choke that Dragons have caught them time and time again in it.
Look at this, Dragons are actually going to play in the trade. This is very rare. Teams don't do this. So what is the response going to be? Charge can go straight forward towards the point itself. Jimmy gets first blood on Lip for this fight, which is nice to see Krong about to get the Rampage as well. That will be important. We'll probably end up having to burn that, despite it being a 5 versus 4. Dragons do not fall for any other members being killed by Jimmy. In fact, Jimmy's the one on 1 HP. Who Are You just solos, and what is going on there? Who Are You just decides that Jimmy is going to die. And the shoulders of Krong gets quite heavy here. Only Void caught. You want more from that Rampage. The Choice of One might still just deliver more, as the Guangzhou Charge have a 5 versus 3 advantage. They'll get that extra kill with the Lee Jae Gun, and they will be able to get the point, but it costs them all of the time on A. Cost them the 2 ultimates as well, and even then, they were losing members.
I think one of the big things too that has me a little bit concerned for the Charge moving forward. You want to be hopeful that we got a great series here, and that Charge are really in their element off of a 4-2, great setup. But with Dragons already pushing ahead, they've lost Krong. Oh no.
Yeah, well, Charge is trying to get a little bit far forward there, right? They want to get aggressive versus Dragons, and once again, somebody does get punished when we see Charge walk on forward. I mean, it's a namesake, right? They're trying to charge on forward, but Shanghai Dragons will have none of that. 2 minutes to go through, and immediately this is where you'd like to see Charge get a bit of momentum, but they're sort of sent back to spawn at a reset as the door closes, and the fire truck has gone through. Dragons control the space.
Just to see if they can actually kind of choke out Choi So-won and deny him some of that forward aggression, because as we've talked about, Choi loves to take some of that space away, look for pressure onto his, you know, opponent across the aisle, and who are you, and try to shut that player down and create an opening. But even when they get picked, Dragons are really good about turning fights, being down a member.
Choi's lucky that you already invested that dash in, but Lip is still looking for targets, and nearly caught ahead there. Sound barrier being popped regardless, and that's Charge looking for the comeback. They only wanted to turn a little bit, re-engaging now. Boy, you found his timing. Just has to deal with the fireaway rally. Choi got his play shut down by Lip. Disgusting rail shot, and now who are you? There's unimpeded. There's a lot of Charge members out for the picking. Wants Krong, will get Krong. Who are you says he will die, and he will go down. Will they walk further forward? Because this is prime territory for a spawn camp, and the only member down is Iziaki, but that might be important. Dragons might not be able to spawn camp with 4. They need 5 alive. Is that a deflect? I think it was a deflect from Who Are You.
Yeah, big time. Dragons still have laser guns, sound barrier, which is huge, but I think the big thing there is 2 concepts, baiting and layering. You saw Who Are You pull the blade out. They already had the rally invested. Now you bait out the sound barrier. They layer those 2 ultimates together. Charge immediately lost someone despite utilizing both of those resources, and now Dragons have both a fight win, a massive advantage in time, and a massive advantage in economy, and the fact that they can utilize the sound barrier to play aggressive. With 10 seconds left on the clock, they can end it.
I mean, Void will get Rampage in this fight, there's no doubt about that. As long as Void doesn't die, he will have a Rampage. Even if he does die, Dragons have so much space to play through. Charge have not made any considerable distance on the payload. They're even barely getting into the underpass. Choi Solo pushing for now. Dragons being patient. They can go for the Rampage at any point. I don't know if they've read the old economy of Charge correctly, but they could even tempo beat forward. There's nothing really to counter out from the Charge side, who currently are just waiting for the Jimmy overclock. Make no mistake, this is the final push, and Charge, they want to move forward, but it is so risky. You see how timid they are in this fight.
This ends now.
Just hoping, praying for any kind of pick. Charge have been good about finding them, but
Dragons
they absolutely require one.
Oh no, they C9. Okay, well that literally happened. Unlucky, I guess. That's the most like anticlimactic. Like, oh no, they just whoop, they C9. That happened. So Dragons. Here's what happened. Here's what happened. Let me paint you the picture right here. The Guangzhou Charge. You're walking in with their fantasy RPG party. They're walking to the Dragon's dungeon, and then they just they leave. Actually, I think we're a little under-leveled for this raid. They tried to push that payload forward. I don't know who stepped off. I think it was Choi's job to keep pushing. He might have stepped off, but it was just done. It was Dragons waiting out Jimmy's overclock, and they're like, okay, we'll wait out the overclock and then go. And then the game just ended. I can't believe that.
Yeah, it felt like we were kind of building into this, great potential climax. Charge pushing in and maybe being able to find something. They were looking for the pick, but instead they found the end of the map. And unfortunate for them that to go down 0-2, and it's series point already for the Dragons.
Yeah, that is really rough for the Guangzhou Charge. I think they were already in a pretty tough position to be in, but you like to see them at least take the final fight, see if there's anything left in there. Not going to happen. Dragons kept through the entire map with a pretty reasonable time bank, and the Guangzhou Charge are now down 0-2 in the series. Shanghai Dragons at match point in our opening match of the Summer Showdown tournament. Don't go anywhere. Possibly the final map coming on right after this.
This ends now.
I know King Charles III just got inaugurated, but King Charles IX just made an appearance on our broadcast here in the Overwatch League for the Summer Showdown Day 1 tournament on Midtown. An overtime push goes awry for the Guangzhou Charge, and unfortunately they got no one to blame but themselves. That was pretty egregious. It didn't look like they had a lot of chances to win that map, Hurix, but at least they would have had a chance had they continued pushing on forward. I was really looking forward to how that fight could have gone for them.
Yeah, and on a map and really a meta that is just so dependent on snowballing and momentum. I mean, there's nothing to say, I think, that Charge, if they found a way to get through point B, that they couldn't have at least finished the map and given themselves an opportunity to force a draw or just something to help set them up long term. But either way, Charge, unfortunate. I think a little bit of a deflating loss there, at least a little bit, but you have to kind of scrap that and you just have to move on. You had that time now to kind of figure out, okay, where do we want to take this series? We obviously know that Shanghai Dragons have made some adaptations. Obviously, they're not catching Who Are You out as much early in some of these pre-fights. Yes, they're getting some picks, but Dragons, they stay so composed in the mid-fight that even when they lose someone early, they're still able to find Krong and then have that advantage in the fact that they have their pillars still on the floor, with Void being the only Junker Queen still alive.
Let's move forward now. Map chosen for number 3 is going to be Circuit Royale, coming through from the Guangzhou Charge side. And despite Oasis looking competitive, I would argue here that Midtown looked less than competitive, given that it took until the OT for Charge to even get the cap onto A. I mean, how many failed rotations do they have until they just said, screw it, we finally found ultimates like 3.5 minutes deep into this attack. Let's just use our ultimates, hope for the best. And that actually worked out. Remember, Shanghai Dragons at one point had 5 ultimates. They did win that 5 ultimate fight, but when we came back further forward from that, Charge managed to rack up a little bit more, push things further into B. That's when things fell apart. So if they can gain some real distance now on Circuit Royale, that would be pretty good. It will be Dragons once again attacking, Charge defending.
As we've seen already this series, and as we've seen really throughout this entire stage and throughout this entire meta, a lot of this is defined by, and certainly on this map in particular, defined by spawn holds. You're going to see virtually every hold here, every spawn here is defendable, and right out of the gate, Charge is going to look to do that. Shanghai Dragons, we have seen some teams offer some swaps to try to break these spawn holds, but Shanghai Dragons, the only thing that they're changing is the Ashe, and this is, I think, the statistically most dominant Ashe pick, Lip, right?
Actually, I have no idea. I will have to check the stats on that one, but I do know that when you come out of spawn...
He is.
Okay, well, I'll trust you on that one. We'll call it statistically the best Ashe so far that we've seen. And for the Charge, we'll still try and just not quite spawn camp anymore, but play the opening corner, right? That's the next defendable position. You'll notice that Lip will go straight off of the Sojin once the spawn camp is gone. Okay, Jimmy does kill Lee Jae-gon. That was just for Shanghai Dragons to walk backwards a bit.
Shanghai losing that player. As we've seen, a few times throughout this series, it's all about composing yourself, making sure that you can try to find some pressure, and they find it. Oh, man.
Oh, Jimmy, I think it took a rail there as well from Lip. I mean, that's just the power of the Sojin coming on through, and once you're no longer defending or trying to get out of a spawn hold, you are just opening the gates, and now they're kicking the doors right on down. It's a big clean. Far away will trait Lee Jae-gon. He's the only player that's actually died in the Shanghai Dragons 2 now, but it doesn't matter. He respawns quickly. He's a Lucio. He'll get back into the fight. Dragons getting some real good push on now.
And that's something a little bit different from the Shanghai Dragons as well. I mean, typically you see them pressuring out Krong. That gives allowance for Void to step up, take space away, and then they can kind of out-pressure, just have that delta advantage. Instead, they went for the instantaneous pick. That looked more like Charge's play style, actually.
Well, now Who Are You has the Blade. Xerneas has the beat in response, so it's very important. Who Are You has to be careful. He needs to be healed on up, and that bleed needs to come out immediately. Choi was low. He has been saved. Lee Jae-gon actually matches well. Choice of one has a timing here, but they might not be able to do anything about it if Krong is dead and Choi to follow. 99%, that's a heartbreaker. Charge, they'll have to give this one up, and with that, they'll have to give up the point as well. They'll be lucky to save even these two members. Jimmy, he will be forfeited. Xerneas, the only one surviving. Oh, what's this? Krong got the bad spawn? That's really unlucky.
Yeah, I think at least some good news for Charge is that a lot of this downtime here. Okay, this does not feel as good. This does not feel as good now that you're losing more bodies to this spawn. And as we talked about, we said, look, every spawn here is holdable, and that doesn't discount the fact that you can do it on offense too.
Look how deep the Dragons are. I mean, are they attacking C or B? It's hard to tell at this
45.
stage.
They have someone pushing.
Apparently, yeah, exactly. They are pushing B. That's the thing, though. They're so deep on the C. They are doing an offensive spawn camp. Now, that's rare. You see the deep in the spawn camp. Attackers, though, not so much. Ultimate's coming through now. Who are you gets a kill regardless of all of that? Choi wants to save the day. Dodges out a rail, importantly. The deflect is gone now, and with that, his life will be forfeit. But Choi did actually get void down, so that was a pretty even beginning. This is now no longer even. The Shanghai Dragons, we don't have any Junker Queens on board, but Shanghai Dragons with 4, as they've had this entire time, it's more than enough.
Charge just investing so much in those early fights, and if they can get a very decisive win with their investment early on, then they do well. But Shanghai, and here you go.
Yeah, this is what we're waiting for, right? Jimmy pops the overclock, immediately gets Lip down. You saw Lip trying to get out. Dragons overstaying their welcome. They wanted to get very aggressive on towards the C spawn point, and going to charge now, a great ability to defend B. Did Jimmy get stuck on the geometry there? I think he might have. Is that a bug? I have no idea, but it is unlucky. And with that, Dragons, they've turned this fight around. Who are you gets an opportunity to full play. Jimmy starts to fight for the charge, but who are you ends it? And that's the cap as well.
Shanghai Dragons move forward, and again, it just comes down to that same story, right? Charge comes through, they're hot right off the start. If they can get some value, they can win the fight. But unfortunately for them, Dragons are playing that long game. They're trying to bait you forward. They're looking for that disengage opportunity, and once they catch you there, they are looking to turn the fight with that pivot. They can invest their shout, turn things around, find a pick, and start establishing some dominance midway through a fight. I think Charge just kind of keep, I don't want to say falling for it, but they're playing into it a little bit, right?
I would describe it as Dragons kind of disengaging well and then being able to regroup their respawners, and Charge failing to convert off initial picks right there. Not shy about getting first picks. We've seen Jimmy get that kill to Lip. They can't do much more than that. Void fails his Rampage. That's going to entirely go wide there. Might have been booped, no idea. Sound barrier from Xerneas regardless. Just for the tempo, he has a Charge walk on forward. That's exactly what they need. This is the first time that Charge will successfully win a team fight. Dragons on the run back to their roost, and a full disengage that's not going to be turned around.
Yeah, no way to collate when you lose 3 of your bodies, and you lose the pillar as well and the Junker Queen. So Shanghai Dragons, they back up, but they're looking for that next opportunity. Sound Barrier still online. They're going to have Rally there as well, so they should have an advantage in terms of just being able to press forward, have that pressure delta in their favor, and look for those picks.
There's a pick. Yep, Choi down. That's what you wanted to Dragon. Choi on 80% as well. And the picks continue. Once Dragons get one, they will get the second and further from that. Fairly easy. Who are you? Cleaning them up, and slow burn kills. Well, Xerneas will at least slow down the payload, but it's a 5-0 sweep here. Not a single member of Charge could at least trade on the Dragons, and now Dragons walk forward.
I think one of the big things there, as well as just pure economy win for them, right? I mean, not having to utilize either of those support ults that we just mentioned, on top of the fact that they have great time bank to use as well, and another pick.
That's the power railgun once again. Lip. I mean, you talked about his Ash stats. I don't know if you got the Sojourn stats for me as well. Sound Barrier not quite being popped. Here it is now to counter the Dragon Blade from Choi Se-Hwan, but it doesn't matter what Choi does. Everybody is dying. I mean, Xerneas is dead in that fight. This is going to be the cap. Charge just cannot get a frag. Void's done too much here. Lip has done too much to open up the fight. Choi's Blade is not even going to be enough to save the Guangzhou Charge. It's been enough in previous maps, in previous situations versus any other team, but versus the Shanghai Dragons, I'm not going to call it a speed run. The 153 is damn quick.
Yeah, especially on this map in particular. This is a map where it's so easy to get hung up. There's a couple of corners that are very difficult to get beyond, especially if a defense knows how to maneuver and rotate. You look at B and that like S curve that you have to get up, the high ground you have to push through. Maybe not as devastating, the high ground aspect, at least in this meta, but even still, some difficult geometry. And you asked for some Sojourn stats, and I do have some. I think, looking back at the grab bag from, weeks 15 through 18, the main thing that I remember seeing there, and that's unfortunate, the
mega
baggage cart there.
Yeah, you got bagged. Anyway, continue, please.
But I think the main thing that I noticed about those stat lines for Sojourn, especially when we talk about Lip really hitting his stride now on it, is that he had a major standout stat line that I think people aren't talking enough about, and that is solo kills per 10. And the fact that you have someone that is able to just outright delete someone on their own. And it wasn't like a little bit. literally double the average and well above the second place person.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it was like 1.06, and I think second was somewhere around like the high 0.6s. I mean, drastic
what,
difference.
The way I read into that stat line of solo kills is also first bloods. Now, we don't have a stat line for first blood. We really should get one of those if we can, but they don't currently exist. The reason why I say first bloods is because as Choi gets void down here, so that's the points falling apart, is the fact that when you get a solo kill, technically on a Sojourn, it's like the opening railways. Lip killing Jimmy multiple times, and Dragons, despite losing members, like, okay, I was going to say they're still in this one, they're now starting to back on it. They need 5. Charge, yeah, Jimmy will swap over towards the Sojourn as well as Lip did in the opening. With Choi getting Who Are You down, as soon as Dragons had 5 again, they instantly lose another.
All about the picks for Charge, all about starting early, setting an advantage. Dragons, on the other hand, looking for their footing, and looks like they do have it here. 3 minutes on the time bank, so not much required from Charge, at least just yet, but Dragons, I think, they're going to start asking.
This could be where they really put their foot down, right? So early shout has been expended here. Lip, there it is, that's what we're talking about. Actually, that wasn't a rail kill, but in case you get it. Jimmy does get a kill for Who Are You, so it's a 1-for-1 trade so far. Krong for Who Are You, I mean, both are really important members here. I think Charge, they have the slightly closer respawn distance. They can't really afford the taxi, so you don't see Xerneas going back for Krong just yet. Choi wants to play it in, but you need the player advantage, and I guess player advantage technically generated. Krong comes back as well. If there's any time to go for the plate, it is now. No sound barrier from Lee Jae-gon as he's still at 94 and still respawning. Charge can just force this fight to happen.
Yeah, I think they expect Lee Jae-gon to have this barrier. I think luckily for Dragons, they're going to have time to build it. But
no, he's not going to get it. He's
Never
not going to get it. Jimmy's too good today. He's just sniped them down. That's going to be a free fight.
I mean, stepping up since stepping in, right? I mean, that is Jimmy's story through and through. He came in, has definitely looked like a really strong talent, especially when you talk about trying to pair up with someone like Choi Siwon, especially in this meta here, and you can already see Dragons pushing into Choi there. But with Jimmy having that overclock available, how can he stand up to Lip? Lip's going to have one himself. Who can get the better firepower off?
I mean, this has just been a big turnaround for Jimmy, right? Because it was Lip getting those first bloods so many times so far. On the other end, when Dragons were attacking, both overclocks, as you mentioned, is going to come on through. Just one cleaning up easy Yaki there. Sound barrier now being matched on both ends. It's the player Who Are You that's looking to be the difference maker. Just can't quite go through all of the shielding, and Jimmy finds a headshot to Who Are You. So when all is said and done, Jimmy gets the better of their opponents. Jimmy continues. He gets the kill to Void as well. This is falling apart for the Dragons. We talked about them maybe putting their foot down on B. B is not looking too healthy for the Dragons.
Not at all, and now you see some of that like spawn camp type action coming through as well for the Charge. Going to be backing off, not looking as aggressive as the Dragons, but you see here Dragons with the rally. They're going to be forced to utilize this in the pre-fight.
Yeah, and Who Are You's even on the Tracer. Recall's gone, by the way, so... Okay, well, Charge is back on out. They're trying to wait out the rally. That makes sense. Yep. Yeah, they are going to wait out the rally here. But I'll tell you something, though. It does allow Dragons to reclaim space. I don't think it's the worst thing in the world. It's quite an expensive way, given that you have to pop an entire ultimate to just get the space back. But coming out of the choke positioning is not comfortable either. So we'll take that if you are Dragons.
I think on top of that as well, Dragons having the Tracer on the board as well. Charge are comfortable with this. They know that they've waited out the rally, and they don't have to deal with a Genji.
This time Void will connect. Last time the Rampage left wanting. This time he'll get Krong. Choi's down low as well, but not quite dead. Far away being the next target. And Dragons, this is what I'm talking about right here. They might have used an entire rally. Literal zoning rally, by the way. That's a good meme. But off the back of it, they get map control. You can't underestimate how powerful map control is, because if you are the team trying to come out of spawn and fighting through the choke of B to get back on the payload, that's hard. But when you have actual position to play with, suddenly things become a lot easier.
Yeah, and on top of that, that fight win is critical, because think about how long it's going to take to get those rotations in back to the objective, and think about also the lethality that you have to face in those rotations, on top of the fact that Who Are You had enough time to make that swap back over to Genji.
It's a big one from Krong, and it needs to be a big one because they need to get Dragons off the board here to cap beat Choi. 99 towards the blade. He might still have to pull it through because the numbers do not look good for the Charge. They're one ahead, but they need a lot more than that. The blade's looking good now. 2 players caught on the wayside, and a final member being taken down. That's Who Are You on the side. The Shanghai Dragons, despite it looking like a good B defense, the Guangzhou Charge not to be deterred, not just yet. The extra blade from Choi required, and it does the deed.
And now we move into the final section of the map, and this is, I think, a haven for Choi, right? We always talk about how Choi is looking to try to take space away, kind of be that head of the spear for the charge, and this is a map where Dragons are going to be taking away space as much as they can, rotating together, but if Choi can actually find a nice angle to work with here, he can continue to potentially find some of these opening picks again.
Well, Dragons trying to push through the choke at the top of the stairs here as well. It's looking pretty difficult. They are somewhat through, but instantly Izayaki is gone, so that's the rally taken off the table. Izayaki can't quite match Farway, and with that, the Dragons, they're not going to throw in any extra ultimates here, no sound barriers. They're just going to allow the charge to collect these kills, 5 for 0 wipe, exactly what the charge need. Dragons, unfortunate, can't quite engage there, and this is really dangerous territory now. I don't think charge can match 153, but they can definitely cap.
Question is, can they break through the Dragons' advantages that they kind of have? I mean, you see both of those support ults, the fact that they can layer those now, they can force that, they can reset, certainly, but they also have respawn advantage, and that could be huge, especially when you pair it with the blade from Who Are You. It's just going to be up a little bit faster than Choi's.
So very critical that Zerny has to get to the speed off, because Who Are You is going to be looking for those kills. Jimmy as well, he's been brilliant for those first picks. Has the overclock available. 146 now. There's still time to cap, and charge, they can play patiently if they want to. Again, they can't match 153. We've accepted that fate, but can they get more than that? Here comes Jimmy now. He wants some blood, and the Dragons will come on through. They might just deliver that one. Who Are You with the blade? Void takes down Krong. It's already not looking great for the charge. Zernius' beat can only do so much. There's some decent trades, so Jimmy a choice here one. Flying two on the opposite end. It's 3 versus 3. The extra rally from Izayaki could equalize things and give Dragons a bit of an advantage. They've only got 2 members alive, but here it's talked about the respawn advantage. Can that come through for the Shanghai Dragons? Charge can't get any more kills. It stops now. They are resetting.
Just took too long, unfortunately, for the charge. Dragons stabilized. That rally helped them do it. And now Dragons without resources, I think this looks a lot better for the charge, but even still, that respawn advantage, you cannot count that out, despite the fact that the blade is ready for Choi, and we've seen him get those 3, 4, 5 Ks already. He might be able to get that done, but I think barring that, there's still going to be a struggle ahead.
Yeah, and this is a decision for Void to make as well, because he's got to get this rampage underway. Krong, if he dies here, that's critical. He fails his wall climb, but he doesn't die, so that's very important that charge at least retain the blade capabilities. A lot of low members on the side of the Dragons. Krong whiffed his rampage, but they might still be able to win the fight. Look how low the Dragons are. Void's down. Void catches 2. Very low HP on everybody. Charge now have to be very careful when it's just a mixed bag of kills across the board. 2 versus 3, I believe, and Choi's got a lot. Who Are You respawns. Lip tries to go overclock. He's dead. Who Are You barely touches. 2 versus 1 currently. The recall's available, but Who Are You cannot touch. He tries to blink on M. He might have been body blocked. He might just have been a fraction of a hair off from getting the touch going, because if he had managed to touch, Dragons with a further response would have had it. That came down to a 2 versus 1 with extremely critical HP on both sides.
Could have been a massively heroic moment from Who Are You and the Tracer there, because the timing of those kills certainly favored Dragons. If they could just get one more body on, they would have had 3 more right after. They would have had everything they needed to actually just shut this map down right then and there. But certainly respect over to charge, their ability to just end it, make sure that they can cancel out that stall from Who Are You. Great way to take that fight as well. I mean, when everything broke down, you typically see Dragons, that's where they feel most confident and they take control. But charge, despite all of that, and also despite the respawn advantage, they found a way forward.
Krong's a very unfortunate rampage whiff, but thankfully that didn't end up costing them the attack, as they'll still get it done. And that's the kind of thing, right? This is why we look at Midtown and we're thinking, yeah, it didn't look great for the charge, but maybe they can just clutch on through a fight. It feels like that exact clutch on through of a fight just occurred on that C offense. So we're going to go to time back now, a minute versus 2:42. Charge had just, I think, barely enough time to work through there. Expect Jimmy to go from the, I was going to say Ash, but he'll actually go forwards. He would have made the first and foremost. Obviously still can just play the Ash on the exit, as, again, they're trying to break the spawn hole, right? So this is a good character to do that with.
Ooh, already investment of the shout. Void goes down in spite of that. Dragons, I mean, they're just backed off immediately, right?
They have to. Yeah, they'll be lucky to not lose more than that, but I think Huayu's dead, so that's going to be 4 out of 5 gone. Lip the only survivor. I don't think they can chase Lip down. Yeah, he's too far away, but 4 out of 5. Void going down straight away, that's a rough one. Choi gets a parting gift from Lip. Now remember here, it's with 1 minute. Everything counts here for the Dragons, for the Charge rather, so I mean, as much distance as they can get. If they can cap A, I think they'll be in a winning position. Winnable position.
I think the biggest thing for the Dragons, though, is that they know that Charge have to play the cart, right? They have to play on the cart, which means that one of their players, or potentially multiple of their players, if they swap around that duty, is going to be forced to play a very static position. And in this meta, you do not want that.
Jimmy just got completely dashed in by Huayu, but will survive the green HP from Prong. Mining Shot will save the day here. No ultimates on board just yet from either team. Dragons in a great defendable position, and Lip, I think he caught somebody with a railgun but didn't get the kill. In fact, they are the ones that lose members. They've got 2 down now, 3, 2 alive for Dragons. It's not enough to hold on. We talk about Charge capping A to give themselves a winnable position, and they might just get that Lip with the fadeaway kill. But only Lip alive, not going to be enough.
Starting to wonder if the broader storyline about Charge, the fact that they had a rocky start, turn things back around, heating up potentially at the right time, could that be the same story that we have here in this series? Now in overtime, they continue this push, 2 fight wins in a row, decisive ones at that. I mean, this feels like a kind of different gear for the Charge already.
And I will be a little bit concerned for Jimmy because you don't have the same pop-off potential on the Ashe like you do on the Sojin. Can't just get those opening picks the way that Lip can, so we'll see if Lip can down deliver that with the overclock. Choice of one, he pulls plate, he's dead. Xerneas can save him. Prong now on critical HP, and that will probably be the fight done now. You pop both support ultimates, but there's not enough players still alive. And Lee J going with a celebration sound barrier. Jimmy can do nothing on the sides. Xerneas, the sole Lucio, waves goodbye to the payload and the Guangzhou Charge. It was a good effort there, right on that second hairpin going up the hill of B. Gotta say though, it's a respectable amount of distance and effort coming through from the Guangzhou Charge, but when that fight started to go the way of Dragons, it really went the way of Dragons.
Initiating match.
I love that though from Charge. I feel like with what they had, the resources that were available, they got so much value. I mean, especially from the time. Now Dragons, where, I mean, considerable advantage coming into round 3, now moving into a round 4 here. I mean, that advantage feels all but gone, right? I mean, certainly, yes, it's still Dragons, but you look ahead, what needs to happen for Dragons to equalize, or rather surpass, more importantly? And you're looking at 3 fight wins probably that you have to take unless things go very differently, and maybe you can fit a 4th if you're the Charge. But remember, 3 fight wins is asking a lot in 240.
There's one other extra important thing as well. You do see a lot of teams after capping A get a lot of free push and a lot of very aggressive, movements from 4 members while 1 person's pushing payload. 4 members are running at the literal spawn of the defending team as both the Genjis will wave at each other through the opening spawn gates here. And also how successful the Charge opening spawn camp is will be very telling, because this is where you shave time off. You can get a somewhat successful spawn camp, Dragons lose that time, but the most important thing is Dragons, or rather Charge, cannot allow Dragons to get that sort of momentum that a lot of teams usually get on B. That will be the end of their map and their series if that happens.
Ooh, nice first pick there from Charge, and the momentum that Dragons needs to establish early on. Oh, not going to get it.
These fights are Jimmyable. You can always get those opening frags, or just any frags. Lip now comes through on the Widowmaker, so it's a mixed bag of like different, opening hero choices. You get the Ashe, you get the Widowmaker, eventually the Sojin, as the payload starts pushing on through. So you'll say that's been semi-successful for Charge so far. I mean, they haven't dropped members, they got kills. Dragons are slowed down. You mentioned that even with 2-something minutes, it's it can be tricky. So if Charge can win from this positioning, this opening A has to be pretty damn good.
At least a win there for Dragons. One of the fights that they would have had to have won, they actually just take because of pressure. So they didn't even have to win that fight to start sending this cart forward. Now we get into the second stage, this front corner here, coming around this turn. This is all important. They have to find Prong if they want to keep pushing forward.
Prong's low. He is going to be the target here. As Shanghai Dragons have loved to go for it, but choice of 1. I mean, they'll get both. They'll get 3. They just keep on going. Xerneas and Jimmy now, only one's alive. They're trying to slow things down. Look, if you are going to lose a fight, you want to go into the payload to at least slow things down. And this is now the difficult position for the Charge to be in. As the payload does come on through, Dragons think about pushing further forward, but you also notice that Charge lost that fight while the payload was not quite at the end just yet, so this will give Charge an opportunity to at least regroup.
Big thing here for Dragons, they get that cap. They still have a minute. You look at time to ult for all these characters. They're all even across the board for the Dragons. There's more than enough opportunity here for them, and they even could potentially lose this fight and still have that opportunity next. Although I think right now, given their advantage, it's all right here.
You have to be careful because if Dragons lose, they can get spawn camped as well, and that is probably going to be exactly what they need. Who Are You pulls a Blaze Shout to come on through. Sound barriers mixed in from both sides. The rallies will now be pulled on both ends as well. With Choice of One down, Charge can't pull their own play. They're down to only 4 members. Jimmy has to save the day. Jimmy has to get this overclock in, otherwise it could be lights out. Lip will get the overclock first, putting the rails and looking for the damage, and the damage has been found from the far way. It's falling apart. Charge, this is the final defense. Jimmy gets shoved down. There's not going to be the rail coming through. There's not going to be any savior or saving moments from the Guangzhou Charge. It was a great effort. Second hairpin there. A decent amount of distance on their attack, but the Shanghai Dragons, they will not be denied the 3-0. It was competitive, but I think the Dragons, we expected them to win. We expected them to win by quite a clean margin as well, and they've done all the above.
And I think coming away from this series as well, as of course we're going to have so many conversations about Shanghai Dragons and, you know, obviously what they're capable of, especially now that it feels like they're looking more like the Shanghai Dragons that we're used to. But Charge, I feel like coming into this, we had that early question, right? We had that question of, what is their ceiling? And I think now we have at least an indication, maybe not a full answer, but at least an indication of what that may be. And I think that puts them more in line with some of the other teams that are here. Obviously, there's still the potential of seeing them take on Shanghai Dragons again, and they've gotten better over time. So perhaps that could look like a great match in the future if they get there. But either way, Charge looks just phenomenal.
Yeah, and this is maybe a crazy take here, X, but this game in some ways reminds me of the Seoul Shanghai game as well, which is a 3-0, but it kind of feels close given the maps that we did play. So I think there's still a bit of hope there, still left for the Guangzhou Charge, but player of the match here for the Shanghai Dragons, their 3-0 victory, is going to go to Who Are You? I think it was, you know, a very obvious pick. He's got a number of the player matches so far in this particular season, and he doesn't disappoint in this game. I think the early Oasis did look a little bit rough when Choi was getting the better of him in several fights, not every single fight, but a couple of them. But as the series went on here, I think Who Are You just leveled up more and more and more, and the Charge failed to contain him.
Yeah, this would actually be a really hard one for me to go through and select, because obviously if Charge wins, you're looking at Choice of One because of how much value they got early in the fight. Lip had some really strong first opening picks that kind of set the tone for Dragons and allowed them to turn back around. But obviously the performance from Who Are You, it's all about consistency with this player, right? It's just over the course of how many years has this player been considered one of, if not the best Genjis, and now we're in a meta where he can just go lights out. And that's exactly what we got here, even against Choice of One, who was playing so well. Who Are You still stood up to that test.
Yeah, even despite him basically being benched the entire year last year, you know, he kind of got a free ring off the, you know, Shanghai Dragons championship despite playing, I think, 20 minutes total. Now he is legitimately a starting member, and I think the most important member on the team. I mean, all the biggest successes that Dragons have been off the back of Who Are You specifically on the Genji. And if they are to win this tournament, if the Dragons are to bounce back finally and get their first title of 2022, it's crazy that we're still talking about their first title of 2020. They haven't gotten anything yet. It will be off the back of Who Are You's Genji moving through the summer showdown, and move through they do as they will now head towards our winner bracket final, and they're waiting for the winner of our next series, Philadelphia Fusion versus the Seoul Dynasty. So Guangzhou Charge moving down. They'll obviously face the loser here. An expected result here, X. Let's go to a bit of a quick break here. When we come back for the breakdown, we'll talk about a little bit more how we felt about that series and moving forward as well. So we'll see you soon.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Welcome to Game Break here. Guangzhou Charge 0-3 down versus the Dragons in a full sweep victory, heading now into the winners finals. So strong looking Dragons as we expected, but as you can also see from the scoreline below you, it wasn't without a bit of turmoil. I mean, the Charge really, especially I think on Circuit Royale here, X, kind of gave it to the Dragons, made it competitive.
Yeah, I think that's been kind of the story for the Dragons for their last 2 series, right? They've had to actually battle. And when you tie in the Fusion matchup where they lost a map there as well, this has certainly been Dragons put to a test in a big way. And I think a lot of that test came onto Who Are You here with Choi Se-won, really focusing him out, trying to take him out of these fights. But Dragons, I think the best thing that they did for themselves was adapt to that strategy. Who Are You started playing a little bit further back. They started playing more disengage-centric, and the Dragons found a way to kind of play the mid-fight to their advantage instead.
And I really liked some of the mid-game decision-making by the Shanghai Dragons. And part of that, crucially for me, was on Circuit Royale when, again, they had that, what was it, the Brigida rally from Izayaki, which pushed Charge back, and Charge respected it enough to just, like, not even engage it. And it was a zoning rally, but that was enough. Like a zoning rally actually then led to the Shanghai Dragons putting themselves in a positional advantage position to get a fight win and kind of snowball from there. So I think that just stuff like that, where you're willing to give up ultimates that give you no tangible value, but the intangible of like kind of forcing the Charge away and buying yourself space ends up giving you a lot to work through. Just stuff like that is great to see from Dragons.
Yeah, I think that's probably a more nuanced version of what you see out of baiting ultimates to get out of spawn holds. I think when you look at the Dragons, what they're really, really good about is finding those little advantages and really exploiting them. Other teams, I think, aren't as consistent. They certainly know them. I mean, we have to give respect to all the teams that are here, even a team that we're going to be seeing a little bit later that only has 2 wins. Every one of these teams is very, very smart. They understand how to play this, and I think the major difference with Dragons is the fact that they're extremely consistent with the things that they are able to exploit and how often they're able to do it. And when they start getting exploited, they can adapt very much on the fly, like we saw after that first map.
Yeah, it just seems like, despite Charge being number 3 seed here, 4-2 record, the only 2 losses were to Seoul and Shanghai. They still haven't been able to sort of cross that barrier of getting 1 map versus Shanghai. So it's a 0-6 versus Shanghai so far in this particular tournament stage in the Summer Showdown across both qualifiers and now the tournament itself. But the tournament here, it does continue. We're going to go to another break when we come back. Fusion versus Dynasty. It's number 2 versus number 4. We've seen this matchup so many times in the past, and it does deliver. So we'll see you on the other side for match number 2. Welcome to the Overwatch League here for the Summer Showdown tournament with me, Avril and Herix. We're about to head into our second matchup of the day. We just witnessed the Shanghai Dragons getting a 3-0 sweep versus the Guangzhou Charge, and now it's time for Philly to take on the Seoul Dynasty.
Yeah, this was going to be the match that, I mean, granted, in the first series, we got a great one, but this was feeling like it was going to be really, I think, the most hotly contested series that we're going to see today. Hopefully that still pans out. But Seoul Dynasty, they're a team that, you know, I think Seoul Dynasty, they're one of the best teams in this region. There's a lot of discussion, though, of course, about are we seeing a little bit of a mirroring effect to Midseason Madness? I think, you know, certainly as we talk more about them, we could probably temper that at least to a degree. But Fusion, they played spoil to both of these teams, Seoul Dynasty and, of course, Shanghai Dragons. They had those golden stages set up, and Fusion spoiled those. They have, I think, like we talked about already, a little bit of a layer of chaos about them. They can play the spoiler. They also have the potential to have a really high ceiling and take series potentially, not just maps, against some of these teams that are more potentially established, right?
Well, let's meet the opening lineup for the Philadelphia Fusion, and yes, it is MN3 on board currently. As you know, we've had long discussions about what Fusion are trying to achieve in terms of their substitutions. Carpe played the majority of the games of the qualifier, but you know, Fusion really struggled, and since having MN3 back on the starting lineup, they've come back into form. If we look at their final week's worth of performances, both versus Seoul and the win versus Hangzhou Spark, I mean, it definitely does give you a good feeling about Fusion now having this upswing late into the tournament qualifier, into the actual tournament itself, and that's dangerous. And this is why I think Dragons wanted to avoid the Philadelphia Fusion in the opening matchup, because we saw them 3-0 Guangzhou. They're comfortable versus the Guangzhou Charge. Fusion, as you mentioned, it's a mixed bag because their peaks are so high. Look, their lows have been very low as well. When the Fusion really kick into high gear, they can beat anybody here. They can beat the Dragons, they can beat the Seoul Dynasty, and if you are Fusion, I don't think you're even necessarily scared of Seoul today, even though they've had your number in the past. Seoul have beaten the Fusion this year, especially far more than Fusion have been able to beat Seoul just at one time, right? And Seoul have to be careful here because Fusion have only looked to go from strength to strength, but they have to find that level of consistency now. As Seoul Dynasty, we'll take a look at their starting lineup as well. They have been one of our most dominant teams this year. They started as our most dominant team in the Summer Showdown qualifiers, and they're still our second seed for a good reason.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, you know, again, just to bring up, there's a lot of talk. Okay, are we getting Seoul Dynasty back into kind of that mid-season madness swing, or is this something different? I think we can at least sort of answer that, right? I mean, starting off 12-0 in maps, they had a great start to this tournament, or rather this stage. And now going into this tournament, yes, they did drop a series, but it was against Shanghai. And yes, it was a 3-0, but it was a lot closer. I mean, certainly you look at that series, and I think you could easily tell that the scoreline doesn't necessarily reflect what happens when you look at the film, when you look at how everything actually broke down. And at an individual level, Dynasty still has incredible talent, and it's not like you just lose out on what started you off so hot early on in this stage. I think really this is more of a situation where Philly Fusion can easily play up to some of these teams, and I think we need to start respecting that. And Seoul Dynasty, they took a loss to the Dragons, but again, it's the Dragons, and it was a lot closer than the 3-0 would otherwise suggest.
And I've called this matchup in the past, this rivalry, as a spaghetti bowl in an endearing way. And really in an endearing way, because especially this year, both teams have looked a lot more solid compared to previous, seasons of the Overwatch League, especially for the Seoul Dynasty. Now that they actually have a title under their belt, their first ever title in their organization's history, Fusion still left wanting for that one. That's why the Kickoff Clash final was so great, because somebody had to win, right? It was such a legendary matchup and rivalry leading into it. So it does kind of continue, because these two teams, I think it's 8-5 is the overall record between them, favoring Seoul. But this year so far, 2-1, or rather 3-1. Could they extend that one further? In the past, in 2021, it's gone 2-2, so Fusion were a lot closer that year. But now, with Fusion sort of looking a lot more dangerous, catching up, in that 3-2 victory that Seoul Dynasty got over Fusion, that's one that I think Seoul are probably not too pleased with. They probably would have enjoyed a much cleaner game. And for Fusion, I don't think they can be too upset about that either. They still managed to qualify by beating Hangzhou, and they took a very close game to Seoul, which now they can rectify by beating Seoul, if they can do that. First map going to be Nepal.
Already, very interesting start here, I think. Nepal, you know, we look at some of these control maps, and I think a lot of the discussion around this map starter, especially in this meta, is that there's not as much of a difference generally when you talk about the different control maps, but I think that when you start to take into account the playstyle differences that these teams are going to have, especially now that you talk about the mixed bag that Fusion can often be, especially when we've really had limited looks at MN3 being a part of this as well, that could very drastically change the way that Fusion play. I think Seoul Dynasty versus Fusion, getting a good read here in this first map is going to be pivotal for how the rest of this series could go.
Alright, we'll see how it breaks down, because the Seoul Dynasty did lose the opening Oasis to Philadelphia Fusion in their last matchup. Again, 3-2 victory for Seoul, but they dropped the opening Oasis. They did pick up the final Busan map, so control going both ways, 1-1 apiece. Fit starting out here on the Sojourn, or not the Sojourn, the Ashe rather. It's going to be Sojourn for MN3. Smurf already taking a bit of damage. Both teams have now popped with commanding shouts. Seoul Dynasty kind of locked up in the lobby though. They need to break on out, and out they come. For Zest, both Genji's trying to create some damage, and Zest falls first.
Looks like Fusion can actually back off here at least a little bit, and they need to. They don't want to give away too much ult charge. I mean, once you lose a fight like that, you lose control early, and you're also kind of giving this slow push over to the Dynasty where they're going to get even more of a lead here, on top of the fact that they're playing the Ashe. So getting set up defensively here is going to bode well for them as things move forward. I think that's probably the main concern if I'm Fusion.
Like you need to have good sight lines for Fitz, as well as, you know, defendable angles. I think the difficulty of playing Ashe in this meta is that it's a lot easier to flank an Ashe and just get on top of an Ashe, whereas, you know, Sojourn has a lot more to play with in her kit. I think the disruptor shot, importantly, will kind of make things difficult for a Genji, and also the burst potential of the Sojourn is so much higher as well. So Fitz might be playing a little bit uphill if he's not too careful. Vindame gets away with his life. Zest didn't have the dash available to go on in to find the execution. Point though might just get capped over, is contested. Have to be careful about that one. Soul can't let that one go away for free. Blaze should be coming up soon as well. Stalker on 95. Stalker already just gets a kill on the Fixer, so it might not even matter here. Prophet needs to be a little bit careful to not die with the rally. Soul Dynasty 3 versus 2. Okay, that got a little bit tricky. M3 popped up with 2 shots there, Herix, but it will still go the way of Soul Dynasty. They retain the cap, they retain most of their players alive. M3 got tricky, but Soul Dynasty don't lose.
And it's interesting to see how these fights take place too, because this is certainly a much slower tempo than what we just had in our previous matchup. We're seeing pressure definitely getting placed down upon Dynasty, but they're not utilizing a lot of their resources to stabilize. They're allowing their team to kind of sit at about half HP, and then once Fusion commits, that's when they do as well.
Okay, here's the committal now. MN3 going in. So Bob responds to the opposite end. I believe just got booped back slightly, and now booped off the map. So Fury will just take care of the Bob. Goodbye. Stalker, low HP, wants to pull Blade. They're playing patiently here, they being Seoul Dynasty. They still have point control, but now the swaps and the trades, rather, will come on through. 4 versus 3. Blade to save the day. Zest needs to get something good done out of here, because with Fixer gone and Aim got dead, there's just no supports, and it's final fight territory. Seoul Dynasty might just get a 100-0 finish as Zest. He needs to do a lot more on that Blade, but he just can't, because the supports of Seoul Dynasty keeps everybody up. Final Rampage from Smurf goes across. Fixer, I believe that was an Ajax. Unlucky. And 100-0 has been found, but even had Fixer dropped in the sound barrier, I don't know that it would have made a difference.
Yeah, desperate investment there for Fusion. I mean, forced because of the fact that Dynasty was just on top of them. As soon as we saw Dynasty win out that neutral engagement, they were just easily in control, and I think a lot of that certainly determined by the fact that their cooldown usage is just so effective against this playstyle that Fusion are trying to go for, where they're out pressuring, constantly trying to find that opening. You can see Zest trying to invest in finding that execution like we saw between Choi and Who Are You, but Dynasty, they're the team that is playing that disengaged style, where they're looking to absorb that pressure, and then once Fusion commits, they still have resources, they still have cooldowns, despite their health bar not seeming like they do. They do.
And Fitz was well protected there as well. He had 0 deaths, as well as Smurf having 0 deaths on that first opening round, 100-0. So, you know, you know it's difficult for you when your Ashe is kind of struggling in that matchup, is not being defended well. Fitz was just kind of free-firing for the most part, which is what you want out of Fitz in that specific situation. Into our second round though, bunch of damage being taken by Seoul Dynasty, but eternally the case, and look at that, I mean, despite Stalker dashing in for the kill to aim god, it will be Fitz finding him, as well as Zest, and once again the Seoul Dynasty getting a very early cleanup onto the Philadelphia Fusion, and barely a response. I think Stalker's the only death so far, and he'll remain the only death in the first fight.
Really good start here for Seoul Dynasty, and I think that's, again, why I try to play down the notion that Seoul Dynasty is for some reason fizzling out, because we saw them take one loss against the Shanghai Dragons, and they dropped the map as well. Well, so this is still Seoul Dynasty, and they're here to stay. It seems like they're still one of those top teams in this region, but Philadelphia Fusion, they have to turn up the heat right here and right now. It's another potentially neutral fight, obviously positional control to Dynasty, but has to find a pick here, Fusion, to be able to move forward.
Yeah, and it's been, 130% worth, I'm including Sanctum as well, where Fusion haven't won a fight yet, so this entire opening has been pretty dangerous. Saw Stalker deflect the railgun shot, so for MN3's sake, thankfully not back into his own head. But a struggling here from Fusion to be able to walk on 4. They really are trying to rely on MN3 to maybe find an opening, and there it is. They get what they wanted. Seoul Dynasty now down by 1. Philadelphia Fusion can finally walk on 4. Can they get more? They will get more, but Zest gets punished. So it's still a 4v3. Support opponent's about to come online. MN3 converts onto a further member, and MN3 is just popping off. 3 kills so far, make it 4. The rails have been phenomenal here. MN3, he's got about to have the overclock already.
And remember too, MN3 came in kind of late in the season as well. Got injected in here to try to find some other way for the Fusion, and it seems to have worked. I mean, between MN3 and Zest, they feel so fluid together, like they really have something there, and now we can see in control, especially with the overclock. Can they find picks against the double support ult that Dynasty have?
We'll find out, because the first couple of rails are now firing on through, and they really want Smurf down. Shout's already been used. Prophet trying to keep the players up via the rallies. Extra sound barrier still being held on to. Vinde wants to save that one for Zest, who does take a bit of damage, and MN3 just deletes Prophet. Goodbye out of the server. 5 versus 4. MN3's rails continue to find value in this round so far on Shrine. The Seoul Dynasty, they look like they're just going to back on out. They need 5.
They have to. Prophet down. On top of that, a big trade for Fusion. They're getting back in control here. Great investment, great pick there as well.
This is just, it's never ending. MN3 just keeps piling on the damage of the Seoul Dynasty. And the Seoul Dynasty consistently at a 4 versus 5 in these last couple of fights and engages. And look at the economy as well here. Xfuri's about to get this rampage. It's about to be 4 lights online. Look, Seoul also have about 4 ultimates coming in. But unless they can get past MN3 on the rotation, it's just looking bad for Seoul. They have plenty to play through here, so opportunity on board. MN3 down. Fitz gets his revenge. It's been such an important member to get down early. Fixer low HP, still waiting to pop the sound barrier. Vinde already popped. Smurf coming through the rampage in just a hot second, and Zest has his blade shut down. Stalker still slashing. Takes down Aimgon. No more rally available. Fixer did in that fight as well. No chance to pop the sound barrier, and the Seoul Dynasty off the back of killing MN3 early from Fitz's rail will get the job done.
Huge win for them. Obviously, getting that first pick, that's pivotal. It set things up so well for them, because now you talk about the reward. Well, Fusion has sound barrier, but they invested 3 ultimates into a fight that they then lost. And now Dynasty, if they win this next one, that could clear it. They could go 2-0 here, as long as they remain vigilant and composed.
And this one looks so much better for the Fusion, but still, you have to get past Seoul in a position of defending here with Smurf coming up towards the rampage. Again, Fixer held on to sound barrier, didn't get to use it last fight. Could be important here. That's another deflected rail, but again, doesn't go into MN3. It's Fitz to pull the overclock. Fixer just sound barriers, can't afford to lose it there. Smurf can now wait for the rampage to find maximum value. It does only get the 1. I believe he was booped in there, but they can still get that kill. Prophet and Smurf are low HP. Fury as well quite low, but it's Zest falling first. Vindane gets that kill. Seoul Dynasty gets 99%. They can finish this one right here and now. MN3 trying to put a stop to Seoul. MN3 trying to save the day. Extra rally from Prophet to come on through. It's low HP for Seoul. MN3 though, he's struggling to find these kills. He's struggling to find the picks, and Fitz is now in towards his face. Seoul Dynasty, they're about to get this one. If Fusion can't find any responses, they can't even touch. They can't even touch. Zest tried, didn't get there.
Unfortunate way for Fusion to kind of fizzle out on that first map, but either way, I think they have found a way to adapt to this. I think a lot of that is done through MN3 just being able to click people's heads, much the same like we saw from, Lip in the last series. But either way, anything that you can find, any value that you can attribute to getting some fight wins under your belt and actually establishing yourself in this series is something you're going to do. And I think that's a big reason why Fusion invested into MN3 and even more so invested in him now more than ever, because he's able to turn the tides of a series just slightly. But still, of course, we have to kind of set expectations as they should be, and that Dynasty, they're still a top team, and they've established that yet again.
Yeah, despite MN3's heroics on that second round, right, it just wasn't quite enough. That I think 4K from MN3 was one of the better lines of, sequences in terms of highlight from a Sojourn play that we've seen so far. It was just really beautiful to see. But you need a lot more from the Fusion. You need the rest of the players being able to match up there as well. Very slow game, very slow start for Zest, who you normally expect to be in that carry position. Have to see if Zest and the rest of Fusion can bounce back on map number 2. That will be their pick as well. But for now, we'll take a bit of a break. See you soon. Well, I have some good news here, Herix. Fixer did, in fact, not Ajax on that first round, but unfortunately the bad news is it still ends up in a 2-0, so it doesn't really help either way, whether the beat lands or not there for the Philadelphia Fusion. A rough play to start, I believe, was 100-0 on Sanctum. A lot closer on that second round, 80-plus accumulated. I think maybe even 90 there for Fusion, but, you know, MN3 can only do so much for the team.
Yeah, I think certainly the rest of Fusion's going to have to step up, and I think they're more than capable of doing just that. As we've seen already, this is a varying degree of pacing and tempo. Obviously, in our last series, we saw things really, really high octane, just running each other down, trying to find those opening picks. Initially, things were slowed down. Seoul really kind of helped to dictate things in that fashion. Of course, a lot of that comes down to the fact that they were simply just using fits on an Ashe, so they needed to do that. But then once it came down to the mirror, a lot more chaotic, and I think that's where Fusion, once they start to establish some better comfort in this series as a whole, and they start getting a download on, okay, what is Dynasty doing well? Because they've been doing it well throughout the entirety of this stage. What can we do to start mitigating some of the efforts that they're doing? And then also, how can we enable Zest in particular? Because obviously MN3 is doing what he's doing already. Now it's time to get Zest involved again, as we know he can.
I've got a couple of stat lines as well from that previous map that I think are quite a bit telling. MN3 obviously did, as you'd expect, he got the largest amount of final blows on his team by quite a fair margin, by the way. It goes 10 for MN3, and then 2 for Zest, and then, you know, 1 for Fury, etc. So it's like 10 and then 2. It's quite a large gap there. So Zest, unfortunately, just couldn't quite get too much done on the Genji, but also across the board, the damage was there for Philly Fusion. They only did about 260 less damage as an entire team of 5 compared to Seoul Dynasty, who only hit by that amount. And yep, they were down by 9 final blows. So the Seoul Dynasty were ahead by 9 total final blows, while only being ahead by 260 damage overall. That really says to me that Fusion kind of struggled to clean up members there. There was also a lot more healing done by the Seoul Dynasty, so they're low HP. They're in a position where they could die, but then they get healed back up, they disengage well, and they don't lose members.
Yeah, I think a lot of that damage just came in pre-fight for Fusion before everything really could stick. Whereas Dynasty, again, they held their cooldowns, they were looking for that pivot, and they're doing that again here as well. You can see them kind of posturing up onto the high ground, and again, utilizing fits on the Ashe. They want Fusion to come forward at them.
Yeah, this is really a lot of Fitz Ashe that we're seeing today, and I think Hollywood, you'll probably remember for 2021, was a lot of Fitz Ashe fighting value as well, so replicating some of that performance through. So Dynasty, though, already on towards the point. Fusion are giving up a lot of space here. Fury, obviously low HP, had to back on out. The shot expended. Vindame could be the first target. No one cleaning him up. There it is. Fix will find a very wayward headshot, but you take those. You take this for sure. It's one tick, regardless for Salt, whether it's win or lose. But they haven't been quite cleaned up. Sorka will get a trade onto Aim God. Won't be enough for Soul to get further than that, though. Fusion have the player advantage, and they will capitalize on said player advantage. But like I also mentioned here, there is one tick given away.
And of course as well, I mean, you talk about shout timings. That's one of the harder things to see, because one of the best ways to see it is if you could just barely make it out in the top left or top right of your screen, or you hear it. But that really favored Fusion there. They had a great timing mid-fight that they were able to just establish their dominance once they got slightly ahead, and it helped stabilize them as well. Now, looking forward, I'm expecting Dynasty to kind of temper that aggression just a tad. Remember, they still have fits on the Ashe, so they want to poke out Fusion as much as possible.
And they nearly got the second tick here as well. Fusion have to respond very quickly. Zest to build the blade. They'll have the earlier sound barrier as well. That's very important because Vindame is far away. Stalker is still a reasonable length away as well from receiving his own ultimate. Fusion can pull the trigger or pull the blade at any point here, and they might be forced to 2 ticks. They'll give it away. Fusion just giving the objectives to the Soul Dynasty. Push does need to come to shove here. Double rallies pulled on through. Smurf is the leader. What's going on there? Smurf went very far forward, and Soul could not support him up. MN3 takes down Fitz, and with the blade coming through, Zest will finally get a kill. It's enough for the Philadelphia Fusion to win another fight, but here is a second tick given away.
Yeah, I think Fusion certainly would like to have at least that back, but you can see them pushing up a little bit farther forward. They know that Seoul Dynasty is building some of their ultimates, but they may not be quite there yet, so it's time to go.
Fitz is low, Fitz is down. MN3 pulls that trigger on the overclock straight away. This is a bold strategy coming through from the Philadelphia Fusion. They want to get very aggressive, and MN3 unfortunately goes a little bit too far up. He was out of the LOS of all of his healers, and Smurf will now claim Aim God as well. This is Philly being punished. I think Soul will cap from here. Absolutely. too many players from fully down, and this is the disengage start. Look at that, by the way, the ultimates here. Soul don't even have to ult. They already got 2 ticks. They're going to cap.
All just came from an overextension there, and I think that's why we, when we talk about Philly Fusion, it's really hard to get a good feed on where they're at, because when they're playing well, they're playing very well. But sometimes there's just those little things that happen that other teams can take advantage of, like Seoul Dynasty, and of course, like Shanghai Dragons as well.
I just don't think you can afford to kiss the spawn doors there, right? I mean, MN3 biting a lot more off than he can chew for sure. And if you are Fusion, if you're going to lose A, you want to burn ultimates off of Dynasty. Here you're going to get another first pick. Brilliant to see. Seoul Dynasty, though, send out the Bob. This is now opportunity for Seoul to just buy a bit of time, regroup together. Okay, it costs you the entire Bob, but it makes sure that no one else dies. Okay, I'm lying, actually, because Zez just kills. I was going to say 2, but one of them is the Bob. I don't know how Stalker got caught there, but it's enough. And now Seoul Dynasty are left hurting a lot, because originally they spend the Bob to disengage without dying. Now they just die anyway.
Yeah, that's a huge win, actually, for Fusion. It reestablishes their control, on top of the fact that I don't know where popular opinion lies on this, but Bob actually a really solid ult right now in this meta, genuinely. And to be able to pull that out, still get the fight when you don't have to invest your resources to be able to do that, that's great. Now you can start matching going forward.
Yeah.
They're down to 2 minutes. It looks better for Fusion now.
I got a lot of mixed feelings about Bob, because you can sort of displace the Bob quite easy with multiple different boops here, even the Jagged Blade. And also Soju can use the Bob to either burn it or just charge a rail, right? You can just charge a rail off the Bob, which is pretty good. In either case, yep. Rampage, Sound Barrier to counter, probably looking for the rally next. Sound Barrier from Fixer now to match, and it's Stalker's turn to Blade. 0 targets are not very rich in terms of a target environment. In Seoul Dynasty, they have a very good Rampage that gets Fury down. Aim got low, but again, the extra rally healing will come on through. It's not enough to save Fixer, and the Fusion are falling over. They just can't quite do enough damage to secure kills. That's been the story of our opening map in Nepal, and now deep into Hollywood. Smurf, critical HP, doesn't die. Seoul Dynasty, they continue pushing forward.
Not a lot of time, though, left, so of course, when you look at this and you see Philly Fusion has Zest with an opportunity to actually step into the spotlight. I mean, how much have we talked about him already and the fact that he needs to stand out the way that we're used to seeing him do it? Well, this is the best opportunity he's going to have. No ults online for Dynasty. They're probably already going to have to invest their shout. They do.
Yeah, the shouts already have been in play there. Fury gets Smurf down, so with a bit of help from Zest Blade, the damage has been good. That's the only kill they have so far, but it might be the only kill they need. They do push back the Philly Fusion, fix a great boop onto Fitz, will secure a secondary, and this will allow the Fusion to walk on forward. Stalker's life is obviously going to go forfeited. This stage, Fusion could actually go for the spawn camp if they want to, but they'll refrain. I think part of that reason might be because the payload is very far up.
Yeah, I think if you go for it there, you might afford yourself an opportunity to still go for a contest, but instead they like the high ground here. They can control the drop, they can control the timing of this fight, and I think that's more important to them, especially given the fact that MN3 does have his ult. Oh, they've lost Fixa.
That's not what you want to see. Fusion's defense now solely relies on the success of this overclock. They'll allow a bit of space to be given away. Fixer will return. They desperately need a 5 versus 5 here, and MN3 biding his time to pull through the ultimate. The Bob also covers the play. Stalker, he gets another opening pick. He got Fixer before, gets MN3 now, but it's so much more impactful to kill MN3. 5 versus 4, no more overclock available. Fury falls as well, and the rest of Fusion will get cleaned on up. Bob even making an appearance in the kill feed, and Seoul get the cap. Stalker with 2 important kills to lead the fight.
And this one kind of feels stolen away from Fusion as well. I mean, they did such a good job in those first 2 sections of the map, but now Dynasty are moving into the final phase here. And granted, yes, the time bank doesn't look great, but it seems like they're doing their best work when their backs are against the wall and the overtime wick is burning down.
Yeah.
Of course, you look at the blade here, available for Stalker, and Fusion, the timing does not look good for them here. They're not going to have the sound barrier to answer, but they're going forward anyways.
Well, Fitz could die here. It does get saved by the cookie, as we saw from long distance. Courtesy of Prophet, who now goes down. It's both Brigidas on the floor so far, but it's so much more damage done by Stalker. Look at the beauty of this blade. He just gets the damage through. The Fusion can do nothing about it. They already lost their healers. Vindame getting active in the kill feed. It's a full 5-0 wipe in Seoul Dynasty off the back of a single blade. Continue pushing through unimpeded.
Snowballing through now. I mean, momentum is in Seoul's favor, and on top of that, they were able to bide enough time here with 20 seconds left. They have both their support ults. They could go 1-1, but they have to find kills quick. Otherwise, you give that respawn advantage to Fusion.
Well, Vindame has to be careful here because both Rampage and Blade are available. Here comes the Blade now. Zest needs a lot of kills here. Soundbarrier has been popped by both of the Lucio players. Fury now climbs on through Smurf. Basically has Rampage cancelled. Yes, in fact, it is cancelled by the Rampage of Fury. It's final fight territory anyway. Soul try to do all that they can, but with Fusion's format, I believe, Rampage by Fury, and some extra damage done by Zest there as well. Soul Dynasty will finally lose a critical fight that ends the push. However, Herix, take a look at that payload positioning.
Yeah, not bad. I mean, it's basically the end of the map, just a couple of meters away. So, yeah, they weren't going to finish with any time left, but hey, at least they get pretty much all the way there, and certainly feel for the Dynasty there, especially Vindame had an impossible task dealing with 2 ultimates that he was basically in charge of trying to deal with. Not ever going to go in your favor. Fusion could kind of space those out a little bit, especially given the fact that they know that they have their respawn right behind them. If they lose one player, they can still turn that back around and get the award of just getting value out of one of those ults at the very least, but they got both. So that does well for them at least, but they have at least now a good spot to go, okay, we had a great defense. Soul Dynasty, yeah, they snuck a couple through us, but we look great in the team fights, and all we have to do is complete the map and we can take this one home.
Yeah, well, maybe that'll be easier said than done. You know, plenty of teams have fallen by the weight of the pressure of we just need to complete the map. And Soul Dynasty, they look like they nearly did not even cap A. You know, there are still some mixed feelings about how that A-point defense could have gone for Fusion had they not played risky. I don't mind that they ambushed Soul Dynasty by sort of hiding the corner there, but taking it all the way to the spawn, certainly not what you want to see out of Fusion, and maybe that could have been an 8-point hold. Who knows? Well, that would be an alternate timeline and the multiverse that we'll never sort of get to see. Fits on the Ash for the defense here as well. So, again, Soul lost a lot of time on A. They're going to need to burn a lot of time off of Fusion as well because, you know, easier said than done to cap, but still very capable. I think this is a winnable map for Fusion.
Yeah, all about, for Dynasty at least, just controlling. Just buy time, play this like you did on Sanctum. That's what they want to accomplish here. That's why they have Fitz back on the Ash for this objective here.
Fury's in a lot of pain here. He might actually just go down. That's critical HP for Fury indeed. Shout being extended here. Stalker is actually being caught. He's gone right in deep, and it's a 1-for-1 trade so far. 2 for 2 now. Soul Dynasty saw 3 alive, but they have given up the point. Fusion is starting to cap. They got the first take underway. Fusion can't afford to chase these kills, so we're about to have some respawners coming back, and both teams have pretty equal respawn distances here. And as Soul Dynasty regroup, they can stop the second tick from coming in, and both teams back on out.
Yep. Of course, Soul Dynasty just loving the fact that they got their Junker Queen out of that situation and stole the kill onto Fury as well so that they could reestablish their positioning here at least a little bit. But the big thing is that Fitz, I don't know if he's really in the greatest spot right now as things are already breaking out. They're diving for him.
Oh. Low HP members, it's the supports and M3 Wads, but Stalker finds his kill first and foremost. Now Stalker continues, 2-for-1 trade so far. Fusion down to very critical members here. Fixer will save the Sound Barrier. They know they lost this fight for sure. Fury at least takes down Fitz, but I don't know if there's going to be a valuable enough timing for the Philadelphia Fusion to actually use that. I'm pretty sure that Fitz will be on his way back and well before either Fixer and Fury can regroup their team. So it's a good effort, but this time Soul Dynasty get a far cleaner fight win.
You can see as well, Soul Dynasty have that Bob coming up, and I mentioned before that I like the value in that ult, and this is one of the reasons why. If you can send that onto the back wall, and I think, Fusion actually, I think, expect this to happen, so they're going the back route through the alleyway and might deny some of the value here by just LOSing it. It's gone.
The bombs in Narnia currently is just completely out of the map, and well, maybe the Bob's out of there, but the Fusion trying to rush into the Soul Dynasty. It's still a 5-0 sweep, and by the way, Bob being the only ultimate. They don't even need to use any other ultimates, so we'll just forget about the Bob, because, well, the Fusion did, and Soul did Soul.
And I mean, incredibly smart rotation still, though, because they could very easily use some of the map geometry, some of those boxes on the backside of the point to just mitigate the value there. Unfortunately for them, they just ran headfirst into their own death. And now Soul Dynasty, you look at Fitz, he just used Bob. He's up at 50%. The rest of the ults are still online, so Dynasty kind of got away for free on that.
I think the other value of the Bob is it does charge fairly quickly off the back of Dynamites, and we'll see if that happens again very quickly as Rally comes on through. M3 trying to find value on this overclock, but currently isn't able to select any targets. Smurf is at least low, but not dead, so the Stalker running on in. Stalker does not get saved by anything. The Vindame sound barrier comes in fairly late, fixes sound barrier first, obviously to block up the blade, and Zest is still alive. He's still killing. He's got everybody now. Has Fitz in his sights as well. Just another okay, apparently not. Fitz gets how does Fitz win that 1v1? It might not be enough for the Soul Dynasty to hold on, as it's just Vindame alive. A Fusion, the extra sound barrier from Fixer, Vindame not saving Stalker. I think that could have been the difference.
Timing key there, though. I mean, Soul Dynasty not going to have short spawn, so they're not going to be able to move up to that high ground. Instead, Zest can actually take that away from them, at least for the time being. Allow Fusion to get through this choke pretty safely here, again, as long as they're not getting picked out. But once again, Bob coming online, Fusion did a great job of rotating away. They still died, but as long as they kind of keep that at the forefront of their mind, they can do that again here. There's a lot of opportunity to line of sight away from the Bob.
Oh! Yeah, that's one opportunity right there. How about just delete the Fitz Ash before the Bob can even become a factor? Now, Soul Dynasty can just disengage here, or rather they can just play the high ground, wait for Fitz to come on back. Fusion can't really aggress on. I mean, Zest will do a little bit of the extra damage via the dash. When Fitz comes back, though, that's when the fight really starts, and I think Bob will need to almost pop that instantly.
3, great position, working the flank. There's the Bob invested. Fusion, can they get away?
Doesn't look like it, at least not for God. Maybe the rest of them could still make it through. It's an expensive way to regain payload control, but again, we discussed this in our previous series. I think it ends up being worth it. Bob doesn't take too long for Fitz to build on up. And using the Bob straight away means it allows the Soul Dynasty to instantly engage. Fusion don't want to bar of it. They lose a player. They will go back and regroup. Now a bit of a high ground stalemate, as Fusion have to be the ones to break the stalemate. They need to get the push on again. And it's Fury with the Rampage where Smurf doesn't have it.
Oh, I love the way that Zest is working this as well. This is just Zest's position alone means that Fusion can force their way across the bridge and push down Dynasty. They're forced onto the low ground. Fusion can now take this fight more aggressively and with at least a little bit of favor, but I think they want to wait for their sound barrier. That's what their go button is going to be. Once Fixa gets that, they can make another contest.
And Vindame is 21% off here as well. Prophet's going to have to pop this as a pre-rally at any point now, as M3 is going to force the issue. This is the overclock to find the kills required. Smurf got quite a bit of HP damage and all that now promptly be taken down. Soul Dynasty have so far not been able to really respond. Stalker gets just the one. And despite Prophet actually piling in the rally, it does not help the Soul Dynasty enough. Fusion off of M3 pushing on in, and Fury using the Rampage. They get the required kills. Maybe not looking for a few stragglers left behind. Soul have all regrouped. Nobody got a bad spawn. Yeah,
I think one of the main things I'm looking for here with Zest having this blade, with the positioning here from Dynasty, wanting to have an explosive start to this fight. Instead, Fusion back away, but again, rally with the blade, Soul Dynasty, it's all about forcing Zest's deflect. If they can do that, they can mitigate the pressure there, they can push through the overhealth supplied by the rally, and Dynasty can regain control defensively.
Comes above now, blade as well, coming through a Stalker, and it's just all kills the way of the Soul Dynasty. Not a single response. Smurf gets 3 of them, and Fusion could be a risk of being spawn camped here. I mean, usually when you see a defensive team kind of just get a 5-0 wipe, they can play very aggressively, and Soul's positioning, it's right up there. It's not quite kissing the spawn doors, but it is, you know, quite a fair bit up.
And I think with that fight there too, yes, they give away some of their opportunity to get the deflect out from Zest, but they still have sound barrier to answer. They still have Rampage coming up as well, so Dynasty, I think, still in a good position despite utilizing 2 of their offensive weapons in that last fight.
And this is where Fusion come in and reclaim all the space, right? Put the pressure onto Stalker, who got low HP there. Zest would have probably gone deeper, but he got hit by Dynamite. So the stalemate continues, but Fusion are okay with this one because they are the ones pushing up, and we remind ourselves they just have to finish the map here. There is not going to be a time bank. 43 seconds to get it done. The sound barrier is available for Vindame to counter out Zest's blade. Zest has to be the linchpin here to get the party started. We are getting into the position now where Fusion have to pull the trigger. And here it comes. Zest's half HP. Smurf with the Rampage on the opposite end. Zest is currently slashing a lot of air with Fury down. Soul have all but locked up this fight. Time is getting critical here. Fusion have to regroup quickly.
going to make it a little bit easier for Evan3 because he's going right back to the spawn, and now Sound Barrier available, but
who's touching?
It's not going to be an offensive weapon, and someone does have to touch because, look, Rampage is still going to be there, so Fusion are not going to get much value out of Sound Barrier.
Zest is recalled, so they got to go for this now. They have the big sound barrier and go for it. Zest is down, and they can't quite get... Okay, there is going to be a touch involved, and the Rampage cuts through all of Philadelphia Fusion, or at least 2 important members there. Sound barrier blocking through a bunch of damage. Profit is keeping the team healthy, and the Fusion caught between going for the objective, trying to stay alive. Zest getting taken down early, and the final fight is all but gone. The chances of the Fusion have been wiped out of Hollywood, and we said it right from the start there. Philadelphia Fusion finishing the map, easier said than done. 40 seconds left to try and get it done, but it was just too difficult. The Zest Blade versus Vindame Sound Barrier fight had to go the way of Fusion. It did not, and then they were caught in spawn.
All came down to ultimate efficiency there as well towards the end. It felt like the timing that we saw between those two as well, especially when you consider the fact that Seoul really kind of had a rocky start to their attack as well. I mean, remember, they kind of finished the map. I mean, certainly a couple meters away, but they were right there. But Fusion was just so on the defense as well. I mean, they almost held on point A, they almost held on point B, and it really came to a close at the end on point C, and Fusion just couldn't get that same distance covered. I think they want that one back in a big way.
Yeah, I go back towards the A, right? The overextension. Who knows what could have happened in the multiversal timelines, but we won't get to discover that. The good news for Fusion is there is still another map to be played. They are still in a position to pick that one. We'll have to find out what that is after this break. back to the Overwatch League here. Seoul versus Fusion, currently 2-0 up. Well, the Seoul Dynasty match point has been locked up here, and for the Philly Fusion, you know, it's a competitive map. Not so much on to Nepal, especially on that first round, but as we moved along, it has been more and more competitive, but not quite enough to get Fusion a map just yet.
Yeah, not just yet. Certainly looking a lot better over time while we progress through this series. I think Fusion, they could be very much, you know, moments away at this stage. And certainly as we progress forward now, where we're at 2-0, I mean, every map that we see from here on out, whether it be one or several, is going to be still Fusion's map selection. And I think that certainly can help them along the way. But still, you're down 2 maps. Now you're talking about a reverse sweep. And I know I shouldn't say it out loud or it won't happen. But either way, Fusion, while they do look good, it just is a little bit short at this stage against Dynasty.
And I feel like it's, you know, it sort of betrays the previous result a little bit as well, because when you look back at the regular season game in the final week, despite Fusion losing to Seoul, it was a 3-2 win for Seoul, meaning that Fusion actually had the 2 maps in there, and they actually had the 2 maps first. It was 2-1 after Circuit Royale, which will, by the way, also be our next map coming up, selected by the Philly Fusion. Fusion were at a match point versus the Seoul Dynasty in that, Week 18 game. And they sort of allowed 2 maps to go the way of Seoul Dynasty, and they lost the ability to win that series. And here, it's just a very different feeling, right? Because instead of a commanding position and a leading position for Fusion, they are so far down.
One thing I do like about this map, though, especially given the fact that it's Fusion's choice to actually take us here, is the fact that on this map, it feels like, while more often than not, we're seeing Genji's kind of command the team, at least to a degree. Obviously, main tank is probably the most dominant factor of this composition, but Genji plays a very pivotal role. However, on this map, you're seeing a little bit of the hit scan DPS role, or rather the Sojourn specifically, get a little bit of an increase in value, and especially when you have a player like MN3 doing what MN3 has been doing, I think that does help you out at least a little bit, to have MN3 be able to kind of impact this match more so than he is already even.
And he has been, I think, the primary carry of the Philly Fusion so far in this particular matchup, right? Obviously was the case on Nepal by a big margin, as described from the statistics outlined after that map concluded. Fitz will, I think, predictably start out on the Ashe here. Whether he remains on the Ashe will be questioned. He is the kind of player that likes to continue playing the Ashe, but at the same time, you know, we've seen both Lip and Jimmy, they start on the Ashe and then swap over towards the Sojourn. Breaking past the opening spawn hold is what's important, and a bunch of Philly members are already quite low here. Smurf, though, taking a bunch of damage. He's probably target number 1 and will be cleaned up.
Should be nice and efficient here for Fusion. One thing, though, that they want to make sure of is that when we do see players like Aim God, for example, getting low like we saw in that last fight, if things go the way of Aim God falling out, that means Fusion has to back up and they have to give up this spawn camp that is certainly going to be testing Dynasty. So Fusion, they can continue to look for these picks, but they have to make sure that they stay composed, especially in their backline. That's key.
Well, Fusion can't really afford to lose any members here, right? So that opening shout that's already been used by Fury helps keep them healthy, maybe even disengage. Fury, though, still just really far up. He couldn't quite get away. They do trade out the 2 Junker Queens, but this is still, I would say, going the way of Seoul Dynasty. Seoul might lose this fight, but the respawns matter here. Seoul are going to get their respawns very quickly, and they're going to break out.
And that's exactly what I was kind of getting into, right? The fact that they did lose some bodies, the respawn is right there. Fusion should have to back up here, which means that Dynasty, while they didn't win the fight, they still get the value of winning the fight, which is pushing that payload forward, starting to progress this cart, and getting into a better place for them to fight, because you definitely don't want to be attached to your spawn at any stage of this map.
We'll still say that's a fairly, I think, successful spawn camp from Fusion, given about a minute 30 was shaved off the clock. You also have a very early sound barrier. Now, Prophet have been deemed low, gets cleaned up. There it is, M3 and Zest, the 2 DPS players of the Fusion, getting active in the kill feed, and Sorka should be falling next. And the spawn camp can continue now, because here's the other problem here, is if you do with this 5-0 on the defense, you can just walk forward.
Yeah, now you can go right back to everything that Seoul Dynasty doesn't want to be a part of. You can go back and spawn camp yet again, start taking resources from Dynasty, where, you know, even if Dynasty wins a fight, if they invest a resource early to win it, then they don't have that for the card.
They have to bob, and they do bob, and now the sound barriers and the support ultimates, Aim God might have to pop rally here as well, start to come on through. It's very hard, though, I think, to pop extra ultimates if you have Fusion, because if you try and Blade, Dynasty can just go back on their spawn, so you have to be considerate of what you use here as the Fusion. You are trying to get some ultimates out of Soul Dynasty, and one of those will now be the Blade. Stalker's trying his best. The rally from Aim God is keeping most players alive, but Stalker doesn't care. He'll even get the Mega Pack. He'll get his third kill in the fight now, looking for 4 and 5. Smoke cleans it up, and Fusion, they lose everything. It's hard. Zest and M3 even pulled ultimates, but it's just too late.
Huge Blade there from Stalker. I mean, when you look across the board, massive investment from both sides, and Soul Dynasty had to win that there. There's a minute left on the clock. There's just simply not much opportunity left to build some of these resources back up before you run out of time. So getting that win means you can get forward, you can go Rampage versus Rampage, and take yet another fight where you're going to rely on your... I mean, really anyone on the team to step up and find some kind of opening, and I think Fury may be the one that they're going to go for here.
And this might be a hot take, but I think Fusion should have just lost that fight, not used ultimates, and been in a better economic situation now. As maybe they'll wish they had that, but they'll have the one ultimate that at least they use. It's looking pretty good so far. Smurf survived, so he'll pop out the Rampage, not quite as good as Fury's, and the Soul results in just a 1-for-1 trade so far. M3 ticking down, survive. He didn't actually bleed out, and Fusion have the extra members surviving that they can continue holding. Soul Dynasty lose the fight with critical time remaining, less than 10 seconds. A late death on a Stalker. Fitz is going to go towards the Sombra just to enable a touch. Smurf on the ball now. I don't think it's going to work even if they can touch. Fusion have 5 alive, and Soul Dynasty waiting for respawners. Time runs out here. It's a successful A-point hold. It's a full hold.
I mean, what a turnaround, too, for Fusion. I mean, something that they were so close to achieving on Hollywood. Now they actually get the job done. And remember, despite the fact that this is a 2-0 right now for Dynasty, that last map was dangerously close. I mean, Dynasty, like I said, in that last map in Hollywood, they kind of snuck away with some points that Fusion really could have, with minor changes, shut them down early, and then they clearly, with their attack, probably had the pacing to just take that one away. So now with this hold here, this could be a major point in this series for Fusion. This is probably that potential pivot if there ever was going to be one.
And I think historically as well, when you look across the Fusion's results so far this year, let's see if Aim God has a... Mary does indeed have a little lamb. Right, well, as the concert continues, he's been practicing. He looks very focused here. Yeah, I was going to say that historically, this has been one of the better maps for Fusion. They've been very good on Circuit Royale. Nice ending there. Circuit Royale in the history of all their games, and especially in sniper metas where M3 has been able to play the Widowmaker. In fact, this was one of the pivotal maps in Fusion beating Soul Dynasty in the MSM qualifiers as well, when M3 probably had one of the best individual performances that we've seen out of any player so far this season. Soul Dynasty are obviously going to go for their own spawn camp here. M3 obviously going to be on that very predictable Ashe that everyone does go for. With Stalker taking down Zest, it'll be Fusion just kind of going back to spawn, waiting it out.
So all the same notions that we had for Fusion, now just flip the mirror around and it's all on Dynasty. You have to make sure that they do get their kills, they do remain stable here and composed. You can't lose a body or else you're going to get backed up despite winning, maybe.
Oh, there's a body. Oh. He finds that body. Dynamite onto Prophet. Aim God traded, but Soul Dynasty losing one and lose more now. They have to back on out. I think even if Aim God died, Prophet dies and nobody else on Soul died, Soul would have technically still lost that spawn hold, right? So they certainly lose a lot more. You lose one of your supports, healing kind of goes in the bin there, and Fusion very early on break out of spawn.
Big time moment here for Soul Dynasty. They got held on, have to hold this corner down now, have to be basically flawless in your defense of this corner. There's certainly, I think, a silver lining for them. If you're going to hold any point on the map, or sorry, any map this early on, Circuit Royale actually has a very solid point A with this composition because there's great line of sight to use in this room. Smurf can fall back, but still has to be careful.
And Smurf might have to fall back. Look at his HP bar, very, very low here. I believe the shouts are a bit used. Stalker as well. In a little bit of trouble, but he'll still fight to fix it despite being a low HP. That's incredible from Stalker. That actually takes the sound barrier off the board, and now they can get further kills. Look at this. Stalker's just going buck wild. The kill feed, 5 and 0 Soul. They can rush towards the spawn now. This is exactly what Fusion did to Soul, and now Soul are doing to Fusion.
In the back of my mind, though, I'm wondering if Fusion might, in the chaos of a fight, potentially say, okay, we might be losing this fight. Go send Fixa over to the point and see if we can drag them away from this spawn hold if we're losing. But it has to get to that point first.
Fury, taken down. And got to follow through next. And yeah, look, at this rate, you can't even really send somebody on through. Another way you could do, another way you can do what you're trying to say there is go Tracer or Sombra or something to go like just force a back cap. That's another way to quote unquote win against a spawn camp, but then you sacrifice all the ult charge right Fusion. I don't think they can afford to do that. They're going to go to the rally now, and now the ultimates will get popped from both sides. Overclock from Fitz, looking for targets. Fixa barely dodging out that last shot. Fitz is kind of struggling to find anything at this moment, and with that Seoul Dynasty, they'll kind of gentleman's agreement back out over. Blaze will come through next. Blaze to be countered up by the sound barriers. Prophet's dead though. This is prime opportunity for Fusion to push on forward, but they're getting traded out. Both Briggs down. Sound barrier popped by Fixa. Very on towards Fitz. M3 now popped out 3 versus 3. And Seoul Dynasty, they're going to be on the losing end of that 3 versus 3. Fusion with a brilliant opportunity to push on forward. Seoul should still get one more contest.
It's that same kind of similar situation here. Fusion as well. They're going to have Rampage, they're going to have Blade, and the only thing that they have to worry about is the sound barrier. How can Vindame have the impossible task again of trying to deal with both as their lone support ultimate? It all comes down to this right here.
M3 now, pulling it through. Smurf took so much damage. He only got Fury as well. Smurf might fall, but Vindame saves him on the sound barrier. Oh, wait a minute. Fury gets his Rampage cancelled. I think that's the second one that we've seen today. Humongous shot by Smurf, but isn't enough. Seoul Dynasty still only have 2. Zest, the extra blade. We are talked about Vindame needing to block out 2 important ultimates. He can only block out the 1, and with that Zest, despite Fury failing on the Rampage, the blade will be enough. Fusion stay alive in the series. The reverse sweep is now officially on.
Interesting dynamic at play there as well, right? Dynasty investing the sound barrier. They don't even block an ultimate with it. They instead use it to actually position themselves more aggressively. They run down Fury and basically cancel that ultimate. Exactly. They run down Fury and take him out of the equation so he can't even use his ult. But then as things wear off, Fusion still has all of those resources available, and it's just too much to contend with, I think, at that stage.
I think when you really break it down as well, in a kind of roundabout way, the sound barrier did block out the Rampage, or at least one of the 2 ultimates, because Smurf gets to stay alive. He walks up, kills Fury, completely denies and cancels the Rampage. So in a roundabout way, that's kind of what the sound barrier does. But then obviously once the sound barrier is gone, Zest gets to do his job. He gets to pull Blade and pull Fusion through to a map victory that allows them to keep going in the series. Can they get the reverse sweep done? Map number 4 on your screens right after this break. Philadelphia Fusion keep their heads above water, but now can they survive in the cold as we're about to head over to Toronto? That's right, Seoul Dynasty not going to do Colosseo. And you know what, Fusion, they don't mind going to New Queen Street. They love New Queen Street. It's one of their better maps. They have a great map win rate on this map, but it also does put the pressure on Fusion. If we are going to see a reverse sweep here, X, it is already on, but 2 more maps are required.
Yeah, I think it is definitely interesting. We kind of talked about it during the break a little bit, but now have a better opportunity to kind of expand on it. Yeah, it's really interesting here that we see this map selected, especially given Seoul's... I mean, they did well in Colosseo, especially against the Fusion. I mean, that was a map that they actually wound up taking. Then they took map number 5 and were able to take a series because of it. Yeah, I mean, it was like, what, 100 something to... Exactly, yeah.
To 62.
So you wonder, okay, what are some of the elements in play as to why Seoul would go this direction, especially also, given...
We have a lot of repeating maps here. I was going to say, sorry to cut you off there, but you know, the previous series was Oasis, won by Fusion, this time won by Seoul. Hollywood won by Seoul here. Circuit Royale won by Fusion again. But then Seoul choose Colosseo in that... Actually, did they get to choose? I can't remember. But there's a Colosseo. Whether they chose it or not doesn't matter. But they go to Colosseo, 114 versus 62. They wouldn't have chosen because it's a regular season game. But my point stands. Colosseo was the map they won quite convincingly compared to the Fusion on. But they're actually going to choose to go to New Queen Street here. So we're going to deviate from the pathway of the previous matchup.
Yeah, kind of avoiding the script a little bit here. And we've seen a little bit of that today. We've seen certainly a lot more of the following of the script where... Especially in this series here, Seoul Dynasty, they're here to stay. They're 12-0. This could very well wind up being that same situation as before, where you look at how Fusion has played throughout this entire qualifier, now moving into this tournament. They typically like to punch up. They can play spoiler. They like to take these maps off of teams as well, but sometimes, and I think inevitably, they wind up falling flat. That's why you see their 2-4 record as we're going to be moving into New Queen Street here. And I have concerns for Fusion because I think a lot of people want to see them succeed. They want to see that 2-4 record look obviously a little bit better than what it is because this team is simply, I think, better than a 2-4 record. We're seeing that here. They're playing up to Seoul Dynasty, but on New Queen Street, I think maybe a little bit of confidence gained because, like you said, this is a map that they love to play.
Yeah, they are fantastic on New Queen Street. I mean, their history on this map is, I would say, the 2 best maps are New Queen Street and Circuit Royale. That's been proven in our previous, tournament qualifiers, in those tournaments as well. So Seoul, we'll have to see what their game plan is going to be. Obviously, we have the North American NA side of the Summer Showdown tournament happening live in Toronto. That will be happening later today as well. We will go to Toronto virtually here for our Summer Showdown in the Eastern Division as the Seoul Dynasty roll out with the Soja. No more Fitz Ash. Now, previously, Ash wouldn't have a lot of game playtime here, but now it's like, before we talk about Seoul, just get the open 2 first bloods in very quick fashion. Fitz will respond onto 1, but at this stage, yeah, Seoul Dynasty are routed. They will probably lose everybody here if they're not too careful. It doesn't look like they will be able to get very many members away. Profit to at least boot Fury back. And yeah, it is Sojin time. Ash gets flanked a bit too hard here is what I was about to say.
I think with those picks, though, from the Fusion, this means that they can't actually follow this payload all the way forward. Looks like they got everybody back. I think they did taxi everybody. So now they just completely nix my point. So with these taxis, they can actually push forward. Still, though, this is a map type where a lot of teams like to kind of fall back and play more neutral. Use the disengage, try to get a better position to fight from, but Zest just loves playing aggressive, so never mind.
Yeah, they found the damage on the Smurf, and now we'll find the execution on Smurf as well. That's the prime target. You want to get down. Tank is gone for the Seoul Dynasty. Supports to follow next. Stalker as well on the list. Aim God showing the kill feed. 3 kills for Aim God on the Brigadier, and all allow Fusion to walk further forward. But you have to be very mindful of the fact that Fitz killing Fury makes a lot of difference here, because as Seoul Dynasty get respawners, I think Fusion have to back out.
Yeah, this is the point I was actually going to make initially, but that taxi just helped Fusion get into position. Now, maybe not as much. I think they're going to have to go ahead and disengage like you talked about. They do just that, and I think priority there for Dynasty was making sure that they did that. They pushed Fusion off before the bot actually made it to the objective, because then they get better spawns, and that certainly plays nicer into Fusion's ability to keep progressing this bot forward.
was any other member, maybe that would have been fine. Zest actually got booed back there. I think it might have been from the flail. In either case, the kills do still come on through. Not from Zest, but Fixer gets one. Now it's to Stalker's blade to come on through, and his blade has just been amazing so far. He already had Zest down early. Blade collects through. That's, 3 kills so far in this fight. Looking for number 4. Will probably get it. Prophet steals it. Doesn't matter. Stalker lives, and that's the most important part. Seoul Dynasty don't lose a single player in that fight, meaning that they can now push on through very aggressively without having to give up any sort of space. And they'll get their first bit of meterage now.
One of the things I love about this map too, I don't know about in the regions you cover, but in the regions I cover, this is a map that could easily turn on its head on a dime. I mean, instantly. You can see a team have like 70 meters difference, and that's able to be come back from on this map. Momentum is certainly a factor, maybe a little bit even more so than Colosseo, but Seoul Dynasty need to get through Fusion to get there.
I'll tell you what here, it's the region I cover is just Asia, it's APAC, it's all these kind of deep in here. And it's going to be the 2 Jungle Queens falling over nice and early. M3 does find some value on that overclock, and dare I say finds a little bit more now. Double support ult is being popped by both ends. They've all but dissipated now. M3 still in the mix, 1 versus 1 against Stalker, and he wins that one so clean from M3. Fitz will get the revenge, and as the dust settles, Fusion should be coming out ahead. Okay, Fitz is just kind of popping off over there. He loses the fight. Soul loses the fight, but Fitz gets the extra points for style.
Yeah, definitely. I think we were inevitably going to say that about M3, but the fact that he did get that kill onto Stalker meant that Fusion could stabilize long enough to just neutralize the fight. I mean, completely neutralize. Nobody really got much ground at all, and it's just kind of a reset here. Fusion diving in, though.
Now is the Rampage, gets 2. I think there's a little bit of disengage from Seoul Dynasty attempted. They're trying to get away now, but they get 2 kills. I mean, on the exit entirely. I mean, Fusion trying to go on in off the Rampage, and Seoul Dynasty getting kills as they press S rather. Now they're pressing W. M3 gets 1. Prophet does have to respawn, and will have to get taxied back by Vindane, but that is otherwise a very clean fight. They just disengage from the Rampage so well.
It's also a good amount of time for them to get this taxi. You can see them working their way back over. It's all about timing here. Certainly, Dynasty are going to have to back off away from this position, but if Fusion are smart, I think they're going to go fast here. Instead, they do notice that Prophet and Vinde make their way back, so buy their time just a little bit, but not for much longer.
Rampage onto 1, and that's kind of been the specialty so far for Smurf. You can only really get 1 on the Rampage. It'll be enough. It's Fury for Fitz. I think that's a better trade for the Seoul Dynasty, but they don't feel confident about it. They lost their damage. They have a tank available. Fusion trying to press the issue here. Fusion are going in. Zest pulls blade. He wants some kills. He wants specifically Smurf down. He's low HP though. The Zest has to be so careful. Finally gets killed onto Vinde, but wasn't Smurf. Smurf got taken down by Fixer. And now the Philadelphia Fusion, 3 versus 2. They have technically won this one, but Stalker still gets a couple of important kills, slowing things down.
I think Stalker wants to use the blade pretty aggressively here, because, again, ult tracking should be at least a degree easier in Overwatch 2, but you can see with Stalker in this position, knowing full well that they probably are just a little bit ahead of the Fusion with those support ults, they can go and just dive right in on top of them.
Speaking of ahead, it's Fury pushing way past the statue. You can see he was out of line of sight of his supports entirely, so yeah, it does cost him 2 ultimates to do so, but it's the second member picked up now, so maybe that is worth it for the Seoul Dynasty. I think by the time Zest comes back and Fusion do regroup, they will be able to stop this payload from capping, but Seoul Dynasty spending 2 ultimates there. It was expensive.
I think with Dynasty, though, I think they're comfortable with pushing this where they can get it almost to equal territory up near that 50 mark, and now see if they can pull some more ultimates. They might lose the fight, but if they can pull resources, that's key.
Double support ultimates available for Fusion though, and Fitz is down to MN3, so this is important. Now Fusion have the lead going further forward. Vindane will find a sound barrier, but chooses not to use it because everybody is dead. MN3 and Zest. MN3 in fact gets 4 in that fight. The X was stolen by Zest, but it's okay. Fusion, they get 5 alive, and that's important. They are going for the cap. MN3 has already pushed deep into Seoul territory, not towards their spawn, but very much holding tight angles here as the payload comes around. Expecting Seoul to take a quick fight here.
That they do. They're kind of diving forward, utilizing some of their cooldowns initially, but watch for those shouts. Good news here is that this is kind of neutral territory, right? 3 minutes, both the teams very close. So, I mean, all these ults are kind of right in line with one another, more or less as well. So neither team wants to make a mistake here because both of these squads are capable of exploiting these weaknesses. You don't want to overextend. You don't want to utilize that shout too early and get caught out.
I think this is a very pivotal fight, as we have a 3-meter gap between the teams. Fusion are also in position that if they win this fight, they will get the checkpoint. Super important assist on 1 HP. That was very critical for them to survive that, because Fusion would have been pushed back. They would have to disengage if Zest dies. Now the shouts are being expended. Fury, though, what is that? Is that a solo kill from Smurf? Was Fury too far forward? Unknown how he dies there, but that is Seoul Dynasty prime positioning now to get a big cleanup here. I'm not expecting Fusion to burn ultimates. In fact, Dynasty themselves will also not burn ultimates, but they are going to get a number of frags. If Fusion try to throw bodies at Seoul, any sort of trade there would have slowed down Seoul, but Seoul get 5 alive. They push on through.
5 alive, that's the name of the game here, especially on New Queen Street, where there's just so much distance to cover, and a lot of it is just very open, singular lanes, right? That's the key. But Philadelphia Fusion, they're quick on the draw. They're going to be able to contest this before any progress really is made by the Dynasty.
Oh my god, that was very close. You cannot allow the puck to come on through if you are Philadelphia Fusion, but Scorpion, here we go. Blades coming on through, pretty good so far. Fury will catch 2 on the rampage, and now Smurf to respond to the opposite end. Both DPSs have been caught, but Fixer and Inventory still getting the kills. It doesn't matter that they've been antied out. Fury's still alive. He's been saved by his own shout. He's very hard to kill, and M3 is still doing damage while all of that is happening. That was a very tight fight to get through. It looked like Smurf might have been able to turn it around, but Fusion refused to lose.
That was insane. I mean, as much as that last fight should have been the pivotal one to look at, this fight that just transpired, probably even more so. Fusion come away with that one. Also, very low on HP. None of those targets could get killed, and now it's all about picks. M3 versus Fitz. Who can win out?
Oh! Profit down to Fixer. That Fixer's been active so far. M3 even more active. Smurf trying to get away. Zest cleans him up. There was a headshot, rather. I think a headshot maybe coming through for the rail. It's enough for Zest to get the cleanup, and the cap comes on through. That is so important for the Philly Fusion. They have a brilliant checkpoint now to work through, and even more distance about to be gained. That 3-meter gap now extends to beyond 10, maybe 15 and 20 to come up as well. Seoul Dynasty could be losing this map. Now this is looking pretty poor from Seoul and Philly on the victory path. 30 or so seconds remain.
Still interesting that both these teams very similar timings in terms of their ults, so it's just going to be head-to-head for these last couple of fights. Potentially, it might even be the last one right here. 30 seconds left on the clock.
Smurf, low HP. Fitz will get the first kill, though. It's a 1-for-1 so far. Do you value MN3 or Smurf? But I'm going to say, Fitz and Profit, though, that's something you can't afford to lose if you are the Seoul Dynasty. And this is where the Philly Fusion, time, not great, but they win the fight. They can continue pushing. Seoul Dynasty backs against the wall. The deficit grows further here, Rex. I mean, even if Seoul win this fight and start pushing, how can they catch up?
Yeah, going to take multiple fights back to back to back, and nobody
well, they can't even touch.
Actually there.
They can't even touch. Fusion push forward. They'll push forward towards the spawn, and the Seoul Dynasty cannot even touch. We talked about how much of a risk it was for Seoul to take Fusion to one of their best maps on New Queen Street. Coliseum was open, available to pick for Seoul Dynasty. They chose to stay away from Coliseum. They won against Philly Fusion on Coliseum by a wide margin, might I add. We remember that scoreline. And here, a little bit of hubris maybe. They get punished. Fusion, a brilliant win that continues the possibility of a reverse sweep. We went to 5 maps between these two teams in the Week 18 game. We will once again go to 5 maps, so don't you go anywhere. The final map to decide it all comes up after this break. What if Seoul Dynasty wanted to win, but MN3, the Tiger Slayer, said no? New Queen Street, a brilliant map, now goes the way of the Philadelphia Fusion, chosen, by the way, by the Seoul Dynasty. And we talked about the possibility of reverse sweep here, X. Well, it is officially on the cards with 2 maps locked up by the Philly Fusion.
Yeah, now we get to that stage where Dynasty, it's their turn to take that map selection yet again here. Obviously didn't go all too well for them in that last map, but potentially now moving into a control. Obviously, they had the upper hand when we first started this series, but Philly Fusion, I feel like they've adapted pretty well right now to what's been going on. They certainly look like they have more firepower. There's more lethality there as well. And as close as Hollywood looked, it felt like, I mean, Fusion has like played up to Seoul Dynasty, but now it feels like there's maybe a little bit of some distance being gained by Fusion in this series. So Seoul Dynasty definitely have to step up and make something happen quick.
And here's the other opposite end of that coin as well, Helix, is I would have to say to temper expectations for Fusion here, because map 5s have been very 50-50 for the Fusion in the past. They've won plenty of map 5s, they've also lost plenty of map 5s. Fusion can reverse sweep, but they've also been reverse swept in the past, so, you know, it's kind of anything can go. And I want to specifically pay attention to map selection being important for a team like the Fusion, because the 2 maps they've won in this series, again, I would have to reiterate, are the 2 best maps for the Fusion. New Queen Street, Circuit Royale, have historically this entire year been their most successful 2 maps for the Fusion. So I don't think it's crazy that they did win these 2 maps. Now we go towards Oasis. As a reminder, Oasis was the map that Philly Fusion 2-0'd versus Seoul Dynasty in that Week 18 game. So they actually beat Seoul here. Seoul picked this map. Just to be clear, Seoul have chosen Oasis. They did lose Oasis to Fusion. They beat Fusion on Busan, albeit by only a 2-1 scoreline. But, this one's hard for me to call here, X. Because I feel like Philly have won here before, but it's still hard to like, grasp it, you know?
Yeah, I think I do have at least a little bit, a hint of a silver lining here. I think obviously this is fresh on Dynasty's minds. They probably looked at that very recently, watched it in film, broke it down, figured out, okay, what needed to change from there. I think obviously Philly Fusion probably did very much the same, but there's more to work off of for Dynasty because they're the ones that took the L there. Maybe they feel like what they figured out is enough for them to get out on top.
Let's see if there's going to be a VHS diff today, as many lessons to be learned for the Seoul Dynasty. Okay. It's a risky one. It's a tricky one. Seoul have been taking the Fusion to some of the good maps today. Stalker will take down MN3 though. And this could be a continuation of frags coming on through. It indeed is. Profit onto Fixer, and that'll be the cleanup. Could be a very, very good cleanup here as well. I believe 5 kills to 0. If Zest falls, yep, there it is. 5 on the board, 0 for the Fusion.
5 alive, as you'd like to say, at least on New Queen Street. But while here, certainly it doesn't necessarily help you, position aggressively and get some bot coverage. Yeah. At least probably it allows you to maintain. Yeah, definitely I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't kind of do that. I mean, that was a pitfall that Charge fell into earlier on this map specifically, not this sub map necessarily, but definitely something I think you want to stay away from as much as you can. Certainly take your advantages, but not all the way to the spawn doors. Now, though, Seoul Dynasty talking about advantages, already up over 35%. And on top of that, looking for some picks onto Fury, who's very low. They can't press forward without him getting stabilized.
And I'm looking at the ultimate charge there as well, but maybe it doesn't matter if MN3 could just get the opening frag with the rail of the Smurf. And Smurf is, the past couple of maps has struggled a little bit here for the Seoul Dynasty. Seoul, though, don't give up the point. They're actually still there. It's a struggle for the Fusion to actually cap this one over. Seoul Dynasty are just very carefully juggling aggro. In the middle of juggling aggro, Fitz kills Fixer. So Fusion, they kind of win the fight by killing Smurf, and now it's a 1-for-1 trade. Neither team has a Lucio alive. Fusion did actually cap, got the flip on over. At least Seoul isn't getting more points on the cap now, but if they can heal Stalker up, the Blade's going to be available. That will open the fight.
And if I'm Dynasty as well, I'm just allowing the Lucios to come back into the fight because I need to reset. We use Shout. Gotta make sure that you have that available. You don't want to press into a fight without that cooldown available. Well, guess what? Now it is. So is the Blade for Stalker.
And Seoul just walk on up. They have just entirely walked through this point now, trying to get this cap going forward. Stalker pulls play. There's no responses. MN3 gets cut up. He's a very important member to get down early. It's a lot of the firepower gone. Zest can pull his own play, but it's a 4 versus 5. Fury going down means that Zest now has to hold, as well as Fixer and Aim God just trying to delay as long as possible. Fixer giving his life away for it. Seoul will get the flip and do not allow to overtake in percentage points.
I think delaying actually was the key for Dynasty. Start that fight off, like I said. Just having the ability to wait out that cooldown, have the shout available, have your Lucio available as well. You don't even utilize too many resources outside of that. You just invest the blade, you get the flip. Now you're at 75%. And you start to go 1-to-1. See if you can steal a fight away by getting an early pick, but you have to keep Smurf alive.
Okay, Zess, it says time to go now. It's double support ultimates available for the Soul Dynasty. They actually fall Rally first. Rally now responded to by Aingot, and Zess cannot get through all the shielding. Cannot get through the HP. Sound Barrier is now in position to block out the Rampages. First one coming up through Fitz, saved by the Sound Barrier. Very important there. MN3, the Overclock is looking for damage, and Smurf finally gets a beautiful Rampage. 4 members caught, and the Sound Barrier is gone. This is opportunity now. Soul getting so much work done off the back of that Rampage, and they're going to win the fight. They're 84%. The flip did come through. Fusion stole the cap, but Soul Dynasty might steal away this round.
Really good play there from Fusion. They at least afford themselves one more fight. And you look at Dynasty, well, they don't have any ults. Certainly Fusion feeling very much the same, and it may even come down with 12 seconds left now to whether or not Fusion can touch, and I think that's going to fall firmly
Tracer
on Zest's shoulders to try to get the Tracer there and make sure that they still have recall, ideally, to be able to continue this fight. And I think that they did actually manage to hold on to that cooldown.
It can be hard to hold on to that, given when you touch, you're in a lot of trouble there, so you might have to recall early. In fact, Zess will do his best now to try and get that cooldown back if it has been used. Proper save by the commanding shout there. Soul Dynasty, low HP on a couple of members there. Fixer runs up to Fitz and collects him down. Stalker trades on the Fury. It's a 1-for-1 so far. Stalker gets further kills here. Stalker is just doing so much work with Soul Dynasty. Currently, 3 kills. Both the supports down. Pulls the blade off the back of it. Hunts down MN3. Zess is the only one alive, and well, the ace might not be there, but Soul, they'll take the win regardless.
Huge win there for Stalkers especially, but Dynasty will take it as a whole, as a collective unit, breathe a sigh of relief, because it felt like Fusion was just continuing to kind of breathe down their necks in spite of the position that Dynasty was in. And now we transition over into our next sub-map here, and Soul Dynasty yet again with a lead, but one that I don't think that they can feel necessarily overly comfortable with, because remember, Fusion loves to do this when they are down and it feels like they're out. They surprise you every single time, it feels like.
Can I surprise you with a stat line really quickly before we get into this round? Here, the kills or deaths between the two teams, Soul Dynasty versus Fusion, 19-3. That's right, Fusion only got 3 final blows in an entire round. I don't know what percentage points they had on the cap, but it's a lot given they only had 3 final blows. Stalker and Prophet haven't even died yet. They're still deathless. So, and well, that continues now as Zess goes down. It's 20-3. Soul Dynasty looking like they want to dominate here. Fury could be in trouble next, and we saw Soul Dynasty just run into Philly Fusion on that first run at University and clean them up 5-0, and it's looking like it'll happen again. Nobody on
increasingly difficult now for the Philly Fusion, but not out of it just yet. Just like in this series, they fought their way back into a map number 5. They could certainly do the same for a round number 3, but after a neutral fight win for Dynasty, where they're going to have an early rally, potentially, if they can win this next fight. But look at Zast's position. He's worked his way around. He's flanking behind them.
He has to be careful, though, because his team, if it's too far away, he's not going to be able to be supported. And despite the flanking, despite all the cuteness of that, Zess will just get the 1 kill. So at least a trade, Vindane for Fixer. You take that Lucio for Lucio. Very low HP means that Fusion do have to back on out. And with that, Soul Dynasty have a chance to get Vindane back into action. Fusion don't want to push without Fixer. We're back into a 5v5.
40% now for Dynasty Fusion. I mean, I don't want to say running out of time, but certainly time is against them. But they are now looking for Stalker.
Stalker got low there, but Prophet pulls the rally first. Fury is again very low HP. He is again going to be taken down. Get Prophet staying alive. It's more kills coming from Soul. When is Fusion got to get a single final blow? I think they got maybe one. No, they did get one. They got Vindane down, so they've gone from 3 to 4 here. We're improving.
It's going to have to find a lot more than that. And unfortunately for them, Stalker's going to have to blade in this next fight. They're going to probably have Rally there, but oftentimes Rally, even with a shout layered over the top of it, is simply not enough. So Fixa, burden is on you. Can you get something done? And maybe even just displace Stalker to try to limit and mitigate this blade.
Okay, well, Stalker can definitely get a lot done here. It's looking pretty decent so far. Fixer gets a kill. That's a big shutdown to Stalker. That's exactly what you need from the Philly side. Fury low HP. Is there going to be a sound barrier from Fixer? Nope, doesn't need it. Zest and Fixer will get all the kills regardless of what the Seoul Dynasty want to do. Shutting down both Fitz and Stalker is so important, and even more important than that, Fusion get on the board big time. They got 5 kills there. The entire Seoul Dynasty wiped out.
Gotta be pretty much perfect here, though, from here on out, and Fusion certainly a team capable of doing just that. Obviously, they have a slight advantage in economy. The fact that MN3, one of their, I think, pivotal players, critical players, does have Overclock coming up, might fall to that to see if Fusion can sustain here.
And the Rampages have been very mixed as well from both sides. Fury probably has had the better Rampages so far. Smurf, though, had a brilliant one on New Queen Street. Well, not New Queen Street, on University. So here we go, Rampage is coming on through. 5 caught on the side of Seoul Dynasty. Vindame can do so much to keep them alive. Smurf tries to pull on through. He's trying to clutch now, but it's now a 3v5 clutch. At least they might get aimed on. They do. Fixes to fall following that, but Smurf on his lonesome. You can't do more. It's a late Rampage. It looks okay, but you don't have the players alive to capitalize on killing Aim God and Fixer.
And that might have given away what could have been a gift for them. I mean, think about it. Philly Fusion, you look at their economy, it is destitute. They are barren out there. And if you talk about having a rally and a Rampage advantage going into the next fight, man, that could have been almost a gimme. Now Seoul Dynasty going to have to work a little bit hard for this.
Oh, and they can't rally now. It's going to be Profit taken down, right? So they just have less to work through in Fusion. They can definitely win this map, and the round, rather, to continue the map on to number 3. City Center comes up next, and we're on the precipice of it. 20% away.
Rally now finally coming up for Profit. It caught him in the last fight. Gonna have to do so again as Philly Fusion still very much building. But this looks to be, I mean, really the final fight of this round. Seoul, they're looking to end it here. They don't want to go to a round number 3.
And M3 and Zest are low. Fury being caught by a lot of damage. There's all Fury in the corner. They caught Fury in the corner. That could be the map. That could be the entire series going away. Seoul Dynasty have another frag. Fusion, no responses. They don't have a single kill here. They're invisible. M3 and Zest to hold down the fort. They're trying their best, but Smurf says no. Seoul say no. They deny the reverse sweep, and they will get the series done to face the Shanghai Dragons in the upper bracket final.
Huge win, Dynasty. Unfortunate for Fusion, especially their fans too, going on yet another wild ride, and you can see it on their faces. I would feel very much the same way. I mean, going that 5-map set again. I mean, how many times has it been this stage alone that we see them get here? And sometimes they succeed, sometimes they fall a little bit short. Here it was the latter, but Dynasty again establishing as one of the top 2 teams here, but I think Charge and Fusion both look pretty solid still.
And it's crazy that we kind of repeat the same scorelines from the qualifier as well, which is to say that Shanghai 3-0 Charge as they did in the qualifier, and then Seoul Dynasty, with a lot of turmoil, barely get a 3-2 victory versus Fusion, but we sort of repeat the same scoreline again, albeit this time in a lot more dangerous fashion. I think for both teams in a way, because you're Seoul, you have a 2-0 lead. That's quite dangerous for the Fusion. But then Fusion get another 2 maps and start a reverse sweep. That's quite dangerous for the Seoul Dynasty. I think both teams have a lot to take away from this game in terms of it not being quite comfortable with your Fusion. I mean, it just is so close. You talk about a wild ride here. This is Mr. Fusion's wild ride, right? You have 2 maps coming in to kind of making you believe in the reverse sweep, but then on map number 5, it just falls apart.
Yeah, unfortunate for Fusion, but I think good news for Dynasty, because some of the things that are working really well for them continue to work, and one of those things is Stalker going to be the player of the match for this series, and I think rightfully so, right? Because when you look at who was making a massive difference throughout this series, time and time again, it was Stalker. It was those blades, finding the kills, again, in a meta where there's so many defensive utilities, still finding just 3Ks, 4Ks. At that level of consistency, that's what separates.
And, you know, even winning in a big way on the maps they lost as well. Stalker putting up big numbers, even on Circuit, even on New Queen Street. And it's a very interesting dichotomy here between him and Zest, because you have a situation where Zest has kind of been, popping off and lauded as one of the best, players, just generally speaking, from APAC the entire way through. A player that you have to be considerate of in the Rookie of the Year discussion. However, I think today specifically, Stalker had Zest's number. There were a number of maps where Zest honestly could have done a lot more. It seemed maybe out of character that Zest was a bit quiet there. Stalker, no bad performances. All 5 maps, he stood up, he stood tall, he outperformed his counterpart in Zest, and he comes in so late in the season as well. I mean, this guy barely played in the first 2 stages. He played a lot more in Mid-Season Madness. Now he's getting a full starting role on the team in Summer Showdown, and kind of proving why he is still a player that you have to fear. He is so much of a strong force on the Seoul Dynasty roster. So many huge moments today.
Yeah, definitely come a long way. A journey himself as well, since the first time that I remember seeing him, all the way back when I was casting in Korea. I think that was 2019. Stalker playing. Yeah, I mean, it's been a journey, but one that I think he's finding some success on, because obviously, you now see a team moving forward into the winners finals. Yes, you have to take on Shanghai Dragons, but at least for now, you can breathe a sigh of relief and say, look, we made it a step forward. Now let's see what we can do against what has been a pretty indomitable team, one that is very hard to surpass, but hey, maybe Seoul can pull it out.
Well, Herix, it's been good having you on the Overwatch League. Congratulations on your official debut here, especially in the Summer Showdown tournament as well. But that will do it for the day. We have closed up our first opening round of matches. Congratulations to both Seoul and Shanghai for going on through to the winners bracket final. Now we'll have to come back tomorrow to see how that match goes, as well as the Guangzhou Charge versus Philadelphia Fusion game in the elimination side down the lower bracket. Somebody is going to have to go home. But that does it for the day. We'll see you tomorrow for more Summer Showdown. And also, if you're willing to stay awake, NA coming up soon as well, live in Toronto. We'll see you then.
and as soon as they're low, the reaction time on Sparkle is insane. The blade generation is gonna be cracked. He's killed 4. Is Sparkle getting the ace?
Oh! That's a big one. But although he's leading the charge and he has a blade here, so although brings the building down, reinforcements are going to be on the way. Trying to dodge. What a hit! What a kill on the Spire! That is absolutely ridiculous. Blade for proper, nice deflect. Look at him go! Like 5 kills, just like that, a blink of an eye, quick team kill. As Mirror is tossing in the front line, a 4-man anti. Vancouver Titans are going to wipe them off the map. Comes, oh my, that is ungodly. Another one, absolutely demolished.
And we are back. Welcome back to the Summer Showdown, ladies and gentlemen. It's day 2, and I am back in the building, pucking alongside Custa and Reinforce. Gentlemen, ready to boop right into day 2 at the Summer Showdown. How we feeling, Custa?
Oh, I'm ready for another day. Teams go home now, so everything's on the line. There's
You're
no
ready
more
for teams to
excuse.
go home?
Yeah, I'm ready for
Send them
Toronto to go
home.
home at their
Yeah.
own land. No, hopefully they win.
Yeah, there's money on the line. There's some Overwatch League points that you need to get into the tournament at the end of the year. A whole lot to talk about here, but first, we got to open it up with a discussion of what went down on the other side of the planet last night, and that, of course, were our first 2 matches in our East region, with Guangzhou Charge looking to start their underdog story against the reigning Overwatch League champions, the Shanghai Dragons. Now, the Charge guys, they looked pretty solid during the qualifiers. Don't know if you could use that same word when you describe their play against the Dragons last night, because this was a one-sided affair.
Jimmy!
Yeah, Jimmy. Okay. No, I'll get to Jimmy in a moment.
Yeah.
But here's the thing: 4-2, the Guangzhou Charge. They've proven to be better than the rest, but not better than the Shanghai Dragons and the Seoul Dynasty. And that it was their problem in this match once again. They can play close to the Shanghai Dragons, but they really rely on just individual brilliance from Krong, Choice of One, or Jimmy to get them over the edge and get them some of these fight wins. But that's not a consistent strategy. And the Shanghai Dragons, on the back of Lip, who is just underappreciated at this point, which sounds ridiculous because he was the runner-up MVP last year, but he's so good, and we're just so used to talking about how good he is. You need to just sort of take a step back every now and then and really appreciate just what he does.
This is the guy, right?
This is the guy.
Show me his face.
He's just a different level. He's a 7'6" gaming warlord.
I figured it.
250 pounds.
I thought so.
You would love
Pure
it.
muscle.
Yeah, pure muscle. He's absolutely incredible, and he really put the Guangzhou Charge on the back foot in this match. So the Charge just couldn't live up to the hype. We went over to Circuit Royale. Jimmy had some good moments. He did give it to Lip a little bit, but it wasn't the Jimmy prophecy that I had hoped it would be.
Custer, when you're looking at the Shanghai Dragon squad, who's the scariest? Is it Lip? Is it Who Are You? We've got highlights from Void on Junker Queen as well. It looked like everyone took turns popping off in this series.
And we don't even have the 2020 MVP playing for this roster right now in Flutter as well. Honestly, that is the Dragons' scariest part. They have some of the best players in every single role, but if I was choosing the player to be afraid of, as I said, it has to be Lip. His flexibility, not just on the hit scan, his ability to play the Sombra, to play the Tracer, he is consistently putting up these top-level performances. Yes, the Dragons have struggled so far this year. Lip has not.
And if we look at Guangzhou Charge, of course, they're not done. This is double elimination on the East, just like it is here in the West. So what do we expect from our Blue squad? Can they rally? If so, tell me the story.
It's Philadelphia Fusion. You never know what to expect. I'm sure Johnny will tell us about that one in just a second. But the Charge, theoretically, so far this stage, have been better than the Fusion.
Okay.
I would love for them to get this win because, as I said, Seoul and Shanghai might be on a different level, but they can absolutely beat Philadelphia Fusion, and I would love to see them get that success.
I love living in a theoretical world. We'll see how it all plays out live in the East. Next up, we got to talk about Philadelphia Fusion, though, because this is a squad that Seoul Dynasty was matched up against. We knew how close they played against each other last week. Again, another 5-game set, Johnny.
Another 5-game set between these two teams, and it was so entertaining, back and forth. Fusion just when the fans counted them out, they gave them hope once more and disappointed. It's really, you love the Philadelphia Fusion. Amazing stuff here. We kick things off on map 1, Nepal, and Seoul Dynasty were just on fire. Fitz had a great performance here on the Sojourn for Seoul Dynasty, but also MN3 showing signs of life. You know, benching Carpe is no small feat, and MN3, a rookie coming into this lineup this year. He's explosive, ranked up a 3K right here, and it was pretty much the only shining light for the Fusion. Otherwise, it was Seoul Dynasty. Stalker had a great performance, another rookie here in the lineup for them as well. Fitz swapped over to the Ashe a few times. We saw that last week. It didn't work out. This time around, Seoul Dynasty with a refined kind of tactical approach. The backline of Profit and Vindime did a great job supporting Fitz in that Ashe role. And in many ways, the way Seoul Dynasty are approaching this game is a bit like Dallas Fuel. They like to take things slower. They like to be the one who uses that commanding shout second. And with this slow tactical approach, they're able to take down the Philadelphia Fusion, poke them down from afar. And before Fusion can even get there, well, they're already dead. Stalker here finding another first pick. Great performance overall by the Seoul Dynasty squad.
I was so impressed by Seoul throughout this, but Philly, of course, takes it to a Game 5, Johnny. So let's tell the Fusion fans, let's sell a little bit of hopium here. What did we see on the good side from the Fusion in this series?
The good side is that the damage players are popping off. Cest has been a consistent factor for the Fusion squad. Few would even argue that Cest is in the Rookie of the Year conversation, but also MN3, that he's able to show up, rack up these kills with the railgun, and find the opening picks. Aim got here with a 3K on Brig. You don't see that every day as well.
I was going to say, Cousin just did a fist pump. Was that for Johnny's point or for the Brigitte?
No, because you weren't here last week, but last week me and Johnny got into an argument about Zest. I said that his Genji could be Rookie of the Year potential if the Fusion had been better, and it seems like you've come
I was catering to the fans. I don't agree, but I was catering to the fans, all right?
I'm just getting paid to say words, guys. It's okay.
He was all right. He was good. All right, I'll give them that. But overall, it was Seoul Dynasty here on map 5, and that's where Stalker really made the big difference for the Seoul Dynasty squad. You would say, like, oh, Fitz, you know, on the Sojourn. Profit on the Brigitte. Smurf, a veteran, 2-time champ. No, it was Stalker, the young rookie on Genji, who made the biggest difference.
Do you think our editor is a Brigitte man?
Hey, I feel like we do get a lot of Brig B-roll coming in here. Either that or Johnny's just like slipping them a 20 and like, let's get some more profit
Brig.
Just a little bit more profit in my broadcast. No one ever complains about that. Well, gentlemen, 2 matches are down in the East and only a few remained as we look to crown our winner in the East during the Summer Showdown. Let's see how the bracket has played out so far, and I don't think there's any surprises here. This is the way we all predicted it playing out, right, Johnny?
Absolutely. I mean, Shanghai Dragons and Seoul Dynasty, they've looked like the 2 best teams in the region so far. Seoul Dynasty, they lost to Shanghai in the qualifications, but Seoul themselves started off things 12-0 in maps. So, yes, the 2 favorite teams are on top in the upper bracket.
Now, yesterday, sorry, go ahead, Scott.
I want to ask Johnny, Guangzhou Charge, Philadelphia Fusion. We don't get to put our predictions on the broadcast, but just putting you on the spot. Who's going to win that one?
I'm going with the Fusion. Sorry, Jimmy.
No, I'm going for Jimmy. Let's go Charge.
No.
Sir James is going to show up in a big way today. I feel it. Gentlemen, yesterday we saw that we had Profit, of course, on Brigitte, and you told me it's because they had some young studs on DPS. That didn't make sense to me yesterday. Today, after watching some of these highlights, it totally makes sense, and I wanted to spotlight one player in particular. Let's talk about Stalker and this Genji we saw, because this is the guy who's kind of stepping in and causing some chaos when it comes to the Blades. Is he the best Genji in the East? Is it who are you? Who are we looking at? And what does this player bring to the table?
All right, look, fuck it, look. Okay, who are you? He is the lead. He is the number 1. So it's kind of unfair to compare a young rookie like Stalker to who are you.
But I would say
Stalker is definitely the number 2. And that's big praise, you know, for a rookie coming into this team. You're playing alongside Profit, the GOAT, and Fitz. And he's finding his place in the starting lineup. This is a guy that you need to learn the name of, because Stalker is going to be in this league for a very long time. It's almost unfair, because in many ways, he's like Profit the Junior. The way he's able to flex over to the Tracer, the Genji, the Sojourn at times, and compete with some of the best players in the league, this flexibility is like unheard of before players like Profit, right? So a bit unfair to call him Profit Junior when Profit is on his team. Stalker is overshadowed, but he deserves all the praise.
Let's call him Little Profit.
Little Profit.
Honestly, I've just been impressed when he first signed with this team. We're like, that's a great signing. We're excited to see him. he's probably not going to play. You know, Prophet and Fitz are on this team. They're going to play majority of the time, but Stork has come in multiple times this season and impressed us every time he's done that. So awesome to see him, a rookie popping off once again. He has a bright future ahead.
Great stuff last night. That is our player spotlight for the day, and a strong start to the Summer Showdown in the East. We also have 4 matches coming your way live from Toronto today. Now, most of our top seeds from day one moved on. Will the tournament continue to follow the chalk? Johnny and Custa will try and sell us on some of the lower seed upsets after the break. We're back live on Watchpoint, and we've got a jam-packed day for you, so let's not waste any time and jump right in with our favorite, and dare I say, most important segment of every single day. The bracket, guys.
The bracket.
The bracket! Taking a look here in the West, Dallas Fuel with the #1 seed went down 2-0 to the Justice. They pull off the reverse sweep, and now that means they played the Spitfire. Meanwhile, in the bottom half, we got the Shock versus the Outlaws. So our top 3 seeds winning, but London pulling off the upset over the hometown favorites, the Toronto Defiant. Guys, what's the biggest takeaway from this day one, and how does that set us up here on day 2?
For me, it was how weak the Dallas Fuel looked. As much as, you know, they still got the win, they are a great team. They were the #1
Johnny's
seed.
picked for the tournament, right?
They won 3 maps in a row.
Yeah, but they were the #1 seed and they struggled against the Washington Justice. There's no chance that I was not impressed with how they played. They could struggle against the London Spitfire.
Biggest takeaway for me, how impressive the Washington Justice looked against the Dallas Fuel. I mean, to take 2 maps of the Dallas Fuel or a Juggernaut, that's amazing.
I like these cells, guys. All right, well, yesterday was all about the favorites. Today, I think it's safe to say it's about the underdogs, right, Chad? Toronto, folks. It's time for you to sell us on some potential upsets here in our day 2 action. In front of you, I put some hockey pucks, all right? Each of you have 2, and each of them has a lower seed on that hockey puck. I need you to look at that team and tell me, how is this squad on thin ice going to pull off a power play if they're truly going to reach their goals to avoid being body checked out of this tournament and other hockey punts? Guys, it's time to get pucky. It's time to puck it up.
Yeah!
We're doing it, Johnny. Get ready because you're going first. Johnny, you have a hockey puck in front of you. Tell me, how does this team slap shot their way in to the next round?
You want one of mine?
Can I pick anyone? Can I pick any puck? Any puck?
Grab that
That's
one.
a bad choice.
Yeah,
That's a
grab that
bad
one.
choice.
Who do we got?
The London Spitfire.
You have to go against the Dallas
Against the
Fuel.
Dallas
I guess it's
Fuel.
I picked
All right.
Dallas Fuel to win the tournament. London Spitfire. If Dallas Fuel are to get it done, it is through the lower bracket. Because by God, the London Spitfire, they are one impressive squad. I tell you, Hardy with the push-ups on stage, establishing dominance against the opponents yesterday. Amazing to witness. Sparker, one of the proudest sons of Sweden we have. I mean, the way he represents our country, not only as Kevster an MVP candidate, but Sparker. Look at him go here on the Soldier. Fantastic stuff. Just landing all the shots with the red gun. Am I convincing, Puckett? I don't know.
Yeah,
Admiral Landon.
His Twitter last night really applauding Spurs.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Backbone here on the Genji. And I tell you as well, he can pull out the Mei if need be. So if you're a fan of Mei, Puckett, Backbone is your guy. Huge fan of Mei? Great. Backbone is like the only guy who plays Mei in the entire league. So there you go.
I haven't seen it in a bit. Does the Mei come out and push today, Johnny? Is that how you beat the Fuel?
Sure, why not? Bring out the Mei. Bring out the Mei, Backbone. Come on. You need everything you got, all right? This is a great group of players right here. They know they are the underdogs, but they're not going to waver. They'll bring the confidence, they'll bring the fun, and that's what you need to be able to take down a...
Only 25 more seconds to fill of this great sales.
London Spitfire! I mean, this team right here, all right? Someone put on the tea kettle, because these Brits are about, I think they have one Brit. Yeah, Backbone's a Brit, all right?
Yeah.
He's about to drop the bag on the Dallas Fuel, I'll tell you so much.
Wow, Johnny could sell me a 1991 Toyota Corolla and I would pay full price. Custa, you're up next. It's time to pick up a puck and break down how you think this team can skate through to the next
All
round.
right, leave my London Spitfire alone.
How many hockey puns did Hex write in today's script?
Yeah, I don't know.
Like 42. I'm here for it.
What do I got? The Houston Outlaws.
That's easy.
Oh, this bad boy is easy, Puckett. Let me paint you a picture.
Because they play the Shock, who's statistically the most successful team in the league right now?
Yeah, but
Okay.
you know.
Number 2
Previously,
seed.
they have a bunch of rookies now who choke on stage every single tournament that we've ever been to. You know, the San Francisco Shock, they don't even know how to play the game. They just get so frightened by themselves and the potential success that they can find. Houston Outlaws, though, they're an infallible team. They have never choked in their life. Houstonable actually means winnable, okay? Everyone's been getting it wrong this whole time, and it's gonna get done on the back of this man right here. Pelican last year was our Rookie of the Year, and he has been going absolutely sicko mode on this Genji. He just hits a different gear. You guys remember in Dallas when he had that 5K Hanzo play to pull them across the line? He will do the same thing here on Genji. And then you have the map 5 pinch hitter in Merit, who is just one of statistically the best hit scans that we have in this league. He has been popping off. He was alongside Kilo, who plays for the San Francisco Shock, on the same team in O2 Blast. They traded time. Merit, in my opinion, especially in those grand finals in contenders, was better than Kilo, and he has continued to show that in the league so far. Then you just have everyone else. You got SBD on the support line. Lastro, you don't even know what that means. SBD, it means
Silent but deadly?
Exactly, that's exactly what it means.
Thank you.
He can play the Ana, he can play anything. He is ridiculous at whatever he has to touch. And then we have the Flex God who plays Doomfist himself, Dante.
I know what SBD means.
Oh,
I watched that show.
You watched that show?
It's a pretty good meme.
It's a good meme.
Well, I have to say, Johnny, you are getting stomped in this competition so far.
You are not
Costanza roasted you in the opening round, but it's time for a little bit of revenge. Reinforce, please pick up your next puck, show it to the camera, and tell us how your squad can avoid the penalty box, aka getting kicked out of the tournament by losing.
Here we go.
What do we got, Johnny?
The Washington Justice!
Yes!
They're gonna get the job done! Decay is back with a vengeance! They're playing the Toronto Defiant. Screw the home crowd,
You want to
alright?
slow
The
down? They
Washington
haven't started the
Justice-
video yet.
Play the video, let's go! Assassin with the blade. Look at him tearing the Dallas Fuel apart, alright? This was not Dallas Fuel playing weak. This was the Washington Justice being strong, alright? They're the villain in the Overwatch League. They're about to get the job done and play spoiler for the Toronto Defiant homestand. This was supposed to be the homecoming for Defiant. This was supposed to be their breakout stage. They got the 4 seed. They looked amazing. No, look at the K. Look at him just clicking heads. Boom! And then on Edison right here. Boom! Boom! I mean, this stuff is incredible, all right?
Boom!
People are sleeping on the Washington Justice. This is one of the best damage deals in the entire league. And you got opener. He's not just an opener. He's a closer in this backline. The way he's about to drop these sound barriers for his team to counter some of these rampages coming out from Hotba. Hotba, more like Coldba after this game. Krillin on this brig as well. He's about to throw all the armor packs required for Assassin to finally stay alive and not be like top 3 worst deaths in the entire league. Washington Justice, I tell you, you gotta put your confidence in these guys. They look solid as heck. They're thick. They're oiled up. Everything you need from
and
your favorite
oiled up.
team.
Everything you need.
Everything
from your favorite team.
How can you not love this squad right here?
The thick and oiled up comment is the only thing I agreed with during that rant. And that is worth 3 points. And I held up 2 fingers. Let's talk Dust again because it's finally back to you, my Australian friend. By process of elimination, I think you know that you got Florida. But pick it up anyway. Show us the puck and tell us how this team can catch lightning in a bottle.
Look at me, Goomba. Look at me, Florida Mayhem. You got this, baby. Double flex support is the future and is the truth of this league. No one else actually knows how to play this game. Goomba is just a mega brain. He has 500 IQ and he has solved the problem. The double flex support, yes, it might not have been working so far, but when you got Sermarjed and you got RuPaul in the backline, anything can happen. These guys are actually mechanically insane and people don't give them enough credit because what they're pulling off when it works is incredible. Yeah, they're going up against the Vancouver Titans. Yeah, they have Aspire, but Deepe, his iron shoulder is weak from being not on a team for the Gladiators so far this year.
Take that,
He's
Deepe.
going to try and iron shoulder them in the hallway, and it's just not even going to work. He's going to fall over just like the Vancouver Titans. The Florida Mayhem, on the back of someone's incredible rookie leadership, will hit another level.
Incredible rookie leadership.
Exactly. Those. I'm just going to throw as many adjectives as I can in there. Yeah, you're buying in. You would not even believe this guy. When they win, you're going to see someone's dance moves, and you're just going to be on the hype train. They're going to go all the way. They might win the entire tournament. It's going to be easy for the Florida Mayhem.
It's going to be super duper easy. Ladies and gentlemen, you heard it here first. Every single match on today's West broadcast will be an upset. Call your bookie. Get your numbers in right now. All right, gentlemen, as we head to a short break, we don't want to go anywhere quite yet because we've got to remind people. We got a big matchup coming up here to kick off the day. London Spitfire versus Dallas Fuel. It's the first battle live in Toronto. We'll talk about it when we come back. Watchpoint is back, and so are your favorite human beings. It's Puckett alongside Custa and Reinforce. Reinforce just lost the battle of the upset salesmanship.
How? I
Custa,
was so convincing.
the champion sold me hard. I don't think a top seed's gonna win today, but if they do, it might happen here, gentlemen. The first battle of the day, the London Spitfire take on the Dallas Fuel. And the Fuel, well, they came out a bit flaccid yesterday, Johnny. We touched on it with the Justice taking 2-0, but then we saw a reverse sweep after some hero swaps. So how can they avoid a slow start today? Is it more than just the Sojourn?
No. Come out, play the Sojourn, all right? Is that convincing enough for you, Puckett, all right? Come out playing the Sojourn, because the London Spitfire especially, they know how to counter the Ashe. They've beaten Toronto Defiant twice when Toronto plays that Ashe, all right? Edison, avoid the Ashe, play the Sojourn, get us clean 3-0, all right? That's the goal right there. Easy job.
Clean 3-0. That is going to be the key. On the other side, the London Spitfire made sure that they're the enemy of the people here in Toronto. Everyone cheering against them after they beat the Defiant, I assume. It's a huge matchup today, Costa. So how do you pull off this win right now if you're going to get it done and earn some love from everyone in that venue?
For both of these teams, it's like really comes down to just the synergistic. We can talk about the hit scan matchup of Edison versus Sparker, but I actually want to take a look at the backline because we have two very different Lucios.
Support Appreciation Day!
Support Appreciation Day! We got to think about the Lucios because they matter too. And this is Chio versus Admiral. This is the qualifiers Lucio head-to-head, and you can see the differences in their playstyle. Admiral likes to play with the team, less aggressive, get more of that healing, probably using those amps up for healing less than speed, while Chio, he just exists in your backline. He has more final blows, he has more hero damage, and you see that in his gameplay when you go. Just yesterday, this is their stats, and it tells the exact same picture. Look at how little healing Chio is doing. Aggression is the name of the game for him, which is a double-edged sword. If he is not getting value from that aggression, not getting those final blows, it could turn back on them. So keep an eye out for this. The London Spitfire will have more healing, but the Dallas Fuel will have more offensive prowess.
And are we going to see any Zenyatas or Anas, or is it 100% going to be Lucios for these two players?
No, these two players are pretty much known as Lucio players. We have some players in here who can play some flex support if they want to, but for the most part, these guys, this is their comfort. This is the hero that they want to be on, and I would expect them to be on it the entire series.
I mean, look at these sick eliminations that we're scoring here on Lucio. Honestly, though, you're a support player. I can't play support because I don't like to help my teammates, but Custa, what is the most impressive thing you can do currently in the 5v5 meta as Lucio?
In this meta, Jotes is exactly like Goats. A meta that I played in, had mixed success in, that we can talk about. But the big thing is about getting that aggression. It's about getting that little bit of extra value. You can just sit back there and heal everyone and just sort of speed everyone around. But the best players in the world, the best Lucios in the world are the ones who are getting more done. And you need to get environmental kills. You need to be pushing around the tanks. And you need to be a threat at all times while staying alive. It's so easy to get picked off. We've seen it from some other Lucios so far this stage. I want to see better gameplays from them.
Well, the support line are always the unsung heroes of the squad, but Reinforce, tell us about the people who truly deserve the blame when the team loses a fight. The tanks.
No, what is this? What is this garbage you're spewing it out, all right? Yeah, tanks are the most important role. There's only one tank, all right? So you better take care of that tank player, all right? It's going to be Hanbin versus Hadi. Oh, by the way, that rant was very annoying for me because as a tank player, I don't like to get booped. I don't like to get booped by Lucios, all right? It's one thing to avoid if you're a tank player, but comparing these two tank players today, you got Hanbin, the best junker queen in the league. I'm just going to claim that, all right? Hanbin is the best junker queen. I'm not arguing with it. You can see yourself, the offensive stats, hero damage, final blows. He's on top over Hadi. But Hadi, he gets more use out of that Rampage, and Rampage is the best ultimate in the game right now. If you have a team that follows up on your Rampages, that's going to be a massive boon for your team. So I really do think that when these two players go head-to-head, yeah, Anbin, he might, swing some axes and, hit some daggers and, pull some players. Oh, that looks cool and all. But Hadi, he has the potential to really take a lap around Hanbin here. The way he synergizes with his team, the way he uses these Rampages, that's going to be a huge difference maker here. So if Hadi can come out with his team and he can get amped up, and I'm not talking about some Lucio speedrunners or anything, I'm talking about push-ups live on stage, that's going to get his team rallied, that's going to help them synergize with his ultimate usage, and that's going to be a big difference maker for the London Spitfire. So are you convinced about this, Puckett?
I
about this?
I like Hanbin, right? I'm liking these clips.
You gotta like Hadi,
look at
come
this
on!
freak! Hottie the Body, ready to take the stage once again. Silence the folks in Toronto or make them cheer. They're neutral in this fight.
That's mental warfare right there. You look across the stage and the other tank player is doing push-ups, you're going to get self-conscious. You're like, should I do push-ups? Do I need to be doing more?
You need to do some
He's
push-ups.
got to get in. Oh, come on.
Gentlemen, I get it.
You're losing the
Tanks
argument.
this, supports that, blah, blah, blah. Important matchups, but I got the real showdown we all need to look at. That, of course, is Sparkle versus Sparker. Let's take a look at this battle of the DPS, because when you compare these two,
Whoa!
the Ombre versus Nombre, man, Sparker versus Sparkle, we got a noun versus a verb. One of them has an E. Which one? Well, you can see it for yourself. 6 letters to 5, 2 numbers to 0. When it all comes down to the anagram, though, who do we give the edge to, Custa?
Care Pliz, I don't think is a good one. It just doesn't really make sense. RK Raps is definitely.
Raps.
Sparker has the edge on this one.
Honestly, I just love Sparker on the stage. His interview yesterday with Danny was so cute. He is ready to go up against the Fuel, and they are going to need him on this Spitfire. All jokes aside, gentlemen, we have some fantastic matches, and it's time to reveal our picks for today's match. Let's show it to the people. We're all going the same way, right?
Some surprises here, huh?
All burning blue. We're shocking it up, and is that a mayhem pick for
Whoa, we're going with Washington?
We all went with Washington?
Oh, no.
I don't know if you can see my pick on the left. Toronto, I got your back in this 6. Let's shut them up and make some noise as we celebrate. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the picks from our experts. Get your picks in right now. That's going to do it for Watchpoint. We got London, we got Dallas, all live from Toronto, and it's coming up here live on the Overwatch League. We'll be right back.
You got this, Toronto.
I'm running the
Boston, as soon as they're low, the reaction time on Sparkle is insane. The blade generation is gonna be cracked. He's killed 4. Is Sparkle getting the ace?
Oh! That's a big one. But although he's leading the charge and he has a blade here, so although brings the building down, reinforcements are going to be on the way. Trying to dodge. What a hit! What a kill on the Spire! That is absolutely ridiculous. Blade for proper, nice deflate. Look at him go!
Like 5 kills, just like that in a blink of an eye, quick team kill. As Mirror is tossing in the front line, a 4-man anti. Vancouver Titans are gonna wipe them off the map.
Comes forward! That is ungodly! Another one! Absolutely demolished!
Day number 2 of the Summer Showdown tournament. Rose, we're live in Toronto. Day number 1 was a banger. Maybe not for the hometown audience of Toronto. London took them down on their stage. We'll see if Toronto can fare a little bit better today. But game number 1, London Spitfire and the Dallas Fuel. It's going to be a good time. There's been a lot of close games already.
Honestly, all of today's matches look so good on paper, and I cannot wait to see how the action plays out, especially because kicking off today, it's the Battle of the Blue here.
Yeah.
It's going to be great.
Yeah, London Spitfire and the Dallas Fuel are taken to the stage first up. I just honestly can't believe we're in a position where we're doing a landing. It feels so nice. And we're in day number 2 already. This is going to go in the blink of an eye. I almost guarantee it. It's going to suck. I'm going to be real. But obviously, Grand Finals is also going to be pretty damn hype. So make sure you look forward to that. And the teams are fighting for a position there too. You want to come first. You want to get as many league points as possible. 2 teams and, well, 1 team, the Dallas Fuel, have proven their excellence in this meta. The London Spitfire, though, looking to take them down.
I mean, I'm actually really surprised that Danny didn't predict the London Spitfire here. Where is your allegiance, Danny?
What? No, well, no. I'll give you a little insight. In the green room a little bit earlier on, Danny did say he'd shave his head if London won. So.
Okay, so he really doesn't want to predict London to win because he doesn't want to shave his head.
Exactly. That's why he's on the field side. A little bit of bias there, maybe.
Maybe a little bit.
Doesn't really want to lose all of his hair. Maybe Shaddy can actually do it if he if he wins.
Well, yeah, he's got to
Given
get the chatty haircut.
Exactly. Maybe some press-ups on the stage and a little bit of a haircut. Yeah. I mean, look, London yesterday beat Toronto Defiant. Was it the push-ups? Not sure. They beat him on the home stage, which is kind of insane. They just weren't phased by all the boos, and obviously it is kind of nice. Chatty just brushed it off his shoulder like any good player did. Sparker actually did a good interview at the end there. A little bit nervous, but you know, playing on stage against and winning against a team that has a lot of fans in the audience. It's
not
scary.
even that though, too. Toronto Defiant came into this tournament as one of the favorites as well because of their performance that they put on in the qualifiers leading up to the Summer Showdown. So I think that was definitely something that London, you know, like they had a big battle yesterday, but they have an even bigger battle today.
Oh yes, they do. I think it's about time we bring London onto the stage, so give a big round of applause to the London Spitfire. Not as many boos as I thought there would be going to be real. I want to see Hattie do some more of those push-ups. I'm gonna be honest. Maybe that was their secret sauce running into this, but
I think so.
This team has had another big come up from a meta where they shifted it completely into their favor, running the Rhine Rush now to the Junker Queen, and Hattie really stepping up to that role.
And I think one of the reasons why we saw London Spitfire yesterday just play so well with the Junker Queen is because it really does lend itself to that kind of Reinhardt Rush style, where if you're playing against the Ashe, which is what Hisu was running yesterday, just run at the enemy team. They're so good at pressing the W key.
Yeah, pretty good. They're pretty damn good at that. We saw some Lucio stats earlier on too. The Chio versus Admiral head-to-head is going to be pretty damn interesting, that is for sure. Spark has also been pretty cracked on the Sojourn.
Yeah, he has, absolutely. I think that when you look at how Dallas Fuel has been playing the game, they played a lot of the Ashe so far, but yesterday they did switch over to the Sojourn. But when you look at the Sojourn head-to-head between Sparker and Edison, that's where things get really tricky because Sparker does lead in almost every single stat. Actually, I lied. It's every single stat. Sparker's just ahead by a lot.
Well, Dallas Fuel are going to make sure they remain ahead. Remember, they were undefeated coming into the tournament, from the qualifiers, beating the San Francisco Shock, giving them their first loss of the year. Let's bring out Dallas onto the stage. Please give a warm welcome to the Dallas Fuel. Another team with a gargantuan fan base. A lot of people have been following these players since their time back in Korean contenders. Like, it was only a matter of time before Edison stepped up to the league, and it's been good to see him perform. Can he show up against Sparker? Maybe London do get a slight land buff, beating the favorites in the Toronto Defiant yesterday. The Dallas Fuel, ironclad mentals though, Rose. Almost got 3-0'd by the Washington Justice, but just smacked him around with a reverse sweep.
Oh, the reverse sweep was something else, too. Dallas Fuel identified that the Ashe was just a little too passive, and even with Chio's interview yesterday, you could hear that Chio and Sparkle just really like to play this aggressive game with that Lucio and Genji, but the Ashe, because it's a little bit more passive and plays more defensive, didn't really lend itself to that style. But let's go, Dallas. They are here to play today, and it looks like they're all smiles so far.
Sparkle's always got a grin on his face. Every time I see him, there's not a moment in time where he hasn't got a big smile. Stepping up the stage is going to be big. He's been playing on stage too, mind you, since he was like 14, 15 years old.
Yeah.
Like, god damn.
Has that experience,
another,
for sure.
Another amazing personality in Harbin too. Another big smile on his face, and he should be one of the best Junker Queens we have currently in the league.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we saw the stats that the desk broke down, and even going into this tournament, Hanbin was one of the top Junker Queens just by a lot. And so when you look at also how they performed yesterday, Hanbin is still living up to the hype on that Junker Queen. I just want to see them continue with that aggression, because that's really how they took down Washington Justice yesterday.
Yeah, look. I love support players, I really do. I'm with Scott on that one on the desk. I don't want to hear Johnny talk ever again about how Tank is an underappreciated role, okay? Look, you got a new hero, we haven't yet.
Hey, so support's just like, that's such a thankless role too.
Yes,
you know?
It is, Johnny.
Yeah,
Thank
Johnny.
You. I'm not going to blame Parker. He's a DPS player. He can do what he wants.
Yeah.
Tank players need us more than the DPS players need us.
That's true.
Yeah, but the Chio versus Admiral head-to-head in the Lucio was also kind of crazy. Chio loves to go aggro, and so do London. So it's going to be probably a bloodbath.
Well, but you saw it from the stats as well, though. It really does back up that London Spitfire puts a lot of emphasis on making sure that they stay alive. And something else that backs up that just Lucio sustainability is just how well Hadi has been able to make use of the Junker Queen abilities. You know, the wound, being able to get that bleed and kind of get some of that health back has been really nice. With those Rampage kills as well, Hadi just does have some of the best wound uptime as well as those Rampage kills.
Yeah, it's pretty big. And he not dying as much as Han did. Saw the stats
yes,
a little bit earlier
absolutely.
on. But that's kind of ride or die with Dallas, right? I mean, they're either all in or they're all out. And maybe that's one of the reasons why Hunbin's got a lot of deaths. Have to wait and see. Two teams in blue too, which is always quite nice.
I like it. Blue's a great color.
Yeah, my favorite color.
today.
Oh yeah, you're wearing blue. Yeah, there you go.
Well, you're wearing blue.
Yeah, blue and yellow,
It's
I
mostly
suppose.
blue.
Mostly blue. Well, blue's my favorite color, so.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, there you go. But it is insane. And looking at the results from yesterday, Dallas Fuel reverse sweeping the Washington Justice, but it very much felt like a Decay moment, right? It's like, oh, Decay is on stage and he's clicking on people's heads and everybody's just dying. But
yeah.
the Dallas Fuel coming back from that is kind of a big feat. Maybe that is a little bit on Washington, choking at the very end there, but they have been formidable on stage.
Well, the biggest difference was when Edison switched over to the Sojourn. That's really when the reverse sweep started coming through for the Dallas Fuel, and they were able to play way more aggressively with that hero. But I wonder if Dallas Fuel is kind of feeling themselves. Can they go back to the Ashe for Edison? Can they play that on Li Jiang? They did pick this map. But what's interesting about the map stats for both of these teams just this stage is that they're pretty similar in terms of their win rate.
All right, Li Jiang Tao is our first map. In fact, so it looks like Li Jiang all day today. So that'd be kind of nice.
Yeah, it's first map for every matchup we've got today. So I hope you like Li Jiang. I like Li Jiang.
Yeah, so it is a beautiful map. Of course, it is night and daytime too, with the different modes. I wonder if that's going to be standardized at one point, whether we only play on day or only play on night, not sure.
This just has to be renamed Market. It can't be Night Market anymore. I'm standing by this.
But it's still like it. But what if it's only open at night?
Well, I don't
Then
care.
it's
It's
night market.
daytime here.
Yeah, but it's closed now.
But it's still the market. The daytime.
Yeah, but it's closed. So it's not a market if it's closed, right?
But the shops still exist.
Yeah, but there's no people in the shops.
So?
So it's night market because it's open at night.
I'm gonna die on this
It's
hill.
in the game.
I
You
don't
can't win.
care. I'm gonna die on this hill.
Team 4's listening, and they're on my side.
You know what? They probably are. It's fine. It's okay. It's beautiful either way. But let's talk about the match at hand here. London and Dallas getting ready to come out of the gates, and Dallas looking to use that symmetric teleporter from Sparkle just to try to beat London Spitfire to the punch. And Edison right now is on the Sojourn.
All right, yeah, that's the change that you wanted to see. A lot more fast pace. You got to be if you're against the London Spitfire. Oh, good first blood. Sparkle taking down Sparker. They highlighted how many letters Sparkle has versus London Spitfire Sparker. This time it's Sparkle coming out on top. That also falls this aggression that we wanted to see from the Dallas Fuel. Already quite apparent. Oh, Sparkle with 3 kills to start off. And Dallas Fuel end up capping.
Well, what's really interesting is you can see that Sparkle and Chio right now are playing together as a unit like they want to be able to do. And with Edison on the Sojourn, it really does allow Dallas Fuel to play this faster paced game. They're gonna be focusing down Sparker. Sparker has the ability to get these pop-off moments and take out somebody before the fight even begins. So if Dallas can take out that massive threat, they're not worried about that so much anymore.
Sparkle's not that much ahead of Backbone, kind of ult charge right now. Slow and steady. Dallas Fuel don't really want to give up positioning. They just want to bait London Spitfire in between these doors. A clutch commanding shout from Hadi to try and keep himself alive, but the over-aggression from Fuel, they're not punished at all. You can see Sparkle dashing back to the rest of his team. And with Hadi dead, London Spitfire have to make a decision. They either go in off of some damage, some poke from Backbone and Sparkle, or they have to back all the way out. This indecisiveness might cost them here as Landon gets taken pretty low. Backbone reflecting a lot of that damage, but look at that. Harby just rushes in. A double Carnage kill from the Junker Queen. The Dallas Fuel do end up losing Sparkle, but look how he jumps back into the fight, instantly taken care of, as the Dallas Fuel just continue to control the point.
I mean, Sparkle is just getting so many resources from the Dallas Fuel. Not only is Chio there with that healing, but also that speed boost, but Fielder's also saving a lot of those armor packs for Sparkle specifically. And now, just like that, Sparkle does have the Dragon Blade online. But, you know, is Admiral going to use the beat for this? Can Dallas Fuel really force Admiral? Can I just go in with it first? Backbone there.
Early play from Backbone. Actually, the beat and a rally from Fielder. There's a lot of overhealth, so London Spitfire have to back off. Sparkle almost gets taken down. There's the play from Sparkle as Backbone gets eliminated. The beat did come out from the Spitfire, but it only hit 4, and Sparkle just waits that overhealth out and dives back in to get some additional damage. A nice little commanding shout to push the rest of the Dallas Fuel out. They want to make this last fight as Edison takes care of Admiral. He's going pretty low in the 1v1 versus Sparker, and he comes up the better. But it is a trade. Oh, and they can't touch! Oh, Backbone just caught on the lip of that window. He couldn't actually get onto the point and trigger OT.
I mean,
Dallas Fuel claim round 1.
They do claim round 1. I mean, even if Backbone had gotten there, Dallas had picked off so many members of London Spitfire that Backbone probably didn't have the sustainability in order to actually bring that overtime into a round flip. But they get to go again. Let's see if we see any changes here, but I'm not expecting too many. Edison feels really comfortable on the Sojourn right now, and Sparkle as well. That Symmetric Teleporter really did help to make sure that Dallas Fuel could get the positioning that they wanted to in that first round, despite the fact that London Spitfire made it to the point first. Dallas just gonna go ahead and rush in. Teleporter also allows Hanbin to save that commanding shout for when they want to actually start engaging in the fight.
TP strat, yep, way quicker. Not going to take a fight in server room though. It looks like they want to hold around the outside. It's a little bit better, mind you, if you put yourself in the shoes of Edison. There's a very small doorway you have to go through, so the right clicks might be easier to land. So Backbone's already gone in. He goes for the dash kill onto Edison. There's a commanding shout to sustain him, as well as Sparker. This time London are on top. The Dallas Fuel make an executive decision to back out rather quickly. Something they'd be very good at, Rose, is just like the neural network is completely linked between every player of the Dallas Fuel. They know when to go in, they know when to go out, and they work as a hive mind.
Yes, I was about to say that's what I was thinking as well, but they're already back too. That's what allows you with a quick switch around.
Double disruptor shot doesn't really result in all of anything, but look at the health bars the London Spitfire right now. Hardy and Spark are going pretty low, and they actually give up the point for free.
You gotta wait for that sustainability to come back online before you can move in, but Hardy's down now. Dallas Fuel gonna capitalize on this.
Yeah. Misstep there from London Spitfire. They needed to get healed a little bit quicker so they could keep themselves in the fight. Infinite reflection there from Sparkle and Backbone, just reflecting each other's shots back at each other. Dallas Fuel, now they control. What can London Spitfire do to come back? They're not really near any ultimates. Sparkle's the closest one, 10% towards that blade.
Yeah, and Admiral right now is sitting on 70% of that sound barrier, so that's not even a viable option to try to respond to that blade, but Sparkle has been finding so much value.
Dallas Fuel get the call. Sparkle's got that blade online already, and he's going to pull it. Admiral's nowhere near that beat, like you were saying, Rose. Sparkle goes pretty low and actually taken down by Landon. In amongst the chaos, Admiral does end up falling over, and London Spitfire now don't have that speed boost to march on in. They've still got a fair bit of heals. That means the Dallas Fuel have to rely on Edison getting a shot onto the backline. Backbone goes pretty low, jumps back to Mega Health Pack using that Reflect. And now getting healed up slowly. Admiral's going to be able to come back into the fight, but the Dallas Fuel are going to march on forward with that beat. A headshot onto Hardy ends his life, and Backbone sees that as a signal to back away. The Dallas Fuel once again come out on top as the London Spitfire now eventually have ults that they've been building this whole round.
I mean, London, though, they were really hoping that Admiral Soundberry would be able to get back online. They were able to contest that point for so long, but it just wasn't there. Chio beat them to the punch, able to use that sound barrier to play a little bit more aggressively and just stop the fight in its tracks. But now, at least Admiral did hold on to it, could go in with the double support ultimates here, but Fielder goes first.
Look at the agency from the Dallas Fuel right now, always marching on forward. Backbone hitting 4 people at a time with these swings from the blade. Unreal value. Doesn't matter how many support ultimates you have. If multiple people are getting hit with the Dragon Blade, it's still doing enough for the rest of London to finish the Dallas Fuel DPS off. London Spitfire will end up getting the cap, but Dallas have an 87%.
I mean, this is what we expect from Backbone, though. Even yesterday, watching that match, Backbone just took a little bit to kind of ramp up to being able to get that value from those blades, but I'm expecting to see Backbone able to convert that Dragon Blade energy into kills. But it's time for
from
Sparker.
Edison. Sparker can hold on to his. If London Spitfire can just survive this overclock, they might be good. Rally's coming out from Landon too. You can see how passive Sparker's playing right now. He wants to go and peek with the overhealth so he doesn't get one shot. Backbone and Fielder end up trading. Much better for the Dallas Fuel, but they actually get hit with a 3-man rampage. Now they're in trouble. Sparker leaps forward, finds a kill on Chio, but a reflection kill from Sparkle will end his life. A rather scrappy fight on the outside of this point. Harbin is all alone. He hasn't got many heals left and landed with a nice double kill onto the front line of the Dallas Fuel as they continue to hold. They burnt a lot of ultimates in that fight though, Rose.
They did, but I mean, the London Spitfire, that's something that they're really good at, is executing that patience to hold on to those ultimates until they know they have that advantage in ultimate economy. Now it really is about Admiral and Chio. Who's going to get to that sound barrier first? Right now, Chio was leading the charge. He was able to beat Admiral, but London Spitfire, they played a little bit more passively, so they have that health, sustainability online. Maybe they can hold out.
Eddie looking for a cheeky right click, trying to peek one of those supports. He can see the Lucio kind of diving in that corner. Has to use the power slide to get away. That's kind of unfortunate. And now the Dallas Fuel are making their approach. There's the beat. Oh, Landon didn't see that one coming. London Spitfire have nothing. Absolutely not. Well, Sparkle pulled. Okay, well, I mean, yeah. Intimidation Blade, I suppose.
I guess so.
Sparkle was the only one to survive. He's actually going to get chased down by the Dallas Fuel. They're not going to be able to touch. Maybe Backbone gets there, but he hasn't got a dash reset. And look, Shio's just hugging at the point for dear life to boop anybody away. And just like that, the Dallas Fuel running over the London Spitfire.
That first round, definitely favorable for the Dallas Fuel. That second round, a little bit closer there. London Spitfire holding onto those ultimates for the perfect time to at least be able to get 99 to 100. So Dallas, though, we'll see what they got. Edison looking real warmed up on that Sojourn today.
Just the speed from the Dallas Fuel, the way they're playing right now. We said it might be a bit of a bloodbath, and it was. London just cannot keep up to that tempo. Fire burning quicker than a jet plane can fly. We'll have to see what happens in map number 2. It's going to be London's pick after this. Dallas Fuel burning pretty bright already with a clean 2-0 on Lee Zhang Tower. It's Hanbin time.
It is Hanbin time. Pretty excited about how Hanbin has been playing too, because he's just been kind of tearing through the London Spitfire. Those rampages, they've been capitalized and followed up upon, and I think a lot of that has to do with how Sparkle has really been playing on the Genji just to follow up on those low rampage targets.
Yeah, just the speed at which Hanbin is playing is kind of crazy. And that's what you want, right? You want to throw, I mean, Spitfire in this case, but the enemy team off-killed. You just want to play at your own kind of tempo. That's one of the reasons why London did so well against the Toronto Defiant. They knew that Toronto were playing a little bit more passively because He's Who loves to play the Ashe, a little bit more a slow comp compared to the Sojourn, and they were able to play at their own speed. Can they shift up now to the speed of the field?
Well, I think that's something that London Spitfire is so good at, is identifying those weaknesses or maybe those kind of vulnerability points of their opponents. But unfortunately, the vulnerability point I would have expected to see in this match would have been the Sojourn versus Sojourn. But Edison has been performing really well, has a lot of that damage under control, but also the way that Sparkle and Chio are focusing down Sparker has made it a little bit more difficult for him to actually get the value that we want to see on that Sojourn.
Okay, map number 2. Gone to Hybrid. Paraíso.
Yeah, Jaws! Let's go!
Right, no way. I'm telling you, it's the British accent. Doesn't do me any favors.
No, you're doing great.
Or at least on pronunciation, anyway. All right, this was Spitfire's pick, but Dallas Fuel actually get their choice of where they want to start, either attack or defense.
So Dallas Fuel will start on the defense, and that has a lot to do with London Spitfire's win percentage on this map. It's 100. They're 3-0. I know that's not a huge sample size, but they did get wins over the Houston Outlaws and Toronto Defiant on this map. And it's always when they've started on the defense. So Dallas Fuel just gonna go ahead and take that advantage away from them.
We're gonna see any Ashe here, do you reckon?
You could definitely see it on first point. So this is where I have the questions, is like, is Edison gonna feel comfortable on the Ashe? You can totally play it on first point. So I would kind of expect to see that. And a lot of why Ashe is so prominent on that first point is because you have all of these entryways that those dynamites, which Edison's gonna have, because he's on the Ashe right now on the defense, will be very valuable. He's gonna charge up that Bob so fast. You can even see, like, as we kind of fly through the map here, those choke points that London Spitfire will have to aggress through. Super good for getting that dynamite value.
Yeah, even
Super
like
small.
on the point, that little shop, the little fruit shop.
Yeah, where a lot of attacking teams like to try to go to kind of force the enemy towards them.
Yeah, it's Disrupt Shot's pretty decent in there, but like Dynamite, you can't run away from Dynamite, unfortunately, unless you escape the blast radius. All right, Backbone, what you got, son?
Is he gonna get the grapple this time?
Oh yeah, he missed the grapple last time around. He's got it this time, don't worry. He was practicing yesterday.
Whoa, is that Chio?
Well, yeah, he's in the skybox. You know.
Yeah, of course.
You know the vibes.
Yeah, no, Chio's not a frog, he's like a falcon. I don't.
He's a jumping tree frog. A lot of trees to jump around on this map, that's for sure. All right, let's see how London Spitfire end up attacking this. They do have the Sojourn if they just want to rush the point or get on that high ground. Push away Edison. Looks like Backbone's going to make the first incision with his shurikens. And look, Edison's getting chased away, but the peel from the Dallas Fuel is kind of crazy. Backbone forced to use that to dash and reflect already. Dallas Fuel are quite split up. In fact, they've traded places with the London Spitfire for the most part. Edison still remains quite protected by the rest of the Fuel. He's used that coach gun to get back on his side of the map. And Abro actually gets taken out. They're not really paying attention to Edison right now, but they probably should do. They end up trading, and Sparkle also falls. But that Dynamite's pretty big. Backbone's going to die to it. 2 members down for the London Spitfire. Sparker, the only one that can open this one up, but it's not going to happen. And a quick kill for Hanbin. Nice little start on the defense for the field.
Look at how much value Edison's been getting too. Both Edison and Sparkle, 60% and counting on their ultimates. But also when you look at the support race too, Fielder and Chio, just right now, they're doing so much healing, so much damage. Chio in the skybox. How are you supposed to hit him unless Admiral goes after him? But he's sticking with the team.
The big thing about these comps too, Rose, is, you know, they take a long time to end these fights most of the time, and half the time bank has gone off of one push pretty much. They're going to set up, But London need to be able to make a mark here. If the fight goes the same amount of time, then yeah, your time bank's going to be 0 before you even touch the point. And with a kill like that, at least, I mean, gracefully, London Spitfire can back off. And Dallas Fuel are going to have to wait again. They don't want to overextend either. If they end up going down, it's disaster.
But the poke pressure that Dallas Fuel is putting on London Spitfire right now actually makes it very difficult for them to disengage, because Dallas will push up, really not allow London Spitfire to get that territorial length that they kind of want to just kind of get away from the situation. Hanbin too playing so aggressive. Backbone keeps jumping in so early.
Yep. London Spitfire moving at 6. Bob's already available. Double rally coming out, but London Spitfire already pretty weak. Edison and Hardy end up trading, but Sparkle's still holding onto that blade. Oh no, at least the B set to save him, but he's still just trying to cut Sparkle apart. Look at the target priority from the Dallas Fuel there. That overhealth from Admiral's beat meant absolutely nothing. It just didn't exist.
Dallas Fuel is putting a lot of focus onto Backbone and Sparker. You know, Backbone's been jumping in really early. That leaves that defensive mechanism with the deflect unavailable to really help out the backline. And so when you're going after Sparker, you're going after Landon, you get those cooldowns offline, then all of a sudden you don't have that crowd control anymore to be able to deal with something like Sparkle going after you.
Yeah, the Bob's available. Backbone has to back out. He's got no cooldowns left. London Spitfire a little bit worse for wear. Oh, there's the Bob. He's taking control of the car. He's guarding it, and he's actually guarding Backbone and April, who cannot reach the rest of the team because the Bob is just stood in their way. The Dallas Fuel with an unbelievable defense.
They've already brought London Spitfire down to 30 seconds. Yes, this is final fight, and it's really all on Sparker right now to get something done with this overclock. But is Hanbin even going to give them the chance? Hanbin, Chio playing so aggressively in this match that Hanbin could just set up for a massive rampage right down main, and London Spitfire might not know what hit him.
Okay, Fielder taking the 1v1 versus Backbone. Rampage comes out from Hanbin, but he's cancelled. Hardy with a meat shot. Does take him out, but Edison and Fielder just holding that high ground. They erase Landon and Sparker, but London Spitfire still have one support and Hardy on the point. He's going to get a fair bit of healing from his own passive after he hits those jagged blades and the carnages. And it is Sparkle's chance now to just stall for long enough for Hanbin to get back. The Rampage hits 2 on the Dallas Fuel, but now the Fuel are back up as 5 again. Sparkle kills 3, because of course he does. 78% is all the Spitfire gain on point A.
Edison too, just playing so far back on point, really denied Hadi a ton of point presence he would have needed to be able to stay into this match and get that overtime just continued.
I mean, the damage diff right now between Edison and Sparker is kind of large. Sparker currently sitting at 2.5k damage. Edison near 5k, like almost doubling. That's a big differential. Like, a lot of that is from the Dynamites. Ash in general is going to get, you know, gold damage more often than not, right? With the Dynamites and the shots from long range. Sparker is a soldier and just wants to get those headshots, but still, a disparity like that right now, it's not what you want to see.
No, I think that's the problem with the Ash versus the Soldier, and especially when it's in the hands of somebody as competent as Edison, is that those Dynamites put so much pressure onto the enemy team that you really just don't have the ability to go in. Here's where things go wrong for London, as Sparkle actually does get hit by the Rampage, but he goes up and over to be able to get that massive pick onto Admiral and Landon, and all of a sudden, Hadi's just not there to be able to go back to reactivate that overtime.
Yeah, don't worry, Sparkle's still clean with it. He's still clean with it.
Yeah, he's still got it.
All right, Dallas Fuel are on their offense now. They're going to stick with that Ash. Let's see if Edison can find a first pick. London Spitfire have kind of a tough mountain to climb now as they need to defend. They got 78%, so they got a little bit of leeway there.
Yeah, they can definitely afford maybe to give up some of the point if the going really gets tough. Yeah. But Backbone, look at how he's kind of playing by himself. Dallas Fuel have done a great job of focusing down a target that has been isolated.
Oh, speaking of isolated targets, Edison looked like he wanted to try and peek onto Sparkle there. Backbone just ignored by the backline of the Dallas Fuel. Did a fair bit of damage to Fielder, forcing him to back up, just perma-hold shield. And with that kill, you still got to be careful of London Spitfire. You got to end this fight fast because Edison is coming back rather quickly. Sparkle is behind, use that reflect, still got his dash available, and he rejoins the rest of the team. Hardy is pretty low, and in fact, Backbone sees an opening, gets the dash reset off of Fielder. And another pick for the Spitfire is good. Again, burning the time bank is the name of the game right now. Although Hardy going down is not good. Edison is pretty low, but the London Spitfire just bleeding out right now as Chio takes care of Backbone. Backbone trying to make a hero play. Hardy's going to be able to come back in a couple of moments, but not before the Dallas Fuel can get on the point.
Landon's going to have to use the rally here. That's going to be huge for the sustainability. They can't just back up like this.
The speed the Dallas Fuel playing right now is a little bit insane, a bit too much for the Spitfire to currently deal with, but that rally is going to hold them off for the time being. No tick has been acquired by the Fuel yet, but they are holding on to that rally. They eventually use it, hoping Sparkle can get that blade to end this fight. Landon's already dead, and now the Spitfire with almost no healing need that beat to come online. It is 10% away, but the Dallas Fuel aren't even going to let them get to it. The blade has been pulled, but it's already over. Sparker knows it too. Oh, a nice headshot, but yeah, a little 1v4 from Sparker, not going to happen. London Spitfire unable to keep up with the pace, the momentum from the Dallas Fuel. They're granny shifting, not double clutching like they should. And the Dallas Fuel with a quick and clean 2-0.
This is so good for them right now. Dallas Fuel, they just look like they know exactly how to deal with the London Spitfire. Usually it's London trying to find those advantages against the opponent, but this time around, it really is Dallas. They know where they can exploit these DPS in the backline, and it's removing so much damage from the board.
It's turning out to be a quick series. Maybe Hardy needs to get to the floor, do some more push-ups to get him back in. Because, yeah, that Paraiso, or Paraiso, sorry.
You corrected it, it's okay.
Was pretty damn... Oh, there, happy belated birthday.
Oh, thank you.
It is a rough spot for London Spitfire to be in. Can they come back? Reverse sweeps, we've almost had them already in the Summer Showdown. We'll have to wait and see after this break. It's London's choice once again. Hey, yo, new skin just dropped. Yes, the Summer Showdown Legendary skin is out right now. 200 league tokens for the Happy Genji skin. What if they put a little Easter egg of Happy on there? Maybe a little JPEG of Happy somewhere hidden in the skin. Not sure, but that's on sale right now for 200 league tokens. Make sure you pick that up. Yeah, I do like the fish in a bag.
I was gonna say that's for you.
That is, yeah, they put me in the game. There's, you know what? There is a shark in the game on Ash's pool party skin, or like the pool summer skin.
Right.
On the gun,
Yeah,
there's a dangly like shark at the very end of the gun.
There's a shark on Blizzard World too, isn't there?
There is. It's hanging upside down.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty sick. More sharks in this game.
Let's go.
More British fags in the audience. Let's go.
Listen, there's some sharks in this game though, right now, in this match. Dallas Fuel, they're hungry. They smell the blood in the water right now, and that's gonna be that 3-0 versus the London Spitfire.
Yes, yes, yes. That British flag needs to be a little bit bigger.
Yeah,
give London some more confidence. I mean, they are down 2-0, and it has been a couple of quick maps, but you know, you need that ironclad mental to be in with a chance to beat the Dallas Fuel right now. Paddy's #1 fan. Can't wait till we get Paddy back.
Push-up buff too.
Push-up buff. Yo, true. Circuit Royal is our next map, Rose. That was London's choice. Why do you think we're going here?
Yeah, so London has performed very well on Circuit Royale so far in this stage. As like a 2-1 record so far. One of those wins was over the Toronto Defiant. I hate bringing this up in the home crowd. I'm so sorry, but it's just stats. It's just facts, everybody. But yeah, Circuit, it's great hitscam map. Sparker has found a lot of value, great picks, especially around the statue. When Sparker is able to get that high ground, you can see that he's able to, you know, get those really nice off angles and just make sure that he's getting the value. But Dallas, they have been denying that value, focusing down Sparker, sending Sparkle and Chio after that hitscam player, and just making sure he kind of can't play the game. It's been hard for him to get those overclocks online as quickly as he has been able to do in series previous. Not to mention, Dallas Fuel, this is where they started their reverse sweep yesterday over the Washington Justice.
Yeah, confidence is probably an all-time high for Dallas. They're like, wait, you picked Circuit Royal? Really? Really?
We know this map.
Okay, well, that's fine with us. I mean, if you're thinking about it from London's perspective, they want to set Sparker up. He's definitely been the linchpin for the team and getting a lot of those opening picks. And this is a bit more of a hit scan orientated map, long sight lines. We know what when we had the Widow meta, like the best Widowmakers were coming out, getting some crazy clips.
But the spawn holds too.
Yeah, not so many long sight lines when you get in spawn health.
Nope.
Yeah. Kind of rough. Kind of rough.
Fun to get out of spawn though, so now it really is about how Dallas is going to control it. Oh, landed with the first pick too. Yeah. This looks good.
Target priority from Backbone there. You can just see him spam right-clicking into Fielder. Yeah, spawn hold broken even. Oh, Backbone a little broken there. Might need to be put in a cast after this. All right, that's probably the quickest spawn hold break of all time, unless Edison finds the little 1v3. No, he doesn't. All right, London. Broken the spawn hold already.
And you can see Landon even, like, after he got picked, he's like, yeah, okay, like, this is good though. Like, the rest of the team, they've got the cart rolling. I'll be coming back soon. And London Spitfire, they're walking away with a pretty good chunk of charge. But what's really interesting about that is Edison's still leading slightly in the Sojourn matchup. I mean, he walked away with 35% there. Edison got some quick picks too, but Dallas is back fast.
Disruptor shots there. They look like miniature May Blizzards, which I always find quite funny. All right, this is the perfect corner for Sparker to find kills. Nice right click. Wow, Dallas Fuel just crumpling under the sheer weight of the Spitfire currently.
Well, this is the setup we wanted to see from London. They picked Circuit Royale so they could play to their strength of Sparker, being able to get those long sight lines, and he is absolutely delivering right now on this attack push. What a record pace right now to be able to capture that first point, and the aggression that London Spitfire is going with too. They're setting themselves up to be able to use this rally really early in these fights.
Playing at their own tempo, another big pick onto Eddie. Dallas Fuel now down to DPS. You can see Backbone so close to the blade. London Spitfire can just hold all the way up to this point. Harbin's actually alone. Rally for the Dallas Fuel to try and get Harbin out of there. But that overhealth didn't build quick enough. Backbone is getting completely ignored by the Dallas Fuel. He's able to earn himself a free blade. Maybe the British flag in the audience helping them out just a little bit. Backbone with a nice double kill, okay. And look at the ultimates, they didn't need any of them to push up this hill.
That's actually wild. Landon could hold on to that rally, and Fielder doesn't have it anymore. Okay, gotta watch this one more time because Backbone has been setting up some huge picks here for Sparker. You've got the deflect kill onto Edison, and then you're able to go after isolated kills like Hanbin.
All right, there's the blade. London Spitfire trying to set a record right now. Sparker went up, dying to Backbone's blade, and the Spitfire still have ults. I mean, you don't really want to use them as the Dallas Fuel getting extinguished. 5 minutes and 15 seconds in the time bank for Circuit Royale.
Chio went down so early, he only got 5% ult charge in that last fight. So he's really behind right now on building up to that sound barrier. Admiral already has it, but you don't even need it anymore as a response to Sparkle's blade because that got taken off of the board. So now London Spitfire, they can keep playing this aggressive game. They can go actually fight by the pool if they want to, using that sound barrier way more aggressively to set up Sparker this time for success.
I don't know what happened. He looked like he got body blocked there, but Sparker does make it out alive, but maybe not for long. Edison with a right click onto Hardy. Hardy's good rampage, but put him in a vulnerable position so Edison can take him out. Two members of the Fuel were anti, but they're healed up after Fielder and Chio just spam a couple of health packs. And now the Dallas Fuel regaining control of the map. The payload has been pushed a fair amount though, Rose. And with 4 minutes in the time bank and a beat for this, the London Spitfire, if Sparker gets a pick, it could open this up to a final fight on that last stretch.
Really could. I mean, this point is very difficult to complete, but when you've got something like the beat, maybe you can get in and break this stronghold that Dallas Fuel have right now.
Nice disengage from the London Spitfire. That rally was used by the Fuel to try and conquer, but London just take it in their stride. Harbin's in a good position, Rose. He can use that rampage when they come through the doors. Look, he's trying to line up for it now. He spots a lot of people in their sights, and a whip shot has already been used. If Admiral is patient, maybe he can get a boot. Carnage kill, Carnage hit, in fact. Hits a couple of people, a nice little boot, but he still manages to get Landon and Hardy. London Spitfire backing up, but still piling on that pressure with a rally of their own. Backbone holding on to that blade. No one's gone down apart from Edison as the Dallas Fuel still want to fight this, but just looking rather worse for them. They don't have a lot of damage with Edison dead, and Backbone with a clean triple kill, and they'll get the payload going again.
This is another reason why London Spitfire have chosen Circuit Royale as maybe a start to their reverse sweep, or at least keeping them in the game. Backbone has been able to use all of these tight-knit corridors to keep getting those dash resets, playing along the walls, making sure that those shurikens are going to be able to find their mark. You've got a really narrow lane to fight in, and not only does Backbone kind of make those Dallas Fuel members low, but low enough that Sparker can get those charge-up railgun shots.
Rotation for London. They want to take high ground away from the Dallas Fuel. Double blades are online. Backbone dashes back to the point to try and put pressure on the Fuel, but now the Fuel see this as an opening. The blades have been popped. Where are the kills? Sparkle's super low in the corner. Deflector's run out as Landon takes care of him. Backbone dashes back to the rest of his team to help them out, but they didn't even need it. Landon and Hadi come up big, and now Edison with the overclock in the backline gets it deflected back in his own skull. The Dallas Fuel just wiped off the map as the London Spitfire. It's quite a quick push. End up capping with 2 minutes and 17 seconds in the time bank.
That's pretty lightning fast right there. Wow, I mean, this is just a complete turnaround right now from the London Spitfire. They look like a brand new team. Those first two maps going so heavily into Dallas Fuel's favor, but now that London Spitfire are playing in a comfort pick, they really are setting up Sparker and Backbone for so much success. That's been a huge key for London to just kind of keep going for those big isolated kills onto Dallas Fuel, and a lot of that is Backbone just kind of leading the charge, getting those shurikens, finding somebody that's low, and then all of London just rushing at that one person. But we are swapping sides, so now we're going to get a chance to see how London Spitfire fare on the defense.
Yeah, no, funny business. I wonder how close London end up holding. A couple of times we've seen teams have like a loose spawn hold, not really playing up to the doors, more playing around the payload.
London's one of those teams too maybe they try something a little funny when it comes to the defensive hold, but London, when they do focus a lot more on the support from Admiral and Landon, they do like to play a little bit farther back so they don't get run over by the spawns. And Dallas too, I think they're actually preparing for that when you see Edison on the Ashe trying to get that dynamite damage to actually force London Spitfire back and get that disengage, but Edison doesn't see it.
Oh, they know.
Okay, they know.
Papela, they know. Okay, all good. I mean, I guess benefit for Edison here is that they're all clumped up, so you can just lob a dynamite and hope it lands. There you go. See, that dynamite damage is kind of insane. However, the shout will help the supports keep everybody healthy. Payload's still moving, mind you. London Spitfire doesn't want to let it slip through their hands, and it's doing just that. Look at that. They have to make a move now, otherwise Sparkle could move that payload for free. He gets that over health, but now he's trying to go for a flank. Sparker knows he's there. A couple of shurikens fly his way, but London, creating more of that hive mind that the Dallas Fuel have, end up coming up with a kill onto Edison. They do trade it for Backbone, but holding in this small room is good for the time being.
Well, you have Sparker as well. You can just kind of wrap around the Fuel.
Out. Okay, the Dallas Fuel managed to catch Sparker out. You saw him holding on. He tried to use that slide, went back into the building, into the wall. Got body blocked. Is the Dallas Fuel? They're going to break this hole. Get the payload. Go. Okay.
All right, that was great. Just map understanding and awareness from Dallas Fuel. They recognized how London Spitfire wanted to play this game. They denied that high ground advantage that London had held onto for a while, and then Edison was able to find way more value with the Ashe. You're not having to shoot upwards into the staircase or on top or play skeet shooting there with your dynamites either. So way more value. So Edison and Sparkle, they're still going to be trying to find these picks.
Oh, Edison almost clears up Paddy there. His dynamite's going to be pretty big. Everybody holding this corner from the London Spitfire. This Bob could be quite influential too. There's another dynamite. Hits what, like 3 or 4 people there? Now London decide to go in, but Landon's actually on the floor. A counter bash from Fielder. Puts him on his back so he can't escape. Or can't even whip shot anybody. There's no utility there. As soon as he gets, I guess, the mutual knockdown. And this Dallas Fuel end up capping. Apparently no one be able to defend this map at this point. It's all good.
40-second difference too. 40-second difference for how fast Dallas Fuel capped versus the London Spitfire.
Yeah.
London came in with like 5 minutes or something, but that's pretty negligible now when you know that Dallas Fuel can play such an aggressive game that Bob was held on to. Edison can just kind of throw that as a zoning ultimate for the London Spitfire, and then they just have to disengage. They don't want to be taking too much damage from the Bob or the dynamites. All of that damage does add up.
There's the Bob. He's running to the back. He was already half HP before he started shooting. Bob does fall to the disruptor shot. And that was all on Sparkle. Look at him, 300 HP Genji. Yeah, you take that any day of the week. All the resets are good. Dallas Fuel now playing London their own game, just trying to force ultimates out. All started off with that Bob from Edison, had to push London all the way back, and they took a lot of damage from that too.
But now London Spitfire can fire back with that sound barrier. You know, you have that over health available. You aren't going to be taking too much more from the dynamites, and even the blade might have to use that a little early, but oh, look at the boop on it, Sparkle.
Yeah, he does get booped, and London Spitfire just beeline straight to the payload. They know it was a 2v5 on the point. Backbone with an unbelievable amount of damage with his blade. He's seen the Dallas Fuel trying to cower away from him, but they end up just lining themselves up. 3 minutes for the Dallas Fuel. They don't get the payload though, unfortunately. Stopped 3 meters away from capping point B.
Just huge denial from London Spitfire too, especially when they've been preserving their ultimates. Now the ultimate economy is back in their favor. They are so good at being able to carve out that just advantage. They force Dallas Fuel, force their opponents to use their ultimates first.
Here you go, this is what you want to see.
Huge
London Spitfire
rampage.
forcing the issue. The Rampage hit 3 and Backbone. It's an easy clean out, right? You get a lot of quick dashes. Everybody's anti, so they can't get healed. Dallas Fuel still willing to fight this, so is Harbin. He's cleaning up the Spitfire somehow. It's up to Sparker to try and figure this fight out. He's got Hardy in his back as Harbin gets eventually killed. He survived way longer than I think London Spitfire anticipated. Oh, a nice shot to Chio. Sparker, the hero of that fight. 0.9 meters too. Another minute burned off. The Dallas Fuel struggling to get up this hill.
They still might be able to cap, though. I mean, 2 minutes is plenty of time for Dallas Fuel to actually out-rotate London Spitfire in these ultimates. You're going to expect London to use this rally now, but are they going to be able to get Backbone's blade up in time? Oh, Hottie's getting pretty low, too. Sparker?
Same with Sparker. He had to back off. He got dynamited. Or back. Oh, what a shot. Edison. The rally comes out from the Spitfire. They got a little bit of overhealth to work with, but look, they have to back up. Will they contest? That's the question, or will they hold this 4 position? I don't think there's a point right now. It'll be a 3v5. Chio is pretty low, but receives the commanding shout just in time, and now the Dallas Fuel don't want to let London set up. But London might just do that. A kill on Chio is good enough, but the Dallas Fuel more than willing to fight these 4-on-5s. You've seen it time and time again, and they kill Landon. The London Spitfires backline just fall apart. Sparkle once again comes up massive.
Look at that, too. In all of the chaos, Dallas Fuel ended up capturing that second point. They don't add a whole lot of time to the bank, and in fact, London Spitfire is still going to be outpacing them. Dallas Fuel, though, they could just snowball here. Jack, look at that. 4 ultimates on the board. London still trying to fight to get these online. Backbone's gonna have to find value. There's been a few maps now. His Dragon Blades have been good.
From Backbone, Gio matches it with the B. Can Backbone find enough damage for the team to follow him up? The Bob's already out. The London Spitfire have to make a choice. They go in or they back out. They're gonna decide to go in, and Edison's Bob just cleans house. The London Spitfire getting back-to-back team killed by Dallas, and they still have 2 ults online.
They do, but you know that Admiral has a sound barrier now, so at least when London Spitfire rush out of the spawn, as long as nobody gets taken out here, Admiral's sound barrier should be able to keep them in this fight for 1 more contest.
Late for Sparkle. The beat comes out. The rampage from Heartbeat gets cancelled. Sparkle just hit him with a quick punch. And now the Dallas Fuel ultimate is absolutely nothing. And the London Spitfire manages to defend against them. And this might just be last fight. There's 1 minute and 30 seconds to go, but London can play super far up.
Yeah, they're going to, because they know that even if they get completely wiped here, they're just trying to get some poke damage. They want Sparker to have that overclock online, because if they end up popping that while Dallas Fuel are making an approach to this payload, maybe Sparker gets to take somebody out. They get more time off of this clock, they stack around Dallas Fuel, and then all of a sudden, it will be last fight. Landon, though, has the rally. They can go ahead and start building up that overhealth now to make sure that they can take this fight by the pool.
Dynamite doesn't really do all too much. Someone needs to know on the side of the Dallas Fuel. They're all anti. Edison and Chio in trouble. Hardy chasing down the front line. There's the rally from the Dallas Fuel. They're more than willing to fight these 4v5s, but it's not going to work out this time around. The Dallas Fuel overstepped their mark. Fielder kills 1, but does it matter in the end? They have 30 seconds to go. They need to rush to the point. They've got no support ultimates and quite a late kill onto Fielder. This could be where the reverse sweep starts to happen for London.
Chio's gonna have to use that speed boost, and also on top of that commanding shot from Hanbin, just to be able to make it to point as a full team of 5 to be able to have a chance at getting there. But what do they have? Nothing! Sparker still has the overclock available, and Backbone might just have another blade for the end of this. Comes down to this.
And look at the positioning from Sparker right now. He does get dashed on, but his supports are right at his back, ready and waiting. Sparker finds 1. He's lining him up to knock him down. Harbin's dead. And London Spitfire are going to be able to defend on last. Sparker kills 3, almost 4. Overtime, disappearing. London's map choice, London's win. As the Dallas Fuel was so close to taking that map, London deny it. Reverse sweep on the cards.
Maybe.
London aren't out of this yet.
Hey, it was a start to a reverse sweep for Dallas Fuel yesterday when they were able to get a win on circuit, but this time it's going the way of the Spitfire. So maybe that's a good omen to get us to at least a map number 5.
Maybe they're getting in Dallas Fuel's head a little bit. Remember, Dallas came into this tournament from the qualifiers undefeated. Can they keep that streak alive? They only need 1 more map. We'll have to wait and see. It's their choice now, and we're going to push after this break. London turning the game on its head as they take Circuit Royale in quite a quick fashion, mind you. They had like 5 minutes going into third, something crazy like that. I mean, the Fuel at the start of the series also kind of speed running, but you know, London Spitfire determined to hit those gold splits. You're 6-7, really? 6-7?
Who?
Seriously? Jeez, that is tall. Someone out of science says 6'7".
I feel like Bob's that tall.
Well, maybe that tall. Maybe.
I think so. I don't know.
Be what? You can
Queen's
cosplay
really
with Bob. That'd be kind of cool. Little hat on.
I would not be able to cosplay Bob. I'm too short for that. Oh,
you are.
look at that.
Okay,
yeah, you're tall.
You're goddamn tall. Good God. I look like a small garden gnome. Matt especially would look like a small garden gnome next to you.
Oh, that'd be funny.
All right, we are going to New Queen Street as the next map, and that is Dallas Fuel's choice.
Fuel's choice for a great reason too. Dallas Fuel are 9-1 on this map throughout the course of this season so far. They have, I think, actually been able to get a completion on it too. So Dallas, they know exactly what they need to do, the trajectory of the map, the architecture, and this also plays really well into Dallas Fuel's strengths as a team, where Sparkle gets set up to be able to get those dash resets, and also when Edison has been performing the way he's been performing today, this is a smart choice from Dallas Fuel.
Yeah, Chio can go on that high progressive playstyle too with Sparkle. We've seen that a lot actually with the Genji and the Lucio just going off as like a duo, and then stopping the Sojourn or the Ashe, getting a good sightline and just kind of pressuring them out.
But London Spitfire played around that really well during Circuit Royale. Look at that. Backbone still all smiles today as he gets a chance to play on this beautiful stage in Toronto. And he's got a smile for a great reason. Backbone was so influential to London Spitfire getting that win on Circuit Royale, and he's been putting up the damage. Look at that.
Yeah. Oh.
Circuit, almost 11,000 damage.
Some good damage stats.
17 final blows.
When we transitioned into this meta too, his Genji didn't look that great, but like you can see the evolution of it. And then London were like, okay, the Genji's not great, maybe we'll try Mei. Mei worked to varying levels of success, yeah.
Depending
but now he's
on the
back
team
on the
they're
Genji.
playing with.
Yeah, exactly. But now he's back on the Genji. He's looking like his old self. Like and I think Backbone kind of made his name playing the Mei in the Rush comp. It's good to see him flex onto a Genji, be more confident, and you have to be. Going against the Fuel, your confidence needs to be sky high, and it should be after that Circuit Royale. Queen Street is our next map. Is the London Spitfire want to take this to a game 5. They want to find the reverse sweep. Can the Dallas Fuel deny them of that in this next one?
Well, Dallas Fuel's record definitely supports the idea that Dallas Fuel could just end the series here.
Oh, yeah.
But I raise you the question of, can London Spitfire keep up this momentum that they've generated? They are very much kind of a momentum team, where we have seen them be able to go really hard against opponents even after a loss like yesterday. One map, and then all of a sudden it's just back-to-back 3 maps for wins.
It's like London, and this will make complete sense when I say it, and it might sound a little bit silly, but London being an EU team, it's like, it very much reminds me when I used to play in like EU solo queue. It's like, okay, so you have like a Ryan player, you like Cloudy or like whatever Ryan player on the rank ladder. It's like, okay, someone has to be a Lucio player, right? And you just permanent speed boost, only running to the back line, and that's London Spitfire. That is what they want to do. That is their team. It's just, we want to put as much pressure on the backline as possible. Hardy is an exceptional Ryan player. He slotted into the Jungle Queen role incredibly well, and it's good that they have this dedicated Lucio player in Admiral. Of course, they have Khan too sitting on the bench. Their support lineup for this season, especially with the picking up of Khan, is pretty damn solid. Like, Khan is a little bit of a freak on the Zenyatta, you know? He's pretty crazy. And having a dedicated Lucio player is not something that a lot of teams had, and I think a lot of teams were kind of struggling to grab one.
But Dallas has one. Chio has been very good on the Lucio so far. You can actually see Dallas Fuel try to posture around the statue, but be careful, Chio. You don't want to go off the edge.
Yeah, you know, Chio's just gunning for the boom kills. Although Arbin ends up going down. Line is so low. Sparkle with a quick reset. Hardy's waiting around that corner. Can't go too far. And Backbone does what he does best. Shio, yeah, attempting to clean up some kills, but the London Spitfire control that bot and start pushing that barricade.
London Spitfire are so good at winning the first fight on New Queen Street as well. Despite their record on this map being kind of 50-50, they usually get a chance to set Sparker up for success on these longer sightlines in the neutral. Unfortunately, Sparker's gonna have to come back from spawn, but this is definitely a 5v4 Dallas want to capitalize on.
Actually, it'll disrupt a shot there. The retreating members of the London Spitfire have to all walk through that. Okay, and now the Dallas Fuel rather quickly managed to clean up Sparker. Backbone's only just respawning now.
Look at Admiral's charge for the sound barrier. I know, Sparkle.
Already.
That's crazy. That's really fast for Lucio.
Yes, like, I know. Sound barriers?
Yeah, Violet's definitely another one of those players that you just blink and he's sound barrier already. Backbone gets so low though, you gotta be really careful. Put some resources into that Genji.
Oh my god, where'd he go? Where did Sparkle go? Okay, London Spitfire with a pick on the DPS. Dasfield did get some decent meterage, but losing a fight like this, and having London set up on you, if you don't find another pick, like a Sojourn moment from Edison, could be hard, especially on this corner where a lot of the supports can play around. London still want to pile on that pressure. To get another stagger kill here will be good. London are fighting this as a 4v4, as there's still someone on the bot pushing that barricade. Dallasfield got a lot of ults coming online as the respawns come through. Rally coming out. Landon's dead. He can't match this from the Dallas Fuel. Backbone, does he choose to go in? Doesn't look like it. Wants to get a couple more meters as the rest of his team just decide to back off or either just commit themselves to the ult bank of the Dallas Fuel.
Yeah, Backbone just had to disengage there, try to get up to the same meterage, but everybody on London Spitfire basically at this point walk away with an ult. And when you had Dallas Fuel utilize the overclock and the rally, once again, London Spitfire are just trying to get that ultimate economy in their favor. And they do such a good job of that, forcing these ults out of the Dallas Fuel when they force them to take these 4v5s. London will always try to force that out.
Backbone looking for a place to go in with that blade. Post-support ultimates being used by the London Spitfire to stave off this aggression. Backbone pulls the blade. That Geo sound barrier now non-existent. Somehow Fielder is in the spawn room almost of the London Spitfire. 40 meters and counting for the Dallas Fuel as they do end up getting white here on this corner. As London once again control that bot.
Bot's gonna move really quickly though as well. Look at London Spitfire just protecting that push bot. Sparker too, when this bot rounds the corner, can just go crazy with the overclock. He's even just gonna actually push up now because he's got such strong sight lines with these straightaways, but he's gonna start getting a little bit of space.
Look at what Dallasfield are trying to do. They're trying to split up the London Spitfire right now. An unbelievable rampage from Harbin hits both Landon and Sparker. They do end up trading as Dallasfield support ends up going down and Harbin gets pulled away from the Mega Health Pack on what was an amazing rampage from the Junker Queen on the Dallas Fuel side of things. The London Spitfire just ignore it completely, and Backbone does what he does best, and this series has really been a testament to how much his Genji has improved.
Absolutely, he just takes a little bit to warm up sometimes, you know, gotta get the confidence rolling, but just like that, London, they're gonna be able to match that meterage.
Sparkle's super low. He has a dash, but no deflect. Oh my god, Shio's going aggro. Sparkle doesn't really know where to look. He eventually gets taken care of by a Landon, but now Sparkle trying to show up Backbone just a little bit. Can't go too aggressive though, you still got to deal with that Junker Queen. You haven't got one on your side of things. 0.49 meters are London away from gaining the lead, but Sparkle's making sure they can't do that by putting himself on that bot. Fielder using the rally to sustain the rest of the Dallas Fuel as now Sparkle's just stealing the bot away, and the Dallas Fuel, all the meanwhile, have just won that fight. So this could be a dangerous situation for London Spitfire to be in. Dallas Fuel could get the checkpoint.
They could. I mean, this is a huge denial here from Dallas, and especially when Edison can use that overclock. London Spitfire haven't even rounded the corner yet. Edison can use this overclock as a zoning ultimate, and then all of this, London just can't approach. Their head's gonna get taken off here.
Overclock from Edison. Backbone's already dead. Edison with a perfect shooting gallery here for his overclock. That's a lot of damage onto Landon. The Fuel, the Spitfire backline have to stay alive, but they are unable to do so. Sparkle's still in the kill feed as the checkpoint has been unlocked.
Yeah, bot scratch mode has been activated, and just like that, also just pushed through. And Dallas, They got the overclock. They get to rotate now through Sparkle's blade. And Chio has been putting on some pressure. If he can still play aggressive.
Oh, early plays.
Backbone's just gonna go in first.
Yeah. Chio and Fielder have only got that overhealth to work for it from the Junker Queen. A lot of low health bars on the side of the Dallas Fuel, and now it's up to Sparkle to clean them up. Harbin the next target for London, but no, a knife kill onto Backbone as Hardy tried to push around the bus stop. The supports from the Dallas Fuel have been building up these support ultimates this whole time. A blade now from Sparkle straight to the spawn of the London Spitfire. Admiral doesn't want to use this beat as it's their last surviving hopes to try and stop the Dallas Fuel from full capping.
They might have to use both support ultimates here, but Gio's gonna do the top air now. Okay, Edison gets taken out. Maybe this is where London Spitfire can come back.
Yeah, Edison dead to a headshot from Sparker. Both beats from either side have been used already. Dallas Fuel, they want to take this 4v5. They've done it plenty of times. Make that a 4-on-4 as London dies with Rally online. And now the Dallas Fuel can just march on forward. Hardy now trying to turn the tides in their favor with a two-man rampage. Harbin sends his one out too. It's Junker Queen versus Junker Queen, a Royal Rumble. But it's Harbin coming out on top. The Dallas Fuel want to end this series right here, right now.
Maybe with a full completion as well as Dallas Fuel. They're a full team. They're going to be trying to push all of London Spitfire back into their spawn. Backbone and Sparker, they're down.
They are just not giving them any space whatsoever. Sparker and Backbone dead. That bot nearing its completion.
This is going to be a tough one. Sparker's going to have to come out and use his overclock. Landon has to get the rally online. It's only meters away.
There you go, Rally out. Bot contested. Can they find a pick-off? No, they cannot. Sparker ends up going down. They do trade, and look at this. Backbone's actually stealing the bot away. Dallas Fuel overcommitting to the spawn doors, and they get wiped. But 121 meters with 2.5 minutes to go.
Feels like a gargantuan task right now for London, but they are still getting those stagger picks. Hanman just goes down. Backbone as well, just kind of going away from the team, trusting that the rest of his teammates will be able to clean up the Dallas Fuel. He's been able to get so much progress with this push bot. And also, maybe gonna get a blade online, while Fielder and Chio don't really have an answer right now.
Oh, that was a knife pull onto Edison there. You saw him slide forwards, not using his shift. Oh, Sparker lining them up. No one peeked their little heads out. He's got an angle, but nope, can't find anybody. Perfect disengage from the Dallas Fuel as the bot continues its path towards that checkpoint for the London Spitfire.
Right now, Dallas, they just really want to get a support ultimate online because Backbone's working up to that blade.
He is so close. He's just got it online and pulls it almost instantly. A commanding shout from both teams. Backbone with infinite speed, now running down the back line of the Dallas Fuel. Chio and Fielder dead, but Dallas Fuel have meters to give with 1 minute and 20 seconds to go. A gargantuan meterage bank, I don't know what to call it, 121 meters to 55 plus now. Double DPS ult for the Fuel as they come back. In fact, double DPS, full slate of ultimates.
That's just 5 ults right there. Dallas, though, they've got to come back strong. Look at how London Spitfire need to give them a little bit of space as that bot gets moving again. But they have to play perfectly here, Jaws. They can't drop anybody.
Edison on his little perch. There's a perfect collat lining straight up for him. The damage is insane, but Edison steps too far forward. The London Spitfire all anti. Admiral comes out with a peek, but it's not enough. Sparkle just swinging away and takes care of the rest of the London Spitfire. Admiral and Sparkle having to back up. There's 40 seconds to go. London want to keep themselves in this series.
Nobody can get staggered here because that would be absolutely detrimental for the London Spitfire. They have to give up some space. They got to fight in the neutral, but that's where they play best. But with 30 seconds remaining, London, they have to be able to get some big value here.
Rally from Fielder. A nice rampage from Hardy, but that overheld too much for them to choose through. 20 seconds to go. The bot is being contested by Admiral, but that's just about it. The Dallas Fuel just now need to wait 10 more seconds, and the series is theirs. Can anybody from London Spitfire get back in time? There's the rally online, but it is up to Admiral, Backbone, somebody with a speed boost to get to the point. Edison goes pretty low, same with Sparkle, but there is the commanding shout to top their health bars up. London do manage to get back to the point. It's the Dallas Fuel end up backing off.
You know, they have to because the rally is activated right now. Landon has given so much overhealth to the team of the London Spitfire, but it's going to start expiring very quickly. London, they've got to get one of these DPS ultimates online right now as they continue their homage to that final checkpoint. point.
And overtime as well will tick down super quick. You can't get off the payload now if you're London Spitfire. If you want to keep it the series, London's already dead. Sparkle in the backline. Sparkle's going to have to do something, but no. Sparkle takes him down. Hardy, the last damage dealer really for London on that point. The Dallas Fuel's health bars are waning, but Field are topping him up, finding the frags. The Dallas Fuel have done it. A 3-1 in the series as they continue their undefeated run in the Summer Showdown.
Such a valiant effort from the London Spitfire, but man, Dallas, they're just playing on a whole nother level today. The Sojourn matchup, so good for Edison, and then Sparkle, that Genji, wow, so clean.
Sparkle versus Sparker at the very end. The plays from Sparkle looked so good, and the Dallas Fuel, look, they almost got wiped by the Washington Justice yesterday, but they hit them with the reverse sweep. They went down on their map pick on Circuit Royale. Oh, no, sorry, they end up taking London on Circuit Royale, and then going down at a very, very, very close game, or close map. Push was all theirs. 121 meters is ridiculous from the Fuel. They look unstoppable in this meta.
That was almost a full cap there for the Dallas Fuel. That was the perfect choice of New Queen Street. They got it down. Sparkle, Edison, honestly the whole team. But even Han been just setting himself up for these massive rampages so that the DPS and the supports could really follow up on that damage.
London aren't out though. They do go down to the lower bracket. We'll find out their opponent a little bit later on today. How do the Fuel prep for their next match? I mean, honestly, you don't need to do much. They continue playing this way, Rose. You could see them in the finals quite easily. Who can trip them up? It was Decay yesterday, being quite frustrating, right, on doing what Decay does best. But the Dallas Fuel right now, their understanding of the meta and how aggressive and the tempo setting is just unmatched by any other team.
It's been so good to watch the Dallas Fuel just kind of keep up that pressure and the aggression, but they've got to keep doing it again.
Looks like we've got some special words, I think, from Edison with Danny on the stage. Let's hear what he's got to say.
Thank you very much. What is up, everybody? Danny Lim here for the post-match interview. I'm joined by Edison from Dallas Fuel. Edison, congratulations on the win. Before we get into the post-match interview, I just want to ask you, how are you feeling right now? How does it feel to be on land, you know, like in front of people, in front of the crowd? 자, 일단 좀 이번 인터뷰를 시작하기 전에 맛배기로 이렇게 오랜만에 이렇게 사람들 앞에서 경기를 펼치게 되셨는데 좀 어떠신가요?
일단은 그래도 확실히 온라인보다는 오프라인 대회이기 때문에 확실히 좀 더 긴장이 되는 것 같고 그리고 이제 함성 소리 같은 걸 들을 수 있어서 되게 기분이 업됩니다. 네.
Right, definitely because this is offline event compared to when we play online. There's, you know, I do feel a little bit nervous, but I do get the energy, and whenever the crowd gives me all the cheers, it definitely feels a lot better. I just want to quickly follow up on that. Do you feel like because you are, I guess, in front of the crowd, like you said, you were nervous. Did that affect your gameplay at all from today's match and maybe yesterday's match against Washington Justice? 방금 어떻게 오프라인 경기이기 때문에 조금 긴장을 하신다고 하셨잖아요. 그게 이제 오늘 경기나 또 아니면 또 어제 경기에 좀 더 영향을 미쳤다고 생각을 하시나요?
어제는 좀 긴장하기도 했지만은 그냥 저희 팀이 그냥 저도 그렇고 확실히 긴장을 해서 그런지 실수를 되게 많이 했었고 그리고 이제 어느 정도 게임을 한 뒤에 긴장이 풀리고 나서 이제 팀원들이랑 소통을 잘 해서 게임을 잘 풀어 나갈 수 있었던 것 같습니다. 네.
I do think that, yes, nerve was definitely one of the factors, but another thing is because of those nerves, because all of our teammates, and myself included, were nervous, we made a lot of mistakes in yesterday's match. But after we got over that nerves, we were able to communicate better, and that's how we were sort of carrying on that game. Now, talking about yesterday's match, and also today, I guess you are sort of special because as a hit scan player, you get to choose between Sojourn or Ashe. Were there any sort of adjustments that you made coming into today after playing Washington Justice yesterday? 이제 다음 질문은 이제 우리 에디슨 선수가 이제 아무래도 히트 스캔 플레이어이기 때문에 이제 애쉬 또 아니면 또 이제 소전 두 개 다 좀 이렇게 기용을 하시는데 어제 워싱턴 경기와의 이제 싸움이 끝난 다음에 오늘 좀 어떻게 좀 뭐 변한 게 있었나요?
변한 거라고 하면은 원래 애쉬를 쓰는 맵이 좀 많았었는데 그 맵을 이제 좀 더 소전으로 쓰는 맵을 선택하기로 좀 바꾸기로 했었고 그런 부분 이제 애쉬보다는 소전을 좀 더 기용할 수도 네, 있을 것 같습니다.
기용할 가능성이 더 있다.
가능성이 네.
Okay. Compared to yesterday, so yesterday we actually had more maps that were that Ash were more viable. But coming into today, I guess whenever we had the choice of making the map choice, we focused on more Sojourn focused maps. So I think in the future there might be a possibility where a Sojourn might be played more for our team. All right, that is it for the interview. Everybody, give it up for Edison one more time. Thank you very much. With that being said, let's send things back to our casters, Joss and Nekra. Who's the player of the match?
Wow, good question, Danny. It's like you read the runner show. It's perfect. It's perfect.
No.
That's crazy. You know, Edison, doing really well. Like you said, there were some maps that they prefer playing Ash on, some they're playing Sojourn on. At the end of the day, they won. Like a 3-1.
Oh, yeah.
And the winner of this game, too, you can't see it, but Matt and Mitch are just trying to distract me right now, dancing off camera. Yeah, that's
So
pretty sick.
stupid.
Love that from my colleagues. Very epic. But look, the winner of this series does end up playing Houston or Shock. I want to see that rematch, baby. That Shock versus Dallas rematch. Look, they gave them their first loss in a long time. We'll see if Houston can tip the scales in their favor. We'll have to wait and see. It's going to be a tough one. But let's have a look at the player of the match. Thank you, Danny, as well. It's perfect. It's perfect. Yeah. And now I'm just throwing it on.
Well, our player of the match is going to be the man of the hour is Sparkle on the Genji. I mean, it's a hard choice for Dallas Fuel as well, picking a player of the match, because every single person on that team had incredible highlight moments. I mean, I was even talking about Fielder maybe getting that player of the match, just the shield bashes and the flails, to be able to displace members on London Spitfire. But at the end of the day, Sparkle, those blades were sharp.
He's still got it. I remember back in 2020, I think we mentioned this yesterday, but yeah, the bidding war for Sparkle was just ridiculous. Like, this guy is still an insane flex DPS. Those stats really backing that up.
23.7 eliminations per 10?
That feels pretty
What is that?
Pretty, I don't know, just Sparkle things, I suppose.
What is this?
What is this? What is this? I'm not sure. It's a lot of damage. Can anybody take down Sparkle? That is the question. Like I said, Shock or Houston will beat their opponents. The London Spitfire aren't out of this. They do go down to the lower bracket, which should be an interesting run. Can they end up going through all the way to the loser bracket finals? We'll have to wait and find out. They still look like a formidable opponent.
Well, London Spitfire is going to play the winner of the Vancouver match that's going to be happening a little bit later. So Canada buff, maybe? I don't know.
Canada buff? Is it still a thing? Are Toronto going to win today?
Come on now, Toronto, show Canada team some love here.
We'll have to wait and see. We're going to jump to a quick break. We've got match number 2 coming up soon. Don't go anywhere.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League, and by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Welcome back to everybody except the Roadhog mains out there. It's playing alongside Custa and Reinforced Larson. First of all, Johnny, who's worse, a Roadhog or a Symmetra in your lobby?
I'm going Roadhog, yeah. But I don't know why that would be relevant, because I'm the only tank player on my team.
Are you the one playing Roadhog?
I'm the one playing Roadhog. I'm the Roadhog player.
You're the problem.
My guy. We got to talk about this London versus Dallas battle. Of course, we're in the upper bracket, and Dallas is powering through. They have not dropped a match this stage, and we're looking at a 3-0 potential until London showed a little bit of life. Break down these highlights here, Custa, because Dallas is still in it, much to your chagrin.
Yeah, the maple syrup is looking more and more menacing as the days go on, and Dallas Fuel looks better and better. And as you said, Dallas Fuel were in almost complete control of this entire series other than that Circa Royale. They came out strong here on this Lijiang Tower, just showing their hive mind coordination. It was good to see Edison come out on the Soja, not starting on the Ashe that was very slow. Then we went over to Paraiso, and he was like, actually, I can play Ashe. And this was just a complete shutout against the Spitfire. Their understanding of how to navigate around the map to play to their own advantages and just isolate players is world class. And it is the reason they are the #1 seed and have not lost a match in this meta so far. And the player that really stood out in this one, that really needed to step up in this tournament, has been Sparkle. His Genji has been lights out. We've always hyped up so many of these Genji players. Who are you on the Shanghai Dragons? But Sparkle is coming back into his previous form.
Johnny, I will say, we did see life from the Spitfire on that map number 3. Sparker on the attack with 25 eliminations, 0 deaths. Everything was great. And then all of a sudden, the Fuel comes right back in Game 4, and you told me they never lose push.
They're so good at push.
What is the difference here for the Fuel throughout this series? Because they looked like they had some ups, a moment of down, and they're right back to the top again.
I mean, the way they just approach this game mode is phenomenal. They just control the Bob, or not the Bob, but the bots. They control the Bobs too, because they play the Ashe. But you saw this several times, like on Spitfire, they would win fights. But Dallas Fuel, they know, well, if you win the fight, you still have to control the objective, right? So we're not going to let you take control of that bot. We're going to have the bot on our side of the map, all right? We're going to move it forward, and we're not going to let you have it. And that made a huge difference in positioning around the map. And Dallas Fuel, they're so tactically smart, they make the most out of it.
Well, Bob was doing things for Edison today other than jumping off the map. The Fuel looking clean in their first 2 games, unlike their series against the Washington Justice. So well done, Fuel fans. As for your opponent, well, the Spitfire, they still have a lot to play, guys, and it's going to happen in the lower bracket. Let's take a look at how it's breaking down here in the West. Up next, we got the Shock versus Outlaws to find out who plays Dallas Fuel. But in that lower bracket, we now are starting to see a bit of a stacked series in front of us. 2 series to go today, 2 more tomorrow, with the Spitfire waiting for the winner of the Titans or the Mayhem. Is that good news for Justice Defiant, or were you hoping maybe for Spitfire in that round too?
I mean, it'd be so nice to see Spitfire go head-to-head against Defiant for the 3rd time running in 2 weeks.
Stop it, they're already dead, Johnny!
Yeah, but yeah, it'd be a nice change of pace for on Spitfire. They've had a really grueling schedule so far. I think they're happy playing either Vancouver or Florida.
All right, we got Houston coming up. They're taking the stage. They, of course, are going to be featuring one of their star DPS players. I know he made a lot of noise last year, but on the other side, we got the San Francisco Shock. And you guys can't stop talking about proper. Let's talk head-to-heads here, Johnny. Tell me how you see these 2 Genjis facing off.
We forgot to mention this to Bucket, but we're contractually obligated to mention proper in every single show.
Profit.
Yeah. Proper Profit and Pelican. There you go. The 3-piece. Yeah, the 3-piece, yeah.
I'm here for the piece.
This is going to be a sensational Genji head-to-head. Not only do you have Pelican, who's last year's Rookie of the Year, but you have Proper, who's the leading candidate for this year's Rookie of the Year. This is them as Genji yesterday in their matches, and you can see Proper, I mean, his numbers are just out of this world. Notoriously, his hero damage per 10 minutes is just absurd. And this is a stat he's almost known for when it comes to the Genji. You always look towards the Dragon Blades, you know, dashing around, slicing and dicing. The way Proper makes use of the Shurikens makes a huge difference. Not only does he charge his Dragon Blade faster than other Genjis, but in the neutral matchup, he pokes weaknesses into the enemy team and he capitalizes on top of it. But Pelican is the star player for Houston Outlaws. I'm looking forward to see these 2 Genjis battle it out.
I'm looking at Proper right there, and I'm seeing 4 eliminations per blade.
You said yesterday you weren't
80%
impressed.
of the team?
You said you weren't
Where was
impressed.
that yesterday?
That's not even his final form.
That was yesterday.
You're just not paying enough attention, Parker. We keep telling you, man.
The observer's fault.
Proper is the truth.
He's the truth.
Okay, third person isn't my strength. Bacosta, the San Francisco Shock is the strongest team in your bracket. Why do you have faith in them in this matchup in particular against the Outlaws?
They just are on a different level. We talk about proper, but there's just so much talent across the board. And let me talk about the backline because it's Support Friday, remember?
Okay, yes. Support
You're
Appreciation
trying to
Friday.
make this happen. It's
Support
not gonna
Appreciation
happen.
Friday will be a thing, Johnny,
It's
for
a
the
sap,
rest of the
yeah.
season. And I want to talk about, Violet. He was back then, he was the Zenyatta of the league. He was an MVP candidate in the GOATS meta, and he was so good, but he's made this transition over to Lucio. And early on in the stage, it wasn't so hot, but he's getting there, and he has such an aggressive, fun style of playing. Finn as well. The big crux for them, in my opinion, is having that level of aggression that we're known for, but they need to stay alive.
How hot is that Lucio right now?
The Lucio is so hot right now.
So hot.
It is statistically the most damage so far in this stage on that Lucio. He's a mechanical warlord. We all know what to expect, but he has been punished in the past. Him and Finn just need to tighten up a little bit, don't get punished for some of their mistakes, some of their aggression, and they will be able to just easily, in my opinion, roll over the Outlaws.
Well, Custa, I made you sell me on Houston earlier. I'll let you sit with the Shock this time around. Johnny, real quick, though, before the break, I believe in Houston. They showed me enough Doomfist yesterday to prove they are the best team in this tournament, but for all the haters out there, how do you sell the Houston win? What do they need to avoid?
So Costa's gonna hate this. I know I predicted the San Francisco Shock today, but I actually have a bit of a Houston Outlaws upset in my bracket that I submitted to this tournament.
What? Oh, okay.
Houston Outlaws, I have that much faith in them that I got a 3-2 upset in my bracket. Not my Preds. My bracket, though, is a 3-2 upset. So the Houston Outlaws, their damage duo is sensational, and I love what I'm seeing from them. But, when it comes to playing on stage, when it comes to playing the tournaments, the Houston Outlaws, they haven't placed top 3 in a tournament since 2018 Stage 1. That was the very first stage of the Overwatch League. They haven't been top 3 since. I genuinely believe that they have the talent to pursue that top 3 spot in this tournament, but you gotta show up on stage. You gotta strengthen those nerves. Do you strengthen nerves? I don't know. We gotta steal those nerves and not choke this one out. I know the common phrase is Houstonable. I know they get reverse swept time and time again by the New York Excelsior this stage, for example. Not this time around, all right? Come out on stage, confident in your game, have fun, and you're gonna get the upset winner.
If you have fun, you're getting the upset. It's as simple as that. Just steal your nerves during the break.
Crack some jokes.
Back. It's plenty more Overwatch League. The Summer Showdown continues live from Toronto.
How dare you?
There's just something about Overwatch play in the LAN environment that hits a little bit different, and so far here at the Summer Showdown, our upper bracket has been quite fascinating indeed. The Dallas Fuel will advance further in the Summer Showdown in that upper bracket, and now we have a huge match on the line to decide our other undefeated team, Matthew.
And I think this one is going to be way closer, I think, than the last one. And I think Dallas, that was a pretty close game against the London Spitfire at times. But the Outlaws, they've looked pretty good. Better than I think some people would have expected. I think, like, kind of agreeing with Johnny, I think, like, the Outlaws, like, upset pick's not a crazy one here. But the Shock, they've been so strong throughout the Summer Showdown. Really only that slip up against the Dallas Fuel. It's tough to figure, what another team could do and beat them, but maybe the Outlaws can do it today.
There's an extra dose of volatility that seems to get injected into these matches, right? Dallas look much less squeaky clean, and we saw San Francisco have a really close matchup yesterday at times against that Titans team, who seem to have risen to the occasion. I guess the one question mark for us is that I feel like Houston had a fairly smooth go of it yesterday, going up against a Mayhem squad without Sir Marjed present. Felt like they were able to get over them a little easier here, but there are no easy games from here on out for that Outlaws squad.
No, but I think I've liked what the Outlaws have done throughout this tournament. I think Pelican has played really well. Merit can play the Sojourn or the Ashe at a really high level. And Dante on the Jungler Queen, it's just, can they rise to the occasion? They joke like it's Houstonable, right? Like, this one is definitely winnable. It's whether they can kind of deal with it's odd to say, but like, they're one of the teams that deals with like the most pressure just from their fan base.
Yes.
I mean, if they're tweeting me mean things, I'm sure the players after the loss, they're getting some mean things too. It's just, can they deal with that and overcome? I saw Jake a little bit yesterday. We were catching up, and like, everybody over in Houston seems in really high spirits. I think they have a great team during this meta.
Yeah, look, I mean, and we saw this team make some changes, right? Bringing in Lep and Doge, and we weren't quite sure where this team would land in terms of their roster. And Dante has again sort of survived, potential usurping and has remained in that Junker Queen role, showing us that it wasn't just the Doomfist play that has allowed him to catapult his stock now as a multi-role veteran in the Overwatch League. And Merit continuously gets this sort of these compliments as being a very calculated, very smart player. The Outlaws have the pieces to make things work here.
Well, we know how versatile of a player Dante was, even on the damage dealers, right? And then now as the tank role has changed a little bit here in Overwatch 2 with only one tank, and the tanks being more aggressive, brawly, like larger damage dealers to some extent, he slid into that role quite nicely. And it's probably one that like maybe he expected to fill like a little bit of that time, right? But now, I mean, he's been like their go-to in that role the entire season. Kind of wondered like what this Outlaws team would have even looked like without, him picking up some of that tank role the entire season. They'd be in a really tough spot.
And then, even though we have a huge match ahead of us, both of these teams, part of their minds are thinking about what comes after this, because now we know in the upper bracket, the Dallas Fuel await the winner of this match. I mean, either way you slice it, you get a battle for Texas or you get a rematch there as the Shock had their streak snapped by the Dallas Fuel. A lot to play for here, ladies and gentlemen, so let's give a good old-fashioned Toronto welcome to the Houston Outlaws.
Something funny about a battle for Texas in Toronto.
Tell me more.
But we'll save that, if it happens. They also have a little bit of like a hometown favorite, like wherever they go. I mean, the Outlaws just one of, really since the Overwatch League began, one of the more popular teams in the league. And this year have one of the better rosters they've ever put out there.
Team has really broad appeal. They really went for it in terms of getting some star power on this roster, right? And we saw Jake obviously spent some time with us in the booth, and now obviously coaching this team. They've really put him in a position to help craft this squad. Lep come in as well as a real sort of raw rookie, and it's just been outstanding so far. Lastro, so many different roles as support. Now it's the Brig. He's one of the top Brigs in terms of Inspire uptime in the whole league at 38%.
Yeah, when we know how good Lastro and Pelican were coming into this team, right? And they've kind of, Pelican I think's been a little bit up and down, I think, but you're really just judging him off of like such an insane performance overall last year, right? Where he's been really, strong in the damage dealer role. And Merit, when you kind of looked at like their offseason, you were really excited about him, and he's come in and played great. I think Dante, though, being able to fill that tank role has been massive, right? I know now, obviously, no Piggy on the roster. You have Dante, and Doge, like really your two main tank players at this point. And look, Dante is really, whether it's the Doom or the Junker Queen, lived up to the hype.
And of course, their opponents, you can feel the earth shake as they approach. Make some noise for our number 2 seed, the San Francisco Shock.
We got the Kaluge fam zone down there. I see everybody going high.
Absolutely. So it turns out, obviously, Kaluge 6'2", tall, but it's really just the contrast in height that makes him look so towering here.
I was going to say, me and Kaluge are about the same height. On a good day. In a box or two. But no, I mean, he's been so good throughout the season. Like, when you really kind of think about it, like the Shock, like super retires, right? You're like, who's going to play tank for this team? Like, where do you go? You bring in Kaluge, and he is just slid in, and I think they've been getting better over time. I actually think they've been getting more used to playing together, more comfortable. And you just look at this roster. I mean, it is just like an all-star team put together.
And this is a team that set their scouting efforts not only in South Korea by bringing O2 Blast in as their academy team, but also looking at North American contenders, at players like Kaluge, players like Sam. Really robust approach to raising the next generation of champions on this Shock team, and so far, so good. I think players like Finn really made a huge impact, especially in a double flex support meta. But even now, this team looks like they are in a position to do some serious damage. A little bit tough, of course, against the Fuel, and this team in the past, Atlanta, showed a little bit of that shakiness as they adapt to playing on stage, but you have to feel like they are the favored team here, even if it's only by a sliver.
I mean, look, you give Krusty some really talented individual players with some good game sense, and it seems to work out for the Shock time and time again. So how do you see, like, the Outlaws, if you're going to win this series? What way do you have to have that happen? I think you need a fantastic game out of Merit, specifically. We saw some of those proper stats. You cannot let that happen again today. He does that, pretty consistently against a lot of teams, but you can start to slow him down a little bit. I definitely think it throws things off. I also think, like, Violet's been so aggressive on the Lucio, and we've seen, like, him the other day we were watching the game on Toronto. He ends up building like a beat like so fast. He had like 80%, like right off the rip, like
to 40 or something like that.
Yeah, like putting down so much damage and being so aggressive. You've got to be able to punish those two players in tandem.
And in a coaching sense, this is a battle of student versus master. Junkbuck versus Krusty, both obviously used to be on that San Francisco team. Junkbuck sort of now forging his own path, has brought his team to the number 3 seed against the San Francisco team. So there's always so many layers to this kind of matchup. And both of those coaches have similar philosophies in terms of what they've tried to create, what kind of rosters they've tried to form. And their relationship, of course, with Talon, I think it was, over in that APAC region, has helped them bolster this roster. Lijiang Tower is the pick by San Francisco Shock. It is a first to 3, ladies and gentlemen, with loser selecting the next map.
I don't think you're going to see either team, veer off of, either of the popular compositions, right? Whether it's the Ashe or the Sojourn. More interested from the Outlaws' point of view, like what do they decide to do? Like how do they feel the best route is to kind of slow down Proper and Violet and some of this aggressive style of play from the Shock? I think their compositions have a little bit more flexibility in terms of, like, are you going to run the Ashe? Like, how are you going to play this? A little bit more defensive than you would say the Shock, right? I think the Shock, they know how to win these games. They've done it against everybody pretty much. They just got to do it again.
I'm looking out for Kilo here.
Yeah?
A player that San Francisco definitely need to have working at, max capacity, going up against a player like Merit, who rarely makes those unforced errors. He's not the kind of player that can get baited into making a mistake. With 5 seconds to go, ladies and gentlemen, out of the gates, your San Francisco Shock and the Houston Outlaws, the battle in the upper brackets.
I'm sure both of these teams, after seeing Dallas, if you're Houston, you want to get that battle for Texas in that winter final. If you're the Shock, you want that revenge, right? So a lot on the line, not just for this match, but just over the course of the weekend, right? As both teams really motivated. As Merit, nice disruptor shot to just kind of get Proper out of the way.
Yeah, really playing safe is Merit. Starts off in that dojo building and then is more than happy to play back towards the point for the time being. Proper is caught in the middle of the play for the time being, but receives a quick cookie. And we're back on. Left goes down here, but Finn's been removed by Pelican. Dante clinging to life, though, and Violet is going to finish the job. Proper, always good for an up-close shuriken headshot dash combo, and Merit has nowhere to run.
I gotta feel like, though, if you get Proper that weak, like we saw him weak like 2-3 times there, like really low, you got to commit and try and get him out of the fight and finish him off, because if you allow him to get healed up, the amount of damage that he puts down, even outside of Blade, is quite large. He's eventually going to just kind of chip you down over time. You're not going to be able to heal through.
Both Genjis having similar amount of damage in that first fight. You'll notice that they are getting towards those first ultimates. Again, Violet, 89% to Lep's 48. That's an intangible thing that makes a huge difference when it comes to staving off that first Dragon Blade, ladies and gentlemen. Kilo, that's pretty aggressive positioning. It's not going to be punished, though. It's going to be the commanding shout that sends the shock forward. Great coordination. Just when it looked like Kilo was maybe too far forward. In fact, he was right where he had to be.
Yeah, you said he was maybe too far forward, and he heard you and slid even further forward as he gets in there with the rest of the team, wants to brawl out on the Sojourn. And yeah, like you mentioned, Violet able to build up these beats so fast, man. Like over the course of, right now it may not be the biggest deal. Okay, well, that's going to be, a good old cross mapper, like a Tomahawk Modern Warfare 2 type of thing there from Dante. So you get Kilo out of the fight, you may be able to steal this now.
Oh, the Shock are going to invest ultimates and staying alive in this fight, even with 4 players. That is a nasty carnage, though. Not much Kalush can do about that, but the rest of the Shock are here. Here's the Dragon Blade for Proper, and Dante is cut down to size. Merit knows there's no point returning to the fight, and the Shock, that's a bit of a flex, Matthew.
So, I know we talked yesterday with Decay, like, can he do these like performances time and time again? And I know it ended up he was able to do 2-3, but not really do it the entire series. Proper's done it every game, every regular season match. He's always been there for the Shock every time they need. That time with the Blade comes up big, where you're looking at maybe last fight territory here for the Outlaws.
91% accounting here. Kilo goes for this overclock, and he's found Pelican already. That's a high value shot, and make it 2. 2 steaming holes bored in heads for the Outlaws, and they are in no position to contest this. Dante eventually gets dragged off his horse as Violet completes the kill, and that will be enough for the Shock. A strong start indeed.
Maybe the Outlaws a little bit, nerves jumping in this one early on. We'll see how this next round goes. You don't get a use of your Rampage or Sound Barrier during that first round. You get the action you want at the beginning of a few fights, right? You're not able to capitalize, though. So maybe you just need to be a little bit more aggressive at certain moments, know when to peel back a little bit further, play a little bit more passive. As see this from Dante's POV. This is...
Sleeping with the holographic fishes.
There are fishes right there.
6 years, Matt. 6 years we've been doing this.
I don't spend too much time down there. Sorry.
That's not true.
I'm not like you.
Oh my lord.
Lucio roll out Mitch Leslie into the drink.
Proper 6-1 after that first round, Matt. No surprises there, but my god, the impact being felt. A backbreaker. The Outlaws get that first pick, Matt, and they can't convert it into a fight win. That probably gets in their head. Pelican's very low, gets a heal pack there. Proper threatening the elimination.
They just backed them up into this corner though already, it feels like.
There's no packs left for Dante. At least 2 repair packs got used on Pelican there in the neutral. Dante gets burned to an absolute crisp.
And the Shock are so aggressive, and they put down so much early damage. They force them back into that hallway. They don't have the healing resources, and it's just a matter of time. Just get kind of wilted down, and man, not looking good for the Outlaws here early on.
Given that free unanswered damage makes a big difference, right? The pressure you put on those backline, on the healers, and their resources can manifest in a huge way later on in the fight. Merit, he's having a probe here. Nicely done. Body shot on Finn. San Francisco don't want to back up entirely here as Kilo's able to take Merit down across the map. Oh no! San Francisco now in a 4 versus 4, and Finn will be back in the fray in no time. They'll maintain control of the point for the time being, although it seems like Kalush is disinclined to take too much poke damage at the moment. Kilo getting close to that overclock. It's going to be a sound barrier for Lep, and Violet's all too happy to acquiesce with one of his own. This will force the Outlaws back. It's the Blade. It strikes the fear of God on him, and God's name is Proper today. That's 2 with the Blade, and the Outlaws are nowhere to be seen.
The Outlaws end up using their rally there as well, so you have the rally advantage here for Finn, the overclock available for Kilo as Shock looking at Dame here on map number 1. I mean, this is
it's not close.
No, it has not been great. Maybe Pelican can save the day with the blade, though.
Kilo's overclock here. That's going to be a problem for the Outlaws to push into, especially through a choke. If they lose a player here, it's going to be another 15% or so. Good discipline from Houston. No whack-a-mole this time for San Francisco, but the Outlaws still need to find a way into the rest of this complex. Commanding shout here for the Outlaws as they want to try and gain some ground, and Proper is corralled into the corner, but he gets a repair pack. He's still fighting fit. Kalush is getting close to the rampage, and he fires the knife on Dante. Pelican's blade. Barely anywhere to go with it. He's able to get rid of Proper, who was definitely deep behind enemy lines, and Kilo slides on in himself. All right, the Shock are just going to throw themselves at the Outlaws here.
I don't mind it, though, for the Shock, right? Kalush, he'll back up, die on the point here, as you're going to get up to 99% one-fight territory. You come back with your Rampage. You know they don't have anything in terms of support ultimates on the other side. It's a good fight opportunity to give up there for San Francisco.
99-10 here. These Rampages will be key in this next fight, as we're in a bit of a support ultimate trough. Can Merit make the difference with this overclock? You'd like to play in space and into the choke with that ultimate. Notice Pelican, he got a repair pack there. Here you go, Merit's going to go for it. Sliding forward. No connection here, playing around the outside of the point. There's players all around him right now. He's looking for Proper, who's behind him. Merit takes a hit, and another. Backs away. It's going to be a Rampage connection on towards left. He won't have the sound barrier for this fight. 4v4 and Lastro's rally gets some durability, but it doesn't look like it's going to be enough. Proper's going to be occupying Merit for a huge amount of time, and he's still at 6 health. Eventually, he's able to top himself up, but the rest of his team has already fallen. He'll play from the outside, but Proper had a sixth sense about this one. He'll hunt him down as that spider sense tingled. Sound barrier for Leopard, desperation here. Only he and Lastro to benefit from it, and very quickly, these two beleaguered supports will be put in the ground. Dante headfirst into a railgun. The blade from Proper just to cut the cake of victory as San Francisco make it a map.
Now, and I gotta say, I really love the way that Kalush played that towards the end. When you watch just the way he plays the Junker Queen, like uses the Rampage there, and then just like first-person shooter mechanics, right? He's like jiggle peeking behind some of the cover. He is so good at not taking that unnecessary chip damage before some of these fights kick off. Also know like how to play his life and live, extend it for a period of time. He goes deep with that Rampage, connects with a few players. He's so deep in the Outlaws' enemy lines, and he's able to survive there with really not a lot of help. Really strong play from Kalush.
Being able to be low economy as the tank on your team is huge in terms of keeping pressure off your backline and letting them just pump those resources into Proper. Pretty dominant showing here for San Francisco in the first map of this series. If Houston have any aspirations to advance in this tournament, they'll need to find something a little stronger. never said lightning doesn't strike twice, has never met the San Francisco shots.
Just the depth of talent on their roster that can't be denied.
Some of the most hardcore carry performances that I've ever seen.
This is going to be a wild ride.
Somehow Vital's going to come to the rescue, get a double kill. Kalu says, how about that one, Chief? See you later.
Kilo
Dude, his aim is so crispy.
Finn doesn't miss those. Holy cow.
Sam, he drains the backline, insta-killing. Oh, Mikey!
San Francisco, the greatest team in Overwatch.
A very slow start on Lijiang Tao for the Houston Outlaws. And if I'm honest with you, everybody, it didn't get much better when we went over towards Control Center. San Francisco felt like they were very much in the driver's seat, Matthew, for most of that map. Finn, obviously crucial in that brick position, but I have to say we saw Kilo make a very strong case for himself in that second round, a lot of the time coming in with these huge overclocks to secure things. This team is, again, they're right where they need to be right now. But again, still waiting on that Dallas rematch on the other side of this.
A bit of positivity here for the Outlaws. You get to pick your next map, right? That was a San Francisco Shock pick. They obviously came in, dominated it. You bring us to Hollywood. That'll be the next map in the set here for Houston. Maybe you think creating these longer sight lines gives Merit an opportunity to live more, you know, maybe kind of stop Proper and Violet's aggression a little bit, like, or stunt it just by the way the map is laid out and designed. A lot's got to go your way.
Yes.
Yes.
True.
Some things never die. that one will go on forever.
Yep. Much like Lastro himself, whichever role he has been required to move into, he does it with alacrity now on the Brigitte, and like we mentioned before, has had really good impact. But again, it's going to take a little bit more than Lastro to have a SBD performance.
What does that even mean?
Figure it out.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, there was, look, I think you can almost just throw away map 1 for the Outlaws. Like, that was just ugly, you know, not really kind of representative of like how you play throughout
or how you want to
thus far, or want to play this series, right? You can just chuck that one in the bin. Like, say, hey, look, the series starts here, our map selection, we win this, we get to 1-1. You know, you're gonna go to Escort and kind of like with the maps in there, maybe you get a Circle Royal, you get over to Push, like there's a path, right? It all starts here though.
Yeah. Wouldn't that be nice if, you know, things that you don't like in life you can just ignore, pretend they don't exist?
I mean, I've been trying with you for how many years we've been doing this now? 5?
And they still keep pumping my voice into your ears, baby.
I swear they keep pumping it even louder. I keep trying to turn it down. They keep amping it up. Or maybe you're just getting louder over time.
I'm not stuck in here with you, Matt. You're stuck in here with me.
Just like all these people in Toronto. Stuck in here with you.
Is that so bad? I didn't think so.
How many of your family members are down there?
Okay, buddy. Slow thine roll. All right, Cisco on the defense. Kilo is going to be on the Ashe.
It'll be an Ashe on both sides of the field here, so to speak. And I think it's interesting, right? Like, Ashe is really good on this map, even like prior to this type of meta. Like, the sightlines just really favor Ashe. And I think you're going to see, like, as you see right now, both teams playing a little bit more passive because nobody wants to take that big ticking dynamite damage.
Collusion Proper are hoping to funnel the Outlaws into the choke.
Yeah.
Set up a pincer and not get a lot of value out of Kilo's dynamites. Okay, so the Outlaws are very split right now. I think Merit is on an island away from them here. So the question remains whether he can actually get involved. See, Kilo is keeping him at bay, and Proper's already managed to get left. Now that mobility for the Outlaws has been compromised.
Yeah, and the Outlaws, I mean, this is just so odd, right? They've just done a lap around the point. It's, you actually get a kill here for a Pelican on the Finn, so maybe with the commanding shout gives everybody a little bit more help. You can actually stay alive.
Oh, you're kidding! All right, Proper, okay, picking his jaw off the ground. Nicely done by Merit. That's 2 quick headshots. He gets back in the fight and he makes his presence felt. 3 final blows. Merit 0 deaths with 40% of his team's damage after that first fight.
you see you get Merit on the Ashe, right? Able to pick a few players off.
Over half his damage is from Dynamites.
Yeah, I mean, it's massive, right? When everybody wants to play so close together with this type of composition, because that's how you get the most effect out of the Lucio and the Brigitte, right? In terms of the Inspire. Everybody needs to be kind of close together so you can get really big value out of those Dynamites, where you see Merit, who's been very good on the Ashe when you've seen it thus far. And that's probably part of the reason they select this map, right? As I was talking about, you want to kind of see this type of slower play.
Merit answers the call there. Just what the Outlaws needed. Again, tough to defend that point A, no matter what team you are at the moment. Definitely attacker favored. Merit here is just trying to keep tabs on proper. Free haircut, reverse mohawk though. Sorry, you don't get to choose.
But see, as they push them back and Merit hits these shots and hits these dynamites, and you have to use your amp, you have to use your Brigitte armor packs, you just start to dwindle down some of these healing resources over time. Which, if you can do that to the other team, gives you a huge advantage, right? Because the Shock, they pretty much have to play a little bit further back, wait for these things to come back online.
This is about to get messy. 5 ultimates on board. Here's a sound barrier from Violet. Lastroy already went for the rally. Lep keeping his beat. The bomb comes down. Pelican on the high ground wanted an audience with Kilo. He declines. He drops to the low ground and gets eaten up by Bob. Dante knifed out of position again. Merit finding a way to remove the bomb from Kilo. And the Outlaws here haven't already advanced all that much. Couple of ultimates left, thinking about how to judiciously apply this sound barrier.
I mean, this barrier is for proper play. If they weren't...
Oh, Pelican!
Oh, well, you got to trade here, so Violet's out of the equation. So don't have the speed to disengage here. So Finn actually ends up popping the rally. So if you're the Outlaws, you got the rally hunt. You know you have the beat advantage at the current moment. Maybe Dante builds up towards this rampage here. Is some type of action there.
Proper holding on the blade as well. It's going to be a game of chicken between him and Lep. Kalu's getting close to that rampage, as is Dante, who's taking an absolute licking. Okay, he gets popped up, he takes the mega health pack, but Pop decides it's time to go. It's going to be the sound barrier from Lep as prescribed, and Violet falls first, overextends into Lastro, who starts flailing about himself. 2 key kills from the Brigand again. Merit cleaning house. He's 5-0 on the Ashe right now, and the Outlaws are well and truly on the way.
Yeah, and it was a great sound barrier there from Lep, and then also a really good rampage from Dante. Chad, do you try and challenge us again if you're the Shock? Proper comes out the door. They may try and fight.
Checkpoint achieved already for the Outlaws here, so the Shock would be ill-advised to spend too deeply here. Can't even put a spawn camp together. Dante gonna tear them limb from limb here. Bisecting Finn.
Oh man, this is great for the Outlaws. Obviously they didn't have much to use, if anything, but they don't let the Shock build up towards some ultimates. They're gonna get this cart probably around the first and second corner and kind of like down to that home stretch because they come out and fight this. So really good for the Outlaws thus far.
The Outlaws droving this car like a herd of cattle. Making some good time on Hollywood. Pelican hoping for a vantage point. Can he spot Kilo out? He doesn't want to be caught in midair in front of the Shock. He knows he gets shot out the sky like a clay pigeon. That was the rampage from Kalu. 3 players connected with the Lastro's rally. Is enough to keep them up. Minimal follow-up from San Francisco, and Kalu's ultimate goes down the gurgler.
Well, they rally and then they back up, and the Shock don't actually go in and contest this. It's going to be Violet with the sound barrier, as it's going to be Merit's Bob on the corner.
Kilo playing PvE for a bit, but at least now he can get involved in. Oh, he does quickly as well. Another dynamite connection, but Pella will. Beautiful blade. He is 8-1. This card is careening towards an early finish.
Yes, but what do you have to get this card over the line? You're going to have Bob come out here for the Shock. You're also going to have a rally, so it's going to be really difficult for the Outlaws to win this. They're going to need an early pickoff. Maybe like Proper gets on to contest, you're able to get rid of him early.
The Outlaws feeling the same way here as they kind of back up, hoping to bait something out of the cul-de-sac, which is difficult to push into on a good day even.
Thank you.
Kilo has Bob up his sleeves. Dynamite connect here, trying to punish. Here's the rally from Finn. The Shock taking a lot of upfront damage. Kilo actually wants to go forward with the coach gun. All right, a disengage from Houston.
They're just waiting for ults. Like, they got to get like a rampage online. You need something else here. besides this beat, or else you're relying on the shock having a big blunder.
Here's Bob. In he goes. Pelican. Looks like he might have been locked onto first by Bob, so he swift strikes away and another disengage on the out. It's very disciplined.
They get in, they get an ultimate, they get out. They get in, they get an ultimate, they get out. Now this may be the time where they actually stay in here.
Are they accounting for Proper in the blade though? Here it comes! Sound barrier out for the Houston Outlaws, and Proper left brandishing Cold Steel in the middle, though, with the Merits under pressure, and Proper takes him down. Unfortunately for him, the rest of his team get decimated. Houston, 1 minute, 17 seconds on the clock.
That is a fantastic bounce back there for the Outlaws after how they looked on Lijiang Tower to take it to a map here where you can start to see like how they can use the map picks potentially to really swing this in their favor. See how they look on defense though here with the Ashe in play.
Credit to Lep.
Yeah.
A big part of why Houston are able to disengage like that after drawing ultimates out and not losing any players to them 2 or 3 times in a row is because that Lucio call is coming in at just the right time. Very well done, very disciplined play from the Houston Outlaws to force the San Francisco Shock to spend where they did not want to. The newest addition here for the Outlaws, a big part of that.
Ultimate out, get out, being able to do that to really good effect here. So now we'll see the Outlaws on defense. Take a look from Lep's POV.
Speed in, beat, on to 5. Great timing as well. Controlling Proper's positioning with the blade there, boops him back, gets involved.
As they uses the cart for some cover there.
Now, good looks from Houston, very clean. That's really where they're going to have to... Oh, my! That's a egg on the face and a bullet in the brain for your boy Kilo.
You know, it feels way better to play on land. It also feels way worse when things happen like that on the land. As Kilo actually is going to play the Sojourn here, so they want to just move away from the Ashe altogether. The Shock, I think, are going to have to play this quite aggressively. They're going to have to run down Merit, and I think if you're the Outlaws, can you keep him up?
Slow and steady for San Francisco. The Outlaws cede that high ground control, as many teams elect to do. Lastro Dante, a lot of damage. Dante a little bit caught out, but Commanding Shout allows his team to again group around him. Yeah, this is a tough one, and San Francisco making all the right moves, Matthew.
They will be able to take the first checkpoint. They get in, they play aggressively. And now we'll see here, Mitch. I think this is probably the worry if you're playing the Sojourn. We can take a look. Oh, look at this from Pelican. Let's even see this happen. I think what you're going to have to worry about here, if you're the Shock, how do you access this high ground and play these long sight lines against the Ashe? This is where I think you have a big advantage for the Outlaws. Typically, we see a lot of teams just give up that point A, right? It's this part of the map that teams really start to stall out.
For how long can the Outlaws force the Shock to play from that disadvantageous position with poor sightlines? That's the question. Merit opts to drop off the high ground here. Nice little angle, big dynamite connect. Proper's already gone down. Pelican winning out in the neutral. And the chase is on.
Now you get aggressive, right? You push them back, you take the high ground, you get an advantage, you jump down, you just destroy. Now you see that the Outlaws, they pushed up. We've seen teams take this position as well, kind of play here in this courtyard. Make it costly, right? You can start to bleed this clock. The clock pretty healthy for the Shock at this moment, but force them to use ultimates here. You know, get ultimates out. You're still like 2-3 fights away from being able to actually even take that second checkpoint.
Oh dear, okay, nice little deflex there from Pelican, thinking about the blade, but attracted the attention of the Brig and Finn, opting to give a bit of ground. Again, disengaged this time, not nearly as clean. Dante gets caught out as the Shock surge ahead. Pelican again is fighting a retreat, Proper nipping at his heels here. The Outlaws, it's not a clean disengage, it's more like an utter rat for the battlefield.
No, and I mean, you're going to come back into this next fight. You do have an advantage in terms of support ultimates, but it's going to be dicey. I feel like now that you have the high ground here, going to be able to just make it very difficult for the Outlaws, because now Kilo can land this disruptor shot from the high ground. You have the overclock available. So he's actually on the low ground now, probably trying to bait out like a dash and then get up there.
This is the fight that decides if the shot can actually break through the Outlaws here. Okay, Kilo. Pelican is so low. Where the ultimate team for the Houston Outlaws? Okay, rally comes out, but Pelican's already gone down here. Kilo up on top of the jail, hoping to incarcerate the Outlaws here. Proper going in, thinking about it. Kaluge, Rampage, it's good. Oh, the Outlaws absolutely rolled. Absolutely rolled.
The Outlaws end up holding on to their sound barrier throughout that fight. The opportunity not really lined up as looks like he's gonna make it out with his life barely, and that's huge. You're gonna be able to come back. Maybe you play aggressive if you're the Outlaws. Do you use like, you know, beat plus blade, right? You're gonna get their blade out by doing that. You just think you win that fight. You try and just rampage here. A few options for the Outlaws to swing the momentum back.
A lot of pressure on San Francisco's healing there. Violet, Finn took a lot of damage. Kaluge has also seen some better days. Proper would love to find his way around. Dante controlling that point of ingress very effectively. Proper needs to get closer before he wants to commit to that Dragon Blade. The Outlaws need to make use of some of these ultimates soon enough, ladies and gentlemen. Otherwise, it's got to get away from them. Pelican's down. It's a rail gun to the body. Dante wants to try and get towards Kaluge. And oh man, the Rampage isn't followed up on. The Shocker's still at full strength as they start to round the bend. And Dante's caught out of position. The rally's here from Finn. Oh, the Outlaws are starting to capitulate.
Yeah, when you think, you know, things didn't look good there with the Rampage, no follow-up, maybe you're giving yourself some time to regroup. Right there, not being able to save Dante with the beat, that's brutal here for Houston, as now they're just getting bullied.
Oh no, Lastro maybe down to deflect damage there if I'm not mistaken, and the blade to make things even worse for Proper. Dante gets filleted. Oh, you're kidding, Proper. Unholy performance. Proper at 12-5 after that round, and San Francisco very quickly show they've got game of their own.
Man, that's tough for Houston, because you think you have the momentum, you think you have it figured out, and the Shock just bully you back to your spawn there. I know a few opportunities there for the Outlaws, like, you know, maybe you would have loved to play that second fight in the second checkpoint right before B a little bit differently. Maybe you would have liked, I know, a way to replay that first corner, right, where you use Rampage, you don't have the beat to save. You do beat, but you don't save Dante with it. You just wanted those two moments back there, and maybe that's kind of like the way you keep morale up on the Outlaw side of things, and kind of like look at that as, you know, not really a terrible loss. As it'll be the Shock with a better time bank, so they'll be on defense first.
Kilo obviously making a switch to Sojourn after that rough moment for him there.
Yeah, Dante's really weak right here in front of.
Oh, I see. He's out of line of sight. That's tough stuff, especially when there's no like barriers to block that. So he's legitimately
very not SBD.
I knew you'd catch on.
Yeah, I'm a quick learner, you know. See the Shock. They actually just they're not going to run the Ash on defense either. They're going to have Kilo play the Sojourn again. I think it just works better with their playstyle.
He's 5-8 though. Pretty quiet stuff from him. It's definitely been a matter of Proper stringing together multiple team fights worth of hard carrying. But San Francisco, they'll take it whichever way it comes here. The Outlaws obviously under a minute to make the push on to this point. San Francisco can simplify the calculus greatly if they get a stop here. No mean feat though. Let's just be clear about that. Kilo trying to stay Pelican off. He a little unaware right now of the Sojourn's presence. Kilo remaining somewhat invisible, but Proper and he combine on the kill with Lampin. It's again Proper getting final blow credit. But Kilo is able to command the high ground. He needs to deal with Merit though, and it's dangerous. Dante went down though in the meantime. Proper's being topped up here hastily by Violet. They want to send him forward as quick as possible. The Cyber Ninja sortie is cut short by Pelican. Proper with the eye roll there. Couldn't get back to full HP, and Pelican stepping up.
I mean, we talk about obviously how good Proper is a lot. Pelican, like last year, and you see big moments this year, can still rise to that level as you'll get the cart moving. That's actually huge for the Outlaws, just in terms of like win scenario when they move over to defense, which we'll hit on as soon as we see where this ends. As the Outlaw is going to have to try and get them off of this high ground somehow, some way.
No ults here. Good old-fashioned gentleman's Overwatch, I guess. Pelicans 15-5, Proper 15-6. They are neck and neck, and Genji turns, but Pelican gets ahead. Finn's going to fall down. Proper's trying to just sit there and throw these shurikens, but eventually he's going to be discovered, and Pelican is running away with it! Killer's trying to get away. Proper's able to find the one elimination, but that's not going to be enough. And the Outlaws, they've been coming around the mountain here, Matthew, and they've got ahead of steam.
I mean, this is... it's Proper against Pelican here. Everybody else feels like an NPC at times. They're just dashing through, taking players out. Yeah, I mean, it is quite the show
like
from
that guy playing the tree in the high school play, you know?
Now you have a blade for both of them. Soundbar, a huge rally advantage here for the Outlaws, though.
Pelican to the skies like the North Star, draws the blade. Not able to get much done there yet. Violet goes for that sound barrier, and Proper trying to dance on top of Pelican. Also comes up with very little from his own blade. We're going to have Overclock online. Bob's coming up here in just a moment. They're running for Lastro here to give the Outlaws some momentum, and Merit's able to take advantage. 5v4 now as Bob's in the periphery, just putting damage down as he does, and Merit coach cuts Kilo into next Tuesday. Finn is down, and the Outlaws are far from done, ladies and gentlemen. Another checkpoint for Houston.
I mean, this is a performance from the Outlaws. You're wondering, is that momentum shifting over towards the Shock? They played great on their offense. They have a great time bank. The Outlaws, some misplays there. At the end of their defense. How do you kind of regroup? And they have battled back here now in their overtime offense. Can they win this next fight, though? Dante's rampage has to be huge here.
Kilo has to step up. 5-11 right now, but he has an overclock and a chance to swing the balance of power back in the Shock's favor. Finn goes for the rally. He's going deep. Kilo getting aggressive here with the railgun shots. He's putting some damage down, but nothing to run home about just yet. Kaluj gets in there. Kilo finds the body shot. Lastro goes the way of the weary, and that will be that. But my God, Houston, what a run across the map.
They made this way more interesting than it was going to look. Because when the Shock go on offense and they just roll on through them, you think, hey, maybe you get you get that first checkpoint if you're Houston, you make it a little bit further, and then things kind of end, and the Shock have a lot of time in the bank. That is a tremendous push there for the Outlaws. They've given themselves a real chance at taking this map, which is huge. Like I mentioned, this is their map selection. You end up having, obviously, the Shock select map number 1, they win it. You end up losing your own map selection here, and even in a different fashion, right? You're not really playing the Sojourn, you're playing the Ash a lot of the times. Now you start searching, where can we go that we can get an advantage? Then it feels like the series is a little bit, out of your hands, where you win this, you're kind of in the control if you're the Outlaws. There's a lot of different things you can do.
Pelican, for those keeping it home in the Genji matchup, 21-6 for young Pelly. Proper 17-8, having a pretty quiet round. And again, there's definitely a bit of a gulf between hitscan DPS. Merit having extremely solid showing here. He's 11-6. The kind of map where it's a little bit harder for Junker Queens to have a lot of impact, especially that second phase of the map where much of the fight is held on a periphery or in 1v1s between Genjis and hitscan. Okay, no chicanery at the front of spawn this time. Eyes on this man on your screen. Kilo needs to deliver.
And the Outlaws, they concede this space. This is where Merit can land those big dynamites. Yeah, Proper goes really deep in that corner and you're able to keep him alive. The Outlaws just have to figure out a way to gain some control here.
Not a target-rich environment as far as Kilo's concerned. Proper extending for these kills, but Pelican opens up the account. Merit has a bit of space on the point. Oh, this dynamite could be devastating, yes. More pressure on the healing resources. San Francisco are stuck inside the cafe.
And you notice when that dynamite comes down, we're watching from Pelican's POV, and you know what I love is he sees Finn there. They know they're taking the ticking dynamite damage. There's only so much Lucio can do with an amp. Finn is swinging for the fences because he needs to trigger the Inspire, and he's just staying at a distance, just firing from range. And what do? You can't just speed out as you're taking ticking damage to try and find that. So really nice play there by Pelican, pretty smart.
And look at how far further he is towards that blade.
Oh yeah.
That's going to come out before Violet can get a sound barrier. If the Outlaws choose to go, it's unlikely as defenders here they want to make the first move. San Francisco, though, have to show something. They need to put something on the table. Here's the blade. Pelican doesn't want to wait anymore, but Violet does go for the beat. They've managed to section off one of these shock plays here. It's proper a little bit behind enemy lines. He's able to get back to his team.
Now you just kind of hold here if you're the Outlaws. You can get both of these support ults online and you can take the point back.
It's about the rally. It's going to be a commanding shot here for Dante. Left with a beat. That's a huge advantage here for the Outlaws if they can make it work. It merits gunning them down vicariously via Bob, and Pelican gets in for 2. Not a darn thing the Shock can do about it. We spent so much time talking about how defender, or rather attacker favored this part of the map is, and yet the Outlaws have 2 winning fights in a row. What a big deal that is.
Merit's been getting insane value out of the Dynamites. Just if he's able to connect those, it really makes it tough on the healers for the Shock, and you can get some other chip damage. That allows Pelican to go off.
Pelican is 25-6 right now. Not too far away from a cheeky little deadlift. Will it be required, though, is the question. Commanding shout, the Shock take a ton of damage early. Here comes the Rampage. It's good for 3. Finavita both connected with it. Kilo just melts. The Houston Outlaws, they are doing this.
Now Pelican trying to hunt down proper here. Is everybody running him down? Man, Outlaws look tremendous here in map number 2. They battle back to take it.
Pelican is insane. 28 of a possible 61 final blows. Not quite a deadlift, but near enough. We spent so much time, Johnny says we're contractually obligated to talk about proper every time the shot comes up, but the Outlaws here have made their case. They put Pelican forward and said, no, no, no. Our little rookie of the year, he's still a big deal. Now we have a game, ladies and gentlemen. Stick around. We're going to be back, of course, with map number 3. San Francisco pick as this series is tied up.
Please don't let me in the
Please don't let me into my zone. I just need some time on my own. All these people trying to get a conversation. You can conversate to that tone. My gut eyes on that throne, yeah. So I'm never alone, yeah. All these people trying to box me in. I'm at my weather, it's on, yeah. Now they ask where I'm at. Making hits that line back. I'm MJ, I'm 2-3, man. I just need some time back. I'm zoned in like defense. My life gone, no recess. But I live my best one, so I got no regrets. So I'm gone. Finally back in my home. I'm working like so much. They swear I had me a clone. Can't answer my phone now. Just leave it there at that tone. Ballin' can't beat me up, cause I'm back in my zone now.
One of the most dynastic teams in Korean contenders, especially last year, was O2 Blast. 3 of their 3 DPS players from that era are in the server right now. Kilo, Proper, and Merit. All 3 of them rotated through. A lot of the time it was Proper and Merit. Kilo feeling left behind a little bit here as well, Matt. There was a very rough Hollywood outing for him.
Yeah, we were just talking during the break about how rough Kilo's map was there. Map number 2 in the Shock, obviously, after a loss, will get a map selection. They go to Circle Royale, which is interesting because Merit on the Ashe is very effective. You can do that here again. Maybe not as much on the defensive side because you have to play so close to the spawn, right? But there are some good sightlines for that hero if you're able to make it work on this map. Really interesting selection here for the Shock.
One thing that we definitely noticed across the course of this series is that Pelican has been more than happy to step up to the challenge that's sort of been delivered by Proper. We know Pelican's a known quantity to us here. This is his 2nd year in the league. And a fantastic first one.
Look, here in Overwatch, we get unreasonably excited about rookies, right?
We just do.
That's what people like to do here. It's not like Pelican got worse. He's just not a rookie. I mean, he is still that good as he was last year. I mean, I remember hearing, like, when he was going to the Outlaws, I was like, what? Why would anybody give up Pelican? Like, he's insanely good. And you see why. You know, in a game this big against the Shock, he's capable of, being that heavy lifter to get you over the line.
Pelican was the kind of player that had to miss out on a lot of the travels with the Atlanta Reign because of health issues, right? This player had to wait patiently for his chance to get onto the big stage and show what he's made of. So it's got to be cathartic now that he can deliver an elite level DPS performance against an elite level DPS lineup.
And you got to think as well, like playing for the Outlaws, like winning a stage for the Outlaws is like what, winning like 4 leagues for another team, right?
And they've been a statue to you out there. you get bronzed up.
I don't know where they'd put it. I've never been to Houston, but they'll put it somewhere.
I'm sure. I think they have a lot of room out there. Yeah, in the trophy cabinet as well.
Yeah, that's true. It'll be the Shock. They're going to play the Sojourn. You play close up here. That's what we talk about a lot of the time. That's what we see here. So it'll be Houston with an opportunity to maybe, do you try and play the Ashe here? I believe the other day when we watched this happen, it was like a nasty spawn kill that went down until the offensive team had to switch off of the Ashe and go to the Sojourn. So take a look. Merit on the Widow now. Now he's going to go to the Ashe. Maybe you take an off angle, right? You see everybody funnel out of this left side. You maybe get a
nice little dynamite connection.
Cheeky dynamite from behind.
Yep. Yep, there it is. It's on Kaluge only. But still, you can see that tick damage is annoying to try and remediate. If you're another team and no one's looking at Merit, he gets free damage from the off angle. In this metagame, it's about body shots with Ashe, all right? Quite often, you're not really doing that much.
Oh, that's a good dynamite.
Critical hit damage. A lot of your early DPS comes from that dynamite. Violet is down, and this defense will be tested for the Shock.
And as soon as that dynamite hits, that's when it's go time for Pelican, right? He knows
that's the 1-2.
They're using their healing resources. He can go in, they can command and shout, and yep. You get together in a small room, you don't have a lot of health. That's what's gonna happen is, no, that's like one of the tougher parts for the Outlaws to get out of, right? The spawn trap here right at the gate, and then if you take point A, that next spawn trap. Those are some of the toughest parts of the map to get through.
The Ashe can really put pressure on your opposing Genji. If you can get a dynamite explosion plus the tick damage, Pelican can go and chase after Proper and eliminate him. And even if he doesn't, Proper has to stay out of the fight for a while. He can't poke from medium range. He can't deflect in the neutral because you can't deflect that explosion damage, right? It's very scary for Popper. That's how you shut an enemy Genji down if you play solid Ashe.
And look at this from the Shock POV. Always on the way back, right? Because you're always taking this damage.
That's a nice shot from Kilo. Merit there just getting blown out. The Outlaws quickly heading upstairs now. Want to play through this alcove. Kilo's disrupt the shot. He's on cooldown presently. He'll have to return.
That is a nasty shot from Kilo. Stops the bleeding there. So he'll have a Bob here, so you can maybe Bob get like an off angle, force them into an area of the map where Pelican can get a really good blade off. No support ultimates available just yet.
Pelican going for the middle. Oh, another one! Beautiful stuff from Kilo there as well. Great way to silence the Outlaws before the fight can really begin. And again, they must reset, Matthew.
And I'm sure Kilo knew, last map wasn't his best performance. And hey, if he bounces back, plays well, maybe he feels like that's enough to get this team a win here. And back-to-back fights where you're able to get that first blood, that allows them to build up these support ultimates and other ultimates to be able to withstand some of this coming in from the Outlaws.
Look how he's playing. Still infused with confidence as he plays out in the middle of that street. A lot of ultimates about to come up here. This is going to be an extremely volatile trade-off. Pelican takes a little bit of poke damage early. Here's the rally from Finn and Lastro. Flags are up for both sides. But then Kilo make more of these key connections. Lev has a sound barrier there. Merit's Bob has been removed, but Kaluj loses out in the Junker Queen matchup. Pelican goes for the deflect immediately, and now it's going to be a sound barrier for both sides. Pelican's going to get whatever damage he can, but Proper is one better. Regardless, the Outlaws come out on top. As Lastro trades the kill, and Mera was alive in the backline the whole time.
I mean, the biggest thing is being able to keep Dante alive on the Junker Queen. You have that kill straight at the beginning, but you're able to get Kalush out of the fight. We talked about how good he was in map number 1. Being able to get him out of the way allows the Outlaws to take that, checkpoint A, and now start to make this trek uphill.
Very good time so far for Houston, despite Kilo ending 2 fights before they began. Again, we knew that would be a messy fight with 4 or 5 ultimates up for each side. And as usual, that Rampage, the slowest ultimate to generate in this composition generally, will be on deck for this next fight. And there's no support ultimates there to mitigate the impact of that anti-heal and tick damage, so keep your eyes out for the better Junker Queen lineup. Dante wanting to round the corner. Knife not quite connecting with Finn. But this card is being allowed to ponderously advance.
Yeah, I think just trying to line up this Rampage. When does this happen?
Here we go! Oh my goodness, like ships in the night, but it's the Outlaws that have 5 of their players afflicted by that anti-heal. Still, it ends up just being a straight trade. 4 versus 4. The Outlaws disinclined, though, to get too aggressive off the back of that. They reset for a time, and now we're looking at support ultimates coming around. Bob is on deck once more.
It's hard to play that position without your Junker Queen. Is Kalush still up here for the shock? Is you have the Bob, how do you decide to use this? Do you want to use it in an off angle, maybe over there to the right, and then force people to the left? Where is the best position to make use out of this Bob?
Mera doesn't exactly have the safest sight lines or the easiest ones right now. But he knows that once Bob gets out, it might give a little bit of space, but Dante needs to be healthy. Kilo's down. Pelican's able to make his way into the back line, and what a key elimination. It's got to be a sound barrier now for the shock, and they use it to get a player parity here at 4 versus 4. Pelican with a beat from left. Dante getting pressured though heavily in that front line, but look at the damage. Kalush comes in swinging with the axe. Dante in pieces. Pelican trying to avoid Finn, but nice job by the shock. They know they have that advantage. They play forward. You get a lot of value out of the brig.
And man, when you lose Kilo early and all of those kills being exchanged, it's Proper and Kalush being able to play together. Great use out of the Junker Queen and the Genji to stave off the Outlaws from taking that point.
Finn is building his ultimates twice as fast as Lastro right now. 1:28 plays 2:51. Big difference here in the brig matchup. Here comes the rally from both sides though, and Proper looking to shut the door on the Outlaws. 33 seconds left in the round, and there's a blade to be coming. You can be sure of that.
This is that other nasty spawn camp I was talking about trying to get out of.
Pelican's down, no chance. He went for the blade. He got shut down. Violent's able to remove Dante here, and Proper doesn't need to draw cold steel. The Outlaws looking a little listless.
Somebody's moving the
back camp. Lep. Oh, so close. You will pay the iron price for that one.
I mean, he draws him back. The downside is he is now dead, and it looks like Pelican, nope, not going to be able to get a touch.
He got overtime. 3 players here for the Outlaws seem to be left, and they can't even touch, really. Proper gets rid of Dante. And the Houston Outlaws are derailed.
Not a bad push entirely for the Outlaws, right? They were able to get that A checkpoint after a little bit of a fight there, but maybe if you play the Ashe up in the high ground, you make it even harder. And then they get the cart, you know, just a little bit before that second checkpoint, so they do push it around like the upper echelon of the map, right? You know, getting uphill, so that's a little bit harder. See if they're able to hold on defense, though.
Pretty tough for the Outlaws to push up that sort of middle part of the map. You saw that, you know, Merritt is playing these really sharp angles. You know, he's not able to peek out into the open. Is obviously a great risk of getting dragged in by a knife or being headshot by his opposite number. His killer was obviously on the Sojourn there, has that insta-kill potential. So the Outlaws now, pretty grim task ahead of them here. A little bit of Helm's Deep-esque defense might be required on this map. Wait, is it Pirates of the Caribbean?
They are getting unreasonably good at this.
Yep, it is. Round of applause, everybody, for our maestro on the keys.
So they do play the Ashe on defense. We'll see how they decide to make use out of it. You see Kilo kind of like poking from the spawn on the Sojourn there, trying to take the same type of approach.
The Shock don't get spawn camped here. They're able to push out. The question is, they still need to convert on this fight, or rather, can they convert on this fight?
Yeah. The Outlaws almost want to play this first corner. Like with the Ashe, think about trying to just funnel players
into that sight
to an
line,
area, right? Into the sight line.
They bend like a sapling, but they sort of snap back once the breeze is done.
Right, because you know, they come around the corner, whether they're inside of you know, this kind of like hotel to your right, whether they're coming down the main street. Good opportunity for dynamite. Those are the types of things that the Outlaws want to force. Like, look at, like, if you're the Shock, where can you go right now? You kind of have to go up this main street or around towards the high ground, but you're still funneling players in one direction.
You need to go towards Pelican and that barrier to break up the line of sight and move the car. Pelican kind of knows that. He's the first line of defense. He has to give up that position. Dante got caught. Again, that's what Sojourn will do. Pressure that enemy Junker Queen with railgun hits. Very messy little engagement here, but Proper has a bit of room. Can he do something with it? Pelican in trouble. Violet will finish the job. The bloodthirsty supporters. Violet is 5 and 3.
Yeah, the advantage with the Sojourn you see right there is that burst damage, right? Dante maybe doesn't expect to just have a large chunk of his health taken in a quick second. It's Kilo right around the corner, connects with a shot.
You wonder how this guy gets ultimate so early. A lot of the time, it's raw deeps.
I mean, he was playing Cassidy at some points last year.
That's true. That is true. All right, Merritt has space here. Decent part of the map for him to play from, but he can see the shot trying to get up in his face. And oh, Proper doesn't give Lastro a moment of respite. Gets up his nostril with that Dragon Blade. And yeah, San Francisco, they're starting to feel it now. Pelican trying to back away, but he's not in line of sight of any of his healers, and Proper, he knows it.
And he is pushing further up here as poor Lastro. He's in a tough spot.
That's very un-SBD of him, Matt.
No, not going to make it out of that one. And that's brutal. You were able to get the blade with your rally there and kill Lastro before he was able to get rally the last time, and then you push up, you catch him coming off the spawn, you delay that even further. It's just going to be great cart progress here for the Shock. They're probably only going to need one more fight.
Bob could be crucial here. Awkward part of the map for attackers to play. It's going to be an overclock to start things off. Kilo looking for Pelican. He's able to get away for now. Rally healing. Trying to keep Pelican nice and vital. Kilo knows they're coming for him. He backs up a little bit. So does Kaluge. A disengage here for San Francisco as the Outlaws are forced to use that rally.
So we'll see now. Can Kaluge hit this rampage? Seal the deal as see players all lining up here.
It's go time. Sound barrier here for both Well, Violet rather is left, doesn't have that up. It's going to be a nice little rampage connect. Blade, Pelican bailing his team out. 2 kills, Killer and Finn both go down. Kalush needs to find some work here with that axe swing, but Proper gets rid of the enemy Genji. 3 versus 2 now as the Outlaws are in an awkward spot. It's just going to be left all on his own, and he gets Last Samurai. A San Francisco Shock back in the lead.
Proper and Kalush have fantastic maps. As good of a tank DPS duo we have in this league, especially on the Junker Queen Genji combination. They've been actually able to slow down Kilo. Kilo's having a little bit of a, he bounced back a little bit on that map, but definitely making it hard on him. But the Genji and the Junker Queen for the Shock still popping off.
Proper has 3 times the final blows that Pelican does. It's 12-4. And Violet comes out with 7 final blows of his own. Always finding a way to get himself on the kill feed. This time it's on the right side for Violet. And the San Francisco Shock are on the right side of this halftime in the series. Stick around, everybody, as it will be a Houston Outlaws map pick. They're looking to force this one to a map 5. Show off during the Summer Showdown. You can share your art celebrating summer vibes in the Summer Showdown tournament for a chance to be featured on broadcast and the Fan Art Gallery. And if you're here in the arena, we've been featuring some of your work, whether it's signs or otherwise, so keep that up. Great to see you all here, Toronto. You've been fantastic so far. Hopefully the home team can make you happier later in the day. But for now, we have the small matter of an Outlaws shock game to decide.
The Outlaws, they get to pick here for push, only out of the 2 maps in the pool for push, where they will go to New Queen Street. So this tells you probably going to see more of the Sojourn play. Merit goes on to that hero yet again. And we'll say, I mean, I think it's really, at this point, Kilo's really not had like a great series, been up and down, right? Where I think, you know, if you can, at least, it's tough to say slow down, but like Collusion proper, just so good and consistent game in, game out. If you can, like, you know, catch them off, pick them off a little bit early, you know, put some extra chip damage on a Collusion, like make it hard, like this looks like a winnable series for the Outlaws. It's not like the Shock just completely running away with it, as I think a lot of people would have expected.
I feel like maybe the baby elephant in the room, so to speak, though, might have been sort of the difference in performance for Pelican between Hollywood and that previous map there. He's only able to find a couple of final blows.
That's true.
For the whole map.
Yeah.
Not able to have much of an impact. We sort of mentioned, 4 final blows, I think, to Proper's 12. I think a lot of that probably has to do with the fact that Finn is firing, or rather Kilo is firing on all cylinders there on the Sojourn with some fantastic shutdowns at the beginning of fights, but he's definitely a weapon that he's going to have to be honed and put to good use if the Outlaws hope to blow out the Shock here.
We'll see. First fight here should be massive. It's pretty important on all push maps. Probably think just like some high ground, kind of, you know, jostling around that statue up there.
Again, a strong showing here early for the Outlaws can definitely convert to a map win. I think they'd be really happy if they can get to a control map, a map 5.
And you also wonder if the Shock, with their map 1 selection of Lijiang, like that's their best control map, right? Like, so if you win this here, did you take their best control kind of off of the board, right? You didn't win it.
Do we end up on Busan or something similar, you know?
Right, or like in Nepal, like something that's like a little bit
That would be funky.
Yeah, a little bit funky, right?
Here's your neutral, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, Keep Pelican, all right. He's living the platformer life right now. Merit, though, is taken down. Kilo's headshot should herald success for San Francisco now. The Outlaws seem unwilling to give any ground, and that is going to hurt them here as they all will be forced away.
It's that early pick off there from Kilo. That's what you want to see if you're a Shock fan, right? Start to see him come alive, because I tell you what, when he's firing on all cylinders, and you got proper collusion, you know, the supports back there, they are, you know, you don't want to say impossible to beat because we've seen it, but they are tough. I mean, it is not a easy out for anybody.
What's insane to me is that Proper's worst maps are still elite level performances by the numbers. And these best ones are astronomical. So whichever way, you know you're going to get the goods from this guy. Well worth the spend from the org, no doubt about it. Okay, Eyes and Kaluge here. I think Merit's really trying to put pressure on the Junker Queen, force those repair packs out, which in turn gives San Francisco some pause for thought. They're going to give a little bit of ground here until the commanding shout comes in. Violent, who's already built a sound barrier, that might be their ace in the hole. They're going to go with it. Dante very, very low right now, and Leopard's floundering. He's trying to find his way towards that first sound barrier, but instead he finds his way through Collusion's cranium. Pretty important kill there, but it really just stems the bleed. Eventually the Shock will break over them like a tsunami.
Yeah, now you can kind of see when it was go time. Dante took a large chunk of damage, used commanding shout, started to back up, and that's when the sound barrier and the aggression came in from San Francisco.
That's such a signature San Francisco play, right? Get beat first and use it just to force an advantageous fight.
Yep, you get an advantage, you're gonna have your little checklist of cooldowns, what's up, what's not. You see you have that big advantage of commanding shout gone and the Junker Queen low. And you don't let that advantage slip, because look at this. They've gotten that checkpoint right here off the start.
So who cares if there's 2 support ultimates from the Outlaws, Matt? Let them use them. San Francisco hoping to force some of them out sooner rather than later, and Lep does use the sound barrier here. Proper's Blade, definitely quite threatening, and if they can get Pelican, they can make this scary for the Outlaws. Lastro, though, Shaolin Monk level discipline does not expand the rally.
No, this is still good, though, for the Shock. You get that first checkpoint. We talk about how important that is and how fast you can progress after getting the bot back in your favor. In the Outlaws, they'll start to move the barrier, but they had to use some key ultimates to do it.
The Shock here. Pretty uncommon we see that first push turn into like a whole checkpoint butt scratch scenario. So they're very, very happy. They've definitely got an outsized amount of contribution towards that overall score. Big rampage, though, here for the Outlaws. They'll take an easy fight win here, no doubt about it. Credit to Dante, lines it up beautifully. Eventually gets brought down by Kaluj. The Outlaws disinclined to pressure any further.
Well, look how healthy Kaluj is. I mean, he is full HP, able to go out now and contest. And just because you lose that queen, I mean, that is huge. Being able to just get around the corner, stay alive, be a nuisance there. It's difficult once you lose your Junker Queen. Theirs is still up to stay in it.
What's Lastro holding rally for here, do you think?
I mean, I think they actually would have thought about using the rally there if you had Dante in the fight. You may need to consider using it now.
I mean, will it help you against this? Kilo, if he finds a headshot, it's lights out. Oh, great deflect, though, from Pelican. Kilo just fires straight into that. Takes a big hit in the body. Proper is the cat amongst the pigeons here. Merit's forced to take flight. Lastro won't be nearly as lucky, and those wings are getting clipped.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's looking brutal here for the Outlaws because the Rampage comes in, the rally as well. The Rampage for the Shock, and then the rally for the Outlaws. And you're just getting pushed back. You delay some of those deaths. Now you're sitting in the spot. If you're the Outlaws, you have no support ult. You have a Blade going up against the Shock with double support ult and Proper with the Dragon Blade. I mean, you could be even looking at a map completion here.
Disrupt the shot thrown down here. Pelican is able to find Kilo, who is probing, even with Merit, finding this overclock. San Francisco look like they're unwilling to give ground here. They know they have the beat for Violet. They can make something happen behind a commanding shout and a proper Blade. Lep's building towards that barrier, though. That is going to be the answer if the Shock choose to make that particular gambit. Right now, they're going to keep trading as if they're at 5v5. These guys so confident, and here comes Proper. He takes Pelican down first before the sound barrier can even be a factor. He's taken down the enemy Genji. Beautiful rail, though, from Merit. That's going to stem the bleed here and give the Outlaws a chance to push on back.
Are they? I mean, you still have Finn here in the mix. You have Kaluj still here. As they are not being backed up. Well, you have Kilo coming off the spawn. I mean, the support with Kaluj just playing so good.
The front spawn actually relevant here, which it often isn't on a map like this. Finn is taken down by Pelican, whose Blade really needs to find the mark right now. Kaluj, he's got to get Kaluj, but somehow the man stands tall. The Pelican can't get it proper. Beautiful headshot up close there. Shurikens find their mark, and the Shock, the inexorable tide of orange flows across New Queen Street.
And you can see it when we were on with Merit's POV, but he was trying to put down damage on Kaluj to make a play and just using the cover of whether it's the barrier of the robot, whether it's some of these signs here, the cars, like doing such a fantastic job, not taking unnecessary damage.
That's a connection there. Dante decides to go for it. Rampage catches 3, but the sound barrier is going to be there, and it's timed perfectly with the commanding shout. So the Shock completely protected from that anti-heal, and they dominate the Outlaws. Houston, this is last chance saloon for the Gunslingers. They have to make something happen here, or it's all over.
Oh, and it's going to be a mad rush out of the spawn, but Finn, Kaluj, and Proper right up there. They do not want to let the Outlaws out.
Here's the Blade. Sound barrier for Lep. He's going to try and put him in Lastro on the point, but Merit is going to be cut down to size. Proper, even the sushi chef here is going to have his just desserts. It's a full clear on New Queen Street. What a way to send your foes packing to the lower bracket.
And it's really being able to get that checkpoint off the start, allowing you to kind of then, once you get the barrier going back in that direction and just progress that part of the map faster. And the Outlaws were never able to really get Finn, Violet, and Kaluj at the end of these fights. You lose DPS here and there at the start of them, and that's, you know, you obviously don't want it to happen, but it's not the end-all, be-all. And those three players, man, Kaluj, Finn, and Violet had a tremendous series being able to just stay alive, extend these fights.
How is it that the Outlaws are unable to convert on, you know, these player advantages? We talk about that front spawn actually having some value there, but they are getting first picks in some of these fights, and yet they're not able to advance.
I would say all first picks in fights aren't equal. You know, if you have Dante dropping first and you're trading it out for like Kilo, let's say, on the other side, like, that's still an advantage for the shop. Right. You know, even though they did not get that first pick, it's really just kind of looking at the landscape of like what heroes you have alive going into those fights where, you know, a few times we saw they were able to get Kilo, right? But all the healing resources still there, all the damage with proper still there, and you're not able to capitalize. I think if you're a team that's going up against the Shock, you really gotta, you know, figure out a way to get that early damage down on a Kaluj, force some of those cooldowns out, because, you know, him, Violet, and Finn are in such lockstep on how to use everything.
The Houston Outlaws, their road ahead is precarious. They will face a winner of the Justice and the Defiant. And that'll be happening tomorrow, so they will have their eyes glued to their screens to see what their opponents will have in store for them. Now, if the San Francisco Shock don't find a way to monetize Kaluj on a stick, it's a huge missed opportunity.
Yeah, that's I mean, I don't know how you would do that, but sure.
Just put a price tag on it, Matthew. We're going to head down to the stage now with some winning words from our victorious squad. Danny, take it away.
Mr. Man, thank you very much. What is up, everybody? I'm here joined now by Violet from San Francisco Shock. Violet, congratulations on getting the win now.
Thank you.
I have to ask, because I heard from someone that yesterday, Houston Outlaws, when they had an interview, that they said they weren't too worried about this match because they're just better than San Francisco Shock. So, how was the Houston Outlaws? 자, 첫 번째 질문은 잠시만요, 제가 좀 숨을 좀 고르고. 자, 오늘 어제 제가 어디서 인터뷰를 봤는데 이제 휴스턴 팀이 오늘 경기가 좀 이렇게 걱정이 되지 않는다. 왜냐하면 샌프란시스코 숏보다 우리가 잘하기 때문에 걱정이 좀 안 된다라고 말을 했는데 어떻게 오늘 경기를 해보시니까 휴스턴 좀 어떤 거 같나요?
솔직히 첫 맵 이겼을 때 이미 게임 이겼다 생각했고, 솔직히 저희가 항상 미드타운이나 좀 하이브리드 맵 두 번째 맵이 좀 지금 약한 상태인데 좀 더 보강을 해서 하면은 그냥 쉽게 이기지 않을까. 다른 팀들도 그렇게 생각합니다.
첫 번째 맵 첫 번째 맵 미장. So after winning the first map on Lijiang, I thought that we already won the whole match against Houston Outlaws. It's just that, you know, doing it on hybrid maps or like second maps, we sort of have a little bit of difficulty as a team. But if we just tune that out, it's not only Houston Outlaws, but moving forward against any other teams, I think it is going to be an easy win for the San Francisco Shock. Talking about other teams, because you guys beat Houston Outlaws, you guys are going to be going up against Dallas Fuel, who actually, you know, put an end to your winning streak on your qualifier matches. So, how do you think, or how confident are you that you could beat the Dallas Fuel tomorrow? 자, 방금 이제 다른 팀들도 좀 쉽게 이길 것 같다고 말씀을 하셨는데 이제 내일 또 달라스와의 경기가 다시 또 있잖아요. 또 이제 웃긴 게 또 이제 달라스 때문에 어떻게 보면 연승을 좀 이제 멈추게 되는데 내일 달라스와의 경기 좀 어떻게 될 것 같으신가요?
저는 오히려 그때 댈러스한테 진 게 액땜을 했다고 생각을 하고, 이번 플레이오프에서는 솔직히 좀 자신이 없진 않아요. 이길 것 같아요.
Okay.
네.
Alright, so I do believe the one time that we lost to Dallas Fuel, I do think it's just like a one-time thing. I'm actually feeling pretty confident that we could beat the Dallas Fuel tomorrow. Violet, I want to hear this from you one more time, because you said that you feel confident, but I didn't get any like confidence from your answer. So I'm going to ask you again. Are you really confident against Dallas Fuel? 방금 이제 자신감이 있다고 말씀하셨는데 그렇게 자신감이 없으신 것 같아서 좀 이렇게 세게 한번 말씀을 해주세요.
이지윈.
Everybody, give it up for Violet. Thank you so much, Violet. Again, big congratulations on the win. Let's send things back to our casters. Mitchell, back to you.
Okay. We like that. Some fighting words there from Violet. But again, let's be honest with you. Both the Shocker and the field have shown some degree of fallibility here when we've come to land. Their opponents, the rest of the field here at the Summer Showdown, have upped their game. And it's going to be quite the matchup here if we get them going head-to-head, that upper bracket final. Oh, man, what a banger it promises to be.
I also think Houston's going to be a problem in the lower bracket. I don't think they're going to be an easy out for anybody still kind of left in the tournament. Yeah, you look at the Defiant you got there, the Spitfire now.
So they go up against the winner, of course, of the Defiant and stuff. That's already going to be quite a wild matchup. And if they can make their way through, it's like we've unleashed the Balrog on the lower bracket, ladies and gentlemen. You got that reference? Really?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm impressed. No worries. Let's talk about our player of the match here. In this head-to-head, we discussed Pelican. He was a big part of the success for the Outlaws, but when it counted, Proper stood tall. First map especially, what a way to start on that front foot. He was really, really dominant over the course of this series. People may be getting sick of seeing this constantly, but there's a reason why everyone's touting this guy as the new big thing.
Yeah, I mean, he was really good in this series. I mean, as typical. I actually thought over the last few maps, Kaluge really turned up his play, and I thought that was a huge difference maker, being able to stay alive and play in tandem with Proper, but I mean, it's so difficult. I mean, the performances that he puts up map in, map out are difficult to match.
And I mean, he's looking squarely now at a head-to-head with Sparkle in that Fuel game. The guy, I don't think you can sort of overstate the importance of that matchup and just how close it could be. But credit to the guy here. Again, still 1.3 on that Dragon Blade efficiency, which is really impressive, and a very, very low number of deaths per 10 for Genjis, who often struggle to play in that neutral, especially against teams that are looking to use Ashe to punish any overextension. 11.6 final blows per 10. Really, really solid performance from Proper. Constantly choosing to take the fights against Pelican, getting in his face, and more often than not, right-click shurikens up close is able to get him the win there. He has dash resets to continue to run wild in those fights.
Yeah, especially in a series where Kilo was up and down, right? And you needed Proper to continue that level of play, especially when the Outlaws, I'm sure a lot of their kind of conversation is how do we slow this player down? We're not able to do it.
The stakes continue to get high here, ladies and gentlemen, at the Summer Showdown. We're now looking at the lower bracket in our upcoming matches, and for some of these teams, it is their last chance to show what they're capable of here at the Mattamy Athletic Center. Don't go too far, everybody. It's just starting to heat up here in Toronto, and we'll see you on the other side of these messages.
Let's fucking go.
Yo, so good.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League, and by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Congratulations, you've reached the halfway point, and you just saw our top 2 teams walk away with 3-1 victories. It's Puckett alongside Mr. Custom Master Reinforce. Fellas,
I'm not a master here.
Grandmaster.
Not yet. You're working on it.
Top
but
500.
I was looking at your stats here, Custa, and I was saying maybe high diamond on the prediction end. You chose the Shock to win this whole tournament, though, and that could be the SR game you need to leapfrog Johnny.
I'm coming for you, Johnny. I'm coming for you. You think you're so good with Dallas because you're number 1 seed? We're coming up. Shock's rising up.
Haven't lost yet. All right, Dallas Fuel still have not lost. The Shock, they lost 1 map in this series, but they look pretty solid across the board. Let's take a look back at what just went down when the Shock were taking on our friends from Houston. Of course, game number 1. Well, gentlemen, this was proper coming out. We had our eyes on Pelican, a little preview of the DPS. Proper looking pretty good today.
There you go.
Yeah,
looking pretty good today. I'm starting to see the hype.
As you should be. You know, this was a 3-1 victory for the Shock. It was competitive, but not competitive at the same time, if that makes any sense, because the Shock were dominant in their 3-map wins, but then the Houston Outlaws came back with a pretty dominant win on Hollywood. As much as the Shock finished, Pelican and Merit on this map were just on a completely different level. This is, you know, the anime protagonist Pelican look in his eyes on this map, and it's just impressive to see these guys go back and forth. And I think the Houston Outlaws, there's a lot of redeeming qualities to come from this match, but once again, the San Francisco Shock just proving that they are the better squad.
Looking at the big picture here, Johnny, we talked about the Sojourn was needed to swap out for the Ashe. On Hollywood, it looks like Ashe may be a mainstay. Do you expect her to be seen throughout the night?
So Hollywood is actually one of the best Ashe maps in the game, and because there's so many buildings, so many walls to play around, so you can really play the positional game here. Houston Outlaws, they tried to make it work here on Circuit Real to limited success. I mean, this was a very impressive hold from the San Francisco Shock. I do think it has legs, but you need Pelican to pop off like he did on Hollywood, for example, to make it work. And you can't do that all the time. So San Francisco Shock, they still remain the more dominant team as they wrap things up here on New Queen Street.
Yeah, and as we closed out this final game, Custa, I think you nailed it. Tight series, but one-sided victories when the teams got their map win. How did the Shock settle the deal here in Game 4?
I think it just really comes down to the players just fundamentally playing really well as a unit. Their ultimate usage was very good. Players starting to come alive. Kilo having his moments. Kaluj, who we're going to highlight in just a second, really coming into his own on the Junker Queen. We actually have a stat card that we're going to put up here in just a second. Kaluj actually struggled earlier on the stage with the Junker Queen. You know, we know he's a rookie. He's been so dominant for them, but he didn't really assimilate to that hero very quickly. So what happened is, over time, he's really coming, and this land, he has been dominant. You just look at these numbers. 2.6 Rampage kills per 10 minutes is very good. High hero damage, that's quite good for the Junker Queen, and he's not dying too much. He's doing his job. He is fundamentally giving everyone else space around him to do it and not really making himself the hero that he needs to be.
Get a strong tank, get strong DPS, seems to be kind of the recipe for success for the Shock squad since the beginning of the Overwatch League. But Johnny, I want one word to describe this Shock squad. If you could use one adjective, how do you describe this team in this Summer Showdown?
Does it have to be an adjective?
Or adverb?
Is explosive? Is that
explosive is good.
I'm Swedish. I don't know what this is.
Okay, now let's do the same thing for Houston. They're in the lower bracket. They're not out. But how would you describe the Outlaws moving forward?
Not explosive. No, the Houston Outlaws still. I mean, I was gonna make a Pelican pun, like they're
We're gonna cut them off there, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go to Hollywood, though, because if you are a Houston fan, there is some hope. And Custa and I carved out a little example of it. Custa, break this down.
Yeah, so the Houston Outlaws fans, obviously you just lost to the Shock, but there were some really good moments. This is a play that the Shock actually did, and the Houston Outlaws played against it very well. The Shock, with their backs against the wall on this third-point defense, they popped the rally to go aggressive. Houston Outlaws just disengage. They do the same thing again in the next fight. We see Kilo drops the bomb. Look at how far away the Houston Outlaws run. They are respecting the opposition ultimates. They then take that, they wait that couple of seconds, they wait for the bomb to disappear, and then they re-engage with their ultimates. They now have the beat to counter the blade of proper. They are able to go aggressive, and the Shock no longer have the answers to the problems that the Houston Outlaws were bringing. So great fundamental macro play by the Outlaws. That's what you need to look at. It's not just Pelican. It's just not Merit popping off individually. As a whole, they are a good team, and I would expect them to make a good lower bracket run.
They're playing the game the right way. Johnny, the chat feels bad for you, so here is our Beaver of Friendship. Please hold that while we take a look at the brackets, because here's where we're at in the tournament, Scott. We've got 2 teams remaining in the upper bracket. It's Johnny's team, the Dallas Fuel.
Yeah!
The San Francisco Shock. But our lower bracket is chock full of squads. 6 of our 8 teams are battling for their life in the losers bracket. Up next, we're going to see Titans versus Mayhem. And of course, at the end of the day, the hometown squad, the Toronto Defiant, taking on the Justice for their spot against the Outlaws tomorrow. We excited for tonight?
Oh, yeah, we're about to see 2 teams go home, unfortunately, but it's
Why
awesome
are you so excited about that?
No, because it means everything's on the line. At this point, you can't just be like, oh, well, we can make our lower bracket run like we're talking about the Houston Outlaws. You can't lose at this point, otherwise you're going home.
That's true.
I want to go home. I like it as well. Give me real quick thoughts here on this matchup. Florida, the 8th seed, the lowest seed coming in. Of course, on the other side, we have Vancouver, who didn't have a lot of success in their matchup yesterday. Who's got the edge here, Costa?
Well, here's the thing. Florida Mayhem, we actually talked to Goomba last weekend and he said, when we qualified, our realistic expectations is to have fun. You know, he sort of said, it's a bit of a holiday for us. They don't have that pressure on themselves to be able to step up. I have seen that Sir Majed is in the building, which is a big boon for them. They'll be able to play on land. They'll all be there in the moment. Maybe the double flex support can come up clutch against a Vancouver Titans that hasn't been perfect so far.
Ana and Zen, all 3 games, all 4 games, all 5 games, Johnny.
Oh, 2 out of 3, all right? I don't think they're going to bring it out to control, but I can see it happen on Hybrid and Escort. And by that point, the Vancouver Titans have already won 3-0. So, you know, what are you going to do? The Vancouver Titans, they're looking good.
Now, if you were reading the Discords, people are saying Vancouver doesn't look super comfortable on land. True or false, Johnny?
I mean, it's the first time for some of these guys playing on stage, actually, so that might become a factor. Here's what I think, all right? Vancouver Titans, they're a Canadian team, all right? So I know Toronto Defiant is not playing right now, crowd, but get on your feet and make some noise for the Vancouver Titans, all right? Get on the hype train. August 14th has happened. We're making a national holiday when they got their first win in the Overwatch League. Costa right here, he's made a train representing the Vancouver Titans hype train. We all need to get on it.
We're on it.
Please stand in a line, behave appropriately, get your tickets out. We're gonna stamp them, and you're welcome aboard the Vancouver Titans hype train. Let's go.
It doesn't look like a lot of seats on that thing, so get on quick.
You gotta get on quick. The supply is not very high. The Vancouver Titans lower bracket train is leaving the station. Everybody get in. I'm actually on this train. I think they can go really far because they play this match. They then can potentially go up against the London Spitfire, a team that they can play close with. August 14th train. Oh, God. 14th train might make it the distance.
8/14, remember that day. Maybe we'll add another one to the calendar after tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, quick commercial break. When we come back, it's match number 3 of a 4-banger day. We'll be right back.
No!
Welcome back, everyone, to the Summer Showdown night here in Toronto at the Mattamy Athletics Center. The double L's. That's Lemon Kiwi, that's Leg Day. We're going to be bringing you the next match. It's going to be a good one. The Vancouver Titans and the Florida Mayhem in the lower bracket. Their last life on the line.
Oh yeah, there are no more third chances, Lemon. They're already on their second one, so whoever loses is unfortunately going home, and whoever wins gets to move forward to the unenviable task of facing the London Spitfire. And both of our teams had their maladies yesterday, but one that's already been sorted out is the absence of Sir Marjet, who's flown in overnight. We've express delivered Sir Marjet over to a Florida Mayhem, and now he's ready to play on land and keep the team's spirits high and together like every main support should.
I didn't actually check if he was here. We're going to see on the walkout if he's arrived, because I know airports be silly these days. Both teams, I mean, struggled already this tournament. Whether it was Florida yesterday, we got to cast that 3-0.
Yeah.
I'm not sure they're excited that we're casting and delivering more bad luck to them. But it was a tough 3-0 against the Houston Outlaws, who are looking like a top 3 team, though, this tournament. And then the Vancouver Titans, I mean, they had to go up against the Shock, so what do you do?
Yeah, and Vancouver Titans, they took a map off of Shock as well, which I think surprised a lot of us. We all rated the Shock very highly coming into this. I think that Shock and Dallas Fuel were definitely the favourites, and they are going to be meeting, of course, in the winners' finals. But that's enough of the analysis of what's happened, because I want to bring the chaos. I want to bring the carnage. I want to bring forth in front of all of your eyes for Florida Mayhem.
And no longer Overwatch 4v4. We have our 5th member here to go. Welcome everyone who's made it to Toronto. And look at them, someone waving away. Yep, the tall one is the one who got here today. So I'm so excited for Florida, who the nerves were settling in yesterday, but they are looking much more confident. Speaking to McGravy yesterday about the things that they had to fix today, just small little mistakes, mostly nerves, but today they feel so confident about beating the Vancouver Titans, especially on this meta.
Cool, calm, and collected, yes, Lemon. It's been a night of iteration for Florida Mayhem, and having Sir Marjet here in person brings so much more respect, because it means that you can really center the emotions of your team around your kind of emotional anchors that every team needs to have. In history, there's been players like Jake, players like Punk, people who you look to really lead the team, and Florida Mayhem needs one of their players to step up, and when things start to go wrong, if they do, rally around that player to make sure the tilt doesn't set in and that you can always reset, go back to a plan that McGravy and Gumba have laid out.
While going up against them, the ones that could send them out of this tournament, it's the Canadians from the West. Give it up for the Vancouver Titans.
This is a team, Lemon, that defied expectations yesterday and it played so well against the San Francisco Shock, a team that went absolutely lossless in the regular season for so long until they met their end at the hands of the Dallas Fuel. And let's not all forget, August 14th, baby, the national holiday in Overwatch League, Vancouver Titans Day. It had been a disappointing season for the team thus far, but D-Pay has come in. Mr. David Pay, the God Emperor, previously of the LA Gladiators, now of the Vancouver Titans. He's turned it all around, and these players are looking renewed, refreshed, and reinvigorated here in the lower bracket.
And D-Pay was optimistic about this team. No matter the loss against the Shock, he pointed it out. They took a map. But for D-Pay to come in with only 3 months with the team mid-season to turn this entire roster around has looked good. But the level of trust he has in these rookies, I was talking about King. This is a guy I used to cast back in 2017 when I first started, and he has grown up to be such a tremendous Genji player. And along with Mirror, Junker Queen mastermind, D-Pay is so confident in him and his Junker Queen skills because it fits his aggressive playstyle.
Yeah, the acquisitions that D-Pay has made for this team have all slot in perfectly. Of course, remember that Mirror actually used to be a DPS player on the Gladiators under D-Pay. So evidently D-Pay is a big investor in Mirror and believes that, hey, Junker Queen's it's a character, a tank that we've seen multiple DPS players pick up fairly well, including Dia over on the LA Valiant, and of course Dante, who you all just saw on the Junker Queen on the Houston Outlaws. But here we are, there's our 10 bucks. Everybody's got their bums in their seats. And we're almost ready to head into our first map here in our lower bracket.
D-Pay had one message for the Florida Mayhem, and it was nice, it was simple, bye-bye is all Defiant had to say to the Florida Mayhem. But Florida are hoping to turn that 0-3 around to a 3-0 in their favor. And I've always been hyped up on Checkmate. I've even talked to the team, and they've confirmed that Genji is either his best or his second best hero. This is the meta that fits him, along with, even flex supports like Sir Majed. And being able to play that double flex support has forced teams to kind of adapt to Florida rather than the other way around. Even yesterday, we saw Lastra have to swap to the Ana against Florida.
Yeah, for Checkmate, these Genjis, it's no Reinhardt, it's no Checkmate Rein, but for Checkmate, Genji is still super impressive. And we look at King as well, and King's sort of fitting into a unique role in Genji in this particular meta, in that it's Aspire who's the superstar DPS on Vancouver, so we're seeing King play more of a supporting role, being able to soften up those targets and move in conjunction with the rail to try and make sure those finishing blows are collected for Vancouver Titans more as a team rather than as a singular player popping off. Here's a look at our map set, Jen. We're starting off on Lijiang Tower, of course, and well, while in previous metas I talk about how Control Center's more suitable towards Ryan, etc., we all know what we're going to be seeing here.
Well, this is Florida's choice, and I think they're going to their strengths, something comfortable to them, and something they recently played. This was last time against the Boston Uprising, one of their most recent matches, where yes, they unfortunately lost in a Game 5, but that map differential actually is what helped Florida even be here in the first place. But specifically, it was map number 1, Lijiang Tower, that they won against the Boston Uprising. That's the only time they played it, so I'm excited to see how Florida will set the pace in this series.
Of course, we're not expecting to see any of the double flex support shenanigans from Florida Mayhem on Control. The game mode is simply too fast and speed is too important. And when it comes to that speed, Lemon, right now we're running in a double speed boost meta. Of course, we have the Amp It Up from Melucio. It's been classic across years and years, half a decade of Overwatch Esports, with the Junker Queen with a commanding shout giving that team-wide speed boost as well. That's the cooldown we really have to look out for in this matchup. And if someone can hit a better timing, like a secondary, a second shout compared to Mirror, that's going to give Florida Mayhem a lot of vigor to move forward. Note here that Hydron's actually a little bit split off after having done the Symmetra TP, but Florida Mayhem, they're playing more reserve to make sure Hydron's covered on his approach.
Oh, Checkmate's already dashing in. He's got the shout from Florida, and they start the engage on their terms. As now that their cooldowns are out, they take shelter in the left corridor. Vancouver said, see you later, buddy. We're going to the point. Even with a Canadian accent and everything. But we'll see how this will... are they going to get the capture from this?
The unlock coming out. Mirror's already been pulled in by the knife. That's going to be an exchange over Disruptor shot, and someone could barely even disengage with only a little bit of health remaining.
Yeah, Aspire just needs to create some distance and not be accessible to someone like Checkmate, but Checkmate is low itself. So is someone. Vancouver just have to finish off these kills, and King is doing his darn best. But as Vancouver Titans leave the shelter of the point, they're going to cut down one by one. King is looking for the equalizer, and a pick on the RuPaul could assure of that. Vancouver have the point, and as long as this fight still goes on, they can extend the lead, but unfortunately they don't have the manpower to keep protecting it.
Or someone hitting an early knife there on Sabir actually created a long deficit of healing for Vancouver Titans, but eventually was overwhelmed by a nicely placed headshot, I believe, from Hydron with the rail, getting the burst that was needed to get rid of those meteor targets. Vancouver are already on the point here, but look at this. Hydron's under massive pressure. No way. The assassin assassinated.
What an opening pick, and now how do the dice fall after this? Aspire has used the jump. Hydron is trying to lock him down, but he also wants to cancel the rally from Aztac, but that's been unperturbed. What a shot from Aspire. It's 4 versus 4. Not a lot of healing, though, from Vancouver without Aztac, but it's about the permanent damage. Mira's still close to Rampage, but I don't think you commit to this. You don't have enough health, and you don't have the support. Checkmate will light this fight on fire, and Florida hold on.
And King is such a difficult person to lose early, Lem, because it means when someone from Florida Mayhem gets low, you don't have that guaranteed 50 damage you get from the super accuracy of the dash, and it means that your ability to follow up and as well the brawl damage that you get from those right clicks onto targets like the Junker Queen and the Brigitte is entirely missing. Now Florida Mayhem, are they going to swap up their tempo here and have an earlier fight that's not as centralized on the point?
It's a pretty big difference in kills too. Vancouver had 8 deaths, Florida only have 3. See how this upcoming ult fight will make a difference. Florida defending it, and they're actually saying they're playing hide and go seek so they don't take any accidental poke. And now Florida show their faces as Vancouver Titans enter the point. As a rampage from Mirror, it hits at least 3 of Florida, but the sound beer from Sir Majed buys them time. It's a 3K from Checkmate in the blade to save this for Florida.
Lemon Mirror and King both using their ults there. Mirror so much, it got so much efficiency out of that sound barrier. Both of the big plays from Vancouver were countered there. Now with 9% left to go, it's only Aspire with an overclock, and that's an early rampage.
He pulled the trigger, and he fires into Vancouver, who can't even go back to spawn because they're dead. And that type of initiative is what got Florida Mayhem the first round win on Lijiang Tower.
It's not just the initiative, Lemon, but also the conditioning that meant that initiative was not expected. It was fight after fight on the point, allowing that space over to the Vancouver Titans. They did not expect Florida Mayhem to make such an early engagement out of the safety. And also, you pointed out in that penultimate fight, how everyone was playing around the outside of the point, which was super important because it's environmental deaths everywhere there. That means that if you rampage towards them, you have a big chance of being booped off the map when you do so.
That was good ult tracking for Florida, and also Surmajed dropped the barrier when Mirror had the rampage. So this is the 3K from Checkmate, going immediately having access to the supports, dash reset, the prioritization for going after Masa to Aztac.
I think they took out Masa during his beat cast as well.
Yeah, that was a good point too. Wow.
That was just the best possible fight there for Florida Mayhem. And that's an amazing start considering that their tournament run so far here in Toronto has not been amazing, but up against some native Canadians, it's all looking good.
Farah, huh?
Not anymore.
Well, not anymore.
That's enough of that, thank you.
Just getting a little too close, and that's why it's so important to have that Mercy for the consistent healing. If someone just gets overwhelmed, the damage just too much from the side of Vancouver Titans, as they'll have the point first.
And now for the first time, we're going to be seeing Vancouver Titans playing from a place of strength, where they can really control when and where the engagements happen. I imagine Florida Mayhem are going to try and want to move through White Room here, which you're seeing on the right-hand side of your screen at the moment, just rolling in towards this area, because going across the bridge is far too dangerous against the number of boops that this composition has.
You have better shelter options also coming from White Room, and it's also difficult to attack with the Farah, so needing that first pick potential. Hydron going back to what he's best at along with Checkmate, so here's the point now for Florida actually trying to take back the point, as Vancouver keeping some kind of presence to not allow the flip. No ultimates yet. Surmajed is actually quite far ahead on the sound barrier, so that could be a tempo engage that Florida can work towards, but you don't even need it when Checkmate is applying that much pressure to your front line. Florida approached this from front to back and bulldozed the Vancouver Titans from the point.
And now, once again, Florida Mayhem, they can try and control these engagements. Characteristically thus far, Florida Mayhem, on their defense, have been a much more passive team. They allow Vancouver Titans to take this space so they can look for people overextending and then punish them via either Hydron's accuracy or Checkmate going in with the right clicks like we saw onto Mirror in the fight previous. However, for the moment, Vancouver Titans tight in their formation and no one overextending.
Yeah, I think Aspire can keep this position because he's close to overclock, but if Florida keep hiding, then he needs to get some kind of sideline. He puts himself in access to Checkmate, who's close to Blade. Disruptor shot slows down Florida's disengage as Vancouver Titans look to flip the point, but Florida don't want to make it happen. They have to use the sound barrier and try to engage into them, but they have to layer this with RuPaul, but it wasn't enough to save someone. There's no tank for Florida, and Aspire is lighting things up. 2 kills, looking for more, but Florida dead in the water as they just hope to extend the lead that they have as Vancouver Titans hope to take control.
And Master critically now has an advantage on the sound barrier. Sir Marged, he can't dance for long, even with those happy feet and happy skates in the building. We saw Sir Marged actually invest for sound barrier to try and deal with Aspire's overclock, knowing how low someone had gone because he was just taking a little bit too much poke, wasn't using the physical cover as much as he otherwise could. And now Vancouver Titans, maybe they'll be able to have an early, or at least a more effective sound barrier because they're going up against so many win conditions from Florida Mayhem, which can be countered by that ultimate. Master needs to be a little bit more patient with this and try not to use it on just for Rampage.
Oh, someone and Mirror Rampage back and forth, but it's the blade from King that we're watching as Masa holds on to the barrier, thinks King is healthy enough and supported enough. 5 versus 4 for Vancouver. Checkmate thinks it's time for the blade. He wants to turn around this fight as Florida were down at the start. He was able to get a few trades without that main tank. Looks like Vancouver might fall, and so they do as Florida race back to flip.
I talked about how Master needed to be patient, and admittedly, there was a good answer there from Vancouver Titans, using both the Blade and their own Rampage to answer someone's Rampage rather than investing the beat, but Master unfortunately allowed someone to die before that sound barrier came out, and that was critical, because it meant only 3 members of Vancouver Titans could sit around and try and clean up that match, and now Florida Mayhem, they aren't going to be defending with any ultimates here, so Aztec can try and bully them out with a tempo rally.
Yeah, that rally is close. It all depends. I think you want to maintain Mirror as much as possible. He's been taking a lot of pressure. Here's a rally from Aztec. Shout from Mirror. Florida start their disengage. They're not looking so healthy, and not so much now that RuPaul and Hydron fall. Vancouver clutching up at the last second will get the point right back. It's been flip after flip, and at 85% plus, Vancouver are one fight away from sending us to round 3.
And that one fight for Florida Mayhem, it's going to involve a Tracer as Hydron moves on over here away from the Sojin. There won't be a disruptor shot, and that means Mirror can do so much more for free. He can overextend and not worry about being slowed down on that disengagement. Aspire with the overclock.
Oh, Hydron,
no way.
I was about to say something real cool. Hydron was known for his Tracer, but not anymore because this is Aztec's field. And it's the Vancouver Titans homeland. 99% in overtime. Checkmate can't make the miracle happen. Vancouver turn it around, and we're going to round 3.
The North remembers and the Aspire remembers that he's in his own country now. The Vancouver Titans bringing it out in front of their home crowd, 1-1 on Lijiang Tower. I was hoping this was going to be a banger, Lemon, and I've got a feeling that it is going to be. Obviously, there's going to be no major compositional changes coming in here towards Control Center, but what you are going to want to look out for is how our teams position in the pre-fight to secure to try and take the pseudo high ground of the server room versus the better availability of physical cover that's on the point, including those curved computer screens. Those can be so good for allowing your Brigitte to peek out, throw out an armor pack, and then go back into relative safety, where it becomes much more dangerous for a Genji to dash in on them because you can't get the long-range support you want from your Sojourn.
It's an interesting DPS matchup. Aspire is outdamaging Hydron by about 2.6k, but Checkmate is outdamaging King by about 2k. So it's a really back and forth. I mean, Aztec already falls over. How does Florida already have access to your backline like this? Checkmate is really putting on a deadlift for Florida.
And that's all about speed, tempo, and ferocity. Aztec might even have used the shield bash on the rollout there and not able to use it to move away. Either way, Aztec's kiting ability there was not good enough to save him from the clutch of Checkmate, who walks away with a huge ult premium compared to King. Admittedly, for Vancouver Titans, that wasn't a very long fight for them at all. And now Florida Mayhem, they're not going to play up against the chokes here. They don't want to risk getting flanked upon by King, and instead they're going to move towards these same areas where previously Aztec was caught out.
Yeah, and that's that. I mean, just Aztec dying early also means just double the ult charge for RuPaul. Just that survivability important. And the rally tempo engage in the cards in the next fight. What a shot from Hydron! And the way he creates the distance away from everyone else, he's just been untouched by King. And now that Florida with a 5v4, they're looking to clay 4. But Vancouver run for the hills.
Aspire vs Hydron in terms of a history as well is a super cool matchup here, Lemon. These two were both the hit scan DPS of American Tornado at different points in their careers, and that kind of became a real dynasty of North American contenders players. We saw Kaluj and Reiner also came from that roster, and at the moment Hydron seems to be drawing pretty even with Aspire, and I think that Hydron's been a little bit less rated. Checkmate coming in now, ready with the blade, but Master, if he can get just a few more little squeaks of healing out, we'll be able to counter it.
Checkmate's been playing so aggro, and King is trying to keep him in check, put him in the corner where he belongs. The RuPaul rally first. Checkmate doesn't even need it. He cuts Mirror by the ankles, chases down Masa, but the barrier has already been delivered. But death received to the Vancouver Titans as Florida take back-to-back fights.
The barrier was not only too late, Lemon, it was mispositioned as well. Only 2 members of Vancouver Titans could get it. Maybe there would be a third if he wasn't dead before it struck the ground, and now Masa has nothing to try and counter someone with this rampage. If they play aggressively here from Florida Mayhem and catch Vancouver Titans in a choke where they can get a 5-man anti from that rampage, it could be curtains for the home team.
Hydron is putting on a performance, 26-5. What can he not do? Someone has to make sure he keeps control of server. He has the rampage, but how much and how deep does he even want to go? It's the King Blade, and the rampage pierces the backline of the Vancouver Titans. Aztec tries to rally the team together, give them the heals. A King disengages with the rest of his team, and Hydron pummels the front line with additional DPS ults from Florida, who are just one fight away from taking the round. But as Florida disengaged, they actually gave up the objective to Vancouver, who don't have the people to keep this going.
Yes, the point may have been flipped, but unfortunately it's the inevitable that's being delayed here, Lemon. Once more, the point will exchange hands. Overtime back in session. Mirror can move on forward with the Rampage and try and start off a fresh fight.
Oh, this has to be everything. Mirror and Aspire have to get the kills, but Aspire cut down from his overclock, and Mirror's Rampage doing nothing. Florida, though, not looking so healthy. Someone in checkmate need to be finished off. Vancouver chasing down the kills. The focus fire not enough to take down Hydron, and without Aztac, as he was following the charge, falls, and Vancouver fall. Florida take map 1.
That was such an intelligent Rampage there from someone, splitting the Vancouver Titans. And actually, Vancouver Titans, when it came to that disengagement, they were a little bit more messy. We saw Mirror back off towards the Mega, but the rally of Aztac was over on the point, trying to get that flip. Florida Mayhem identified, but they could give over the objective, and in the end, it would not matter because they could pick off these individual targets like a pack of hunting wolves.
Hydron and checkmate look disgusting. The first map win for Florida at this tournament. A total of 65 elims between those two DPS from Florida alone. They have turned up in the biggest of ways. So excited. We're going to throw you guys to a break, and when we get back, Vancouver Titans have the choice of map.
Florida Mayhem are showing us a multitude of different looks, and someone is helming all of them. This guy can do anything.
Whoa, someone already... Sorry, excuse me, that's not allowed. Is he in a luge? What is this, cool runnings? Sorry, someone just slurped up proper on the way through. There's like someone just bolted a bloody hyper-powered Dyson to the front of him as he charges through the middle of the map. I mean, someone has to yeet the spaghetti. Someone was just able to follow him up, clean him up indeed. Someone gonna flat Furio here, and Dallas Fuel get absolutely Goomba stomped in this first fight. Someone trying to clear a few mines. He's very, very low, but he catches Violet still somehow.
When it comes to rookies, I think someone is someone that we're really going to have to start heavily considering as one of the best.
Someone is so funny, and he's truly making a name for himself, not only in the league but for his team, really turning around his performance from yesterday. And you see him on the cams, he's always talking. He brings that energy and that leadership, and I think no matter how much they're losing or winning, someone is consistent, someone you can depend on.
He's yapping away, Lemon. Communication is the key to any main tank success, but also let's not forget that someone highly underrated player, somewhat unknown coming into this year, and Florida Mayhem as an organization in 2022, I think they have been a success story for the power of scouting that their backroom has. Players that other teams probably weren't considering as much, grabbing Sir Majid, grabbing RuPaul, players from North American and European contenders. We don't see too many pickups from European contenders these days. Gumber and McGravy, they were doing an excellent job of finding this talent and managing to integrate it into a fairly successful roster, because we can't forget that Florida Mayhem, as low ranked as they were, they're like, what, 7-7, 8-8 or something in the regular season? They are pulling up that 0.50, which is well above where a lot of people thought they were going to lie.
Our next map has been chosen. Vancouver Titans had the choice. They send us to Paraizu. I had it right on the break. They're actually undefeated on this map, in this stage. They full held Toronto Defiant. I'm sorry, guys. And Paris Eternal, they won this against in the qualifiers. So this is, again, Vancouver playing to their strengths.
Welcome to the beautiful sunny streets of Paraizu. Florida Mayhem, they have a lovely tropical color. All fitting so nicely here.
It's like Florida-esque.
On the beaches of Rio.
Not enough crocodiles.
This is an area, though, where I expect to potentially see ourselves some Ashe. Ashe defending point A is particularly oppressive. I'm not sure if Florida Mayhem are going to be able to bring out the double flex support here to defend. They could actually play a little bit further back, and instead of playing the first bridge, we could see Florida Mayhem defend on the sort of like surround high ground, but Florida Mayhem, I don't think if they see much need to actually move away from a classic composition at the moment. There's always the feeling that, hey, if we can beat them at what's meta, and what to a degree might have been our weaker composition, well, why would we move away from this? Why would we start to show our hand in the first round of losers?
Yeah, that's actually a good point of just Florida brought out the double flex support. Instead of just forcing their players to play like heroes they're weaker at, they just said, well, stick to what you're good at. And which is kind of what I suggest all my teammates in rank to do. But when I spoke to McGravy, they felt good about playing the double main support to the double flex support, but I think that choice depends entirely on the map. On a close range map like Paraizu, you don't have the space to go for poke. Aspire, he goes for a little widow headshot and gets a little bit of ult charge, but there's that Ashe you were talking about.
Okay, so the Ashe here, it's very good at attacking the bridge in particular, because you don't need a direct line of sight in order to detonate the dynamite and do some significant damage to bring people low. You can already see the Hydra's actually been brought low by the dynamite, forced to move away, and that's a little bit less precious to Vancouver Titans. They can move forward without being harassed by Hydra.
And now Florida supposedly defending this, although the attackers have gone past them as they were trying to access the back line. Aztec almost got knifed as Mir is there for the peel. Someone grabs the health pack, and tries to trade blows with the tanks. As well, not a lot of healing is left for the defense now that RuPaul is gone, and you can see the evidence of this with everyone from Florida being in critical health. But it's Checkmate that slices through, gets the dash resets on Vancouver, and might have salvaged this fight. There's only 2 people left from the defense, and no one from the attacker.
It was actually quite a messy fight from both teams. We saw a lot of players going low, but not really the target focus to finish from all off in quick succession and get those dash resets, which are so important. Florida Mayhem now, though, have had to cede away some of the best defensive ground, and there's a new battleground that now needs to be fought for as Vancouver Titans have moved forward and taken out Checkmate.
Finally, Vancouver landing some good poke, and that's a good dynamite, and Inspire turns and burns on Hydron as they clear the houses from the remnants of the defenders, and Vancouver kind of smooth sailing to the point.
The way that Aspire weaves in the hip fire of the Ashe to maximize DPS and really hit those breakpoints to get the killing blows is one of the best factors of Aspire as a DPS. When it comes to his Ashe, he uses the ammo so intelligently, and that's something that you really need to do, because for Viper's reload animation, it takes so long that your downtime can become quite sustained and create real openings of weakness from your team, where you can't really focus down the enemy as much. But the Ashe here up against Checkmate, you're going to try and hit plenty of body shots to make sure that you can't take these riskier peeks and get those shurikens out.
Positioning of the hit scans is so important. Remember, Sojourns have better mobility with the shift jump, while his Aspire on the Ashe just has a coach gun. And it doesn't really matter what your mobility is like if you just hit them shots. So Florida, as soon as they have one, they go to look for more. Vancouver Titans spawns are right close by as Florida hopes to just maintain the choke. Checkmate very close to the blade. Masa barrier coming up.
Already, though, the usage of that deflect. Oh, it doesn't matter. Checkmate taken down by Aspire. He stuck around for too long. What are you doing back here, someone?
Just the rest of Florida wanted that choke just so Checkmate could be as close as he could to the supports who had to round that corner to heal the rest of Vancouver. So with that pick, Florida have a good disengage and only lose one person.
However, the thing is, Vancouver Titans didn't need to use any ultimates to break through that close hold, and that means almost 5 are going to be available for his final fight on point B of Valizu. Florida Mayhem, the same situation. I hope you limit up Lemon, because this could be a 10-ult fight coming up.
It's gonna be a big one. Florida with the rally first. Vancouver meters away. It's the blade from King, the bot from Aspire. Florida getting pounded, but the barrier buys them a cushion they can rely on. RuPaul is separated from the flock. Hydron has to convert and protect him, but someone falls, and there's not that frontline barricade that Florida can really depend on. It's all about picks, and well, King is looking to deny that from Hydron, but Vancouver have just captured point B, so it doesn't matter.
And King even gets the knockoff credit from a melee on Hydron as he resets. Master didn't even need to use the sound barrier. This is excellent news for the Vancouver Titans. Samaj and RuPaul, they actually layered over their support ultimates. Lads. That's unacceptable. And you didn't use either one to save Checkmate. He died before the fight, so there's no way to start using those dash resets to start moving together kills and really taking advantage of a brawl DPS that someone in Checkmate bring in tandem.
You're gonna have to drop them lads. When you're in Canada, you say buds. Okay, so Mira has the rampage, and he wants to draw Florida to the low ground to just have the red carpet of death, and he delivers it. 4 hits. Hydron at critical health. Vancouver need to focus down these targets. They're for free, and just getting Majette. There's no speed for Florida to disengage as Vancouver hunt down the rest.
Oh, I heard a sound that I got confused, but it's okay. I thought
you scared me.
That's fine. Master's still hanging onto this sound barrier as well, and I love how Mira hits, or rather he gets Samaj low and just leaves, and he knows that Samaj is going to bleed to death and he's antied. There's no way that he's going to get healed out of that. It's time to swap the targets. This is such a fast attack here from a Vancouver Titans, so they can try and bully through here with a barrier.
And this is such a big time bank, and Checkmate needs to deny it right here, right now. Goes after Masa. Aztac, shield bashes away, has to duel against him. There's no peel from Vancouver to save him, but that's because they're supporting Checkmate on the counter dive, who converts it on 2 kills. Vancouver might not get to continue this momentum. It's 2 versus 4 favoring the defense, but how far can Vancouver get?
RuPaul, will he be forced to use the rally here is the important question. I'm wondering, is Master's Q key broken? Right now, check him keyboard, please, because why didn't he try and beat the blade that came out there? I know that admittedly Master's pathing meant that a late beat would not have been very helpful at all. He would have only hit himself, but Aztec seemed to have got the boop that was ideal to give enough casting time that Master wouldn't die during the cast. Still, Master now can at least try and bully out Florida Mayhem by using a tempo beat on an engagement, but has to worry about the greater longevity RuPaul brings with the rally.
When you see that Aspire is putting dynamites on the high ground to drop Florida down. Here's the rally from RuPaul as they engage into Florida. Vancouver support themselves with a barrier and a bomb and fight back even harder. It's the King Blade. He's been quiet, but he wants to be loud for the time that Vancouver needs him the most. Well, Superjet's up in there, sorry, Checkmate's up in the sky, but Vancouver Titans just took the fight and are meters away. Respawns are close though. Hydron might get to touch it, but he wants the space to overclock, but he has to clutch this up. The overclock is canceled, and Florida can't support this any longer. It's a 2-minute time bank for Vancouver.
King wanted to be loud, and Toronto is as well. The Canadian team seemingly picking exactly the right map for exactly the right scenario. The King demands that Florida bend the knee, and so they do. 1 minute and 54 on the clock. So now, Florida Mayhem, the question is, how do you try and match this other DPay diff?
It's a DPS diff as well. Aspire is 16-3, Hydron 5-6. And this was after I said that Lijiang Tower, there was 65 elims between Hydron and Checkmate. An absolute deadlift was happening from Florida. But now Florida, I think the nerves are gone. You go to a map you're comfortable on, one that you've had success in. They are undefeated on this map, and Vancouver is showing why. A 2-minute capture on this map is incredible.
Yeah, I think that we need to look at the style of these teams as well. Here's a quick replay of Aspire, who's exactly what I talk about. And in particular, oh, the hip fires are nasty, dude. You don't get a double headshot there. You are disgusting.
And the Bob just uppercuts someone in the face.
We've got to talk about Aspire versus Hydron here and how the Ash versus Sojourn works. I think that Florida Mayhem are getting aggressive enough to be using this Sojourn ideally because they're fighting way more pitched battles. And these pitched battles are where the Ash can continuously put out that damage on demand and really bring these players low to be finished off by King later on. Whereas I think that Florida Mayhem, they'd be able to achieve a lot more if they got much more aggressive with this Sojourn, which is ideally how they were to manage their attack.
That was a slightly scary Widow shot because King was the one who got hit by a body shot. Imagine if that was a headshot. King would have been down, and that would have been pretty much the point cap for Florida if they played their cards right. But enough with what ifs. Florida start moving across the bridge. Hydron actually jumps on the high ground to drop a disruptor shot, but he doesn't really want to meet face to face with a Junker Queen. Florida, instead of going to the point, they're actually rotate to the high ground. And that's where all of that distraction allows Hydron to get a connection onto King. Checkmate dashes in the back, finishes off Aspire. And without DPS and a tank, this is toast for Vancouver.
This is the kind of forward momentum and aggression that I wanted from a Sojourn showing team of Florida Mayhem. And we had Checkmate as well, playing on an off angle on the opposite high ground to try and just harass people into Hydron's zone of influence so that those rail shots could be delivered on people who were fleeing Checkmate and the right clicks. Vancouver Titans, they're going to have to cede away this point, and we're going to move on to point B. Now, Vancouver Titans, the question is, how are they going to set up on these high ground to try and give a good amount of breathing room over to Aspire to work his magic on the Ash? You can see how far back Aspire is at the moment. Florida Mayhem, they need to try and break the blockade of Vancouver Titans and path themselves onto Aspire to dislodge him from this position.
Yeah, Vancouver are more focusing down someone. Someone has double the deaths of Mirror at the current moment, but Aspiring King have more deaths than Hydron and Checkmate. So we will see how this one goes. Florida advancing through, taking control of the high ground and doing some scouting around, and that's where the long distance poke between Aspire and Hydron can make a difference before a fight even breaks down. Checkmate, if he climbs through this window, he will have access to someone like Aztec, maybe even Aspire, depending on where he is. So really getting Mirror out of this position would be great. Someone from Vancouver just dropped, and that's actually King, but he has so much mobility that I don't think that's a duel Checkmate wants to take yet.
Yeah, King at this point is essentially playing the cart troll. However, now with Mirror moving down, we're going to see a lot more freedom of movement from King. Oh my goodness, we're on top of Aspire. Checkmate's made the dive. This is the aggression they needed.
This Ash doesn't have as much mobility, and Aspire is paying the price. It's 2 kills for Florida already. But the rally, I mean, you're kind of destined to win the fight when you have the extra resources and you pull the trigger first. But with the kind of the free card push that Florida had, and at this section of the map, they can stop Vancouver from even recontesting. Vancouver, I don't think even can with Mirror dead.
This is such a fast point B. Vancouver Titans on their map pick. It may have been a fast attack, but ooh, Lemon, they're in trouble. 5 minutes and 15 for point C. And now the question is, the Vancouver Titans, how do they stop Checkmate from finding these openings to get on top of Aspire? It's continuously Checkmate finding these off angles, and the dash angles in particular, where Aspire's disengages don't buy him enough space. What a pull.
Oh, Aspire uses the coach gun to get back. Important call there. King is on the left side, just getting some poke to get close to his blade. Florida, mainly Checkmate, has his first. Looking for any connection between Aspire and Hydron. Remember, Aspire can kind of derail a push, just throwing the Bob down, as he's really forcing rotations out of Florida. He drops the Bob, Aspire drops the Bob behind them, forces Florida to actually go back towards their own spawn, as Florida depend on Hydron's overclock to get a pick. King's playing a little far forward, looking for a blade opportunity, and Hydron could have picked him off and started to fight off well for Florida. But for now, no one has died. Well, let's see if that still is the case with Checkmate's blade. It's barrier v barrier, and rally now for Vancouver. A little extra resources, but a respawn advantage for Florida, and the poke that Hydron is delivering is paying off.
Now Mira in with the Rampage ready to go, with Florida Mayhem all dare to present themselves as they move through as a unit. That's a huge Rampage.
That's a 4-man Rampage for Mira, and no support ultimates. Vancouver drew out every resource for Florida, but where's the follow-up? Vancouver did so much initial damage, got Florida to half health, but Vancouver didn't want to extend past the door because that's Florida's territory with the spawn around the corner. Checkmate hunts down King, and Florida surge forward. No ults, but a big dream, and Aspire is accessible. I don't think he has the coach gun, but Masa had some critical boops to dissuade Checkmate from going any further.
Well, there wasn't much follow-up on the Rampage there from Mira because they were just using it to buy time for King to get back, but the second King moved back in, he went into an overexposed position with no clean disengagement route and no clean line of sight to Aztec either. King can't afford to be the first picked, and neither can Aspire. Hydron with a perfectly placed rail shot here. Florida Mayhem mean business at the end of Barizu.
This could be a big fight for Florida to get the bigger time bank and decide who fights first next. RuPaul has the rally. Florida start off the fight on their terms, taking down from front to back. Vancouver fall like flies, and Florida are gonna make sure that they can't even touch the cart, but Vancouver need to go, and Masa's just getting tossed around. Hydron almost pushes it in until Masa gets cut down. Mira can't touch in time. That's a 3-minute time bank, a 1-minute difference between Vancouver.
Florida may have made the decision. Disregard Mira. Acquire damage frags. It's continuously King and Aspire who are under the pressure, who were feeling the wrath. We saw just how much King was under pressure. RuPaul was running at him. The Brigitte, who usually has to play the kiting healer just to try and survive, cling on to this mortal coil, was throwing themselves into the fires of Mordor in order to take out that Genji and remove the teeth from Vancouver Titans and Lemon. This is an adjustment that is a reaction to the stats you pointed out at the end of Lijiang Tower. We're seeing a hyper carry from Aspire, or rather from Hydron and Checkmate. They want to make sure that Vancouver Titans can't match that kind of performance.
I love the way that they're just, both teams are kind of trading ult, and they're taking space and then giving it right back. It's really just a dance between these two teams, and why I think the time banks are so close. I mean, Florida just did an incredible job on the point A and point B attack. They had 5.5 minutes for C. So you have several cycles of ultimates to really get yourself to this point. So Florida did an S+ job through 75% of the map to go to an A+ job on point C. So we'll see if the 1 minute truly is a difference, because that's just one fight.
That one fight can mean everything here on point A of Balizu. However, both of our teams have seemed adept in this first point attack, or maybe less so on the defense, who knows. Remember that this first fight during Vancouver's attack, it was a little bit messy. We did see a lack of target focus from both of these teams, and that might need to be amended to give one team a larger advantage.
Vancouver on the attack, looking for poke, and someone tried to approach Aspire, but Hydron hits the shot at range. Vancouver really got to protect Aspire a lot more with the limited mobility that he has. Although he is out damaging Hydron by at least 2 or 3K, it's not enough for a Vancouver Titans fight win yet.
This reminds me of a previous match we saw with the San Francisco Shock, where they actually, I believe, got farmed by Dallas Fuel because they had Kilo continuously left behind on the Ashe, and Dallas Fuel would just allow them in, catch Kilo when he was on his own on the Ashe, and then take a 4 versus 5 afterwards. Vancouver Titans are going to need to move more as a unit, and that's why they have Aspire swap over onto the Sojourn, so there's great some ability to join these pushes.
see King showing himself on the right side, receives the shout because he dropped down to half health. Now Vancouver Titans don't have the speed. Florida used their shout second, but they don't really initiate as Aspire jumps into the lap of someone, hits him with the headshot. And now Vancouver can go for more, and Aspire with 2. Disruptor shot to set up King for success. But really, what is the successful story here is Vancouver taking the point.
My favorite part of a Vancouver Titans match is when Aspire says, it's Aspiring time, and Aspire's all over them. And that's indeed what just happened, just rail shot after rail shot. And we saw the aggression of Aspire as well. The calls from Vancouver Titans are clean enough that Aspire is willing to take the risk to slide into a Junker Queen who at close range is incredibly dangerous, and think, you know what, I'm going to hit this headshot, I have the confidence in myself, and if I don't, we still have King here as well to guarantee the frag onto someone.
Everyone from Vancouver staying real grouped up. You got to do a lot of scouting when you round corners like this. You never know where a Genji is setting up. Checkmate staying hidden, and he really wants to access someone like Masa or Aztec. Can you take one of those ultimates out of the picture? Mainly Masa to enable Checkmate's blade coming up. King goes after supports, gets someone low enough, hoping to get the reset. He has to use the deflect as a barrier, I think, drop from Majed to stop the King blade. And Hydron at a distance gets 3, looks for more, and that's all she wrote for the Florida Mayhem.
Not much time here to touch the cart. A courtesy overtime is given over to the Vancouver Titans, but the cart sits alone. And Vancouver Titans there, they entered that fight with the distinct idea of fragging Sir Marjed before or during his usage of the sound barrier. And I think the Vancouver Titans kind of gave up on that strategy as King pulled out the blade. I think they needed to be a lot more brazen. King pulled out the blade, it was countered by the sound barrier, and King said, okay, that's my job done. I've baited the sound barrier. But in this moment, in overtime, the context is different. You can't play this long game of trading the ult for the ult. You still need to try and grab the value out of that Dragon Blade. And all it did was allow Florida Mayhem to run forward and overwhelm the Vancouver Titans on the cart in that close-range battle that mattered the most.
There's a big difference of Genji styles between Checkmate and King. Maybe a difference of experience levels as well, or maybe nerves on the stage. I'm seeing Checkmate take a lot more creative rotations, really go further away from his team to look for more opportunities, and he actually has less deaths than King, only by 3. While as King, he sticks really close to his team when it comes to blades, because he wants to be in range of the shout or in pack range. And here's a replay of Hydron. When you give him space, Hydron delivers. And the way that Checkmate and Hydron work in tandem, whether you're looking at Checkmate and how he's rotating, then you're not looking at Hydron and how he's shooting you in the face.
Another death during a sound barrier there for Masa. It's not been a great sound barrier collection in this particular series between both of our Lucios, I do believe, but it seems like Sir Marjed on land is definitely feeling that lack of ping. And look at how he's actually playing up higher here. We actually have both of our Lucios playing on these elevated positions to try and get that boot. Mirror's now down on the ground. And while he takes a little morsel, he's not what Florida Mayhem wants, so they don't speed onto him just yet. They're going to wait for the shout to be used, and then they'll probably make the move afterwards.
I think Vancouver just used the shout there, so Florida are going to use their second. Let's see if it's an advantage. Someone gets pulled in the line of fire. He drops from the stairs right by his side as RuPaul, but Checkmate didn't get any TLC. And Vancouver, though, still fall. And how does this happen? Aspire really couldn't get the trades while he was having all the freedom to sit back and shoot. So Florida getting the cap here is quite dangerous because the box of victory is around the corner.
Oh yeah, it's not very far at all. 62 meters that need to be moved, but that's nothing here on Balizu. And that all came back to Masa, or rather Sir Marjed getting that opening boop onto Mirror, making sure that it was playing on the low ground, had to play some dangerous physical cover that was so close. Now Mirror once again catching some poke early. Hydron has a fully charged rail, so everyone best cower. Luckily it's a miss, so Vancouver Titans will remain fully manned, fully personneled and ready for one more battle with 2 minutes left on the clock for Florida Mayhem.
Vancouver have to win multiple fights to get the series equalized. Here's Checkmate on the left. Masa goes to boop him away. Sir Majed escorting Checkmate around. Hydron is low. King can't find that opportunity. Vancouver have already used shout, but haven't really initiated the fight as Hydron looks to support someone from the front, but there's too much damage from Vancouver playing from front to back, so they pushed away someone. You don't have the shout, but you still have RuPaul, but he doesn't want to go for the rally as Vancouver hold Florida for now, and King can access everyone in time.
And the question is, how aggressive do Vancouver want to go here? Do they want to have a look at that spawn with Aztec so far away? It does not seem likely, but Vancouver Titans are coming up on so many ultimates here. RuPaul, if he identifies that Aztec's going to be missing, can bully on forward with a rally.
The rally fight for Florida. How do Vancouver survive as Aztec is being patient with his? Activates his second. A few seconds too late, though, because King needed that healing. It's 1 meter away. Florida so close to a barrier. Hydra looking for picks. Can't connect with Aspire, but has to go after King. But it's actually Checkmate's play that's happening. It gets countered by the Masa sound barrier. No one has really died. It's about Florida zoning Vancouver away enough to go to the box of victory. And they have done it. Florida are on match point.
RuPaul's got the Megamind, knows that Aztec's still walking back, so I'm going to pop the tempo rally, baby, and they just run on top of King, get rid of the potential for that Dragon Blade to come on out, and then they can use a luxury sound barrier after Masa has to use his simply to sustain Vancouver Titans on the cart, knowing that they won't have to use so much as barrier to deal with a King Blade. An absolutely amazing macro understanding from Florida Mayhem of all of the potential threats that are arrayed against them and how to use tempo to their advantage.
Remember when almost the entirety of the desk predicted Vancouver Titans to take the series, except Zoe. She do be studying a lot at home. She be watching. She knew something no one else did.
What's Elodie telling her? What does the baby know?
What does the baby know? So, I mean, Florida go from an 0-3 start to this tournament to maybe flipping that completely on its head. But we have maybe one more map to go, and we'll see you on the other side.
the spear, and the follow-up is there.
Rotation deployment to WGS Phoenix, winning the fight. Saved by Aztec. Oh, even Skyle instantly deleted.
Oh my goodness. A little bait and switcher.
We're more than halfway through the season, so it's time to keep collecting those OWL tokens for the upcoming Team Mix Legendary skins. And if you sign up for the Overwatch League newsletter, you know, you might as well stay up to date. You can earn a bonus 5 OWL tokens, so be sure to get that done before it expires.
Hey, those of you here in the venue with us as well, make sure you pick up your Overwatch League app. If you show that you're here in Toronto, Canada, you can get 100 tokens. I think something for Lucio and a bunch of the team mascot sprays as well. I love the Soul and the Gladiators ones. They're so cute, Lemon. But you know what's not cute right now? Vancouver Titans being 2-0 down. Deepay, the God Emperor, who has turned this team from winless to winners, needs to have had himself a good half-time to really make sure that everyone's on the same page with what they're going to be doing, because honestly, Ambalizu, we saw King getting caught out a lot. He needs to be playing either closer to the team, or the team needs to be ready to move with his aggression to really facilitate the angles that he wants to take.
I mean, even with all the AoE heals that you have with this meta, I feel like all the attention is to keep Mirror alive, because once that tank falls, the fight is done. The Junker Queen provides so many different resources of healing, speed, and really just a frontline. So I think Aztec is focusing more on Mirror than King, and King is, his style this series has been to play defensively and almost reactively, while Checkmate is finding more opportunities, and although that's maybe more risk-taking, it's paying off more than it's hurting the Florida Mayhem. And I mean, look, we're on match point for Florida, their first 2 map wins of the entire tournament. And this is Vancouver, who I thought put a really good dent into Shock. All of the devs predicted Vancouver after their performance against the Shock, but not really turning up on day 2.
Next up, Circuit Royale, and Lemon, at the top of this series, we talked about what few words Deepay had for Florida Mayhem. It was only 2. Bye-bye. However, there are 4 words that Florida Mayhem have to say in response, with Sir Marjed finally entering the land, and those are go crazy, go stupid. Florida Mayhem, they love to just run on forward with that W and just smack you in the face. And honestly, Vancouver Titans have been stunned. They've been reeling from the constant aggression of Florida Mayhem. And I kind of wonder what the rationale is behind the pick of Circuit Royale, because maybe Vancouver Titans believe that this would be a place where Florida Mayhem might get a little bit of that secret sauce, can't help themselves from that double flex support. But honestly, Florida Mayhem, I think, are playing this intelligently. They don't need to return to that double flex support, even if they do think it's well suited to this particular engagement zone, because they know that at the moment they're winning in the mirror. There's no reason to change.
So I gotta say, Finn was better on the piano. I'm sorry, Mirror. You're gonna something about just smashing the entire piano that it just doesn't sound great. But to report back on the map stats, Vancouver are 1-1, losing this to Houston, although it was close, winning this against Paris, which is usually free. So Vancouver feeling obviously very strong, although it's Hydron that continues to get these first bloods for Florida. Vancouver, why take this fight? You might as well go back to Spawn, but you also don't want to deal with having to go through that, I guess, choke of your own shelter, as Vancouver not really sure whether to escape. They think this is winnable. They managed to pick up 2 kills, starting to turn the fight in their favor. It's 3 versus 3. Vancouver have closer respawns, but Florida still hold on.
Someone's dead, so Florida Mayhem were playing on borrowed time, but they did the right move there and got super aggressive after having lost someone. It meant that they could pick up these additional frags onto Vancouver Titans, turn them into ult charge, now they can go a rendezvous with someone at a more defensible location while still having trained a good amount of the Vancouver Titans time bank. Spy's been able to do a good amount of damage though. He's drawing even with Hydron when it comes to the charge towards this overclock. Florida Mayhem have a right angle to play around. The only real advantage that Vancouver Titans have is that they can use the bridge to get themselves easy sight lines for things like armor packs.
This is about who's going to be the better Sojourn player in these poke matches like this. And we haven't even seen Florida play the double flex support, which I really thought would come out on a map like this with the amount of distance between both teams. Hydron getting charged up. Here's Aztec kind of approaching, and King gets disrupted quite literally. That's another first blood from Florida. But Vancouver haven't really given up these 4v5 fights. They kind of hang around and see if they can get a trading blow, but not this time.
And now there's actually a hostage situation. 3 players stuck inside there. Aspire's down. Mira's gone too, Lemon.
Commitment of the RuPaul rally when I felt like Vancouver were trapped. So it's a Florida Mayhem fight win, but I think Vancouver are happy with that.
Oh, but Florida Mayhem now, they're going to re-establish the spawn hold and try and drain. Even if they can get Aztec to use the rally here to break out of spawn, that would be a huge win for Florida Mayhem. The question is, do they actually want to use anything to counter this?
The rally just to leave spawn, and Florida are not even disengaging. I mean, Hydron's in the middle of the fire with an overclock, and he's not going to get a finishing blow on the mirror, who's looking to ask him a question. And Florida looks like they'll have to back away. It's 3 versus 3, but Vancouver have respawn advantage, and he saw that Vancouver were racing towards them, but Florida too quick.
Trading 1-for-1 on the ults here, that's just fine for Vancouver Titans. Yes, they have to use the rally, but they still have a Soundware in reserve to try and deal with Checkmate and someone. The question is here, will someone use an earlier Rampage to try and lay the groundwork for Checkmate to have an uninterrupted blade later on, or will Checkmate go first so that someone can clean up afterwards?
It's a big ult fight. Point A cap on the line, 3 meters away. It starts with the bolt DPS ult for Vancouver. The sound barrier on top. Florida trying to trade blow for blow as we're left with a 4 versus 4. Checkmate's blade and King's blade are now gone, as all Vancouver have to do is zone off the card for 3 meters. And Aztec is still alive. Mira activates the shout just to help Titans get back to spawn and not get staggered anymore, because there's only 47 seconds left.
Master sound barrier. Unable to save the Vancouver Titans from the aggressions of a Florida Mayhem. The target focus looking super good. And Samajed is actually getting a bunch of those killing blows as well, Lemon, which is super important. I'm just checking on our stats page here to make sure that we did actually get some sound barriers applied. Mira hits early. That's a pair of rampages.
Your break dying first is just so horrible. This is just a dead fight before it even started. Florida have brought this down to 17 seconds. Vancouver can't get held like this. They're down on match point.
This is a heartbreaker for Vancouver Titans. They need to rally and they need to do it now. Mira has to swap over to the Doomfist, the signature hero when he was DPS. 5 seconds remain, Lemon, and RuPaul's in the way with a rally.
Is Massa getting even the touch? Is he even there? No! He's not! Vancouver held at A! Florida with the box of victory in sight could go up 3-0.
A team that yesterday barely installed Overwatch against the Houston Outlaws, up against the resident home Canadians. They are here to slay, and they don't care how many members of the crowd will give them death looks for doing so. 2-0, Florida Mayhem. Was Samajed the missing ingredient playing from home yesterday?
Oh, that's true.
I mean, Samajed, you got to admit as well, let's talk about the minutiae here. He's been up for ages, mate. I think he got up at like 6 a.m. this morning. 5 a.m. having to go to the airport, get a flight over here, put his peripherals in, get sorted out on land. It's been a rough day for Samajed, but it's been a beautiful day in the lobby. It's been a rough day for Vancouver Titans when it comes to the actual gameplay, Lemon. And now, in order to stay alive in the tournament, in their home nation, they must hold this cart before 93 meters.
So someone was to try to stop, someone as in somebody tried to stop Massa from the touch. Just quite literally a body block, everyone falling back. And I guess it was mirror stop too, whether RuPaul, Hydron, and the boops from everyone.
Yeah, RuPaul doing a good job there of making sure not to boop Mira towards the cart, and instead being very judicious with the usage of a whip shot. And I think that we might have saw Hydron body blocking Massa as well. Here we have Vancouver Titans with a slightly wider spread. Oh, hello. Checkmate with the Symmetra. Where do you want to go? Oh, okay, on top of a traffic barrier. Not ideal. That's right in front of Mira.
Somewhere safe is all they want to be. This is, while this fight breaks down, 4 versus 4. Florida on the attack have managed to TP to the left side room, but now cut off from reinforcements as someone hopes to shut the door, but Vancouver have made their way in, but I don't think that's the smoke that they ordered, so Florida will move forward.
So many young players here between these teams, Lemon. The pressure of playoffs can be so much. And remember, Vancouver Titans hadn't even experienced a win until August 14th. I don't know what months are. Now Vancouver Titans have to move on back. Florida Mayhem. Will they make any early engagements here to try and force Vancouver Titans into a chase that might leave someone exposed?
Another DPS gap. Hydron is 18-2. Checkmate 17 and 0 deaths. That's incredible. 3 minutes away. Florida 1 fight away from sending Vancouver out of the tournament and keeping them at home, I guess. But no ults yet. It's all about the picks. King can't go forward. Checkmate keeps him in check, and King managed to get the mini pack while he was at critical health. That was a scary decision. He gets booped, but he can climb. King is fine, but he has to look for opportunities. He's dueling against Checkmate. The shout burst from Florida. Mirror overwhelmed, and you need him desperately because Florida's starting to push this cart, and Aspire has to kill everyone to keep this alive for Vancouver.
Oh, Canada, it's not looking good. Master remains alive. The Finnish Fury, I'm afraid, is about to be taken out.
Florida still have 2 support ultimates, and Vancouver have to go touch soon, but there's no one there! Vancouver, the first Canadian team to fall, as Florida take the series 3-0.
One of our only teams not to pick up a map yesterday, embarrassed by the Houston Outlaws, but pride has been reclaimed. They exclaim to King, oh, hand that over, mate, and bend the knee, because there's a new lord in town, and he's from the Florida Keys, baby.
Oh, what a series, what a turnaround from 0-3 to 3-0. The nerves, I heard McGravy telling me, a lot of these players actually haven't been on a stage like this, but Florida really felt it in map 1. And to them, it was always losing to themselves, but turning it around, regaining that confidence, and proving everyone wrong. Because most of the desk, even myself, Vancouver, looked tremendously good, especially against the Shock. Putting up a fight against the #1 team in the league was amazing to see from Vancouver. And for Florida to struggle that much against Houston, we didn't really have high hopes. But it's about how quick you can adapt in a tournament like this with so little time is what mattered.
Yeah, we've got to talk to someone as well. Always getting the second shot. It felt like Mira was in these positions where he saw the openings or had to appeal for someone using the commanding shout, and then it was someone who was identifying those openings, and we know how someone who likes to yap. All the information pouring out, everyone moved in behind the leader, and someone's really leaning into that role and engaging with the team as the person who's going to call that play, uses the shout to drag everyone forward, that speed boost, the additional health, and create some brazen positions that continuously roll into rewards.
Well, on the stage, we're gonna hear from Florida Mayhem and how they turned this all around. So let's say hello to Danny and his special guest.
Thank you guys very much. What is up, everybody? I'm here joined now by someone from Florida Mayhem. Congratulations on the win. I mean, it was a great series. I do have to ask because, I mean, this was an important match for the Florida Mayhem because if you guys lose, then you guys are out. So what was Florida Mayhem's mentality coming into today's match? 자, 오늘 경기가 아무래도 훨씬 더 중요한 경기였다고 저는 봐요. 플로리다 메이엄한테. 왜냐면 오늘 지게 패배를 하게 되면은 이제 토너먼트에서 나가게 되기 때문에 중요하다고 생각을 했는데요. 오늘 경기에 들어오면서 좀 어떤 생각으로 경기에 임하셨나요?
여기서 지면은 이제 저희는 끝이잖아요. 이번 토너먼트는 이제 그러기 때문에 이제 후회하지 않는다는 마음으로 그냥 진짜 절대 안 진다는 마인드로 게임에 임하고, 그리고 상대팀한테 절대 기회를 주지 않겠다고 생각했던 것 같습니다.
Alright, so I did know that, you know, if we lose, then we are out. So at first we really didn't want to have any regrets. So we wanted to definitely win, and I think our strategy for this matchup was to not give them any chance of winning. I think that was our focal point for this matchup. Now, of course, yesterday, Florida Mayhem's one of their team members, Sir Majed, wasn't here on stage with you guys, but today he joined. Do you think that having your whole team on stage, did that help you get the win today? 이제 어제와 다르게 솔마제드 선수가 오늘 비행기를 타고 여기까지 오시게 되셨는데요. 그게 좀 이제 한 팀이 한 공간에서 경기를 하는 게 오늘 승리에 또 좀 이렇게 결정적인 이유라고 좀 생각을 하시나요?
네, 저는 저희가 이제 오늘 5명이 모였잖아요. 저희가 5명이 모여서 저는 이제 다 같이 하는데 밸류가 크다고 생각하고, 솔직히 말해서 어제 휴스턴은 좀 운이 좋았던 것 같아요.
I definitely do believe that having all of your teammates in the same spot playing the game is definitely important. And I do want to say that Houston yesterday got really lucky by beating us. Why do you say that? 방금 휴스턴이 저렇게 이제 운이 좋았다고 말씀하셨는데 그거에 대한 좀 이유가 있나요?
저희가 이제 4명이서 할 때랑 다 같이 이제 얘기를 하고 이제 에너지를 같이 뿜어 나오면서 이제 그 합이라는 게 있는데 이제 그게 어제는 좀 부족했던 것 같고 근데 오늘 한 대로 했으면 이제 저희는 앞으로도 계속 이길 것 같습니다.
Alright, definitely because yesterday we didn't have Sur Majed, so it was just 4 of us and one of our members was in Florida, so we didn't have that synergy, we didn't have that cohesion or that energy. So that's why I think Houston Outlaws were lucky, and I definitely believe if we just play like this, if we play how we played today, then I'm 100% sure that we could keep winning in the tournament. Alright, last but not least, my final question for you, someone is. Do you have, of course, as a team, I think Florida Mayhem, you guys are shooting to win it all for the tournament, but do you have a personal goal for this tournament? 자, 이제 당연히 플로리다 메이햄 팀적으로는 우승이 목표겠지만은 썸먼 선수는 좀 개인적인 목표가 있다면 이번 토너먼트에서 뭐가 있을까요?
이번에 이제 제가 원숭이 메타 할 때는 이름이 좀 많이 거듭되고 잘한다는 소리 많이 들었는데 이번 정커기 메타에서는 그런 소리 많이 못 들어가지고 이제 다른 사람들이나 이제 프로들한테 이제 인정받을 수 있는 정커키니으로 이제 기억이 됐으면 좋겠습니다.
When it was the Monkey or Winston meta, a lot of people, not only people but pro players alike, told me that I was a great player. But when we moved on to the Jungle Queen meta, I haven't gotten that from any of my peers or pro players. So that is my personal goal. I want to get validation from pro players and my friends alike that I am a good Jungle Queen player. All right, someone, that is it for the interview. Thank you guys. Give it up for someone one more time. Round of applause. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
All right, casters, back to you.
What about caster validation?
I mean, I'm willing to give it.
Get thumbs up to someone and in honor of someone. We got to do the someone handshake that he did on stage.
Oh, what's that?
I didn't tell you. I didn't prepare you for this. Like this. Like this. He did this.
Okay.
Yeah, so now I'm good at Overwatch now, I think.
I need some hand sanitizer.
That's so rude. So, final thoughts about the match. Toronto, do they make it further than Vancouver? Because we have 2 Canadian teams here.
They can't do worse.
Yeah, I don't like that energy. This is a glass half full situation.
I mean, going out 3-0 against the Florida Mayhem. It was not amazing for Vancouver Titans, but I'm willing to give that validation over to someone. He was very good today when it came to getting the second shout, and that can often be the linchpin of a victory in this meta, Lemon.
Turns out if your 5th member shows up to the event, you start winning. Hey, but there was one person who I think played 3D chess, mental chess, physical chess, and your player of the match is Checkmate. Give it up. He put an absolute deadlift on Lijiang Tower. It was like 30 eliminations, multi-kills on the Dragon Blades that he did, finding opportunities and converting fight wins for Florida. He did incredible today.
Checkmate's a chess term, and I'll give you another one. Zugzwang. To make a move against him is to be at a disadvantage. Checkmate popped off today, always finding the incisions and also making sure there was always enough pressure to force out Mirror Shout first, which gave some of those openings to be the better Junker Queen today, Lemon. And honestly, it has been such a...
Yay!
what hooray! We won! And Checkmate today, it's been a pop-off moment. We got ourselves some lovely stats here. Final blows per 10. That's freaky, man.
Wow, that's so much. And he's a solo killer. And for the amount of times he went on flanks completely by himself, for him to have only 3 deaths per 10 minutes, he wasn't getting punished at all. And for King to play as defensively as he did, he had the same amount of deaths per 10. Checkmate did amazing today. Really turned it around. I mean, all of Florida turned it around today. And it's almost having that 5th member and just having everyone comfortable and getting over the speed bumps. I think Florida are feeling really good, and they have to go up against London Spitfire.
I mean, it's going to be a fast team against a fast team. That is going to be a nightmare to cast. Whoever gets to do that, it's just going to be clashing together consistently. We're going to be like Newton's Cradle of Jungle Queens, just smacking and smacking and smacking, Lemon. That is going to be an absolute banger.
I hate that I just did that motion, but anyway, I'm gonna throw it away as fast as I can to hear from Watchpoint in the next set of casters. More Overwatch around the corner.
Break.
Pick it. Break.
I want. Nice, guys. No need to scream. Just chill. No need.
Just
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
The sun is setting on day 2 of the Summer Showdown, but we still have one more match to go tonight before we jump into the Toronto discussion. We got to tackle what we just seen here. It's Bucket alongside Custa. We got Reinforced. And Johnny, can I just ask, is this comfortable sitting like this during like that whole third game? You had your legs tightly crossed. Was it nerves?
It was
for
very
Florida?
tense. It
what
was
happening there?
nerve-wracking. It was scary, quite honestly. You know, the Canadian team that didn't put it through. You know, it was very emotional.
Yeah, Vancouver couldn't get the job done, but Florida Mayhem are moving on once they get all 5 players to stage. Was it getting that second support onto the stage, or was it giving them the right character that gave them the dub tonight, Costa?
A little bit of a motivational boost having everyone there, morale, but I think just their experience on stage. You know, someone just hit on it. You know, they've been there before. They know that if they lose this match, they're going home. So they stuck to it. And also, interestingly, they didn't play any of the double flex support. Comfortable in their mirror matchup. We've been hyping that up this whole playoffs, but so far they have played very little of it.
So Johnny, talk to me about this first game of Control, because I was expecting an Ana. We did not see that from the Mayhem, and they really just stayed on the Lucio Brigitte, but we watched a lot of ninjas in this matchup.
We watched a lot of ninjas. I told you, Pocky, they come out with the Lucio and the Brig here on Lead Giant to kick things off. it's hard to get that distance separation, so it's easier for the enemy team to dive onto your Zenyatta and your Ana composition. So maybe not the map you want to bring it out necessarily. But after Lijiang Tower, of course, we move over to Paraíso, and this is also another map where, you know, where's the room? Where are you supposed to bring out the Ana? Where's you supposed to bring out the set? You can't really. It's all closed corridors, so you prefer the Brawl with the Rally, the Inspire Healing, and the Lucio Aura instead. But for Mayhem, despite all of that, they look like the more comfortable team playing this double main support composition. I think, honestly, like Kasta said, a lot of credit to the Mayhem for playing composed with experience. Vancouver Titans, they were a bit all over the place. King dashing away from his team, disengaging when the rest of his team was engaging. They looked a bit discombobulated, the Vancouver Titans, and maybe, you know, with some more reps onto the stage, they can come back another time to give it a good old go in the stage playoffs.
Well, you guys hyped me up on Vancouver coming into the weekend. They're now the first team eliminated from the bracket, so thanks for wasting my time. But let's talk about Vancouver, because this is a team that took a map off of the Shock yesterday, and the Shock are looking so strong in this event. How did they fold to Florida? Was it something different in their game, or is it Florida coming to life today?
I think it's a little bit of both. I think the Vancouver Titans, maybe not that experienced on stage. They said this is a first for them. This is the first stage that they actually got wins. So as much as this is a disappointing loss, they are the first team out. I think you got to take steps, right? Obviously, they won their 3 matches. They actually made it here. So now you build from that. You learn from that experience. You come back. Maybe they can start making that run for the play-ins like we've already talked about so far. And, you know, maybe Coach Depe can lead this team to the promised land.
All right, we'll see if they can get it done. But we got to talk about Florida's hero of the day. He was wearing pink and he looked good doing it. Checkmate is going to be our player of this match, decided by Johnny here on the Watchpoint team. Johnny, why was it the Genji that deserves the love for Florida? Why not your main tank?
Look, the casters picked Checkmate for player of the match, and I completely agree. The way he holds the line for his team, it's sensational. Whether it's diving in, going aggressive with the Dragon Blades, finding picks of low health, or in this case, the Vancouver Titans, when they were engaging, when King was dashing under the Genji, it was Checkmate to clean things up and counter that positioning. The Genji very much holds the line for these teams, whether it's diving aggressively or falling back. So Checkmate, I think he did a fantastic team. I think that's the janitor for his team, cleaning up the frags where it had to be done.
Definitely the strongest player pose as well. And we're just going to hold this until the next segment, which is right now, guys. We got to preview the next match coming up as Florida is moving on in your bracket. We got to show you the last battle to go. It's here in the losers bracket, and we know that the hometown heroes aren't out of this yet. So, Custa, get me hyped up. Washington, Toronto, match number 4 here on day number 2.
We can't have both Canadian teams go home, the first 2 teams. It cannot happen, Toronto. I know I predicted for the Washington Justice, but I believe in you guys. Me too.
Me too. I bet it's same.
We can't have this happen. And honestly, they looked very good earlier in the stage. They actually looked like they had a ton of coordination. Players were on their right heroes. It's just these last couple of weeks, the players that you need to step up, Hisu, although have not been able to get there. They're going up against Decay and Assassin, 2 great DPS players that have really brought this Washington Justice back from the brink. So they are the players that need to show up and come to play in this stage.
Who's more important to shut down, Decay or Assassin, after watching them take 2 maps off of the Fuel to open up this tournament?
So in this case, if Toronto Defiant, if they once more commit to the Ashe composition, you gotta be scared of the dives coming in from the Washington Justice. And Assassin is very much going to lead the way. The Washington Justice, they'll be looking to not give Toronto Defiant any room, any time whatsoever to operate with Hisu on top of that Ashe. And well, if they diverge from this Ashe composition, it's all on Decay. Sojourn versus Sojourn, I want to see Decay pop up for the Washington Justice.
Well, I noticed earlier in the show, guys, on our pre-show, you both made a big mistake. You clearly don't know much about this Toronto team because you picked them to lose, right? Yeah. So I wanted to teach you a little bit about Toronto here in a little speed round of trivia. Are you guys ready?
I used to live in Toronto.
Did you?
Yeah.
This is great
Me
news.
too.
This is going great for me.
It's competition.
Yeah.
Well, Custa, everyone knows Toronto is now known as the 6. That, of course, thanks to Drake. But before that, what was Toronto's original nickname? Was it A, the Gem City, B, the Queen City, or C, the King City?
Well, okay, it's called New Queen Street, so I'm just going to take an educated guess. It's B, Queen.
1 point to Custa.
Yes!
Well done. Ding, 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 ding.
3 wins.
Johnny, are you prepared for your first trivia question, my friend?
I didn't live in Toronto. I've never been there.
Johnny, as our Swedish-American analyst, I expect you to get this right. What is Canada's national animal? Is it the moose, Canadian goose, beaver, or grizzly bear?
I should know this, I think. I'm
Fan
gonna
of
go.
Toronto Defiant, Johnny. You should know Canada's natural animal.
I'm gonna go with no Grizzly Bears, California, right? Yeah, there you go. I'm gonna go with the moose.
Go with the moose! Wrong, it was the beaver!
Oh, you
the
fool.
beaver of
Hey,
shame!
moose is Sweden's
All right.
national animal.
1
so I'm
to
gonna-
Custa, 0 to Johnny. Back to Custa for question number 2. Name Toronto's Canadian Football League team.
Canadians Football League team?
Yep.
Like
the Toronto CFL team.
The Toronto.
Got half of it.
Raiders.
No, our please go
Close. It's the Argonauts. Bonus
Argonauts.
points, though. Do you know what an Argonaut is?
It is an astronaut that's an animal.
It's a small floating octopus or a Greek sailor from Argo. There you
Close.
go. The more you know. Johnny, question number 2, chance to catch up here. It is 1 to 0 for Custom right now. You're a football guy, Johnny. So what's Toronto's baseball team's name?
Oh, I know this one.
Toronto Blue
Come on.
Jays! Johnny's back in the game. All right, guys, we're running out of time, so
this.
let's speed this up. Scott, question number 3. Name the 5 teams Hoppa has played for.
Oh, okay. Philadelphia Fusion.
Check.
And then he went to the Guangzhou Charge.
Check.
And then he went back to the Philadelphia Fusion at some point. I'm skipping
Still
one. But
Philly.
yeah, and
Well
then we
done.
went to Toronto Defiant.
Yep.
And then he was also on New York Excelsior.
Yes! All right, that's 4 teams. LW Red was the contenders, but you nailed Philly twice. Well done, Johnny. Chance to tie this up. What is Custa's all-time win rate versus the Defiant? What percent?
This has to be easy.
All-time win rate for Custa versus the Toronto Defiant.
100%.
0%, lost 2-1, drew on Hollywood. That was stage 1, week 2 of 2019.
We lost to Toronto in
Ladies and
2019.
gentlemen, Toronto Defiant have beaten Custa, and they're going to beat these guys' predictions. Defiant versus Washington coming up when the Overwatch League returns.
At the dawn of the day, two pillars stood tall in the north, and now only one remains, and a particular gavel seeks its destruction. Welcome back, everybody, to the Summer Showdown, and it is our final match of the day, another lower bracket elimination match coming at you live from the Mattamy Athletic Centre. The last hope for Canadian Overwatch will go up against a resurgent Washington Justice in an elimination match. It's a big one on the line, Matthew. I'm here, of course, Mitch Leslie. Matt, a lot to be said about both of these two teams. Not a lot of positives coming out of yesterday, though. Struggles from both sides.
No, not a ton of positive. I think if you're Toronto, you're the home team. You played pretty well throughout the Summer Showdown. That's kind of what you're working with. I think the Justice is a really scary opponent because for two maps, the Justice looked awesome yesterday. And they looked awesome against like one of the best teams in the tournament, right against like the Dallas Fuel.
That's right.
So you think they're able to kind of muster some of that up here against the Defiant. Really scary opponent for them today.
Absolutely. Obviously, we just saw the Vancouver Titans get felled. A tough match for them. Definitely seems like now that the Mayhem have all their ducks in a row, at least all their players in the venue, they're looking like a different team. They've advanced in the lower bracket. And of course, we have teams coming down from that upper bracket like Houston Outlaws. So there's a lot to play for here. Naturally, getting to see a Canadian team advance into the weekend would be good, but there are definitely
quite nice.
A lot of boxes that need to be ticked for the Toronto Defiant so far, though. It's been a little bit of a lackluster couple of weeks from them. Let's talk about their opponents starting to come to the stage. Make some noise, everybody, for the nemesis to your Canadian roster. It is the Washington Justice.
Oh, hey, a little fierceness out of Canada here. All right. So, look, I like it. When we've gone to the home stands in the past, and you're about to play against the home team, everybody's cheering the away team. I'm like, come on, man.
Not too nice out here.
Yeah, I mean, you show the Justice some love, getting that confidence. I mean, you could not be seeing the Defiant for the rest of the weekend, especially with how Decay was playing the other day. He was playing lights out for those first two maps.
Huge impact player, and one that was single-handedly, Matt, giving the Dallas Fuel a run for their money.
Yeah.
Now just imagine if the rest of the Justice are operating at close, even half of that level of impact, and you have a very frightening core of 5 players. Caligos, the most aggressive Junker Queen here in the West, for better or for worse, leads the charge, was instrumental in taking space away from the Fuel, pressuring them down.
Yeah, you also described the issue with the Justice for pretty much the whole season. is having their players kind of get on the same page, and the consistency game in and game out. If you're able to kind of get all of those players clicking on the right cylinders, they have tremendous individual skill.
Scary, scary team. Alarm bells definitely going off for the home fans if this team starts to get off to a hot start. But it's time to bring out the Justice's opposition, everybody. Be upstanding for your Toronto Defiant. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for the Toronto Defiant!
Hometown team put a lot of pressure on them, right? You just saw the Vancouver Titans. They get swept. You find yourself in the lower bracket. Really scary matchup. They got to bring it home.
No more second chances. It's time to prove themselves now. A franchise who's fallen under a great deal of scrutiny. We were so close to seeing a Toronto homestand in 2020 until obviously the fates decided it was not to be. We've been waiting a long time to see this team, this franchise play at home, and it's time to leave it all out there on the stage.
And look, this is a winnable game for them. With how we've seen the Defiant play throughout the Summer Showdown, we have seen them peak to pretty nice highs. Can they hit it again, though? No, over the last few games, he started to look to be trailing off a little bit. So, got to find some of that magic here with this roster in to start things off. Pretty consistent. They've been using this roster throughout all of the summer Showdown. I think kind of the highlight players you're looking at here is really like Hisu, whether he brings it on the Ashe or the Sojourn. We've been seeing a lot of Ashe from the Defiant as of late. And then although on the Genji.
Had a chance to catch Chorong in passing today. I asked him how he was. He said he's all right. He wasn't getting too ahead of himself. He definitely wasn't smiling from ear to ear, Matt, because the Toronto Defiant know that they have a pretty tough task against them. Nobody, except the Dallas Fuel apparently, really want to go up against the Washington Justice when they're at their best. But listen, this Defiant team has shown us some incredible Overwatch, especially when although is turning up. We know what Hisu can do, but the problem is sometimes it's been half a series on, half a series off. Hot and cold, this DPS line. It needs to be all hot all day.
So, cover your ears, Canada. What I'm worried about for the Toronto Defiant, and worried about a lot, is when we saw the Justice have success against the Dallas Fuel, they were playing the Sojourn into the Ashe compositions here and doing great things about it. All we've seen from Toronto is Hisu on that Ashe a lot of the time. We know that the Justice can have success against that type of composition. Did Toronto watch that the other day? Did they decide to make some changes coming in? What's been the game plan here for the Defiant?
A couple of years ago on one of Hopper's many rosters, that New York team, he said, I'm here to be the new big boss. Well, he is going to have to take charge in a matchup like this because his opponent is frankly a berserker. Kalios is going to want to get in his face and continuously create these openings for Decay to work his signature brand of magic. Do the Defiant have it in them to match that level of aggression?
I mean, Kalios, he hasn't seen a fight that he doesn't like. I mean, he'll
he likes them all.
He'll get in there, he'll scrap with anybody. As Lijiang Tower will be the first map in the set. And I don't know if they want to have that type of aggression. I think they want to play a little bit slower. That's what Toronto's game is.
Lijiang Tower. Our first map in this series. The Defiant are the highest seed. The loser will choose the next map in this first 2-3 series. The loser goes home. The winner advances in the lower bracket with still many trials and tribulations to face if they fancy a berth in the grand final on Sunday.
And I'm really interested to see what we have compositionally from the Defiant to kick things off. If what they saw from the Justice the other day is scary enough to make some moves or commit to just playing their game. Don't think we'll see that. Soldier 76, I haven't seen him in a bit.
I like this Toronto Defiant backline, Matthew. Yeah. I think that's actually where a lot of their star power is concentrated. A lot of their consistency is also located.
So still some time to make some changes here for the Defiant. You imagine Decay will go over and play the Sojourn.
Here we go. The Toronto Defiant take on the Washington Justice. Control Center is the site for our first engagement. We'll have that mid-range poke early on. It's going to be Hopper coming up second best in a commanding shout here. Assassin now gets some heads swung in his direction. He's happy to garner a little bit of attention if it's not lethal. Although they're in a little bit of danger, they've locked on. Hisu, and he gets caught in the corner. He's on the Sojourn, mind you.
Yeah, and that's good aggression there from the Justice. They realize where Hisu is. They're able to track him down as kill traded out. Another one in favor of the Defiant.
Opener trying to keep his head in the clouds if he can, but although he's looking to hunt him down. Kalios, he's in trouble. And Toronto will start with the lead.
And that's huge. Even after losing Hisu, they're able to battle back. And although gets in the mix, comes up big on the Genji, and now the pressure on the Justice. How do they break this setup?
Kind of sidelines as Decay get. Look at Hisu's ult charge. He's well behind, but that's the start you're looking for. Off with his head, he says to Decay. Enemy secret weapon is out of the fight.
That's a big pick, right? It's going to just buy some percentage here. Allow the Defiant to get up probably near 40% overall once this next fight really starts to kick off. As the Justice, they look a little timid here to start the series.
Just 84% and counting there for Although. A Blade with no beat to answer. It could be huge for the Defiant in extending that lead. A lot of pressure on Krillin. He's struggling right now. Now Blade is ready, although pulls it with 30% HP. You're insane! Assassin shuts him down and makes it 2, though. A little overeager.
Yeah, not sure I agree with that one. As he was quite low. You got the rally going, but didn't really kind of get any of the effects of it. With Chorong able to stay on the point there for a little bit. You get a bit of extra percentage, but man, that is not the right time to Blade there. You'd love to have that one back, because look at this. I mean, the Justice, they're stuck full of ultimates here.
And the Defiant are in the unenviable position of having to peer in through this singular choke into a Sojourn setup. Hisu tries to forge his way through Decay. A little bit low, takes a big hit early, but the Defiant end up feeding themselves in their hotbar. Big Boss living dangerously, teetering on the edge of the map, and realizes he didn't get anything from that rampage. Decay now looking to clean up, but Chorong is long since absconded.
I mean, these are big ultimates you're just kind of throwing away if you're the Defiant. No, Decay now with a shot. I mean, that's a rampage and a Blade. Really a rally as well, just kind of completely down the drain.
Assassin is 6-1, Matthew, right now on that Genji. What a difference maker early here for the Justice. Not always the one we expect to turn up, but when he does, it seems like it's unlosable for Washington. Kalios takes beating. Here comes the rampage, catches 2, and pressure is now on Hisu. Hotbar caught by the carnage. Blade out there to deflect. Twilight able to deal with Assassin, but it trades. Go in favor of the Justice, and they now get into the lead on percentage. Cheeky Chorong deals with Decay, but can't flip the point.
Yeah, but can he get out with his life, though? You know, you get out with your life. It's kind of worth. Maybe now with people coming back for the Defiant, you can make something out of this. But, you know, really outside of that first fight, it's been all Justice.
Assassin's a little bit low on the point here. Here's that overclock from Hisu. Oh, there it is. Opener's down. Assassin flies overhead, but Hisu's there. Another kill from the overclock. And that'll be enough.
Yeah, that'll be enough to flip the point. Is it enough to kind of guide them to a round win? They'll have Rally and Blade. You kind of didn't really do much with them last time, but you get good value out of them. Here, this is the first point going in favor of the Defiant.
Even game. One fight in it now. The Defiant have control, and it's Twilight to start up with the rally where they're looking for Assassin. He's able to stay alive. The commanding shout. Can the Defiant get back in formation? They can, but although keeps his head down as Decay almost removes it. 98% and counting now. A Blade, he can redeem himself, although with a chance to make up for lost time. But it's Kalios to fall first. They're looking for Decay, but Assassin is down. 5 versus 3. And Decay has to come from behind. He catches 1, catches 2. He's dangerous. This man can take the game over. Bring a sigh of relief as the Defiant squeak over. Decay still killing people in slow-mo time.
They win the round, but that starts to get a little bit close there towards the end. You had a Lucio coming in. I believe Opener coming from the side could have touched. Decay is able to take out 2. It's the Defiant. They squeak away with that first round. It did not look good in the middle, right? But they battled back out of their spawn to take the lead.
The Defiant looking to settle some of those jitters. A little bit of a quiet round for Although there, while Assassin really put the hurt on him. I love the shot call there to go for Assassin to dive in there. They don't catch him, but they force the Justice out of position. It's going to be Market here for a second round, and it's Hisu back on the Ashe.
Yeah, so we didn't see it obviously there in the first round. Not a great effective range for Ashe, not a great point for her. Now it's this round.
If that's Chorong, I don't want to be right, Matt. What an opener. Hisu does get traded out, but getting rid of Decay early is a big deal. Assassin looking to make up for it. We have a 3v3. Pressure on Krillin. He crumbles. And Toronto start in front again.
I mean, getting Decay early is massive, right? We know the kind of destruction he causes, where getting him out of the fight is huge. Chorong actually able to get in the mix offensively, pick up a kill. Although, you win these fights in the Defiant, you still got the Justice with like these moments, right? You know, Assassin gets 2, here he comes, right? Like,
never clean, is it?
No. That may just be how this series is, though. It may just be a little bit of a bloodbath.
He needs to have impact here. He's got a full clip. Needs to connect some of these. Krillin's a little low, but they've lost Hotbar already, the Defiant. The trade, it's not a good one for Toronto. Starting to give control of the point, and they've given it up mid-fight, so with 4 players, the Defiant have to decide. Do we back up or do we go for this?
You back up. I mean, you back up. We got to get Hoppa back in the fight. I mean, you see he's coming right back off spawn, so you get Hoppa back in the action. I got to say, these fights have happened fast with these teams. They are just flying.
Decay, there it is. Hisu's down at the start of this fight again. The Defiant, even the odds though, it's Twilight to stand up. Both teams lacking a DPS player, but Hotbar is so low, constantly getting pressured by Decay. Twilight realizes this, albeit a little bit too late. Can they collapse on the Sojourn? They can! What a deflect from Although. Defiant with the numbers, but how do they convert? Kalios having to trade back and get rid of Twilight now, and Chorong is stuck in the corner. Krillin lets him go. Although Blade is online and Assassins is close as well, but all this time, the Defiant have been losing out on percentage points for the Justice.
Man, and is this the type of game the Defiant want to play? Do you want to play the Justice in this really fast-paced, high-tempo game? Because where we see teams have success against the Justice is slowing it down and letting the Justice just make their own mistakes.
Here's the sharpened steel. Sound barrier going to be there, and Although makes opener explode. Kalios removed and Krillin, yeah, he's done. The Defiant have an important opportunity to get back to parity here. Ball will be online for Hisu in case of emergency.
Yeah, I'm more looking at the Rampage available here for Kalios. We'll see what happens with opener. I kind of have an idea what we're going to see here. Oh.
That's an Ajax.
Swing and a miss.
Although it's 5-0 right now, had a massive round so far. Chorong gets Assassin first. They'll get rid of Bob eventually, but that's not the trade you want for the Justice. Decay force back, sliding on away. Dynamite tick damage there.
Toronto should be able to take the lead off of this, right? It's good they're actually just kind of climbing back into this. Not really a ton of investment in that fight. We'll see, though, now with Hotba, with his Rampage, Kalios coming here from the high ground. How do these Junker Queens try and line this up?
What is Chorong doing? He's right behind him on that high ground. Big connection, nice Rampage. So big they call it Jackson. Kalios having to find a double there. It's going to be a 3 versus 3, and all that Junker Queen's looking worse for wear. Kalios is down, but Hopper's being accosted in the corner. Although we'll follow up on the Defiant. Ladies and gentlemen, at 84% and counting. One more fight for the Justice to get in this one.
One more fighter. We have the Defiant taking map number 1 here. Rally available for Krillin. You think Twilight plays good enough here to earn it as well?
Oh, there it is. Ooh. Decay strikes first, and Hisu is down. From behind now, the Defiant have to play. Hopper keeps a minute here, but they're better off just resetting and getting back on towards spawn. Decay maybe not taking over the game, but when he strikes first, strikes true.
Yeah, getting those first bloods is massive. Especially with the way Hisu's been shooting here early on. As good decision as well, not to burn the rally. You have the rally to engage if you want during this fight. The thing that's kind of rough is you got Sound Barrier, probably a Blade as well, and you're already up to 90% here for the Justice.
One last fight. Twilight, the veteran, the superstar, leads with the rally, and onto the point go the Defiant. They notice Assassin and he's down. Although having an incredible round, but there's more to be done. Sound Barrier coming out from opener, and Hisu gives himself some breathing room. Although wants to pressure down the Lucio, and opener gets away. The beat, not what they were looking for, as Krillin is down, and there it is! The Toronto Defiant with the numbers now, and although looking to finish the job. 1-2, Kalios is sent packing. He is able to get Chorong though, and now comes back Assassin. He's very low, Hopper's able to finish the job. Hisu finds a key kill, and that will do it. Defiant are on the board!
Canada's last hope. They take map number 1 here in the set. Game was really fast-paced. I mean, kills back and forth, you know, not a lot of setup, not a lot of team fights, really a lot of brawling, and the Defiant come out on top.
Although, started with 3 final blows after the first round, he ends with 12. 12-2 for Although, and from the front, of course, Hotbar leading the charge. Good looks for Toronto. Again, messy fights, but if that's how they want to play, then so be it. Stick around. Map number 2 is coming right up. Nothing quite handles those pre-match jitters like getting a win in the first round, Matthew, and that's what the home team have managed to do. But I think you were sort of pointing out the scrappiness of the game, and I think we can see a lot of nervousness from both those sides on Lijiang Tower.
Yeah, just really aggressive play. That typically, like, you see that from the Justice, right? But Toronto playing at a very fast pace as well, especially even when they have the Ashe in play. So it'll be interesting if you can kind of keep that up as the series goes on, if you can be as clean doing it as well.
We talked about a lot of big players on the Defiant side of things, and one that got glossed over a little bit in our pre-match discussion was Although, but you don't have to look back too far to see he had some huge weeks in this Summer Showdown qualifier. We could tell this team was going to hit a different level when they had access to Genji and a player like Although to pilot it. The Toronto Defiant looking to continue to lean on this man because Assassin was looking dangerous at times, although ended at like 12-2, no deaths in that last round, despite how scrappy the game was.
I mean, this team was like really good throughout the Summer Showdown. I mean, they get the #4 seed. You're looking at their schedule before, and you were wondering, you know, they're going to be in the top 8.
I mean, they could have had that #3 seed, right? It's that last matchup against London that kind of gets away from them late in the series. Could have been #3, like Outlaws at 4.
And, you know, they played the Gladiators, they played the Fuel throughout this. I mean, played really tough teams to get here. It's not like they had a little bit of a pushover of a schedule. I mean, it's been really tough. So you think kind of like beating that level of competition, even with the Gladiators not being here, still I think is a pretty good team, really good team. You think their ceiling's pretty high. It's just the game against London kind of felt weird, you know. The one before, obviously we came here and then they played London again. And now it just kind of feels like maybe a little bit like you know, sliding a bit in terms of like their play, but that's a big map 1 to get.
Paraiso going to be the selection from the Justice for map #2. That would put the Defiant on the offense to start. Tough round on Lijiang Tower for both teams' hit scan DPS. There were moments though, Decay looking very scary. It looked like he was going to try and 1v5 in that last fight. Definitely the kind of thing breathing down your neck that is going to make you sweat.
And now with the Justice on defense, they'll be playing the Sojourn setup here. Kick things off. Do you take a shot with the Widow and then maybe kind of play with the Ashe if you're the Defiant? Do you kind of go with the Sojourn? I think it's interesting that, you know, for, oh, well, never mind. I was going to say, for a team that's run a ton of Ashe, for them to not do it here, but they're going to pull it out.
Okay. Again, we've seen it so far this weekend. Difficult sidelines to navigate. As the team with the Ashe, you want to push through as quickly as you can, get a better position. Pompa wanted to pressure Kalios. Good damage on a lot of the Justice here. You think they've got to press the advantage when they can. Command and shout came out there from Kalios. Some trading between the Brigittas. Lots of Inspire uptime at the moment.
Yeah,
and there it is, Hisu. That's what you want to start the fight. What a clean opener from the Defiant.
Neither of these teams want to play defensive or passive whatsoever. Typically, you see some trades like that, right? Whether it's the offensive team, maybe you get a speed boost, so you go to the point here and you kind of play from the corner, or the defensive team, they fall back, right, and play from this first corner. Both of those teams just stand there and swing. I mean, just big fight at the beginning, and it doesn't work out the Justice way. Eventually, the Justice are going to have to kind of figure out a style of play that's not just brute force.
This is such a big deal for the Defiant now. An early take on point A. Many teams get snarled up here. It's a big, big check in the first box for the Defiant. What can they do here? I love that from Although. Moves to take advantage of the pink building. To start on top of the rooftop for now. Isu again. Wants to make as much use of this high ground as possible. Has a sixth sense maybe about Assassin encroaching from behind, so he drops down. That's a nice dynamite connection. You can see the ticks coming in, but there's Decay. Again, you take your eyes off him for one moment and he will punish you. And now he's behind the Defiant, taking them to task.
It was a really nice coach gun and a shot to be able to stay alive. As Twilight gets some kills in here. Chorong. Chorong's going to escape with his life, and Hisu's going to get a kill. So you might be able to move the payload out of this coming off the spawn, but from Hisu's POV, big dynamite, then what? He's got a blading Genji at him, coach guns away, or just a Genji coming at him, coach guns him away, and then also able to hit a shot, and then eventually just falling to the Sojourn. So much pressure in his face and dealing with it quite well.
Hisu doing great. 3-in-1 at the moment. Gets topped up there. Great dynamite. That's going to force Assassin down, and Twilight is there to catch him. The old 1-2 punch. Open and knocked up by Bobby's in deep danger, and Chorong chases up the kill. The Defiant here playing flowchart Overwatch to perfection. Just under 4 minutes left as they approach this second checkpoint. This is squeaky clean stuff.
Yeah, and the Justice they need to set up and go in with a plan, right? Like they're just fighting to fight.
This looks like a plan sketched in sand. Will it erode? Assassin finds very little with the blade, and Twilight is still taking him to task as well. He'll have to run away, but although we'll be there to chase. That checkpoint's already been picked up by the Defiant, of course, so now the pressure mounts. Kalio's down to the dynamite. Hisu for 2, for 3. He's leased, ladies and gentlemen. Just at the right time.
I mean, they're putting pressure on him. They're just not really able to secure the kills. But then also, they're starting these fights, the Justice, and it doesn't really look like they kind of have plans or intentions going in, right? Like they're not focusing one player down. They're not trying to get an ultimate out of the other team. That time they lose, they lose Assassin. And then, Kalios from the top rope with the Carnage trying to swing down on players, and then he's in a bad spot. I mean, it's got to be a better way to set these fights up.
8 final blows, 1 death. Hisu right now in charge and looking large. Love that for him. Good little dynamite there, but Assassin punishes Chorong. Sometimes Chorong will look to go pretty deep for those eliminations. Decay plows a hole through Hisu's face there. I like a trading from Hotbar. What is this? Oh, it is the big boss's house. You're just paying rent, son. Oh, you have time to clap. You're kidding me. You're kidding me.
When the opponent's got the hand off the keyboard and they're clapping, that ain't good. So, man, this has been all Defiant here. The Justice with some decent ultimates here coming out could make a difference.
Decay, he's done this before, Matt. This wraparound from the backside to save his team. Looks like the kill on all those probably going to be enough to do just that.
They don't have to chase here, right? They've got what they wanted. They backed
Hang on. Bob is in the building. Hisu finds Decay. Decay can't believe it. Kalio's able to find the connection there with the Rampage. Yields in the kill. Hopper under a lot of pressure there. And there's Assassin. Charges in to deal with Hisu. Nice clean up. Assassin getting 3 of his 4 final blows in one fight.
Hey, we're on Decay's POV. The Bob's in front. Kills happening. Chorong over the top. He's pushing the car from behind, trying to fight. I mean, this has been all-out chaos and aggression from both of these teams. The Defiant, though, have a blade here. Most likely this blade is just going to be able to get a support out or 2 out of the Justice. Nothing to deal with Assassin's blade, so this fight not set up great for the Defiant.
Assassin just there to check the Defiant at the door. Thinks about the blade, and he goes. Sound barrier coming out from opening here. The stars are aligning for the Justice to slow the game down. Hisu there took a rail. That'll be that. Krillin gets to hold on to the rally.
Yeah, that's big. You're able to hold on to rally to deal with this, although blade. Still no support ultimates for the Defiant. So starting to slow down a little bit here. Maybe the Justice start getting into a rhythm, right? Being able to cycle through some of these ultimates.
2 minutes on the clock here. Toronto could force something now with a beat coming up. The Justice have managed to choke some of the momentum out of the game, but the Defiant are always looking for a little bit more. They're looking for that next little bit of magic. Although a big hit on him, Decay punishes him and he can't get away. Opener chases him through the disruptor shot. Now what? They're stuck in here. Time to brawl, I guess. Sound barrier coming out from Chorong. They're going to commit to this, although he's quickly on his way back to the fight, but will he get there in time? Decay sees the bigger knife. Kalio's removed inside the room. And the Toronto Defiant transition now to the Carter. Great cleanup. They are 4v5, and they managed to make it work.
Yeah, I mean, 4v5, the Justice have the advantage, but running into a small corridor there, against the Junker Queen with the sound barrier. This will be Rally from Twilight right by the door.
Okay, play now from Although. Bob gonna come in from Hisu. The timing is right for these DPS ultimates, and they make short work of the Justice. Are you not entertained?
And Toronto looks clean in some of these fast fights.
You talk about a lot of aggression, a lot of brawl here, right? But those first couple checkpoints came up for the Defiant pretty comfortably. Looked like the calling and the coordination was on point, and just when you ask for it, someone put the goose signal up in the sky because Hisu turns up 11-3 on that Ash.
Did you see when we were watching from the free camp? They were in that kind of like stairway when all the craziness got down. So Decay goes on like one of those flanks, and
classic.
And as soon as they realize it, turns around, he gets a knife in the head from Hotba, and then they just rampage up the stairs. He's like dead in seconds. I mean, not the spot you want to fight the Junker Queen in, especially with the bleed and being able to get the sound barrier as well.
Here's your boy. Again, starts the fight off with a really nice dynamite, and he's able to punish someone like Genji, who will double jump, be essentially a little stationary in midair. Love that coach gun.
Yeah, when you get around these objectives and the Justice have to play on there, and they can't get in Hisu's face, it is just a shooting gallery for him. I mean, those are pretty, you don't want to say easy shots, right? But for a player of Hisu's caliber, I mean, he is dealt with way worse situations than that.
All right, time for the Justice to see what they can do on the offense. They're Defiant are mindful of making sure Hisu is set up to succeed here, and they may need to give him as much space as possible. Assassin is already looking to undermine that. Hisu, though, very aware. Will fold back, but this in turn gives the Justice a lot of space, and there's Decay. He gets the better of Hisu in that first engagement.
So this is like, I think, where you need to, like, where the Justice can go on offense and be aggressive, right, and see some success. This is how you would kind of start to get some momentum back if you're Washington, right? You can play as aggressive as you feel here on the offensive side, get in the flow of the game a little bit, because right now Toronto's dominating in that degree, but it'll be the Justice. They unlock the payload, they'll take that checkpoint. So we'll see where Toronto decides to do. It looks like now from this overhead, kind of got them setting up in the street, trying to get some of these dynamites in the choke as Hisu moves to the look like the top of the building. He's going to go straight up.
Love that. Look at the charge in here. The Justice, though, got a whiff of it, Matt. They kind of knew what was coming. Hisu's not able to stand up and scope in for long periods of time. He can play from the stairwell, pressure opener, but moving out in the open would be suicidal. Good intuition, but will it be enough to save him? Survival instincts working overtime here. Hisu needs to respect the boop. He doesn't do anything right now. He has no sideline. He needs to reestablish that quickly.
Yes, Kalios actually finds Hotba on the other side of things, so getting rid of the Junker Queen of the Defiant, yep, you're going to see everybody hightail it.
Preempting also the commanding shout there, so that'll expire. Assassin cannot deflect the blast, but the dynamite wasn't close enough to pressure the Genji down. That kill from Although on Decay really slowed this up for the Justice. It could have been dangerous for the Defiant. Hisu was completely out of the fight, just chilling in a side street.
You'll have blades here for both teams. I think if you're Defiant and you want to hold this defense, you got to get good value here from Although.
Hisu needs to give an account of himself now. That Assassin would sooner forget. He can't quite get to grips though with the Ash. Now what can Hisu do with this time, with this space? Run into the blade, maybe. Here it comes. Assassin looking for the Ash. He's found it, but Although was had enough time to strike at the heart of the Justice. It's a 1-for-1. 4 versus 4. Although's blade came a little bit later, and the sound barrier is now here for Choron. Great timing. Open is down with his beat. He's not involved in the fight. The Defiant need to use this window of durability to their advantage, and they do! They run over the Justice! An important fight win.
Huge. You get that fight win, you got your Rampage now, you're going to have your Bob and get Hisu set up on the high ground here. This should be very difficult for the Justice to break, especially with the Justice with really nothing to work with. You think 3 minutes and 20, you should be able to hold for at least another 2 minutes, before it gets competitive.
That has to be on the docket for the Defiant here. They're running into open a sound barrier. He didn't have a chance to use it last fight. Kalios dicing with death. Great pressure from Toronto here. It's enough for now to slow up the Justice, but there's a lot to work with on both sides. Bob may be a crucial factor here.
And what are the Justice playing for? You just play to get your Rampage, and now you're going to play to get Rally. You're not going to be able to force them down, right? Because you're just going to have Assassin just jump down and touch the card.
The only way you can do it is by forcing this card to move Assassin. Oh, he's caught! And like the Lumberjacks of yore, hot buff fells that Sequoia. Another one.
Rampage?
Yeah, he's hit by that. Kalios is like a defensive Rampage, works up. Pretty clean stuff there as the Defiant get a little too aggressive.
A little bait and switch there. Oh man, we're so scared to run away. Then Kalios comes on in with a Rampage, takes out Hoppa, Jorong, and Twilight.
Although he's behind enemy lines with very little health right now. A little dangerous. So they're going to give this up. They do.
Oh, well, they didn't intend to give it up. Hotba runs out the door, shouts, and then runs right back.
All right, there'll still be a fight in the car for now. Kalios tries to round the corner. Axe mid-swing. Rally was used here by Twilight. And still the Defiant are giving ground.
That's what leads me to believe you use Rally and you use Shout to try and get out that door. To potentially try and challenge. It doesn't work.
He charges in, two connected with here with the Rampage. Follow up. Is it enough? Coolan able to stay alive here, but a lot of damage. You cannot heal this up on the Justice. Washington need to get kills of their own, otherwise they're going to lose this fight, and it's too late. Assassin forced to stand there and deflect, looking awful silly. Decay looking awful deceased.
So you're able to win that fight if you're the Defiant, but it costs you everything.
You're not out of jail again.
Absolutely everything to get it done. We're now Decay with the overclock, right? If you're the Justice, like, hey, this is your time to show up, right? You pop that overclock, we need a kill or two to get this cart moving again.
6 final blows for each of the Justice DPS, 11 for each of the Defiants. That's the difference maker here. Oh my!
I mean, yeah, that's quite aggressive, I would say.
Decay, maybe just disrespecting there and gets punished for it. If the Defiant can keep Hopper alive here, that would be absolutely monumental, and they do. He's topped up again, Matt.
Yeah, I mean, you cannot be chasing kills like that, and then pop your ult with like 40 HP with your back to the rest of the other team.
Just
that is
ridiculous.
Yeah.
Although he was doing that in round 1, I don't know if there's much excuse to be doing it here in map 2.
There's no excuse to do it in any map.
All right, is Hopper ready for this? The group up by the Justice. Rally here for Twilight. Looking good defensively are the Defiant so far. Sound barrier here. Bob gets sent in. Plugging away he is. Kalios able to remove him pretty quickly, but it's scant seconds that are being bought for the Defiant. That's quite important. Commanding Shout, although he can play aggressively here. Can he get rid of Kalios? It's looking a little bit dangerous. He gets ganked forward by the knife. He decides to go after Assassin instead. Who's none the wiser? Although taking his opponent's namesake for himself and doing him one better. And bust out the broom because the Defiant are on janitorial duty. Open is able to chase down Twilight, but again, these are exit kills if I've ever seen them.
When we were on with ult though, and Kalios gets so low, he ends up popping his Rampage there. And it results in a lot of nothing. As now you, for the Justice, you got to move in a little bit, right? Because some of these kills happen later, but they've set up the Defiant in a great spot. 40 seconds to go.
He wants to go.
Blade.
Oh, the big boss is coming for you. The blade from all though, great opener. The screening by Hopper was important as well. Chorong with 2.
And you don't feel the need to use the Rampage there, right? Hotba gets aggressive with the fallback that if the Blade's not getting a lot, they could Rampage, but they don't need it. They hold on to it here for what could be our final fight of the map to put the Toronto Defiant up 2-0.
Assassin and Decay have got to make something happen. This is the last chance for the Justice. Big swing, big hit, Krillin low, and although strikes again. Death and Decay come for us all apparently, but although gets the better of it, the card, it's on the move. They don't know. Open is moving up towards the end of the map here, and the Defiant lose the fight. They're going to have to spawn back in awful quick. It'll be overtime either way, but Hisu is out at sea. He's yelling Wilson.
And Hotba's Rampage got absolutely absolutely nothing. Coming around the corner, jumps, uses the rampage, doesn't connect with anybody there. They traded kills, then it all goes in favor of the Justice. Where's Toronto?
Toronto need a touch. They need this overtime to work. Just in time, Hopper gets there. There was a boot, but he's able to get on that cart. Although it's pretty low, but the rally's going to top him up in no time. Now the Defiant need to make a play. Decay looking to wrap around, sees Hisu, misses that first one, takes a big hit. He burns for a time as well, but Hopper is down. The Justice now winning this war of attrition with the help of the sound barrier, and Hisu has nowhere to go. The Justice get themselves another minute on the clock, and we're going to run it back once more.
So, man, it looks like the Defiant, you know, if you get a good rampage there at a hot, but that's probably good enough, right? And what are the chances? You know, you turn the corner, you rampage when you're kind of spawn kill and you hit nobody. I mean, with how big the cone is, with that ability, that's a big whiff there. That is one that you have that. I mean, we're probably halfway through a commercial break right now. I mean, we're ready to come back from F3, but you whiff that. You know, the Justice, a good sound barrier there, get a good fight at the end, and they're able to complete it. And you know, you can't keep giving a team like the Justice some, you know, signs of life, right? You know, some hope, because you never know. This team is like individually skilled, so talented. It's just whether they can put it together for periods of time that you don't want to give them more opportunity to do that.
Kalios right now leads the Washington Justice. 11 final blows and 9 deaths. Assassin and Decay struggling to
let's see.
happen.
So he goes for this like right corner here.
I like the idea, but Krillin's able to back up. Oh, just outside the hitbox.
Yeah, and yeah, I mean, it almost looks like Krillin could have got hit by it, but yeah, they just back up just slightly.
You still split the Justice, right? And that's why all those able to have a quiet moment with Decay, enough to take him out of the picture.
If my options, Mitch, are to split the Justice or give them ticking anti-heal that heals me, I will take the latter.
Point taken. The Defiant will be on defense here. Hisu on the Ash once more. Great pressure on Assassin. He's not finding his mark there.
Did he not think they were gonna like get aggressive on him?
Homie just got clotheslined.
Yeah, I mean, he goes right around the corner and it's like so leisurely, and then all of a sudden he's gone.
A stately trot.
Yeah, it just crosses this choke and then just jumps up and down the high ground. He did it in seconds.
All right, last chance for the Justice. Here we go again. This time the more direct route taken by Assassin as he heads straight upstairs, but Hisu is, he's in a different postcode. Hotbar gets Krillin. Hisu blown up by Decay though. Decay can make it happen, but although shuts him down, and this should be a Defiant hold. Axe swinging. Kalios, he's down. No kick for the Justice. The Defiant rock solid defenders today.
Yeah, so what, best case scenario here for the Justice, you're looking at a draw, right? No ticks on the point there. Just got to get a hold. 1:59 is not a ton of time. You're looking at like 2-3 fights, potentially, depending on how long some of these fights go in this meta.
And let's be fair, the Defiant's first attack happened in possibly the most ideal way,
yes.
right? The Defiant really pushed under that underpass, and Hisu just finds the first pick.
I also would be like stunned if the Toronto Defiant pushed to the underpass and the Justice take the same approach of standing there in the underpass and trying to just trade blows with them. It doesn't put you in the best position to win, I'll say that.
Just under 2 minutes here. The Defiant obviously getting an extension in time as the Justice finished during overtime. It's pretty healthy for only one tick. But if you get ahead of yourself, well, you're going to be in trouble. Unlikely we see the Soldier 76 here, guys. I hate to break it to you.
It's a great point.
Yep.
I'm surprised they brought you here. They should have left you in the watch point truck with stuff like that.
Oh, man.
Yeah, real good chance we're not going to see 76 here, you guys. Don't get excited. Oh, it's the Ash. It's look, with the way they're playing the choke though, man, like I would play that. Like why not? Like they're basically inviting Hisu to hit like a 3 or 4 player dynamite.
Oh, dangerous opener.
And there's a 3 player dynamite.
Great connection, Kalios. Oh my. The Defiant are pushing on all the right spots right now. There it is!
I mean, they don't need to fight there. Like, they do enough damage in trying to make it costly for the Defiant to get through the choke. there's no reason to fight that spot.
It's over! It is over! That's 2 for your Toronto Defiant.
So they just barrel over the Justice on defense there. I know that is a Justice map pick as well. So quite surprising that's the kind of defensive setup they opt to go with, where, you know, didn't really like back up to the point, try and use the disruptor shot to, you know, block off, make it a little costly. Really, you know, not a great strategy there indeed.
This was the Justice that really put the pressure on the Dallas Fuel of all teams, but somehow it feels like the Toronto Defiant, they've used a couple more of those talent points. They're further down the talent tree today, Matthew. Incredible series from the DPS especially. Esports, though, having an incredible performance. Again, some things to tidy up and a good look. Can they make it a sweep, or do the Justice have life left in them yet? Stick around and find out. They had to kill Decay. The 1v1 on the card now. Dream boots him away, but it's going to be a big forward to keep Decay there. The man is still alive.
Look at this opener. And look at that too. They got
takes it to the skies.
Get Kalios ready with a rampage here.
One foot over the edge of a chasm from whence there's no return. One map away from elimination here in the Summer Showdown. And one question levied at the Washington Justice. Where are your superstars? A quiet showing from them on Paraiso Matthew and an underwhelming overtime run for the Justice. You questioned why play in the choke against the Defiant like they did, and they got decimated.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't love their defense. I mean, there may be some type of reason they have for it, in some kind of way that they want to play, or something that they see that, you know, maybe I don't, but like, when they get that amount of damage down, right, and you're playing against the Ashe, you back up into the corner, that gives Hisu easy dynamite, easy damage. Also, it gives Toronto the ability to now speed to the point, take advantage of that corner, and then put more damage on you as you walk into contest. And mind you, they only need one tick. So it puts yourself in a really bad spot. But if you're the Justice, that map's done, it's over, we move on. They pick again, we go to Circuit Royale. So we'll see how their close to spawn hold will be. An opportunity here for Hisu to play either the Ashe or the Sojourn, so showing us some really good gameplay on both today. Toronto's got to be pretty pleased with how this series has gone. Like I said at the beginning, I thought this would be a scary series, and they're turning it to not be one.
The winner of this series will advance to play the Houston Outlaws. And for the Defiant, that would probably represent another big step up they need to take if they can get there. But for now, of course, obstacles still obstruct their progress. Circuit Royale here. Obviously the choice of the Justice, who won't have any more after this one way or another.
Pretty difficult for them to choose another. I mean, I guess
they can't.
You could draw. There's like almost like 0% chance that could happen on Escort, but there's a chance.
It has happened before. Kalios leading the final blows in that last map, I think.
He just sees all the Moiras doing it. He's like, watch this. Oh.
Thank you. Was that Vivaldi? Yes. I love the classics. Love that.
Somebody's spending precious scrim time playing the piano there for their one opportunity during the season. We'll find out who it is. Somebody's going to come out with a banger one day.
We got a good one in our earlier series today. Pirates of the Caribbean. See if anyone can one-up that one. Defiant won't be put in the corner. They move out of spawn. Hisu slides in a loop-de-loop there as the disruptor shots are thrown down. Not a good rail brought in by the knife. Assassin strikes first. Hisu catches him on the way through. Make it two. Why don't you? Kalios, and risk of being a third here. It will fall eventually. The Defiant, not clean, but they get what they wanted here.
And the Justice, they make it a little bit, elongated, right? They burn some clock, so we'll see now where this next fight takes place. The issue typically is you see the payload moving, making its way. You lose this fight at this next corner, you may not have another one, which is pretty tough.
Yeah, basically mandatory for the Justice to find a stop here. Okay, likes this position. He gets a decent sideline on this somewhat hairpin corner.
Yeah, teams stopped playing in that streak because the second fight you got was really basically on the checkpoint, where you play close up now, you get this fight, which is better with this choke.
Yeah, highly beneficial for defenders. They got the barriers there, and as you come around the corner, they can really keep you at arm's length. Carping constantly contested, but look at it, it's go time for the Defiant. Apparently, commanding shout can be used for the Justice here. They don't want any of this. They realize they're at a health pool disadvantage. They back up, they're trying to quickly bandage their wounds here, but the pressure keeps coming from the Defiant. They are relentless, and in they go. Although it gets rid of Kalios now, you've lost your frontliner, your flag bearer, and you've lost your Genji there. He's able to find that kill. Okay, Sound Barrier really investing in this fight here, opener. You better hope this one works out, otherwise we go from bad to worse for the Justice. Not a good start.
That will be point A taken. Moving up the staircase here, seeing if they can get any players trying to get back towards the spawn, but they'll make good payload progress around the corner here with some of those late kills. Is Decay, he's got this overclock. He really likes to use him on like flanks and off angles. You take one here, you're like almost on the low ground, right? So not an opportunity to really do that.
On below, trying to get out. Overclock for Decay. Which Decay do we get on this map? Making the air look like Swiss cheese. Hopper does go low. He definitely takes some damage in that exchange, but Hisu's there! The headshot on Assassin! He had the blade! And it's all for naught. Hisu's hooked forward, but that's actually what he wanted. He wants to get up in the face of the Justice. Assassin will still have a window without a sound barrier to exploit with this blade. Going down early in that fight is disastrous.
And this is all Defiant. For a Justice team that's played a really good stage of Overwatch, they battled back through some tough situations. They're not showing a lot of fight right now. Let's see Kalios with a Rampage and a Blade here from Assassin. Maybe that's enough to get a stop.
Sees Hisu in the back there, trying to keep tabs on some of those squishier players when he gets ready to charge forth from the breach. Blade for Hopper, that seems to be the play. Twilight's Rally holding on to it for the time being. The Defiant seems like they're happy to let this one go. Decent spend for the Justice. Rampage and Blade both expended.
I was going to say, would you use the Rampage there?
Probably not.
Now look at how you're set up for this next fight. I mean, no support ults currently online. Maybe you end up getting them, but you can open up with a Twilight Rally. You're not going to come down here to spawn kill, right? So you're going to allow them to gain some space. You win that fight, but it may have been too much.
Hopper's doing a ton of damage this round. More than a third of his team's total damage. Kalios with less than a quarter, for a reference. Here we go, although in. Doesn't pull the blade though. Chorong. Oh, what discipline from Chorong. He stays alive. He was 1 HP, does not beat. And he can hold that for later, and he does. Ironclad Constitution from the Lucio. And the Defiant here will use that to exact their toll from the defenders.
Another checkpoint taken for the Defiant. 3 minutes plus on the clock to get it done. This map can be pretty difficult at the end to take, right? Difficult around these corners with a lot of just natural high ground for Washington, but they really haven't showed a lot on D. I mean, when they won the fights on D, it's because they've spent 2-3 ultimates during them, right?
This ends now.
All right, Decay going for it again, Matt. His last overclock was really underwhelming in this one. Well, the Defiant able to evade much of it, although, yeah, that's a sitter for Decay.
Hopper with a Rampage.
Sound barrier from opener, in fairness. So he covers that up fairly effectively. And hey, not a terrible place to make your stand here. Decay looking to make sure Chorong gets cleaned out.
The Defiant trying to get full strength. The Justice go right around the corner.
I like that look. Washington now want to make sure they assert their claim to this part of the map, and that's pretty convincing. Losing Decay, not the worst. He will be back, but remember how close the spawn is for Toronto.
Yeah, I also feel like if you're the Justice and you're going to go out with the aggressive play style that you want to play, that you've been...
That got you here.
Right? Yeah, I mean, some map situations it's not going to work out, but if that's your best look, you got to send it.
Hisu knows he has a key ability in his hands, and it's the only one available to the Defiant right now. Neutralizing Assassin, top of the priority list in this next fight for the Defiant. Hopper shepherding the car forward, slowly, surely. The Defiant march forward.
Giving up a lot of space here. The Justice.
Is this wise?
I mean, after they did a pretty successful spawn camp, now you give up a lot of space.
Hisu, it's time. Decay takes a big hit here. Overclock shot to the body. Blade, it's a big one. Assassin looking to shut them down, but he's moved away. Can Assassin find the kill? And Twilight is down. Hisu responds though. Blade for Railgun. The Defiant now, it's a 3 versus 3, but Hisu's not in a great position to contribute this blade. Oh, though, thought he had it.
Yeah.
He thought wrong.
You can see his reaction after, kind of had the idea of, yeah, maybe that wasn't it. No, probably saw an opportunity, right? A few players weak inside of that room. Maybe he thinks, hey, I pop this blade, I get a dash, I kill 2, 3 players, and we kind of move on in. And he was so weak when he decided to use that.
2 support ultimates coming out for the Defiant. The Justice have them too. They're digging in for a long winter, the Justice. But no one knows that better than residents of Toronto, I'm sure. Play close to a key ultimate here. Is that running from Twilight? He's the one to start the fight. Assassin, what can he do from midway through the fight? It's full with the rampage from Kalios. The follow-up isn't there. Chorong had the sound barrier. Hopper's going to fall first here, and Hishu goes very, very low. It's Decay that finishes him off with a headshot. And the Justice, both feet planted on the ground. They hold the Defiant at bay. Much of the map completed, but not all.
And really good defense there from the Justice, in my opinion, towards the end of the map. Point A and point B really good there for the Toronto Defiant. But man, the Justice, they hold on there towards the end. A few good fights go in their favor.
Initiating match.
Assassin has 10 of his team's 22 final blows. Working himself to the bone to keep the Justice's hopes alive. And the player sat to his left. One that the Justice normally depend on, Decay, is having a quieter day. Not a great time to flicker out.
Well, the Defiant know where they can kind of play here on defense. They got to play close up here at the start. They do have a little bit of like leeway, right? I think when you kind of get towards that last part of the map, the payload moves a little bit past like that last choke. Take a look here from Decay's POV.
Overclock here. Wants to pressure Hisu down. Gets there. Pretty nice moves from Decay. Again, a big part of why you see the Justice hold on when it looks like the game was slipping from their grasp. So what kind of spawn camp do we get here? Can Defiant hold them in their spawn for a minute, 90 seconds? That could be huge later on.
Right, you get a minute here, and that is fantastic for the Defiant.
Assassin has a good crack at it here. Commanding shout used there by Kalios. Hopper has his available still, if I'm not mistaken. He might need to keep all of those standing. Oh, it's looking dicey for Toronto. Hisu's getting battered about here, but Hopper will eventually succumb. And the spawn camp may be over. Nice one from Hisu as he backs up, but that'll be it.
Yeah, and once you lose Hotba, it's pretty much over. As Twilight and Chorong, they'll have to drop here. As they're not going to be able to get anybody out on the way out. So they stop the cart for a second or two. They gain some ultimate charge themselves, but the payload will get moving in favor of Washington.
Again, taking a close fight means that the Defiant get to set up on this corner. Crucially here, although a little behind Assassin in that blade charge, but the Lucio's getting their ult online. It's Twilight and Krillin really leading the way. Oh, okay, all right. Yeah, that'll wake Decay up, surely. Justice's carriage is put to bed. Okay, I see you, Chorong, I see you.
I view any time you hold here for the Defiant is just bonus, right? That second part of the map, really difficult to get through. You can get a really good spawn camp if you're Toronto onto Washington, where you just start to bleed the clock out.
Crowd really starting to get behind the Defiant here. We can all feel how close they are. 2 minutes 10 on the clock. Hotba getting pressured a little bit alone. Decay fires back. Keeping it even here between the Sojourns. Twilight is going to pop the rally here. Can Chorong get to beat alive? Big question. The Defiant all backing up here. Stuck in the corner now. And Chorong can't escape. Cut down to size now as the Justice win out. And they're eyeing off that first checkpoint.
Yeah, there are a few players able to make it out here for the Defiant that maybe you consider coming back and fighting this. It looks like they'll end up giving it up as, yeah, it looks like they spawned a little bit too late where maybe you're able to get even although over the top, right? You come down with a sound barrier, but now they're going to get aggressive, I think.
The Defiant hoping to make extensive use of his high ground. Oh, they do. Okay, Hopper gets rid of Assassin. Looks like there was a body shot from Hisu. Good connection, and they're off to the races. They're not quite quick enough to catch the Justice, so all they do is get Assassin, but that'll be enough for a momentum slow.
And I was wondering, do they want to play close to spawn, or do they want to play a little bit, further back on this high ground? It looks like they just want to put Hotba right on this corner, on this sign, and let him just contest and play from up top.
Here's the blade from Orvo, slap in the back of the head from Decay, but the sound barrier's going to keep him in this one now. Hisu pops over the clock, it's all getting used here, but Decay, so sharp. Unbelievable pressure on Orvo there as he's unable to find much with the blade, and he comes, Decay, looking for a little bit more as Hotba. Forced back, Twilight to the rescue though, and here's the rampage. It's huge, Opener bleeds out, hemorrhaging on the streets of Monaco, and Assassin fights to keep his team in, and he does. 2 critical kills late in the fight, and the trio of the Justice,
oh man,
keep pushing.
And the Justice have some ultimates here for this next fight, Mitch, and Toronto ends up just throwing a lot of ults into that fight. As now you're looking at, you have a fight here for the Defiant before this speed checkpoint. But you have nothing right now. I mean, maybe you end up with Rally, and that's like best case because they have a Rampage and a Blade. I mean, they get in this quick.
You think they may be overspent in that last fight? Jitter's getting to them somewhat, although he's in trouble. Assassin, he's looking, he's hunting, sees Twilight there, whip shot, no connection, Decay finds Hopper first. The frontliner is down, Toronto trying to stall the car with Orvo and with the Lucio Chorong. That is not going to pay off. The Justice have a robust time bank for this last phase of the map here, Matthew. It's large.
Yeah, not the position the Defiant wanted to find themselves in. 340 when they cap it and counting is Toronto. What do you decide to do? I think you got to push up. There's no way you can take your first fight at this corner.
So the Justice, they gave a fair bit of ground, right? They knew they had enough time. They were getting close to leading the time blank down entirely. It's a different situation here for the Defiant. They must be assertive without taking undue risks. It's a tough balance to strike.
Hey, let the cart move. They got this rally, but now they're going to get up on the high ground.
Hisu. Oh, Assassin sees, or tastes the blood in the water, rather. Oh! Assassin dangles himself in front of the crosshair, and what an unlikely turnaround here for the Defiant. Big pop-offs from Orvo and Hisu. Couldn't ask for a better time for that if you're the defenders.
Now, where are we going here? I mean, this is a long chase just for the Lucio. Yeah, I mean, you got to get back. His Opener's got to get back to the squad as well.
They're trying to exploit the fact that Opener's not there. Rally's been forced here by Krillin. Do the Defiant get this up? Can they speed out? Can they escape? Oh no, they get punished for that one big time, and Krillin lays about himself with the flail.
Yeah, as now Opener gets back with the team, he's going to have his beat. As this one is looking all Washington, 2:15 and counting, getting around this corner. The box of victory right there in sight.
The Defiant have had their chances. They want to end the series here. It's going to take something a little special. There'll be a beat to answer all those Blade, so you can't count on it. Decay playing pretty far forward here. Takes a lot of damage. Hopper also gets pummeled trying to play close to the card. Keep it contested. They've got to help him up, but look at this aggression coming in from the Justice now, although can he break the deadlock with a Blade? Hopper has fallen. The stalwart, the juggernaut in the front line is laid bare. And Assassin gets 3 in the fight. The Washington Justice keep the dream alive.
So that is their map selection that they win. And I'd say, this is a scary series you go to push after this, man. We've seen push be so up in the air at times, and then it controlled around things out where it's maybe not your pick. Man, this is going to be tough for the Defiant to just finish off the Justice like this.
Toronto's first chance to end the series with a sweep. That one gets by them. Still a couple more chances to do so, but the Justice are building their strength. Stick around, everybody. A chance for the Defiant to take this one away, but the Justice look less than keen to give it up. The Washington Justice find some hidden reserves of grit to keep them alive. And one of the most important series they've played this entire year, Matthew. Circuit Royale was their pick, and they managed to make it work. It looks like the Defiant a little bit rocky for them as they try and sort of hold off a very aggressive Justice.
Yeah, they were not able to do so there as we now go to push. Toronto's map pick is
and they pick?
Not Toronto.
Oh. That's a flavor fail.
Yeah, you would have thought there's some kind of like Toronto playing in Toronto on Toronto type of buff. But no, not the case. They'll take us to Coliseum, which is interesting. Out of the maps that matches we cast so far this weekend, I've not seen Coliseum. It's really been all New Queen Street. So wondering what the Defiant got cooked up.
Right, yeah. For my money, most teams tend to go for New Queen Street. They don't have to walk into this sort of very aggressive, or this oppressive high ground control after winning the first fight. So it does beg the questions, you know, what kind of strat do they have, or perhaps do they just have better results on the map?
They got to end the series here.
Oh yeah, don't give the Justice any more of this.
You don't want to give the Justice some confidence. You want to close it out here. You don't want the pressure going to that game 5. Assassin had himself a pretty good map last map. Good to see him play well on the Genji.
A whopping 9 deaths, though. That doesn't speak to necessarily the fact that Assassin is feeding so much as everybody
Look, that's the Justice's game, though.
Yep.
We are going to play aggressive. There's going to be lots of deaths on both sides.
I know Genji has a blade, but he's as good as a blunt object as far as we're concerned. Or we are going to try and belt our opponents around the ears with it.
Him and Kalios, they flip a coin who goes in first. See who sets the pace. Man, those two players are so aggressive with each other. As Coliseum, like I mentioned, is the Defiant map pick? What do they got here? Why go this map? See a lot of teams have success going to New Queen Street.
Toronto Defiant obviously came out on top on Lijiang Tower, so if we go to control, you feel good, but that was a pretty close map. It feels like the Defiant definitely came in with some buoyancy from the atmosphere in the arena. Perhaps they're starting to normalize a little bit more now, and once you start to give a Justice team like this a sniff of victory, well, they're liable to try and take it from you. A reverse sweep here would be devastating for this home team of the Defiant.
There's no way they play Ashe here on push, right? I feel like the game mode is just too, well, fast-paced.
If they play Hans, no. Unless he sees Hans.
I mean, look, if I was gonna, between Soldier 76 and Hanzo with the hover, I would say there's a better chance with the Hanzo, but still, man.
Let's talk about it, though. Why? What does he offer you here? Pelicans had some big moments on the
A lot of long-range damage here in this hallway.
You rotter!
No, he's going to go with Ashe, so this is interesting. Push is a game mode that is so fast that they may see the Ashe, the Justice, and just get the speed boost, get the commanding shout, just get in there.
All right, so the neutral's a pretty good place to be playing Ashe with the Dynamite, especially if your opponents are grouping up, and they often are for the Brigitte.
They don't all have to group up here, though. Like on New Queen Street, there are spots where you have to group up, but it's also too small. There's not really like a part where they're forced to play around certain objectives.
But they're guarding the flank, the Defiant. Although he's playing the flank, so the Justice can't wrap around and just close in on Hisu without him getting good sightlines. I think I'd feel uncomfortable if I was here as an Ashe player. Again, Hisu spent some time out of line of sight, but looks like job done. Because Hopper's managed to somehow get Decay, of all people.
That's wild. Yeah, I mean, they try and take the fight the Justice close up, but nothing goes in their favor. Clean sweep here from the Defiant. And maybe you can get up on the bridge here, you get some of these longer sight lines. That's where you feel like you can make use of the Ashe here. Because we have seen long-range hit scan succeed on this map. Hisu was hovering the Hanzo, and we've seen that work in the past, right, with this long sight line to where the bot is, but not a ton of Ashe play in push so far.
They're probably pretty good when you're defending from a spot like this. Less fun from the low ground. Although we're constantly trying to work these flanks and make it so Hisu can't be crept up on. Doing a bit of creeping of his own here. Hishu gets opener, so it's paying off. They're screening so heavily for their Ashe player in this matchup. Eventually, Kalios is able to bring Hishu down, but Krillin, yeah, he was clinging to life. Strong wind and blow him over, and all those got more than that. Okay, Toronto.
And now maybe you can get Hishu up on the bridge. He can put some damage down as they come off of spawn, right? And there's a few opportunities here where the map is set up to maybe you are able to land some big dynamites, right? They got to contest probably where the checkpoint is, and that small kind of turnaround, that horseshoe, so to speak. You can feel like there's some pretty good damage down to how you had there.
Pressure on all though from Decay. It's returned in kind. Dash in, Hopper low. Hopper very low, has the commanding shout here. The rally's in play. Chorong, does he hold the beat? No, he lets it go pretty much straight away, but Opener doesn't even have his yet. The Defiant, they're so durable. They're so aggressive now. Pushing in towards Krillin. They try and make good use of that extra health, but Kalios is still able to find Twilight. Kalios finds another. How do you lose that? How?
Oh, that is brutal. The bomb is still here as well. They got to back up. Yeah, I mean, that's both support ults. They are used in the Bob, and you're not able to win that fight.
Looks like Kalios was getting a lot done in the neutral there as well. It might have been a multi-carnage connection if he's able to work through that over shield so easily. Great result for Washington to keep a sound barrier and win against double support ultimates. They have everything they need here to extend the lead. Decay pressured though! Chorong gets in there. Blade is drawn by although, but he's going to be brought down by Assassin, who looks to look further into the back line. It's a trade still. And there goes the Justice's ult. They brought their sound barrier in, the but's moving the other bloody direction. What's going on?
Assassin uses blade, turns around, nobody's there as they have hightailed it back the other direction. So even with those ultimate usage, some kills that go in favor of the Justice, they are basically starting from scratch in terms of pushing this bot back towards center map.
I'm aghast. Don't know what to think. The Defiant still have such a significant lead now. Justice cycling into Kalios and Decay's ultimates though, as the Defiant obviously have a bit of a trough economically.
They haven't been able to get the bot past this part of the map.
We're almost halfway through, Matt.
I know. It's I don't even know it's really like the Ashe play. Like, it just seems like they have not been able to get aggressive at these parts.
Super Cookie! Is that you? Decay needs to find something here, but God, his sidelines are just not good for him. He wants to push up, but the Defiant are happy. They're ready to hold their ground. Kalios a little low, very low now. An Assassin has been removed. You have to turn tail. You have to run, but Kalios is no coward. In he goes, catches 3, but Decay and Assassin, they're down. Oh, it's a disaster!
A disaster is correct as the bot goes back the other direction. It's actually crazy the Defiant didn't get the, no, they actually did get the checkpoint, so they got a little bit past the checkpoint, so this is massive. I mean, this is just so much bonus. Like, 5 minutes to go, like, you're gonna have to make like 3 tremendous pushes of this barrier if you are the Washington Justice.
Rallies from both sides here. The Justice are now in their ult economy trough. They've not made use of the advantage they had, and now they're going to be made to suffer. Decay sliding on out of there as only he can. Kalios eating some deflected damage from although, and he finishes the job. Oh, this is getting scary.
They push the Justice back to their spawn. No support ultimates available for the Defiant. Ooh, and Decay finds Hotbud. That should be enough to stop this push from coming on through, as it was starting to get really ugly there for the Justice.
I wish I had Avril here. I could insert a coin and he'd tell me the odds of winning from this kind of deficit. If you're the Justice, I'd suggest it's pretty low.
All I need is my calculator from yesterday and I'd be able to tell you, but I left it in my hotel.
113 plays 3. A paltry 3. But hey, just under 4 minutes here for the Justice to try and get back on the board. Couple of fights in a row, starting to build some momentum, and it is possible. It's not likely. Sound barrier. Opener lets it go. Assassin just trying to swing. Whatever's there, he'll take. Blade here for although looks a little haphazard, but he still lands adroitly. 3-for-2 trade. Justice with the numbers. Hopper though right behind him in a good spot to get a good axe swing. He's looking for the brig. He's found him. Krillin is down, but now he's going to have to hold off against 2, and that's just not good odds.
But you're okay with these traits, though, if you're the Defiant. I mean, you have 2 players here for the Justice. You have a spawn advantage, right, with which way the barrier is going. And they don't have the positioning and just kind of like the time to play a little bit passive here. Like, look, they back off of this bot. Toronto doesn't need them moving. Like they can just back off as well. There's no reason to run in and take these fights.
Yeah, this is awkward. The Justice once went like, what, 2 minutes without a kill against the Shock in this part of the map? Very strange. They've got to go for it. Here's Bob. Blade comes in. Oh, did Assassin just get knocked out by Bob? It's unclear. He goes down. That blade is broken. And Opener tries to climb the walls, but even he can't escape the scrutiny of Hisu. And the bot is headed back towards the Justice spawn.
And if you're the Justice, you know, what do you do here? You have to come out of the spawn, you got to overclock right away. You may have to get a rally. You need this bot back as soon as possible because you start to get close to where this barrier is going, right? And if the bot makes it all the way there, I mean, you're going to have to run a full map completion the opposite way. The chances of that are just so slim.
The Justice don't want to spend here, but they may have no choice. They start to fight behind, and it's not looking much better now. 2-for-2, Krillin keeping him in, but Decay under so much pressure. Although gets him in the Defiant, just don't care. They don't care if they die in this fight. They don't care if they lose.
Twilight does rally there, though. So they rally, and he drops as soon as he decides to do so. So that big support ultimate off the table. We now go back the other way. The Justice, they don't end up using the overclock. They got the Rampage. They have a rally themselves. They need to be perfect from here on out. A fight loss and a barrier push, like a bot push the other way to where the barrier is
that's it.
Yeah, that's it.
Defiant, the ball's in their court right now. Krillin, a lot of damage early in that fight. He's able to heal most of it up with the rally. Yep, the Justice have to dig into those pockets, but so far they're coming up with dust and lint. Decay, 2 final blows for the whole map. He's found nothing more with that ultimate either. Kalios is one that has to come in like a bat out of hell to bail them out, and so he does. Although and Hopper are down, but the Justice are forced to pay dearly for every single meter.
Can you do that 3 to 4 more times if you're the Justice in a minute? That's kind of what you're looking at here. For the Justice to stay alive in this series, it would be a monumental collapse by the Defiant. Like, but look, the Justice, they don't have the luxury of just backing up here. They have to fight. Like 46 seconds left. You're behind like 70 plus meters. Like, you have to fight.
40 seconds left. Dynamite connection from Hisu and a Bob up his sleeve. Although his blade will force the beat. And Hopper's going to go down. Decay gets rid of him here. Toronto now, it's a matter of stalling. Although he doesn't want to get stagnant here at all. Can he get open? That would be big. That could be huge. Hisu found 2. What are we witnessing? Hisu looking for yet another one, but Decay evades his deadly gaze. Another Dynamite, another connect. Twilight gets in there and Krillin gets bombed. Oh my word! Toronto! What a display! The timer ticks down, and not with a roar, but a whimper. The Justice go out. Eyes wide open, feet on the ground. Toronto march in the lower brackets.
Not pretty, but they get it done in front of the home crowd. So, you know, as we go into that push, you could start to feel the pressure. You know, nobody wants to save a man. The Justice started to battle back. And Toronto, they go to Coliseum. They play the Ashe on push, and it looked good. They were able to make really good use of that hero in Hisu's hands, and the Justice had no answer for it all map long.
If you're this franchise, if you're a fan, if you're a Toronto Defiant player, even you've been dreaming of a win in front of a home crowd like this, poof, for more than just a couple years. And under these circumstances, it's not one in which you can, you know, let your hair down, take that sigh of relief, because you've got the Gunslingers, you've got the Outlaws coming your way tomorrow, and they've got fire in their bellies. They're looking for a redemption of their own.
I mean, don't spend too much time celebrating this one.
No.
I mean, the Outlaws are no joke tomorrow. Pelican has looked really good throughout the weekend. Dante as well. They have a great series earlier against the Shock where the Defiant, they got to go back, watch some film. They got to be on their A game tomorrow.
Absolutely. There are definitely a lot of rough edges in this particular display from the Defiant, but it's still something they can hang their hat on for now. Tomorrow is a new day, a new challenge. Let's head down to the stage here. We're going to get some words from our winning team. Of course, Danny Lim to start the conversation.
Mr. Man, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Give it up for Hoppa and the Toronto Defiant. What an amazing series and what an amazing performance from the Toronto Defiant. I mean, I gotta be honest, compared to yesterday, there was a clear night and day difference in how you guys played the game. What changed for you guys today? 자, 일단 오늘 승리를 축하드리면서 솔직히 말하자면 어제와 오늘의 토론토 디파이언트 거의 180도 다른 경기력을 보여줬다고 생각을 합니다. 핫바 선수 오늘 좀 뭐가 변했다고 보시나요?
오늘 우선 아무래도 마지막인 것도 좀 있고 동기부여가 좀 더 확실히 됐고요. 어제는 좀 상대가 잘했던 것 같아요.
All right, Hoppa says that, you know, because this was our last chance, and also there was a clear solution that we had to, that was a clear thing that we had to do. And if we didn't get that, then we would have been out of the tournament. So that was the biggest thing. And also, yesterday our opponents were pretty good. Does that mean today's opponents weren't that good? 그러면 오늘 경기에 이제 상대방은 별로 잘 못했다?
저희가 더 잘했죠.
Definitely, we were the better team. Of course, of course. I mean, Hoppa, you briefly mentioned, you know, you guys had to win this because if you guys didn't, you guys were out. So before coming on stage, was there something that you guys, you know, said as a team before coming up to the stage? 자, 이제 핫바 선수가 방금 말씀하셨다시피 오늘이 이제 패배를 하게 되면 끝이기 때문에 오늘 무대에 올라서기 전에 저희 이제 팀원들과 같이 이렇게 좀 되게 특별하게 한 말 같은 게 있나요?
그냥 오늘 다 지지 말자는 말 되게 많이 했고 그냥 토너먼트에서 좀 이겨보고 싶다는 말을 되게 많이 했던 것 같아요. 서로 좀 더 다독여주고 좀 안 될 때 더 서로를 이끌어주자는 말을 많이 했던 것 같아요.
We definitely talked a lot about not losing, and we really wanted to win a tournament game. And also, you know, as a team, you know, if someone makes a mistake, we should be a good teammate to help the player that made the mistake and work as a team in general. All right. Last but not least, I mean, how does it feel to be playing in front of your home crowd? Like I don't know. I feel like it would feel amazing, but yeah, Hoppa, how does it feel? 이제 당연히 마지막으로 이제 토론토에서 토론토 팬들 앞에서 경기를 뛰시게 되셨는데 좀 이제 기분이 좀 색다를 것 같아요. 어떠셨나요?
우선 댈러스 갔을 때도 홈스탠드 되게 좋았거든요. 근데 이제 저희 연고지 분들이 오셔가지고 저희 홈스탠드를 하게 돼서 되게 좋고요. 솔직히 누구나 이렇게 팬분들 앞에서 좋은 경기력 보여주고 싶어 하는 것 같아서 오늘 좋은 경기력 보여준 것 같아서 되게 좋은 것 같아요.
Definitely the Dallas homestand, it felt great to be on stage, but it just feels different. It feels really great and amazing to be in a homestand in Toronto in front of the home crowd. So it's definitely a different feeling, and it's honestly, it feels amazing to put on a great performance in front of our home crowd as well. All right, before I send you off, let's talk briefly about tomorrow. You guys will be facing off against the Houston Outlaws. How confident are you that you guys could beat the Houston Outlaws? 자, 이제 보내드리기 전에 마지막으로 내일 경기 휴스턴 팀과의 경기가 있습니다. 내일 이제 경기에 대한 좀 얼마나 자신감이 있으신가요?
우선 제가 트래시 토크를 좀 안 좋아하는데
하세요.
휴스턴한테 하고 싶은 말이 저희 스테이지 1이랑 스테이지 2 때 토너먼트 집에 보내준 게 이제 휴스턴이었거든요, 항상. 그래서 이번엔 저희가 집에 보내줄 겁니다. 네.
I'm not really good at trash talking, but I feel like I do want to make a statement because Houston Outlaws were the team that sent us home for the first and the second tournament. So give me 1 second. Let me double check.
집으로 보내주겠다고.
So I definitely want to be the one to send them back home. Guys, one more time, give it up for Hoppa and the Toronto Defiant. Amazing job. With that being said, let's send it back to our casters. Mission Matt, back to you.
As if the stakes for tomorrow's matchup weren't already high enough, you add that on top, and yeah, a lot to play for the Toronto Defiant. Matamuni impressed a really whole team contribution across this series, right? Because there were times where although Hopper, not all of their players always firing up there, but players like Chorong through the whole series, really impressed with him. Great contributions on the Lucio throughout.
They're going to need to be cleaner tomorrow, I think, against the Outlaws. The Outlaws really, even in a loss today, I thought played pretty well against the Shock. I think you're going to need to clean some things up if you're the Defiant, but it's... Look, if you're the Defiant, it was like between playing the Outlaws or the Fuel and the Shock. Like, this is the matchup you would have wanted.
Here is your player of the match, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be, although, putting a staggering 9-0 performance on deck in that second round on Lijiang Tower is what set the Defiant on the trajectory that they were able to execute. Looked really good at moments on Paraiso as well. We said, start of the game. This guy needs to step up in a big way. We've spent so much time talking about Hisu, but although it's really looked like a key component of this team.
He's a difference maker for them. Yeah. Like, we know that Hisu's going to bring it just about every series, going to be consistent on that hit scan role. If he plays Genji like this, you can go toe-to-toe with a Merit Pelican damage dealer Ryan Light. I mean, he had a really good series.
Have a look at that. Over the course of the series, 4.4 deaths per 10. And we were looking at Assassin at 9 deaths in one of the maps, right? So we are seeing like a real brawly series where both teams are throwing themselves at one another just to buy extra time. A lot of stalling, a lot of lost fights. Okay, we'll commit, we're not going to disengage. Having such low deaths in a match like that is really very significant. He's able to get a lot done. Sometimes that's just by surviving. I feel like the Defiant are a team with less emphasis, on their DPS plays to carry all the time. We talked about their backline are really significant, but this team's going to want everyone to take a big step up if they're going up against the Outlaws and they want to win it.
It's going to be a crazy match tomorrow against the Outlaws, right? I think a lot of fans here in the building, they got some hard decisions to make, because I swear I see people in Outlaws jerseys in the morning, Defiant jerseys in the afternoon. So it's the rule tomorrow, my rule. You only root for one.
All right, one jersey per fan. Okay.
You got to show up in your Toronto jerseys tomorrow. Really cheer them on against the Outlaws, because they're going to need it.
No doubt about it. That's about all from us here at the Matamuni Athletic Center for now. Thank you very much, Toronto. You've been fantastic hosts for us today. We're going to see you tomorrow, but for now, we're going to head over to the truck with the gang and have them break down some insane matches from the day that was.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League, and by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
And we are back. It's time to break down day 2 of the Summer Showdown in the West. We just saw Washington versus Toronto. Custa's giggling because we saw some humorous gameplay.
Yeah, that was some great gameplay. No, it was. It was, disappointing to see Washington go up, but it's good to see Toronto get a win in front of their fans.
We were practicing chugging water bottles, guys.
Yeah,
We're wondering what we're actually giggling about. Serious face, though, Johnny. Let's talk about this game face, because Toronto Defiant, they are back for the weekend. This is a weekend squad. Thursday didn't happen. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, this is where we pull out the dubs.
I'm just happy to see Toronto Defiant playing the way that it did in the qualifiers. Yesterday's performance, it was not what we wanted to see from the Toronto Defiant. Their damage players fell flat, but not in this one. Although on the Genji, came out looking so powerful and rightfully earned player of the match. This was arguably, I'd say, the best match of his career. He was that impactful, canceling Lucio's sound barriers just like this and racking up very impressive final blows to death ratios. Toronto Defiant coming out with a punch.
Custer, you got to think that playing in front of the home audience is helping fuel this team's momentum, because they looked like they were all smiles. Anytime the crowd got loud, you see them take their game to the next level.
Yeah, the first game, it's a wash. The nerves are there, but the second game, that's when it all comes out. You can feel the weight of the crowd. Playing in front of an audience that is cheering you on is just a different level. Every time you get that kill, you hear the roar. Every time anything big happens, you just feel that through the ground, through the sound, through the headphones, and it's just appreciated. And you can see Albo and the team just feeding off that, so nothing is better than winning in front of a home crowd.
I have to give a lot of credit to Hisu here, especially as this series closed out. We saw the Sojourn, then we saw the Ashe. And the Ashe, well, she was paying dividends, Johnny.
Absolutely, and it's what they're known for playing so far this stage as well. Being able to play this Ashe, poke down your opponents from afar. Huge dynamites coming in for a Toronto Defiant, and with all this damage, the Washington Justice, their hands were forced. They engaged when they didn't want to engage. They were shouting with their jungle queen when they didn't want to shout. And those little small advantages, the Toronto Defiant are so good at capitalizing on. And Hotba as well, another player I want to mention, because Hotba really came in clutch for this team and also showed some momentum for this team. For example, on Paraiso, getting a rampage, doing a bit of a clap for himself. That's what you love to see from your home team.
And honestly, I just love seeing Hotba still in a starting lineup. I mean, how few players were there on the first season of the Overwatch League, still competing now in Season 5. Hoppa, he's been to 5 teams, but he's looking good in that Toronto jersey on the main stage. Fellas, we got to close out the show with best of the day, though. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
I'm ready.
Can I go first?
You go first.
I'm stealing it. All right, guys. Yesterday, I was a little disappointed by our NPC. Bob was letting me down. Today, Bob is so much cleaner. Can we take a look at how he has improved from day 1 to day 2? Because it wasn't just the fuel. I mean, this was yesterday, right? Bob, he went exploring. He wanted to see the rest of the world, Johnny.
The explorer. Goodbye, team. My people need me.
You guys are on your own.
Bob today, though, from outside to indoors, like most of us gamers, he thrives inside.
Absolutely. I mean, this is what you love to see. And Edison as well. You know, Edison deserves some prop as a quote-unquote caretaker for Bob here.
Yep.
But the way he comes up, clutches in here, pumps them up into the air, and then rains down from above.
There's a whole lot of Bobs today. I did see one Bob get pushed by a cart. Is this the new meta?
Yes.
Yeah, if you put the Bob in front of the cart will move with the Bob. And that's where we need to get to. We had one of the craziest C9s earlier in this stage where Bob C9'd. No one expects Bob to be the person to push it across the finish line. So,
I'm ready for Bob to show up in a big way this weekend. Championship Sunday, he could be the difference maker. Who brings him out in the biggest way? It's still yet to be seen. Let's keep it moving, though. Who's up next, fellas? What do you got for best of the day?
Talking about Bob coming out in a big way, we're going to follow this one up as well because this is Bob doing too much. You know, I think some people are like, you know, Bob's offering a little bit too much, so we're going to put him in jail. Go directly to jail. Do not collect $200. Do not proceed past go or whatever it is. So Merritt's like, you know what? You've had enough. Okay, so Bob's just going to see here. Fortunately, he can still, you know, shoot a couple of bullets from jail. But
you know what makes it even better?
What?
He's an outlaw.
Oh, no!
Johnny! Oh, Johnny!
Oh, God.
Fast forward the episode. Show Johnny's best of the day.
So I'm actually taking some inspiration from your origin story right here, Puckett, as well. Because we got Junkie Queen in the game now. We got a little Gracie. We're throwing knives all around the map. And this time around, it was Dante who came in clutch for the Houston Outlaws. Here, tossing out the knife. Well, you never know what you're going to find if you just throw it out, right? Just throw it. Well, there's a kilo for you and a little bit of a magnetic pull. Chunk!
Oh.
And kilos off the map.
That's so unlucky that one little bit of fencing was missing. If that fencing was there, Kilo would have been fine. But Jay, just the most unlucky pull, but big plays by Dante.
I think it's just Dante being Dante. That's nothing but pure skill. No luck involved at all,
Calculated, 100%.
Calculated moves from the Houston Outlaws. We're going to see Dante in action as well as a lot more of our friends tomorrow. Let's take a look at our brackets, fellas, because once again, it's not just the West that's competing. We've got the East in full action tonight, and we've got some big matches underway. Johnny, which one has you most excited, this upper bracket or lower bracket?
I mean, the upper bracket one is going to be a giga banger as well. Shanghai Dragons, they won the last time around. Seoul Dynasty looking for revenge, but in the lower bracket, Costa, it's Jimmy trying to avoid elimination.
Sir Jimothy, first of his name, will put the Philadelphia Fusion in the ground. You mark my words.
No.
He will do it.
And I was told if you wake up at 6 a.m. in Toronto, you can have a coffee and watch Carpe for game number 2 only. That's a trade secret. Don't tell anyone, but there it is. That is the East region. The West, though, continues as well. And this is what I think everyone is excited for that's in the venue still, Johnny. We've got the Fuel and the Shock, the rematch of our 1 versus 2. It's happening to kick off Saturday, but that's not the only battle of the day.
Just like in the Eastern region, the Seoul Dynasty are looking for revenge. The Shock are doing so against the number 1 seed Dallas Fuel. And in the lower bracket as well, Toronto Defiant are taking on the Houston Outlaws in what is going to be a great game. Toronto Defiant needs all the support they can from the home crowd because Houston Outlaws are looking like they're on a tear.
All right, fans, there is a look at the order, 2 p.m. Eastern. Set your alarms, make sure you're in the venue, hydrated and ready to roar as you get behind your Defiant as they take on the Outlaws. All of the action kicks off here, 10:30 a.m. Pacific. That's 1:30 Eastern. We'll see you guys then. Thanks for watching day 2. We'll see you for day 3.
Throw things at Johnny.
Oh, no, just stop.